Chapter 1. The Hunting Deer Martial Academy. On the Wui continent, within the Great Ing Kingdom, lies the Imperial City and the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. As the sun rose in the east, more than 20 young individuals had already gathered before the martial spirit steel, all of whom were exceptional scions, specially recruited by the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. Ah, is that not Xiao Fan? He has the qualifications to be specially recruited by the Academy? Isn't it merely due to the influence of his father, the Duke of Jinshi? Nevertheless, a waste is always a waste. I've heard that the Duke of Jinshi has gone missing. It remains uncertain whether he is alive or dead. Xiao Fan approached slowly, seemingly indifferent to the mocking remarks surrounding him, his eyes as calm as a still pond, exuding a terrifying composure, no longer resembling the timid and feeble individual he once was. Only he knew that the former Xiao Fan had perished last night. He had been assassinated in the Academy's temporary quarters, a soul-destruction needle piercing directly through his soul sea, extinguishing his very essence. In his previous life, he was a formidable being in the sacred domain, who, by an unfortunate twist of fate, obtained a seed of the origin tree, only to be ambushed by his closest friend and grievously wounded, ultimately perishing in a siege of betrayal. Thus, he was reborn into this new body. This enmity is irreconcilable. You shall all await your reckoning. None shall escape. At this moment, Xiao Fan seethed with a burning ire. He lacked not the courage to start anew. Since I have been reborn into your body and share your name, from henceforth, we shall be indistinguishable. Let this new journey commence. Xiao Fan mused internally as he finally stepped into the crowd, standing quietly amongst them. Xiao Fan, you should remove yourself from the academy at once with your meager cultivation at the first level of Qi gathering. You are unworthy to stand here. A sudden voice rang out. Xiao Fan turned to locate its source, recalling from memory that this individual was named Li Junbai, possessing a cultivation at the 6th level of Qi gathering. Martial arts flourished in the Wui continent, with cultivation realms classified as Qi gathering, body refinement, blood condensation, and marrow washing, each level more formidable than the last. While at the tender age of 16, Xiao Fan had only just begun his journey. The animosity between the Duke of Zeng's household and the Li family ran deep, stemming not only from differing opinions in the court, but primarily from a fierce competition over resources, with the Li family clandestinely eliminating numerous members of the Duke's household. Hey, are you deaf? Did you not hear me? Get out of here! Li Junbai berated once more, stepping forward as his 6th level Qi gathering aura bore down upon Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy. He faced Li Junbai's oppressive aura without flinching, surprising the onlookers, though their astonishment was fleeting. Indeed, leave. Get out. A chorus of voices joined in, some taunting him, the derision sharp and piercing. Silence. A steady voice resonated from above as a middle-aged man swiftly descended, exuding a formidable presence. Following him were numerous academy students, though they arrived at a considerably slower pace. At that moment, all fell silent, standing in reverence, eyes fixed upon the newcomer. He can fly, how imposing. Truly, this is the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. Whispers of astonishment filled the air, as many were utterly astounded by witnessing flight for the first time. Yet Xiao Fan understood that, strictly speaking, this was not flight, but merely a gliding motion close to the ground. Enough. I am Zhao, an elder of the academy. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Form an orderly line for the aptitude test. Elder Zhao cast a cursory glance over the crowd, his demeanor unyielding and indifferent, showing no favoritism despite their noble lineage. The crowd began to line up before the martial spirit steel, eager to participate, knowing that the academy would still offer special recruitment regardless. It was merely a formality. Xiao Fan positioned himself at the end of the line. In his previous life as a wandering cultivator, he had never undergone such aptitude testing, and now he felt a surge of curiosity. I shall go first. Li Junbai was the first to step forward, casting a haughty glance back at Xiao Fan, his face brimming with arrogance. State your name. Place both hands firmly upon the martial spirit steel and channel your true energy. Elder Zhao lazily instructed, then sat cross-legged, showing no interest in the proceedings. Li Junbai proclaimed his name, extended his hands, and true energy surged forth instantly, producing a faint hum as 7 beams of white light gradually manifested upon the steel. Elder Zhao emitted a soft "oh," rising abruptly, his face finally betraying a hint of excitement. This year's special recruits are remarkable. We finally have someone with extraordinary talent. He murmured, for in previous years, the specially recruited Saiyans had been unimpressive, merely owing to their family's contributions to the great Ing Kingdom, as the Hunting Deer Martial Academy was directly under the royal family. Congratulations, brotherly, you are indeed a dragon among men. 7 beams of white light. It is said that throughout the Academy's history, only 8 beams have ever appeared at most. The crowd buzzed with admiration, showering him with praise, their envy palpable. Excellent, truly excellent, come over here. Elder Zhao beckoned to Li Junbai. Disciple Li Junbai, greetings, Elder Zhao. Li Junbai approached and bowed, discreetly slipping a pouch of gold coins to Elder Zhao. Please take good care of me. This is a token of respect for my Li family. Elder Zhao was taken aback for a moment before nodding in satisfaction, permitting Li Junbai to remain by his side. The subsequent tests proceeded, with most participants achieving only 4 or 5 beams of white light, with none reaching the 6th level, leaving only Xiao Fan yet to be tested. Xiao Fan, it is your turn. It is not too late to leave the academy now and spare yourself the embarrassment. Li Junbai cast a fierce glare at Xiao Fan, his taunts unrelenting, and this time Elder Zhao made no move to intervene. Confronted with such blatant malice, Xiao Fan could hardly be bothered to glance in Li Junbai's direction, infuriating him to the point of grinding his teeth. Merely self-inflicted humiliation. What a thick skin. If I were at the first level of Qi gathering, I would be too ashamed to step foot into the academy. The jeers persisted in his ears as Xiao Fan slowly approached the martial spirit steel, stating his name before gently placing his hands upon it, gradually channeling his true energy. Why is there no response? He observed the martial spirit steel quietly, curiosity swelling within him. Ha! A waste is indeed a waste. Even the martial spirit steel cannot be activated. Laughing my head off, what an utter disgrace. Many erupted into laughter, finding validation in their expectations of Xiao Fan's inadequacy. Elder Zhao frowned slightly, pondering whether Xiao Fan truly was a waste, incapable of cultivation. Just as the mockery reached its peak, the martial spirit steel suddenly emitted a resonant hum, and 9 beams of white light blazed forth like stars upon steel. At that moment, all fell silent, disbelief etched upon their faces as they gazed at the steel. Elder Zhao darted forward to examine the steel closely, confirming the presence of 9 beams of white light, with a faint glimmer hovering above the 9th beam, for the steel's limit was indeed 9 beams. This is the limit of the martial spirit steel, not my limit. Xiao Fan discerned this moments ago. He had worried about his talents in this new life, but now he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, this event had stirred the higher echelons of the academy, with some venerable elders unable to contain their excitement, eager to take Xiao Fan as their disciple, only to be restrained by the academy's headmaster. Rare talent is indeed a treasure, but true strength is forged through adversity. The headmaster declared, swiftly relaying instructions to Elder Zhao through a secret method before departing in haste, leaving no one aware of his whereabouts. Before the martial spirit steel, those who had mocked Xiao Fan moments ago lowered their heads, their expressions filled with dismay, especially Li Junbai. Impossible. He must have cheated otherwise. There must be something wrong with the martial spirit steel. Li Junbai shouted, utterly incredulous at Xiao Fan's test results, unable to fathom how his own could be surpassed, feeling his glory snatched away. Elder Zhao's ears perked up, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Xiao Fan. The martial spirit steel is malfunctioning. Your test results are inaccurate. Step aside and stand in line. I can take the test again. Xiao Fan refused to accept Elder Zhao's words, dismissing the notion of a malfunctioning steel as nonsense. No need to retest. We shall consider your results as 3 beams of white light. Elder Zhao denied him the opportunity, for this was the headmaster's directive, which stated the steel was indeed malfunctioning. With no other choice, Xiao Fan returned to his original position. He had never placed much importance on this aptitude test. Haha, I told you. How could a waste possibly achieve 9 beams of white light? The academy is fair, and I doubt he could even manage 3 beams of white light. Another wave of derisive laughter erupted around him, yet Xiao Fan merely smiled, unperturbed. All right, congratulations to all you are now officially students of the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. Next, we shall assign you to your respective classes. After Elder Zhao's introduction, Xiao Fan became familiar with the academy structure. The Hunting Deer Martial Academy was divided into 4 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and core classes, with all new students assigned to the beginner class. Li Junbai, beginner class 1. Elder Zhao began announcing names and class assignments, but when he reached the end, he omitted Xiao Fan. As the others were escorted away by their senior peers, a flicker of anger ignited within Xiao Fan. Was this an attempt to ostracize him? Even the elder of the academy acted this way. Elder Zhao, may I inquire which class I am assigned to? Xiao Fan bowed respectfully to Elder Zhao and inquired politely. Chapter 2. Murder. Xiao Fan sat in serene anticipation for Elder Zhao's response, his body attuning itself to the grand laws of this continent. You shall be assigned to Class 6 for beginners. It is brimming with talent and will suit you well, Elder Zhao mused, a hint of derision flickering across his features. Haha, Xiao Fan, this waste class is perfectly tailored for you, came the mocking laughter of Li Junbai, who had not strayed far. The words struck like a bell, as if the label of waste were tattooed upon his forehead. The other students turned, their scornful jibes echoing in the air. Such an arrangement was precisely what they desired. They were well aware of the peculiarities of certain classes within the Martial Academy, particularly this so-called Class 6 for beginners, derisively known as the waste class, comprising those utterly devoid of skills, who acted with impunity. It was a refuge for those lacking the strength to ascend to intermediate classes, and anyone unable to progress within 3 years would be expelled from the academy. Waste class, you say? The strong do not concern themselves with their surroundings. Xiao Fan murmured, harboring no objections to Elder Zhao's allocation. He merely sought a place to settle. Go register yourself. It appears no one is here to guide you, Elder Zhao remarked curtly. Just then, a portly student hurried over. Elder Zhao, I will take him. Elder Zhao nodded and promptly departed, a flicker of disdain evident. My apologies, Brother Xiao. I am late. Which class have you been assigned to? The rotund student inquired, his expression earnest, upon seeing him. Xiao Fan's lips curled into a smile. The portly fellow, named Su Nan, was the sole friend of the previous owner of this body. However, Su Nan bore visible bruises, as though he had recently been embroiled in a brawl and sustained considerable injuries. Brother Su, you seem. It's nothing. Let us go register. I am in Class 6 for beginners, having failed to ascend this year, Su Nan replied candidly. How fortuitous, for I too have been placed in Class 6. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged knowing smiles and proceeded to the registration area. Before long, Xiao Fan completed his registration and received 2 sets of beginner's attire, a manual for cultivation techniques, and a token. This token recorded the student's identity and served to log points earned through tasks, which could be exchanged for necessary items such as medicinal herbs and elixirs within the academy. Naturally, points could also be converted from gold coins, though this required a substantial amount, making it an unappealing option for most. Half an hour later, they arrived at the living quarters, where, fortuitously, a vacant room awaited in Su Nan's courtyard, just as Xiao Fan prepared to settle in. 2 individuals obstructed his path. I heard a special recruit tested with 9 beams of white light. It wouldn't be you, would it? One of them sneered, his gaze malevolent. This man had a narrow forehead and a hawk-like nose. Clearly not someone of good character. Eagle, what is your business with me? Xiao Fan interjected, cutting off Su Nan, recognizing this man as a source of trouble he wished to avoid involving his friend in. Oh, so it is you. What a pity. The martial spirit tablet has malfunctioned, and your 9 beams of white light talent have vanished, he taunted, followed by laughter from his companion. Xiao Fan chose to ignore them and continued into the courtyard with Su Nan. Stop right there. The 2 assailants charged after them, blocking their path once more, as the one called Eagle extended his hand threateningly. If you want to stay here, you'd best be sensible. 10,000 gold coins. Or else, as he spoke, he raised his fist menacingly before Xiao Fan. Eagle, you have gone too far. Step aside. Su Nan stepped forward, his imposing figure shielding Xiao Fan, warming the latter's heart. You're looking for death. Wasn't the beating you received this morning sufficient? Eagle retorted, his demeanor darkening as he swung his fist towards Su Nan. the wind whistling ominously. With a resounding thud, it was Eagle who collapsed to the ground, leaving Sunan in shock, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How dare you, a mere gathering energy stage 3, act so recklessly here? Begone, Xiao Fan declared, having struck with precision, taking down Eagle effortlessly despite being at the gathering energy stage 1. His previous life's combat experience rendered the task trivial against such a foe. You dare to ambush me? I'll kill you. Eagle seethed, rising in a fury, drawing a long knife to slash at Xiao Fan. Watch out, Sunan cried, instinctively wanting to intervene, but Xiao Fan pushed him aside, narrowly avoiding the blade. With another adversary lurking nearby, Xiao Fan understood the need for swift resolution. Otherwise, it would be their lives at stake. With that thought in mind, he activated the techniques from his past life, utilizing a movement skill that allowed him to traverse the air, albeit in a rudimentary manner, but it sufficed. In an instant, he was behind Eagle, unleashing his energy in a powerful punch aimed at the back of Eagle's head. Eagle let out a pained scream before crumpling to the ground, motionless. The remaining assailant, witnessing this, felt a surge of fear and began to retreat, but Xiao Fan's fist was already upon him, causing him to spew blood. Xiao Fan seized him by the neck, pressing him to the ground and rubbing his face into the dirt repeatedly. Sunan, still reeling from the shock, could hardly believe the strength Xiao Fan had displayed. Speak. Who sent you? Xiao Fan demanded. Forget it. I won't tell you anything. Xiao Fan smiled, not willing to speak. I have many ways to extract the truth. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned Eagle's long knife into his grasp. Is this telekinesis? Sunan stammered, his previous perceptions irrevocably shattered, leaving him in a state of disbelief. With a swift motion, Xiao Fan severed the man's arm, blood gushing forth. All right, I'll talk. It was Li Junyue from Class 1 who sent us. Begone. With the answer in hand, Xiao Fan's gaze chilled, yet he spared the man, recognizing he had not actively engaged in the fight. He was not one to indulge in needless slaughter. Once again, the Li family. It seems this matter is far from over. Xiao Fan shook his head. While the world may wish for tranquility, he was not one to be easily cowed. The Duke of Jinshi and the Li family had merely engaged in covert skirmishes until now, but with matters laid bare, he felt no need for restraint. Brother Xiao, Eagle is dead, Sunan exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, his first encounter with murder leaving him disoriented. Xiao Fan approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling that he need not be alarmed. He would bear whatever consequences arose. Afterward, he disposed of Eagle's body, finally establishing his presence within the Martial Academy. News of Xiao Fan's lethal action spread like wildfire throughout the academy, igniting a fervor among the students who rushed to witness the aftermath. Brother Xiao, Eagle was from the Lu family of the Imperial City. Killing him may bring trouble, Sunan warned, his earlier panic subsiding but still fraught with concern. A mere minor clan. The Lu family dares not retaliate against me for now. Rest assured, I need some time for quiet cultivation. Please keep watch for me. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging that since the incident had occurred, he would stand firm against any repercussions. Sunan hesitated, wanting to say more, but ultimately retreated and closed the door behind him. Xiao Fan exhaled a deep breath, settling into a cross-legged position. Since his rebirth, he had been preoccupied. Finally, he had time to cultivate. As he began to channel the techniques from his past life, he also examined the capabilities of this body. Wait, the seed of the origin tree has come along. Xiao Fan's heart surged with excitement. The seed resided within his dantian. More importantly, he noticed subtle changes within it. Why is this happening? Xiao Fan pondered, his mind delving deeper to uncover the truth. Buzz, his consciousness entered the seed, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his head buzzed with disbelief that it was, astonishingly, a world unto itself. Xiao Fan beamed. The small world was not vast, its ends visible at a glance, surrounded by a chaotic void, devoid of mountains or rivers, nothing at all. But wait, there was a sapling. Xiao Fan scrutinized it closely, suddenly jolting with realization. This was the origin tree. The seed had sprouted, transforming into a sapling, approximately a foot tall, with tender, verdant leaves glistening with moisture. His heart raced with exhilaration as the sapling swayed gently, and suddenly, a green point burst forth, surging into his mind. This is the chaotic script. Words failed to encapsulate his current emotions. The origin tree sapling could provide him with feedback. Fortunately, he had some familiarity with the chaotic script from his previous life, and he swiftly began to study and organize the knowledge. Chapter 3. The Chaotic Opening Technique. The 5 characters chaotic opening technique shimmered with brilliance. evidently a cultivation technique. In the beginning of chaos, the dawn of heaven and earth. After reading through the technique, Xiao Fan found his heart unable to settle. Every word exuded an ancient and formidable essence. How could such a defiant technique exist in this world? Xiao Fan exclaimed in awe, retreating his consciousness and immediately commencing the technique's operation. Whoosh! He could even hear the whistling of spiritual energy gathering, surging in from all directions into his body. Xiao Fan suddenly cried out in pain, hastily ceasing the technique's operation, his heart racing as he checked his internal condition. I see. This body was momentarily incapable of withstanding such a transcendent cultivation technique. Xiao Fan let out a bitter smile, and his consciousness once again delved into the small world to take a look. The young sapling swayed gently, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction with the current body. Then, as if it had made a decision, a tender green leaf suddenly fell, entering his dantian through the small world. The leaf astonishingly melted into a stream of pure essence, surging from his dantian throughout his meridians, organs, and limbs. Xiao Fan groaned softly, his entire body feeling as if it had been struck by lightning, both numb and pained. Panic surged within him, for he was uncertain of the nature of this strain. Would his body perish after absorbing it? With resolve, Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he diligently guided the flow. At that moment, his insides crackled and popped, reminiscent of beans falling onto a platter. And a foul odor wafted forth as countless impurities seeped out through his pores. Xiao Fan felt a sense of relief as the previous numbness and pain diminished significantly, allowing him to ease his mind and continue guiding the flow. After 2 hours, the stream of essence was finally exhausted, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Threefold gathering chi. I have unknowingly achieved a breakthrough. Xiao Fan was elated, having consecutively advanced 2 minor realms. He finally recognized the value of that seed from the origin tree. Upon introspection, he discovered that his physical body had grown substantially stronger than before, with his meridians now translucent and robust. Apart from his appearance remaining unchanged, everything else had transformed. Is it now possible to cultivate the chaotic opening technique? Xiao Fan murmured, contemplating for a moment before cautiously beginning to circulate his energy. Boo! The sound of gathering spiritual energy resonated once more, though only he could hear it as the energy surged wildly into his body. After completing several major circulations, Xiao Fan's heart blossomed with joy. With this technique, the time it would take for him to regain his peak would be greatly shortened. Where is Xiao Fan? Where is Xiao Fan? Just as he was filled with excitement, an angry voice from Elder Zhao interrupted him, prompting him to stop and step outside. The plump fellow rushed over, panicked as he grasped Xiao Fan's arm, saying, "Brother Xiao, why don't we escape? I've had enough of this waste of a class." Xiao Fan was taken aback, glancing at the plump fellow's bruised face, imagining the countless grievances he must have endured here. "Fear not, I shall handle everything." Xiao Fan reassured him with a comforting gaze as he walked out of the courtyard. "Xiao Fan is here. Is there something you require?" Elder Zhao. Xiao Fan stood quietly, a resolute smile gracing his face like a gentle spring breeze. Not only Elder Zhao had arrived, many students surrounded his residence, pointing and whispering, their expressions filled with malice. "You have slain a fellow disciple. You deserve death 1,000 times over. Come with me to the law enforcement hall for judgment," Elder Zhao declared, extending his hand towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed as he executed his movement technique, gracefully evading the grasp. Elder Zhao was stunned, but greed soon flooded his heart. Such a mysterious and unpredictable technique was something he must possess. A fleeting glimmer of avarice crossed his eyes, which Xiao Fan observed clearly, cursing inwardly. What manner of movement technique is this? Where did he learn it? Such a treasure wasted on him. Around them, the students murmured, their faces betraying greed, with some even rolling up their sleeves in anticipation. "Impudent! Do you not surrender willingly? Whether or not I am guilty is not for you to decide. If anyone is to apprehend me, it should be the law enforcement hall's personnel, not you. You are unworthy." Xiao Fan replied, unperturbed. Elder Zhao, without discerning right from wrong, sought to convict him. "Where was the law in that? I shall apprehend you. What can you do about it?" Elder Zhao was consumed by greed. His initial intention was merely to capture Xiao Fan at the behest of Li Junwei, but now his goal had shifted entirely to obtaining Xiao Fan's movement technique. Disregarding the implications of his status, he moved swiftly, his right hand aiming to seize Xiao Fan's neck with brutal intent. Once again, Xiao Fan evaded successfully, inciting Elder Zhao's anger and humiliation. As a formidable practitioner of the cleansing marrow realm, being evaded twice by someone at the threefold gathering chi stage was akin to receiving 2 slaps in the face publicly. Nowhere to run. Die. This time, he transformed his palm into a fist, propelling his speed to its zenith as he struck at Xiao Fan. Caught off guard, Xiao Fan was sent flying, blood gushing forth. Elder Zhao, kill him. Avenge the eagle, Li Junbai shouted, followed by cries from the crowd. Kill him. Kill him. Elder Zhao reached out once more, aiming for Xiao Fan's neck, but just as he was about to grasp it, a woman intervened. Dressed in a black gown, tall and graceful, her water-like eyes were striking. Her youthful face bore an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, cold and unapproachable. Zhao Su, you dare to harm my disciple. Her voice was frigid and devoid of emotion, sending chills down the spines of those present. Han Jin Shui, what do you mean? Elder Zhao retreated a few steps, questioning her vehemently. Humph. Han Jin Shui snorted coldly, her hands forming a seal, and the long sword at her waist flew forth, aiming for Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao stepped back, attempting to evade, but the sword seemed to possess a will of its own, altering its course simultaneously. This is B-A-D-A-T this moment. Elder Zhao finally grew serious, hastily producing a special folding fan to shield his chest. Clang! The two collided, sparks flying and producing a piercing sound, causing Elder Zhao to be pushed back several yards. Han Jin Shui, have you lost your mind? He steadied himself, his hand trembling slightly with the folding fan still in his grasp. Utterly laughable. Who do you think you are to come to my territory and harm others? Han Jin Shui stood her ground, unwavering and poised to continue her assault. All of you, cease at once. Such behavior is unbecoming. A voice imbued with authority resonated from afar as a white-haired elder approached swiftly, standing between the two, prompting them to halt. The plump fellow hurriedly helped Xiao Fan to the side, his rotund figure once again shielding Xiao Fan. What on earth is happening? Someone explain this to me. The elder's face bore a hint of anger as he questioned them. Elder Xing, you arrived just in time. Xiao Fan has slain a fellow disciple. I merely sought to bring him to the law enforcement hall, Elder Zhao quickly explained, still holding a degree of respect for Elder Xing, the overseer of the law enforcement hall and a figure of high standing within the martial academy. Elder Xing furrowed his brow, casting a fierce glare at Elder Zhao. The law enforcement hall had already been informed of Xiao Fan's alleged crime, and he had yet to take action. How dare Elder Zhao act on his own accord? Zhao, you wield too much power. If anyone could capture anyone at will, what would be left of the law enforcement hall's authority? Xiao Fan shouted, deliberately voicing what Elder Xing might say, and after finishing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeking death, Elder Zhao was furious, incensed by Xiao Fan referring to him as an old scoundrel. His rage reached its peak, ready to strike, only to be obstructed by Han Jin Shui. Enough! This matter will be resolved by the law enforcement hall. Minter Han, take them back. The rest of you, disperse, Elder Xing declared, surveying the scene with wisdom in his eyes. Elder Xing, I believe it was Xiao Fan and that plump fellow collaborating to ambush and slay the eagle. Li Junbai voiced his doubts from a distance, fearing he might not get another chance to speak up. The students, eager to leave, nodded in agreement. After all, the eagle was at the threefold gathering chi level. And even if Xiao Fan had broken through, it was implausible for him to have slain it alone. That makes sense. Xiao Fan likely just broke through. He was still at the first gathering chi stage this morning. Indeed, I suspect they killed the eagle and obtained a breakthrough elixir from it, which allowed him to advance. Truly ruthless. The crowd buzzed with unfavorable remarks directed at Xiao Fan. Elder Xing let out a deep hum, casting a glance that silenced everyone, causing them to disperse. Elder Zhao shot Xiao Fan a fierce glare, leaving with a sense of dissatisfaction. Chapter 4. Atone through merit upon returning to his residence. Xiao Fan collapsed uncontrollably onto the floor, having sustained severe injuries. He had merely held on until now. Brother Xiao, the plump fellow attempted to help him, but Han Jin Shui stopped him, crouching down to examine Xiao Fan's wounds. After a moment, she stood up, clearly relieved. Help him inside. He won't die. The plump fellow promptly acted, his previously anxious heart finally settling, drenched in sweat. Take this healing elixir. Han Jin Shui suddenly produced a pill, placing it in Xiao Fan's hand before turning and exiting. Thank you, Minter Han. Xiao Fan felt a surge of gratitude. Had it not been for her, the consequences could have been dire. Everyone, keep your heads down. Tomorrow is the Martial Academy's general recruitment day. After that, I will conduct a lesson for you. As for your alleged crime, we shall discuss it later. Han Jin Shui's voice echoed as she walked away. Brother Xiao, quickly consume the elixir, with Minter Han backing you. You will be fine. The rotund fellow offered a few words of comfort, then proceeded to recount numerous tales concerning Han Jiangshui and Class 6 of the junior level, before finally departing the room. It turned out that Han Jiangshui was the sole mentor of Class 6, possessing formidable strength yet remaining elusive and solitary. She seldom conducted lessons for her students, and when she did, it spanned an entire day. As for her background, it was shrouded in mystery. Known to none. As night fell, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged, aided by the elixir he had consumed. His injuries had nearly healed. His cultivation was still too low. Had it not been for his newfound strength, he would have perished today. Shaking his head, Xiao Fan commenced the operation of the chaotic opening technique, as spiritual energy from all directions converged and surged into his body. Meanwhile, in the advanced class area, within a courtyard, sat 4 individuals, all members of the Li family. "Brother, did Xiao Fan truly kill the eagle?" inquired Li Junbai, addressing his elder brother, Li Junyue. Indeed, it was merely due to that set of movement techniques. "The family has sent word. Xiao Fan must be eliminated." In the law enforcement hall, the several esteemed elders were engaged in a heated argument, their faces flushed, until Elder Xing ultimately decreed Xiao Fan's guilt. The following day, after a night of cultivation, Xiao Fan had made significant progress, now just a step away from reaching the 4th level of qi gathering, and his injuries had mostly healed, having practiced the chaotic opening technique. He noticed that his internal microcosm was beginning to change, expanding slightly. However, the small sapling, having sacrificed a leaf last time, now appeared somewhat dim, causing Xiao Fan to feel a pang of guilt, leading him to sigh. "From now on, I shall call you the chaotic world." Just after naming his microcosm, the rotund fellow knocked and entered with a cheerful expression. "Xiao brother, the light boat has traversed myriad mountains, but you are to earn your merit through penance." "Earn merit through penance? What do you mean?" Xiao Fan inquired, intrigued. "The law enforcement hall has publicly declared your crime of negligent homicide, but they wish for you to earn your merit through penance." After the rotund fellow's explanation, Xiao Fan understood. The martial academy wanted him to immediately venture to tiger-subduing mountain to eradicate a sect of evil cultivators, euphemistically termed as earning merit through penance. But in reality, it was a death sentence. "Xiao brother, here are the detailed records of the evil sect. The law enforcement hall obtained them early this morning. That I shall accompany you." After all, classes only commence after the ordinary recruitment. Xiao Fan took the information, finding it comprehensive. The sect was named the Earth Fiend Sect, consisting of just 5 individuals, known as the 5 Fiends of Tiger-Subduing Mountain, yet their cultivation levels remained undisclosed. "You stay at the Martial Academy. I shall go alone." Xiao Fan patted the rotund fellow's shoulder, his tone resolute. The journey was fraught with peril, and he did not wish for his friend to accompany him into danger. "But no buts. Trust me, await my return." With that, Xiao Fan exited, relieved that his friend was unaware of the true danger posed by the evil cultivators. Otherwise, he would have insisted on following. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan finally emerged from the gates of the Martial Academy, where throngs of young individuals had gathered outside, all there for assessments. It took him quite some time to navigate through the crowd. After casually purchasing a horse and a few miscellaneous items, he set off with an air of confidence. Initially, he contemplated visiting the Jinshi Marquise, but ultimately decided against it. His estranged father had mysteriously vanished while foraging for herbs, and his mother had passed away long ago, leaving the estate's affairs to the capable steward. For now, there was little to concern him, estimating that the journey to Tiger-Subduing Mountain would take the better part of a day. And with no set deadline, he felt no rush. An hour later, he found himself in the most bustling part of the imperial city, where the streets were alive with activity. "Come one, come all, come see. Whoever can cure our young master's ailment shall be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins, a small spirit pill, and a spirit weapon." Outside and in, several guards were calling out, prompting passers-by to rush forward in curiosity. Xiao Fan, intrigued, slowed his pace. 10,000 gold coins, not to mention the spirit weapon and small spirit pill. What a generous offer. His eyes gleamed. 10,000 gold coins were no trifling sum, and he possessed but a handful. Furthermore, the small spirit pill could facilitate his breakthrough, while a spirit weapon would lend him considerable aid. Contemplating the opportunity, he ultimately halted, unable to suppress his desire. While cultivation required spiritual energy, an abundance of medicinal pills was equally essential. With 10,000 gold coins, he could procure numerous herbs to concoct pills, assisting his advancement. Resolute, he dismounted and strode into the crowd. What a lavish offer. Alas, I lack medical knowledge. Otherwise, I would certainly give it a try. Indeed, with such gold, I'd have ample means to indulge myself for a while, not to mention the small spirit pill. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter, Though it remained mere speculation, wealth, while enticing, required capability to obtain. After much effort, Xiao Fan finally reached the inn entrance, where two guards stood watch. Alas! What a pity! A middle-aged man shook his head and sighed as he exited, evidently having failed in his attempt. I shall give it a try, Xiao Fan shouted, his voice rising above the din. Isn't that Xiao Fan? What business does he have here? If he weren't the son of the Marquis, I'd have him disposed of immediately. Imbecile, this is no place for you. Begone! A deluge of mockery ensued, yet Xiao Fan remained unfazed, intent on entering. This will not do. The guards, aware of Xiao Fan's identity, dared not be overly harsh, offering a polite refusal. Meanwhile, within a private chamber upstairs at the inn, a veiled young woman furrowed her brow. Miss, what troubles you? Inquired a nearby maid. Her tone respectful and cautious. Go down and see if that Xiao Fan is causing a disturbance. If he is, have the guards throw him out into the street. Yes, Mississippi. Once the maid departed, the veiled beauty turned to gaze at the unconscious young man lying on the bed, sorrow etched upon her features. Xiao Banzian is here. Curing an ailment should be a simple task. If you refuse to let me in, you will only bring harm to your young master. Xiao Fan feigned seriousness, his demeanor exuding an air of authority. As though he were indeed a sage, the two guards hesitated. Should they truly endanger their young master, their heads would roll. You are not welcome here. Please leave. The maid returned from upstairs, bolstering the guards' resolve to deny Xiao Fan entry. Imbecile, still not leaving? Do not think your status as the Marquis' son grants you the right to act as you please. Do not embarrass yourself further. The taunts persisted, but Xiao Fan contemplated his options before ultimately surrendering. Alas, I had intended to direct my heart toward the bright moon, yet the moon shines upon the gutter. Very well, very well. With that, he strode away, deciding not to force the issue. Stop. How can I trust you? The gentle, melodious voice of the young woman from above suddenly echoed down. Xiao Fan halted, a faint smile playing on his lips. Have you heard of ancient witchcraft? Upon hearing this, the crowd began rummaging through their memories. Including the veiled beauty above. What ancient witchcraft? I have never heard of it. Even if it exists, it is surely a dubious practice. The familiar voice rang out, and Li Junbai appeared, having arrived at the scene. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, internally sneering. Li Junbai had been tailing him all along, yet he had chosen not to expose him. Not having heard of it merely indicates your limited experience. I do not hold it against you. The arts of the divine are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Come up. The veiled beauty finally acquiesced, leaving the crowd in confusion. Wait, Xiao Fan. What if you cannot cure him? Li Junbai queried. What does it matter whether I can cure him or not? Xiao Fan chuckled inwardly, bemused by Li Junbai's audacity in asking such a question. Humph, dare you wager? Li Junbai's face reddened with anger. Yet he found himself at a loss. Upon hearing the word wager, Xiao Fan genuinely laughed. He had never feared a wager. Let us hear your terms. If you cannot cure him, you shall crawl beneath my legs. If I succeed, I shall crawl beneath yours. What say you? Li Junbai's proposition elicited cheers from the crowd, as onlookers continued to swell in number. How mundane. If I can cure him, you shall sever your own arm. Conversely, if I fail, I will do the same. What do you think? Xiao Fan regarded Li Junbai with a teasing gaze, relishing the prospect of playing for higher stakes, a means to vent some frustration as well. Now it was Li Junbai's turn to hesitate. He had not anticipated this seemingly inept Xiao Fan to display such audacity. Are you afraid? If you are, then get lost, Xiao Fan bellowed, turning to re-enter the inn. Very well, I accept that. Li Junbai, determined, was undeterred, for he knew precisely what ailment had afflicted the person upstairs. Xiao Fan, grinning, entered the inn, proceeding to the second floor under the maid's guidance, arriving at the private chamber. Before him was the veiled beauty, her large, sparkling eyes captivating, her figure perfectly proportioned, enchanting even from behind the veil. Xiao Fan could sense her extraordinary beauty. Where is the patient? Xiao Fan asked directly, finding the allure of the beauty insufficient to distract him. The veiled beauty appeared slightly taken aback. This was not the Xiao Fan she had been led to expect. Wasn't he supposed to be a meek and submissive good-for-nothing? Yet the man before her exuded an air of composure. This way, please. She guided Xiao Fan to the side of the couch, where a cloth curtain separated them from the unseen occupant within, revealing only a pale arm extending outward. Xiao Fan settled himself and gently placed his right hand upon it. In an instant, his vital energies surged into the patient's body, meticulously probing along the meridians, inch by inch. After a brief interval, he ceased his examination, having detected no abnormalities, although his vital energy had notably diminished. How is it? The veiled beauty still clung to a shred of hope, despite her skepticism toward Xiao Fan that he offered no reply, his own disbelief mirroring hers, with a subtle shift in his dantian. A torrent of vital energy erupted forth once more, directly targeting the patient's head. A soul-biting bug. So that is the case. He swiftly identified the root of the ailment, retracting his vital energy and allowing himself to relax. What is the verdict? The veiled beauty inquired again. This is not an illness, but rather a form of curse. Were it not for Xiao Fan's knowledge from a previous life, he would have never recognized such a curse. For the soul-biting bug is exceedingly minute and bears a striking resemblance to the meridians, rendering it nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. The veiled beauty was taken aback with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Could this seemingly inept Xiao Fan truly have discerned the cause of the affliction? Is the situation dire? If the curse is not lifted, he will surely perish within a month. Xiao Fan was not being overly dramatic. The soul-biting bug would gradually devour his soul, leaving even a deity powerless to intervene. The distinction between this and the soul-destroying needle was merely one of speed. One struck instantaneously while the other consumed slowly. Yet, amidst the tension, no one noticed a maid stealthily descending the stairs, silently delivering a note to Li Junbai. Upon reading the note, Li Junbai's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing with malice. Upstairs, young Master Xiao, what should we do? Please, tell me. The veiled beauty's composure faltered, her tone turning markedly more respectful towards Xiao Fan. Prepare a mature phoenix-tailed chicken and a black spirit dog. I shall handle the rest. With that, Xiao Fan settled into a meditative posture, having expended considerable vital energy during his examination, nearly overwhelming himself. The veiled beauty swiftly dispatched instructions to her subordinates. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Xiao Fan in his meditation. For reasons unknown, she found him to be shrouded in an air of mystery. Though she could not pinpoint its source, half an hour later, Miss, trouble has arisen. The ones we sent out, they all speak. They have all perished, ambushed on their return journey. The veiled beauty rose abruptly, her face clouded with frost. Who possesses such audacity? Investigate immediately and prepare for another attempt. Dispatching additional personnel. It is futile. There is no need for further trouble. Do you possess talismans or vermilion powder? Xiao Fan interjected, feeling a twinge of regret for having involved himself in such turmoil. This matter was far from straightforward. I do. I will retrieve them for you. The veiled beauty gestured with her right hand, summoning a stack of low-grade talismans, along with a prepared vial of vermilion liquid and a brush from her storage pouch. Ah, such fine items. You possess a storage pouch. Xiao Fan expressed his envy. In his memories, storage pouches were treasures within the Grading Kingdom, rarely owned by ordinary individuals, and it was evident that the person before him was no commoner. In truth, he had his own supply of talismans and vermilion, but he had been reluctant to part with them. The veiled beauty shot him an annoyed glance, urging him to proceed with the exorcism. Do not allow anyone to disturb me, Xiao Fan commanded, pausing briefly before beginning to draw talismans. After quickly completing 2 talismans and inscribing their seals, he finally came to a halt. He felt a twinge of embarrassment as he put away the remaining talismans, while the veiled beauty merely pursed her lips, saying nothing. With one of the talismans in hand, Xiao Fan approached the bed and drew back the curtain, only to be taken aback. Was the cursed individual not the Crown Prince? He recalled the Crown Prince frequently visiting the royal city, his impression of the young man vividly etched in his memory. Without further ado, Xiao Fan casually seized a porcelain cup from the bedside table, ignited the talisman, and placed it within the cup. Once the flames had extinguished, he promptly poured in warm water, mixing the liquid with the ashes before forcefully administering it to the Crown Prince's mouth. He gently tapped the prince's throat with his left hand, allowing the talisman-infused water to flow down. Immediately, an indistinct energy enveloped the prince's head, surrounding the minuscule soul-biting bug. Hissing, the soul-biting bug became agitated. Sensing the threat, under Xiao Fan's perception, it quickened its consumption, as if daring him to intervene. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, inwardly chuckling. This low-grade talisman was proving ineffective against the soul-biting bug, if that is the case. Do not blame me for my severity. That a flicker of ire crossed his visage. How dare such a diminutive creature provoke him? He formed hand seals and began to chant incantations. The The veiled beauty sensed something amiss, her anger igniting as she thought Xiao Fan was indeed causing chaos. Just as she was about to question him, she suddenly covered her mouth, fixated on Xiao Fan. She witnessed his right hand merging two fingers, tracing intricate patterns in the air as a talisman gradually took shape, shimmering with a luminescence that seemed almost alive, pulsating with latent energy. The veiled beauty was astounded, yet dared not utter a sound, fearful of disturbing Xiao Fan's focus. This conjuring of talismans from thin air was something she had never witnessed before. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would have deemed it impossible. Go, Xiao Fan commanded in a low voice, pressing his fingers down as the talisman plunged into the prince's head. The soul-biting bug emitted a sizzling sound, having no chance to resist before perishing entirely. Out! Xiao Fan exerted his vital energy, gradually coaxing the corpse of the soul-biting bug from the prince's nasal cavity. Fire! As the command escaped his lips, a burst of flames erupted from his fingertips, swiftly incinerating the bug into ashes, and Xiao Fan finally exhaled in relief. Dantian fire! The veiled beauty inadvertently exclaimed, but this time she was mistaken. Xiao Fan's display was not the Dantian fire, but rather a simple fire manipulation technique. All is well. The prince shall awaken within half a day's time. Xiao Fan spoke calmly. Though his complexion was slightly pale, the act of conjuring talismans in midair had proven excessively taxing for him. The veiled beauty, filled with joy, hurried to check on the prince, and indeed, she found his expression returning to a state of tranquility, no longer contorted in agony. Thank you. The veiled beauty was overwhelmed with emotions. Could it be that the seemingly ineffectual Xiao Fan had truly healed her royal brother? No need for thanks. You must fulfill your promise now, Xiao Fan insisted, valuing gold and medicinal pills above all else, regardless of status. Not yet. Once my brother awakens, I shall make good on my word. Your brother? Who are you? Do not concern yourself with that. Simply await the outcome. The veiled beauty was unwilling to disclose her identity, as there were many princesses, and Xiao Fan could not discern her from the rest. With the matter at hand, Xiao Fan could only bide his time, for he still had a wager with Li Junbai. Suddenly, the window of the private room shattered, and a masked figure burst in, aiming a sword directly at the crown prince. Thud. Yet, the masked assailant froze in place, a long sword embedded in his skull, blood gushing forth as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide open in death. At that moment, a middle-aged woman leapt down, landing beside the veiled beauty. Princess, are you unharmed? I am well, thanks to you, Aunt Feng. The woman known as Aunt Feng fixed her gaze on Xiao Fan, her eyes narrowing in surprise and confusion. Young man, was that flame just now Dantian fire? Chapter 6. The burden of possession. Xiao Fan chuckled softly. He had noticed Aunt Feng lurking in the rafters upon his entrance, but chose not to disclose it. Dantian fire? No, it was merely a basic fire manipulation technique. He shook his head, denying the claim. Dantian fire refers to the fire generated from one's Dantian, a concentration of vital energy, but it was not something just anyone could produce. Those capable of generating Dantian fire had typically become alchemists, exceptionally rare and esteemed individuals in any realm. Aunt Feng's disappointment was evident, though her expression remained composed, for the ability to generate Dantian fire was exceedingly scarce. Even within the great Ing Kingdom. Is this fire manipulation technique suitable for alchemy? She inquired. Indeed, alchemy primarily hinges on the individual rather than the flames. However, possessing formidable flames undoubtedly enhances the process. Xiao Fan offered a casual explanation, which prompted Aunt Feng to fall into contemplation. Here, take this rising sun talisman, consume it with water, and it will be of great benefit to your health. Xiao Fan addressed the veiled beauty, handing over the remaining talismans. The veiled beauty paused, refraining from accepting, her demeanor resolute. I do not require it. Keep it for yourself as you wish, but I must caution you. There may be malevolent forces lurking within the palace inner court. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Xiao Fan was not speaking idly. Drawing from his past experiences, he could sense a faint aura of negativity surrounding the veiled beauty. According to folklore, this could indicate the presence of spirits, yet as a practitioner herself, she was temporarily immune to such intrusions. With that, Xiao Fan ceased his engagement, sinking into meditation. By afternoon, he and the masked beauty emerged slowly from the room. What transpired? Why has she come down as well? Could it be that Xiao Fan truly cured her young master? Unlikely. The onlookers were filled with curiosity and confusion. They could not fathom how Xiao Fan could heal the young lord when so many others had failed. My young master has been healed by young Master Xiao. This is the reward we promised. Young Master Xiao, please accept it. The veiled beauty bestowed upon Xiao Fan a storage bag, inciting envy among the onlookers. Not to mention the rewards within. The mere presence of this storage bag was enough to drive them into a frenzy, with some already itching to make a move. Li Junbai, shouldn't you fulfill your wager? Xiao Fan said with a faint smile, resolved to take revenge on the Li family, starting with Li Junbai. Li Junbai's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening ominously as if searching for something, yet finding nothing. Third princess, is it true? He suddenly called out, directing his gaze at the veiled beauty, causing a stir among the crowd as they realized they were in the presence of royalty. Indeed, you must honor your bet. The veiled beauty declared before retreating to the inn, indifferent to whether Li Junbai would uphold his end of the bargain. Li Junbai, hurry up. I have no time to waste on you. Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy. If Li Junbai attempted to renege, he would strike without hesitation, uncertain of the outcome. What? I don't understand what you're saying. Li Junbai indeed attempted to dodge accountability. Sever a limb. Quickly, Xiao Fan shouted. Ha! Who do you think you are, daring to bark orders at me? Do you believe I won't incapacitate you? Li Junbai laughed heartily, not only shirking responsibility, but also threatening Xiao Fan. A useless wretch. Daring to think Li Gongzi would sever a limb? What an absurd notion. However, if you surrender those gold coins, Xiao Fan sprang into action, taking a swift leap forward, with a vigorous motion of his right hand. He yanked the 9-leaf Yanshun sacred herb into his possession and tossed it into his storage pouch. The lion bull beast, having clearly noticed his movement, flipped over and charged at Xiao Fan at this moment. Xiao Fan had already covered several dozen feet. Having consumed a small elixir, his vital energy was abundant, while the lion bull beast, having sustained significant injuries, found its speed greatly diminished. Calculations Xiao Fan had made meticulously. The 5 individuals at the body refinement stage, feeling the sudden loosening of their resolve to kill and seize treasures, fled in terror, entirely oblivious to the precious 9-leaf Yanshun sacred herb. Xiao Fan dashed away, stumbling countless times and rolling across the ground, but ultimately managed to escape the clutches of the lion bull beast. For the sake of safety, he continued to run for another half an hour before finally collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, after a brief moment of recovery, the sky had darkened, and the surrounding wild beasts occasionally let out roars that unsettled the mind. That I must depart from this place swiftly and make my way to Fuhu Mountain. Xiao Fan contemplated, preparing to travel through the night, disregarding the dangers ahead. Otherwise, he would never complete the mission assigned by the Martial Academy. The Li family would undoubtedly attempt to ambush him along the way. And even if they failed, they would alert others, allowing those wicked cultivators to prepare. While they were still searching in the Hengduan mountain range, he had to fulfill his task, resolute in his decision. He took out a map, confirmed the general direction, and employed his agile techniques to proceed rapidly. As dawn broke, by sheer fortune, Xiao Fan finally emerged from the Hengduan mountain range, exhaling a sigh of relief. He checked the map and saw that Fuhu Mountain lay merely 20 miles ahead. Preparations were in order. He produced several low-tier talisman papers, cinnabar ink, and a brush, some acquired in the Imperial City. Others procured from the veiled beauty. The 5 thunder talismans, you shall be the ones, he resolved, and immediately set to work. His movements were so adept that it was almost unbelievable. In less than a quarter of an hour, 30 talismans were completed. Next, he spread out all the talismans to inscribe the seals upon them. Without the seals, the drawn talismans would not gain recognition from the celestial Tao and would hold little power. The talismans were akin to a physical body, while the seals represented the soul. Only by infusing the soul could they become complete. Soon enough, the 35 thunder talismans were finished, and for added safety, he drew 5 escape talismans before finally pausing. After a brief moment of recovery, the day had brightened significantly. He activated his techniques and set off toward Fuhu Mountain. 2 hours later, he stealthily approached Fuhu Mountain, where the lair of the wicked cultivators lay not far ahead. Are these wicked cultivators so affluent? Upon seeing the grand palaces of the Disha sect, his jaw dropped in astonishment. 6 resplendent palaces perched atop Fuhu Mountain. And even from a distance, the sounds of song and dance could be faintly heard. Xiao Fan's throat tightened, and like a falling leaf, he silently ascended to the rooftop. Peering down, his heart raced, his mouth dry. and his nostrils nearly bled from the tension. Chapter 8. Annihilation of the Five Sha. Xiao Fan observed quietly for a while, nearly entranced, but fortunately, his extensive experience soon brought him back to reality. Inside the palace, revelry abounded, and flirtatious banter echoed as dancers, scantily clad, twisted their slender waists, exhaling sweet fragrances. Among these dancers were 5 middle-aged men, whose appearances were unremarkable and indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, save for a hint of malevolence emanating from them. They were all fervently exerting themselves upon those beneath them, consumed by their madness. Point 1 was at the 3rd level of body refinement, while the other 4 were at the 9th level of Qi gathering, martial academy. You have betrayed me, Xiao Fan cursed inwardly, realizing that exterminating them all would be exceedingly difficult, yet opportunities still lingered. There were also a dozen innocent dancers. He could tell they were coerced, and he did not wish to harm the innocent. Shaking his head, he retracted the 5 thunder talismans he had just drawn, biding his time for a better opportunity. Report. What do you wish to report? Are you blind? Can't you see we are busy? Suddenly, a young servant burst into the palace, attempting to deliver some news, but was met with a torrent of curses from one of the men. However, the servant hesitated, his face betraying a look of terror. Speak. What is it? The man finally halted his actions, turning to glare fiercely at the servant, visibly displeased. Great leader, someone claiming to be from the Li family of the imperial city wishes to see you. The servant stammered, not daring to lift his head. The Li family of the imperial city? The great leader exchanged glances with the other 4, growing cautious. He hastily donned his garments and shooed the dancers away. Xiao Fan sensed the urgency. He had not anticipated the Li family's swift arrival, yet a wild plan was already forming in his mind. Let them in. After exchanging glances with the others, the great leader took his seat and awaited their arrival calmly. Li Chao from the Li family of the imperial city comes to visit the 5 Sha of Fuhu Mountain, uninvited, and seeks your pardon. Li Chao proclaimed as he strode in with several subordinates. Though his words were polite, arrogance was evident on his face. The 5 Sha's expressions darkened instantly, yet they dared not retaliate. After all, the Li family was not one they could afford to offend. Brother Li, you worry too much. Please, take a seat. What brings you here? The great leader managed to put on a smile, though his heart remained vigilant, fearing that Li Chao might suddenly strike, especially given Li Chao's cultivation at the 4th level of body refinement. Gentlemen, I will be brief. Have you seen this person? Li Chao refrained from sitting and produced a portrait of Xiao Fan, handing it to the great leader. The great leader received it, and the other 4 rushed over to see who was depicted. Meanwhile, atop the roof, Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and resolutely retrieved the 5 thunder talismans. Go. As they all drew nearer, Xiao Fan waved his right hand, and the 30 talismans plummeted from the rooftop in a flash. Boom! Finishing the incantation, Xiao Fan executed his techniques to evade swiftly. Not good. Li Chao was the first to react, darting toward the exit. Rumble! The 35 thunder talismans detonated simultaneously, illuminating the sky with lightning and filling the air with a deafening roar. Accompanied by the sound of the palace collapsing, utterly terrifying as the dust settled, Xiao Fan retreated, hiding not far from the ruins, watching as the once majestic palace lay in ruin, finally feeling a sense of relief. The dancers had been evacuated and were now fleeing for their lives. Who is it? Damn you! Show yourself! A voice suddenly rang out from the rubble as a bloodied figure staggered forth, none other than Li Chao, who had narrowly escaped death. Xiao Fan regarded Li Chao with a cold smirk. Utilizing the wind control technique while drawing his sword, he swung fiercely at Li Chao's head. Who? Li Chao, possessing the reflexes befitting a 4th level body refinement cultivator, attempted to evade Xiao Fan's assault. The blade, while missing a fatal strike, severed his entire shoulder, leaving a gruesome wound. Xiao Fan. You? Li Chao finally recognized his assailant and attempted to speak, but the pain rendered him speechless. Had it not been for the grievous injuries inflicted by the 5 thunder talismans, Xiao Fan would not have dared to act, but now he was beyond mercy. Surprised? Unexpected? Xiao Fan, with a smile that belied his true intentions, advanced slowly, holding the dripping sword aloft. And no, please don't kill me. I will give you anything you want. Li Chao, gripped by fear, knelt down and prostrated himself, begging for his life, without offering him any reprieve. Xiao Fan struck down with his sword, severing Li Chao's head, before moving toward the ruins. After a thorough search, Confirming that all were dead, he collected the severed heads of the wicked cultivators and placed them into his storage pouch. A quarter of an hour later, he had looted the entirety of the Disha sect, acquiring 50,000 gold coins and a handful of medicinal herbs, finally satisfied as he began his descent from the mountain. Just as Xiao Fan reached the foot of the mountain, he found his path obstructed by 3 individuals. Xiao Fa, the individual at the body refining realm, was so enraged that his face turned crimson. Unable to kill Xiao Fan, they would face punishment upon their return. The pups of the Li family, your grandfather is here. If you have the ability, then pursue me, Xiao Fan bellowed, for he still possessed 3 escape talismans and had no immediate cause for concern. Just as he was devising a plan to elude his pursuers, a dark spot suddenly appeared ahead. No, several dark spots. The figures drew closer, becoming increasingly distinct. It was evidently a horse-drawn carriage accompanied by several individuals. Oh no! Due to his excessive speed, Xiao Fan failed to evade in time, and, with a whoosh, crashed into the carriage. Beast. Chapter 9. A bit comfortable in an instant, the carriage rocked violently, the horses neighed. And everyone froze in shock, rooted to the spot. Protect the princess. Aunt Feng reacted swiftly, drawing her sword and boarding the carriage, while the others took up defensive positions, encircling the vehicle. The pursuers from the Li family halted not far away, hesitant to advance until they discerned the identity of the carriage's owner. Upon entering the carriage, Aunt Feng was taken aback, staring incredulously at the 2 figures lying within. Xiao Fan, still in a daze, only knew that he had dashed into a carriage. Instinctively, he thrust his hands forward for protection. Uncertain of what he had braced against, he felt something soft and yielding, pleasantly cushioned, and miraculously unharmed. Smack, after receiving a slap. Xiao Fan finally regained his senses, gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, momentarily dazed, yet feeling a strange familiarity. Let me go. The beauty's voice was sweet and alluring, mingled with a fragrant aura that even he found difficult to resist. Oh, my apologies. I shall rise at once. Xiao Fan composed himself and withdrew his hands, but the horses suddenly reared up, causing the carriage to tilt backward. Just as he attempted to rise, he had to drop back down again. Feeling a warmth on his lips, and inwardly cried out in alarm, springing back up immediately. The beauty, now aware of the situation, exclaimed, her face flushed to the point of nearly dripping, caught between resistance and anticipation. Xiao Fan, you have a lot of nerve. Come out this instant. Aunt Feng could no longer tolerate the scene, pressing her sword against Xiao Fan's neck and dragging him out of the carriage. I swear it was not intentional. Do you believe me? Xiao Fan remained unfazed, allowing the blade to rest against his throat as he regarded the furious Aunt Feng. Regardless of your intentions, those who dare to dishonor the 3rd princess shall face death, without exception. Aunt Feng declared, applying gentle pressure with her right hand, the blade slicing into Xiao Fan's skin. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, and in that moment he activated his wind manipulation technique, evading her strike. Aunt Feng, astonished, swiftly followed suit, her sword radiating a chilling aura. Nearby, the Li family members chuckled inwardly. They only cared that Xiao Fan perished, irrespective of who dealt the fatal blow, i.e. the so-called royal princess truly devoid of reason. Xiao Fan retreated while calling out, feeling as disheveled as he had just moments ago felt comfortable. Yet, he recognized his own fault and did not blame Aunt Feng for her reaction. Impudence? Aunt Feng paid no heed to reason. In her eyes, anyone who dared to dishonor the 3rd princess deserved nothing less than death. Enough, Aunt Feng. Return. Just as Xiao Fan was about to employ an escape talisman again, the voice of the 3rd princess rang out, prompting Aunt Feng to finally halt. Seeing this, Xiao Fan too came to a stop, his heart brimming with frustration. 3rd princess, please give your orders. Aunt Feng bowed to her, yet remained vigilant, wary of Xiao Fan's potential flight. For the sake of your saving the emperor's brother, I shall let this matter rest. The 3rd princess's face flushed slightly, her gaze avoiding Xiao Fan, her breath still somewhat unsteady. Aunt Feng hesitated, clearly unwilling to relinquish her pursuit of Xiao Fan, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Xiao Fan, I may spare your life, but you must have your hands severed and your mouth torn apart. Otherwise, I cannot provide an explanation to the martial emperor. Aunt Feng turned, her sword once again aimed at Xiao Fan, the pressure palpable. You truly are obstinate. No wonder you have lingered at the peak of the blood condensation realm for so long without making any progress. I had intended to offer you guidance, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Alas, as Xiao Fan spoke, he produced an escape talisman, facing Aunt Feng, who stood at the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm. He knew he could only flee. Hearing this, Aunt Feng grew even angrier, as Xiao Fan had struck a nerve. The mere gathering Qi realm cultivator dares to speak so boldly. Allow me to tear your mouth apart. Aunt Feng quickened her pace, her sword aimed at Xiao Fan. True Qi enters from the Wind Palace, circulating from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. Such a cycle will surely lead to a breakthrough to the cleansing marrow stage. Upon hearing this, Aunt Feng suddenly paused. After years of exploration at the peak of the blood condensation realm, Xiao Fan's words seemed to ignite a glimmer of hope within her. Is that true? If you deceive me, I will kill you. Aunt Feng's interest was piqued. Should she manage to break through to the cleansing marrow realm, her status within the palace would soar, granting her access to even greater cultivation resources. True or false? You need only try. Xiao Fan gestured for her to sit cross-legged and begin her cultivation. Aunt Feng shot him a fierce glare but complied, following his instructions. She operated her technique. A transformation indeed began within her body, and her heart swelled with exhilaration. However, after circulating her energy for a few small cycles, she felt something was amiss, unable to achieve the desired effect. Observing Aunt Feng's furrowed brow, Xiao Fan inwardly reveled in the outcome. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Young Master Xiao, do not deceive Aunt Feng. If you do, she will kill you, and I will be powerless to stop it. The third princess approached, offering a word of caution to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, how dare you deceive me? Aunt Feng withdrew from her cultivation, her sword once more resting against Xiao Fan's throat, though this time devoid of murderous intent. I can help you break through within 15 minutes, but you must agree to 2 conditions. What say you? Xiao Fan stood quietly, unperturbed by Aunt Feng's potential refusal. After all, the allure of a breakthrough was a deadly temptation, especially when it came to overcoming a bottleneck. Upon hearing this, both Aunt Feng and the third princess were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. Meanwhile, the Li family members nearby burst into laughter. Stepping forward to say, Aunt Feng, you mustn't believe him, a worthless individual. How dare he presume to guide you? Truly preposterous. Silence. You have no place to speak here. Aunt Feng showed them no mercy, leaving Xiao Fan somewhat surprised. While internally, he felt a sense of relief. The Li family members could only retreat, seething with anger yet too intimidated to act. Very well. I shall grant you a measure of trust. Should you deceive me, I will still kill you. Now, state your conditions. Aunt Feng finally relented, sheathing her sword. First, ensure my safe return to the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. Second, assist me in eliminating them. Let us act now. Upon finishing, Xiao Fan pointed at the Li family members, who were immediately terrified, retreating hastily. Aunt Feng hesitated for a moment before unsheathing her sword once more, launching herself at the Li family members. Save me. A chorus of wails erupted, and within mere moments, the 3 members of the Li family had met their end. Xiao Fan approached, employing his fire control technique to reduce their corpses to ashes before pausing. Third princess, we may now return. Aunt Feng once more bowed, inviting the third princess into the carriage, while Xiao Fan took on the role of the driver as the group hastily made their way back. Half a day later, upon reaching the imperial city and delivering the third princess to the palace, Aunt Feng and Xiao Fan proceeded to the martial academy, entering Xiao Fan's residence. Brother Xiao, you have finally returned. I heard that you... Brother Su, there is no need for concern. I am quite well. Xiao Fan waved his hand, interrupting the portly figure, gesturing for him to be quiet while glancing at Aunt Feng behind him. Brother Xiao, we have received a letter from the Duke of Jinshi. The portly figure hesitated, his words trailing off. Chapter 10. Guidance. Xiao Fan's heart leaped in joy. Could it be that his long-lost adoptive father, the Duke of Jinshi, had returned home? He hastily accepted the letter, eager to read its contents. However, as he perused the text, his anger mounted. The letter was penned by Steward Shan, revealing that the Duke had not returned home, and yet the Duke's estate had suffered substantial damage. The primary enterprises of the Duke of Jinshi involved the trade of horses and weapons, along with the operation of taverns. Now, both the horse and tavern industries were in disarray. How could he not be furious? Brother Xiao, what troubles you? Observing Xiao Fan's fury, the portly figure sensed an ominous premonition. The Duke of Jinshi's estate must be in peril. Nothing. Xiao Fan could only suppress his anger, regaining his composure. He still had matters to attend to and could not afford to rush regarding the Duke's estate. Aunt Feng, let us commence. Simply follow my instructions. This time, Aunt Feng hesitated no longer, immediately sitting cross-legged to begin her cultivation. True qi flowed from her dantian upward, splitting at the wind palace, forming small cycles that absorbed external spiritual energy, subsequently creating larger cycles. After completing both small and large cycles, she would connect the inner and outer yin and yang, attentively sensing until the breakthrough materialized effortlessly. Xiao Fan's words echoed in Aunt Feng's ears, her aura intensifying as the gateway to the cleansing marrow realm began to manifest. Suppressing her inner elation, she persisted in her cultivation, her energy soaring higher. The portly figure beside her gaped in astonishment. He was unaware of Aunt Feng's true identity, but could sense her formidable strength. Casting a glance at Xiao Fan, his best friend seemed transformed, shrouded in mystery. In just a brief quarter of an hour, Aunt Feng achieved her breakthrough. Her aura had yet to stabilize when she opened her eyes. Young Master Xiao, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Here is a precious spirit pill. Accept it. I must return to stabilize my cultivation. Aunt Feng hurriedly handed Xiao Fan a wooden box before departing, and Xiao Fan nodded, tucking the box away, a faint smile finally gracing his face. Brother Su, has Mentor Han mentioned when the classes will commence? Xiao Fan retrieved 1,000 gold coins from his storage pouch and offered them to the rotund man, who initially hesitated before shaking his head in refusal. Brother Xiao, how can I accept this? Take it. I have amassed quite a fortune on this trip, Xiao Fan insisted, pressing the coins into his hands, considering it a token of gratitude, as he would undoubtedly require his assistance in the future. Good brother, Han Mentor stated that he will begin teaching us the day after tomorrow. At that moment, their bond rapidly deepened, evolving from good friends to brothers. Hearing the term brother, Xiao Fan felt no qualms. In the martial continent, where strength reigns supreme, it was only natural for the rotund man to refer to him as such. All right, where is Sunan? Sunan, are you there? Just as Xiao Fan was about to speak, a woman's melodious voice from outside interrupted him, undoubtedly belonging to a beauty. The rotund man cast an awkward glance at Xiao Fan and chuckled sheepishly. Brother, that's my girlfriend, just found her. With that, he hurriedly dashed outside. And Xiao Fan, intrigued, followed suit. Upon seeing the woman, Xiao Fan was rendered speechless, turning back to his quarters, utterly astounded, mourning for a full quarter of an hour for his friend. Ever since Xiao Fan had eliminated the old hawk, the courtyard had been left with only him and the rotund man, as others had moved out, granting him solitude. Closing the door behind him, Xiao Fan took out the 7-leaf Yanchun sacred herb, and the sapling of the origin tree within him suddenly began to sway vigorously. What is happening? Do you desire this herb? Xiao Fan inquired. Indeed, the sapling ceased its agitation, and one of its leaves dipped downward as if nodding in agreement. Understanding its intent, Xiao Fan hesitated. This sacred herb held immense significance for him, capable of elevating him from the mundane to the divine. However, this transformation did not imply becoming an immortal, but rather establishing the foundation to ascend as a practitioner. For, strictly speaking, he was still merely a warrior, slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Observing the dim leaves of the sapling, Xiao Fan resolved his indecision and crushed the sacred herb, swallowing it whole. The slightly bitter liquid and remnants coursed down his throat, and an overwhelming surge of energy immediately flooded into his dantian, creating a tumultuous storm within. Xiao Fan winced in pain, hastily activating the chaotic sky opening technique to guide the energy. Yet, he had underestimated the potency of the sacred herb. With his current cultivation and physical strength, he was ill-equipped to withstand such volatile energy. At that moment, the sapling of the origin tree swayed gently, absorbing the powerful and chaotic energy into the chaotic world. Xiao Fan felt his body relax, exhaling deeply as he quietly observed the sapling. To his astonishment, he watched the sapling grow at a visible rate, absorbing the formidable energy effortlessly. After a brief tease time, the energy dissipated entirely, and the sapling had grown over 10 feet tall, its branches flourishing abundantly. Even more astonishing was that the chaotic world had expanded significantly, and the sapling could finally autonomously absorb external spiritual energy. Xiao Fan felt a mix of joy and sorrow. His precious 7-leaf Yanchun sacred herb was now gone. Suddenly, 2 crystalline droplets of liquid dripped from the sapling's leaves, entering his dantian and then flowing into his meridians. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Xiao Fan promptly activated the chaotic sky opening technique, and as time passed, his cultivation soared, reaching the 5th and 6th levels of qi gathering. It wasn't until deep into the night that Xiao Fan finally opened his eyes. A powerful aura radiating around him, his cultivation firmly established at the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi gathering, just a step away from the 7th. Indeed, who knew you had such utility? Xiao Fan was thoroughly pleased with the origin tree sapling, reflecting on the lengths he had gone to protect the seed in his past life, deeming it all worthwhile. The following day, Xiao Fan arrived early at the law enforcement hall, where few individuals conducted business, most being students of the hall. These students were recruited to handle various tasks and received additional merit points each month, making it a lucrative position. Oh, is that not Xiao Fan? He has returned. Many recognized him, gossiping about how he had cured the prince's ailment and was rewarded with treasures. Xiao Fan ignored them, suppressing his aura to maintain the facade of being merely at the 3rd level of qi gathering. As he entered, a middle-aged man dressed in fine garments emerged, his expression unfriendly. You are Xiao Fan. What brings you here? Yes, I am here to report my contributions. What contributions? The eradication of the Earth Fiend sect. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted into mocking laughter, a cacophony that grated on the ears. Haha, what a joke. He thinks he can eradicate the Earth Fiend sect. Is he still dreaming? Indeed, a mere 3rd-level qi gatherer dares to boast so shamelessly. He must be mad. The task to eliminate the Earth Fiend sect has been posted for months, and not even the intermediate class dares to accept it. What makes him think he can? Xiao Fan shook his head, feeling deeply disappointed by the scene unfolding in the law enforcement hall, sighing internally. You, with your tainted reputation, dare to come here to seek attention? A crime upon a crime. Guards, bind him, the middle-aged man shouted. Chapter 11. Battle. This commotion attracted several passing students, and the number of people in the law enforcement hall swelled rapidly. Elderly Kuei is wise. I will assist you in capturing him. One of the enforcement students stepped forward, intent on apprehending Xiao Fan. A sinister grin plastered on his face. Li Kuei, another member of the Li family. Xiao Fan's fury ignited. He had merely come to report a few kills, yet faced ridicule and now the threat of being bound. This was intolerable. Whoever dares to lay a hand on me shall face dire consequences, Xiao Fan declared resolutely, standing tall, unafraid of any persecution. Oh, you speak boldly. Let me see how you intend to do that. The enforcement student grew bolder, emboldened by Li Kuei's backing, believing he could easily incapacitate Xiao Fan. Lu Matzi, deal with him. Let's see how arrogant he remains. Yes, incapacitate him. The other enforcement students joined in, cheering on Lu Matzi, while Li Kuei silently relished the situation. Last night, his family had instructed him to secretly eliminate Xiao Fan, though he didn't dare to kill him outright. Ensuring his incapacitation was well within his means, Lu Matzi's demeanor turned increasingly sinister as he lunged forward, aiming a punch at Xiao Fan's abdomen. Come on! Xiao Fan advanced rather than retreating, utilizing the wind control technique to dodge Lu Matzi's punch effortlessly. Bang! His furious counterattack struck Lu Matzi, who was unable to evade, shattering his dantian and sending him crashing to the ground. Silence fell over the law enforcement hall. Lu Matzi's agonized scream pierced the stillness, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. What just happened? How did Xiao Fan strike so swiftly? They hadn't even comprehended the sequence of events. A sneak attack. Another sneak attack. How despicable. Lu Matzi was also taken down by a sneak attack. The crowd finally reacted, pointing fingers at Xiao Fan, some even preparing to retaliate. Xiao Fan, you have crippled me. You will not live to see another day. Lu Matzi, now aware of his condition, lay on the ground in despair. But no one showed him any sympathy. So, Old Hawk was your brother. Speak one more word, and I will send you to meet him. Xiao Fan coldly glared at Lu Matzi, his fury unabated, remaining vigilant against the other enforcement students. Lu Matzi looked pitifully at Li Kuei, but only received a scornful glance in return that he regretted his actions, but found no remedy for his remorse. Xiao Fan, you are audacious. You have publicly crippled a student of the law enforcement hall. A grave sin. Kneel and surrender, Li Kuei bellowed, lunging towards Xiao Fan with an open palm. Xiao Fan utilized the wind control technique to evade his attack effortlessly. After all, Li Kuei was only at the 6th level of blood condensation, far from Zhao Su's speed. Damn it, this damned technique again, Li Kuei muttered, feeling no surprise as he was already aware of Xiao Fan's agility. Xiao Fan, if you kneel and surrender, perhaps the law enforcement hall will show leniency. Otherwise, accusations without justification? I, Xiao Fan, stand tall and upright. And you are nothing, Xiao Fan retorted defiantly, facing such injustice with only resistance as a glimmer of hope. Elder Li Kuei, not only has he crippled Lu Matzi, but he also killed Old Hawk and severed the right arm of Li Junbai from the beginner class. He should be executed for his crimes, one of the students proclaimed, causing gasps of shock to ripple through the gathering, fueling their hatred towards Xiao Fan's brutality. Execution, he deserves execution, the crowd echoed as hundreds of students from various classes converged, beginners, intermediates, and even some advanced students. That I asked that so. Why do you not inquire why I killed Old Hawk? Why did I sever Li Junbai's arm? Why did I cripple Lu Matzi? Xiao Fan's eyes burned with rage as he reflected on the past few days, during which he had remained low-key, striving to cultivate, only to be met with such persecution. The irony and injustice of it all were overwhelming. You resort to sneak attacks. You are brutal and greedy. How else could you have broken through? Indeed, a waste is a waste. Apart from sneak attacks, what else can you do? Amidst a cacophony of voices, the crowd relentlessly berated Xiao Fan, painting him as a wretched being, steeped in sin and malice. How absurd, how laughable, a veritable assembly of detritus. Enraged yet amused, Xiao Fan could only respond to these baseless accusations with laughter. Xiao Fan, I grant you one final opportunity. Kneel and surrender, lest you face my wrath. Li Kuei declared, sensing that the moment had arrived for decisive action. That I in this context, even if he were to incapacitate Xiao Fan, the martial academy would bear him no reproach. No need, Xiao Fan retorted coldly, gripping the hilt of his sword with rising battle fervor. He would rather perish than yield. Humph, stubborn and unyielding, Li Kuei scoffed, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he sent forth 3 flying daggers. Precise and swift, aimed at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, gathering his spirit and focus, gripped his sword with both hands and struck forward. The clash resonated, a jarring sound echoing as the daggers clattered to the ground. While Xiao Fan staggered back several paces before regaining his footing, did I not see correctly? He actually blocked Elder Li Kuei's lethal daggers. Impossible. It must be an illusion. No. It was evident that Xiao Fan wielded a spiritual weapon. As astonishment washed over the crowd, disbelief lingered. Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Li Kuei narrowed his eyes, fixated on the sword hilt in Xiao Fan's grasp, his desire to eliminate him and seize his treasure palpable. A mere insect dares to obstruct me? Li Kuei struck again, this time unleashing 6 daggers, each more venomous than the last. As Xiao Fan prepared to evade, a sword descended from above, its formidable aura repelling all daggers, embedding them into the ground with a series of sharp clangs. Upon recognizing the familiar blade, Xiao Fan exhaled in relief, his back soaked with perspiration without his realizing it. Indeed, Han Jiangxue had swiftly arrived at his side. Offering him a reassuring glance, a wave of gratitude washed over Xiao Fan. This was the second time she had come to his aid, a favor he vowed to remember. Brother, are you unharmed? I fetched Mentor Han. I hope I'm not too late. The stout companion hurried over, panting heavily, concern etched across his face. That I am fine. Fatty, thank you. Xiao Fan replied sincerely, and their shared smile lightened the atmosphere somewhat as they conversed. Han Jiangxue took action, her hand sweeping in a decisive motion, sending Li Kuei sprawling. That he uttered not a word, gazing at the 2 teeth that lay on the ground, pain contorting his features, yet he dared not retaliate. This serves as your lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to kill, Han Jiangxue stated, leading Xiao Fan and the stout companion away. Indeed, they departed just like that, along the way. Xiao Fan glanced at her retreating figure, yearning to express his gratitude, but the words caught in his throat. Did you eradicate the Earth Fiend sect? Han Jiangxue inquired suddenly. Yes, the heads have yet to be presented. He replied. Have the law enforcement hall send someone to retrieve them. If they don't come, simply leave the heads at the entrance of the law enforcement hall, as I instructed, she commanded, quickening her pace. Leaving Xiao Fan and the stout companion in a state of bewilderment for quite some time, in the depths of the law enforcement hall, several esteemed elders erupted into argument, having remained unseen all along. Chapter 12. A sensation in the classroom. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao Fan calmed his tumultuous emotions, his thoughts drifting to matters concerning the Marquis of Jinxi. After a period of contemplation, clarity dawned upon him. However, he felt no urgency regarding the situation, opting to address it after his class, especially since Han Jiangxue was scheduled to teach the following day. After a modest meal, he entered a state of cultivation, only pausing the following morning. "Brother, let us depart. I shall escort you to the classroom," his stout companion announced. Xiao Fan nodded, and as they walked, numerous students cast disdainful glances in their direction. "Have you heard?" Xiao Fan managed to evade punishment from the law enforcement hall once more. Alas, what can one do when they have such a commendable mentor? "Hush, keep your voices down." Amid the murmurs, Xiao Fan had grown accustomed to such treatment and chose not to engage. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the venue for the junior class, situated on a vast expanse of land, surrounded by flowing streams and adorned with well-placed pavilions, green bricks, and azure tiles, where the melodies of birds filled the air. Creating a picturesque environment, the teaching area was divided into several independent classrooms, and their junior class 6 occupied a prime location beside a stream in the northeast corner, whether by design or coincidence. The surrounding classrooms were notably distant, a fortunate arrangement as they entered the classroom. Curious gazes turned towards them, yet instead of disdain, they were met with expressions of admiration. To Xiao Fan's surprise, junior class 6 consisted of only 5 individuals, including themselves, 3 males and 2 females. "Wow, the crown prince has arrived. I have the honor of meeting His Royal Highness, the third princess, so beautiful. You are my angel. The second prince has also come. I have the honor of meeting His Royal Highness." Instantaneously, the entire teaching area erupted in excitement, disbelief coloring their expressions as they struggled to comprehend the scene before them. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow and peered out the window, spotting a large gathering making their way towards them. No, their destination seems to be here. His frown deepened. His class was notoriously known as the class of misfits, so what brought them here? "Your Highness, where are you headed? Allow me to guide you," one young student offered. While others seethed with envy, feeling their opportunity snatched away. "I would appreciate your assistance. I am headed to junior class 6, the crown prince acknowledged, allowing the student to lead the way. At this declaration, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Incredulity etched across their faces. "Your Highness, did you perhaps misspeak?" "No, it must be that I misheard. Please repeat that." The young student was drenched in cold sweat, fearing the crown prince's ire for potentially incurring his wrath without reaping any reward. "It is indeed junior class 6. Lead the way swiftly." The crown prince then bestowed a few gold coins upon the student, his tone resolute. The young man wiped the sweat from his brow. Perplexed yet efficient, promptly taking the lead, the following students trailed closely behind, a sea of bodies filling the passageway, their voices a chaotic blend of confusion and astonishment. At that moment, 5 astonished faces appeared at the window of junior class 6. Their expressions comical. The junior class is about to undergo a transformation. "Finally, it is our turn for junior class 6 to shine," they exclaimed excitedly. Yet Xiao Fan shook his head, equally perplexed, and settled into a corner of the classroom. The throng soon arrived outside junior class 6, halting in their tracks, gazing with grim expressions as the crown prince and his entourage entered. "Can someone explain what is happening? Why are they not going to my junior class 1? Why not my junior class 2? That isn't fair either." Upon entering, the crown prince's gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Fan, and to the astonishment of all, he approached and clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother Xiao, it is good to see you well." The commotion outside erupted into chaos. The exalted crown prince had bowed to a mere waist. How could they accept such a sight? "Young Master Xiao, I trust you are well." The third princess even offered a slight bow in Xiao Fan's direction. The onlookers could hardly contain their fury, wishing they could rush forth and snatch away this honor from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan hastily rose, returning their gestures of respect. "You both flatter me. I am unworthy. You are Xiao Fan. You do not seem so inept," the second Prince Feng remarked, casting a dismissive glance at Xiao Fan. His demeanor haughty and imperious. "Yes, second prince, do you have any guidance to offer?" Xiao Fan responded without deference, eliciting criticism from those around. Yet he remained unfazed. The grading nation had no decree mandating that one must bow to royalty. "Preposterous! Why do you not bow to the second prince?" The student who had led the way interjected, fiercely protective of his prince. Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy as he fixed a piercing gaze upon the student. who recoiled in fear that it was absurd. Despite his reputation as a waste, Xiao Fan had publicly demonstrated his capability to kill, and now lived freely. Who would not fear him? Xiao Fan, you ought to bow immediately. Do you not understand proper etiquette? Indeed, as a person bearing the weight of guilt, you should kneel. The crowd resumed their tirade, venting their jealousy upon Xiao Fan as if such actions could inflict harm upon him. Silence! All non-students of Junior Class 6, vacate the area immediately. Just as the situation escalated, Han Jiangxue and other mentors arrived, beginning to disperse the crowd. Reluctantly, the students departed, and order swiftly returned to the scene. Standing upon the elevated platform at the front of the classroom, Han Jiangxue surveyed the 10 students below, offering a slight nod. Listen closely. Crown Prince Ying Jie, Second Prince Ying Feng, and Third Princess Ying Wanner have temporarily joined Junior Class 6. Regardless of your status, I expect you to respect your teachers and the path of learning. A teacher may introduce you to the door, but cultivation is a personal endeavor. You are welcome to attend my classes if you choose, but I will not compel you to do so. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Xiao Fan's lips. Was this not precisely what he desired? Indeed, mentor. Continuing on, Han Jiangxue took out a stack of low-grade talisman papers from her storage bag and distributed them. Today, I shall teach you how to inscribe the escape talisman, the most practical of all talismans. That I will demonstrate it only once, so pay close attention. Han Jiangxue swiftly completed her drawing of the talisman and affixed it to the wall, then prepared to inscribe the talisman seal. The onlookers widened their eyes and edged forward, fearful of missing something crucial. However, Xiao Fan remained seated, as these matters were second nature to him in his reborn state. It took Han Jiangxue a full quarter of an hour to inscribe the seal. Her methods were overly intricate and her efficiency lamentably low. This was Xiao Fan's assessment of her work. All right, you may now attempt to inscribe the talismans yourselves. Keep at it until you succeed. If you have not succeeded by nightfall, consult your classmates, but do not approach me. Having finished her instructions, Han Jiangxue sat cross-legged, seemingly indifferent to whether her students grasped the material. Xiao Fan finally understood why it was said that her classes were lengthy. It was a matter of ensuring no one left without mastering the skills. Xiao Fan, do you dare to compete? Ying Feng suddenly spoke up. This remark, Xiao Fan felt a chuckle rise within him. Compete with him in talisman crafting. Where did Ying Feng find the audacity? Brother Xiao, be cautious, Ying Jie warned, his implication clear. Ying Feng possessed a formidable talent for inscribing talismans and might prevail. Xiao Fan nodded and glanced at Ying Feng and Ying Wanner, pondering why they had come here. By all accounts, they could learn far more within the palace, rendering their presence in this class unnecessary. Unable to fathom it, he merely shook his head. Yet, to Ying Feng, this was a sign of fear. What? Are you afraid? I heard you cured the crown prince with a talisman. It seems the rumors were exaggerated. Your reputation as a waste appears to be well earned. Ying Feng's sarcastic remarks dripped with animosity toward Xiao Fan, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, upon reflection, the pieces fell into place. By saving Ying Jie, he had unwittingly positioned himself against Ying Feng. Coupled with the predatory Li family and the eagle-eyed Lu family, his situation was perilous, fraught with the constant threat of death. Dare or not, let's discuss conditions, Xiao Fan replied that he feigned hesitation, a move that Ying Feng interpreted as cowardice. Let us wager. Whoever inscribes the escape talisman first shall pay the other 10,000 gold coins. How about that? Furthermore, the loser must not only pay the 10,000 gold coins, but also admit to being a waste. What do you say? Xiao Fan grinned at Ying Feng, hoping he would accept. Fine, I accept. Let the contest begin. Ying Feng agreed readily. Convinced that victory was assured, he swiftly picked up his brush and began to draw on the talisman paper at a commendable pace. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan remained as still as a mountain, not rushing to inscribe a talisman. The challenge lay not in drawing, but in inscribing the seal, and he intended to astound Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue, observing from her elevated platform, felt a flicker of curiosity as she watched Xiao Fan's demeanor. Ying Wanner, too, was puzzled. Having seen Xiao Fan draw talismans before, she wondered why he was not moving now. For reasons unknown, a sense of urgency crept into her heart. Ying Feng soon finished drawing the talisman and, seeing Xiao Fan's inactivity, could not suppress a cold laugh. Just putting on a show. A waste is still a waste, and cannot stir any waves, that he sneered, then began to form hand seals in preparation to inscribe the seal. At this moment, Xiao Fan finally moved. With a graceful flick of his right hand, a talisman paper soared into the air, hovering before him. Levitation? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Han Jiangshue's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Typically, such feats were unattainable at the Qi gathering stage, and her curiosity regarding Xiao Fan only deepened. With a swift motion, Xiao Fan's brush danced across the paper like flowing water, completing the talisman in mere moments. Subsequently, with a single elegant sweep of his right hand, a solid and complete talisman seal materialized. Leaping in the air, Han Jiangxue sprang to her feet, her gaze fixed incredulously on Xiao Fan, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Go! With her command, the seal instantly merged with the talisman, causing it to come alive, fluttering gracefully in the air before finally landing in Xiao Fan's hand. This is impossible. How could he do it so quickly? Is this real? Has he truly completed it? The onlookers transitioned from shock to disbelief, for they had never witnessed such mastery before. Yingfeng was still engrossed in his hand seals, but upon seeing Xiao Fan's astonishing speed, he could not bring himself to believe it, repeatedly reassuring himself. Han Jiangxue snatched the escape talisman from Xiao Fan's hand for closer inspection, her astonishment growing with each passing moment, her delight palpable. I want this. Do you have any objections? Xiao Fan found himself momentarily speechless. Did he dare voice any objections? He had no doubt that Han Jiangxue would not hesitate to reprimand him if he refused. No objections. Mentor Han, please proceed. After saying this, Xiao Fan quickly inscribed another escape talisman, taking only a few extra moments, which was of little consequence. After Han Jiangxue confirmed his work, the others regarded Xiao Fan as if he were a rare beast. Completely convinced of his prowess, my brother. He is my brother. Ha ha. The portly lad beamed with pride. The more Xiao Fan shone, the more glory reflected upon him. Humph! Yingfeng halted in his tracks, his expression darkening. He tossed aside the unfinished talisman in frustration and stormed out. Second Prince, have you forgotten something? Xiao Fan called after him. Yingfeng turned back, casting a fierce glare at him. After tossing down 10,000 gold coins, he departed without uttering a word about being a waste. Xiao Fan collected the gold, shrugging nonchalantly, though inwardly he felt quite pleased. Turning around, he was startled to find Han Jiangxue had approached him. Is she taking the bait? Xiao Fan concealed a subtle smile. Mentor Han, is there something you need? He inquired, maintaining an air of calm as he spoke. Without a word, Han Jiangxue seized him and swiftly departed, prompting laughter from the other students, who offered silent condolences to Xiao Fan. He felt a sense of embarrassment being led away by a woman. Moreover, their close proximity meant he occasionally brushed against her, and the wafts of her feminine fragrance stirred something within him. Mentor Han, do you not need to conduct the class anymore? Xiao Fan asked. The class has concluded. Do you have any objections? None. Xiao Fan fell silent. And after a brief interval, they arrived at a secluded valley. The area was adorned with a myriad of blooming flowers, with quaint bridges and flowing streams, a veritable paradise. This is Cold Moon Valley. My residence, Han Jiangxue explained, noting Xiao Fan's curiosity as she led him inside. Under a cool pavilion, they settled down, and Han Jiangxue leisurely prepared tea for him. Mentor Han, if you have something to say, please do. Your demeanor is making me a bit apprehensive. After saying this, Xiao Fan found it amusing and began to scan his surroundings to ease the tension. To his surprise, Han Jiangxue laughed, her smile almost disarming him. She was breathtakingly beautiful. What? Have you taken a liking to me? Her voice snapped Xiao Fan back to reality, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Such directness. How should I respond? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fan replied, it is natural for one to appreciate beauty. However, my heart is steadfast, and I shall only admire, not defile. Puffed. Han Jiangxue's composure faltered, bursting into laughter at Xiao Fan's words. Though she quickly regained her seriousness, teach me how to inscribe talismans. There shall be no refusals. Xiao Fan feigned surprise, recognizing that now was the moment to set terms. He had gone to great lengths for this opportunity. I can teach you. But it was not until the afternoon that Xiao Fan returned to his residence, feeling quite satisfied. Upon entering, he encountered Yingfeng, Yingwaner, and the portly lad. Why are you still here? Xiao Fan inquired. Brother Xiao, you saved my life. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will never refuse what I can do, Ying Jie proclaimed, bowing deeply. Sincerity evident in his demeanor, which greatly enhanced Xiao Fan's regard for him. The crown prince exaggerates. It was merely a small matter, not worth mentioning. You should return. I am quite poor and cannot offer you a meal. As Xiao Fan spoke, the third princess stifled a giggle, her beauty striking. Young Master Xiao, 2 days hence, the crown prince will host a thank you banquet at Bamboo Edge Villa. You must attend. Ingwaner winked at Xiao Fan. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, as if recalling some fond memories. Thank you banquet? Xiao Fan murmured, but upon seeing the earnest expressions on Ing Jie and Ingwaner's faces, he nodded in agreement. Their willingness to set aside their status to express gratitude spoke volumes about their character. To refuse further would seem quite ungracious. After bidding them farewell, the portly lad approached Xiao Fan, grasping his arm. Brother, take me with you. Xiao Fan nodded, feeling that having him along would at least provide some conversation. Portly lad, are you aware of the various enterprises owned by the Duke of Jinshi? Xiao Fan asked abruptly. Though surprised, the lad nodded in affirmation. Then, here is what you need to do, after giving his instructions. The portly lad hesitated for a moment before hastily departing from the Zhuwu Academy. There was still time. First, he needed to handle the matter of the credit for his deeds. Xiao Fan cast a glance at the slanting sun on the horizon and strode purposefully towards the law enforcement hall. Along the way, numerous students whispered among themselves, pointing fingers at Xiao Fan, and some even trailed behind him, eager to witness what mischief he was plotting next. Xiao Fan chuckled coldly within, quickening his pace until he soon arrived at the entrance of the law enforcement hall, already followed by a large crowd. Upon seeing this, the students of the law enforcement hall rushed out to block his path. Call Li Kuei out. I have matters to discuss. Xiao Fan initially intended to discard the severed heads of those wicked cultivators and leave. But since he was already there, he thought it inconsequential to take an extra step. How audacious! Is Li Kuei someone you can summon? You are committing an offense against authority. Indeed, should you continue to be rude. Do not blame us for being ungracious. The indignant expressions of the law enforcement hall students nauseated Xiao Fan. What a pack of good hounds. Just watch closely. With that, Xiao Fan waved his hand, sending 5 dismembered heads flying towards them, blood splattering everywhere, filling the air with a foul stench. What is this ghastly thing? It's revolting. The students of the law enforcement hall immediately retched, covering their noses and retreating. Meanwhile, the onlookers surged forward, eager to discern what Xiao Fan had thrown. Upon realizing the truth, they too were overwhelmed, unable to withstand the stench of decay. These are the heads of the 5 fiends from Fuhu Mountain. A testament to my achievements. Have your master come and collect them. After speaking, Xiao Fan strode away, indifferent to the reactions behind him. Inside the law enforcement hall, Elder Xing was taken aback, then glanced at Li Kuei, who sat nearby, a slight smile gracing his lips. Elderly, go identify them, that if there are no issues, accept them. This is a gift from Xiao Fan. Li Kuei's face darkened, and he cursed inwardly several times before stepping out. Shortly after, in a courtyard of the advanced class, having listened to the report from his lackey, Li Junyue angrily hurled the woman beneath him aside. Xiao Fan, it turns out a member of my Li family was indeed killed by you. I vow to have you torn to shreds. His chest heaved with rage, his face flushed. Initially, he hadn't believed Xiao Fan could annihilate the Earth Fiend sect, nor that the person sent by his family was slain by him. Now, upon reflection, he realized that even if Xiao Fan hadn't dealt the fatal blow himself, there were countless connections. Seniorly, it seems Xiao Fan has powerful allies. The lackey voiced the doubts that lingered in his mind. Whoever opposes my Li family shall face but one fate: death. The venomous glare from Li Junyue sent shivers down the spines of his lackeys, who all bowed their heads in submission. As for Xiao Fan, he did not return to his residence but proceeded directly to the task hall. Arriving at one of the windows, the task hall was not merely a place for accepting or submitting tasks. Students could also exchange points or gold for essential cultivation materials, such as elixirs and talisman papers, and even pre-carved talismans were available. Are you here to accept a task, submit one, or exchange items? The middle-aged man seated inside lazily inquired, glancing at Xiao Fan with disinterest after his question. I would like an alchemy furnace. Do you have one? Xiao Fan responded. The middle-aged man finally perked up, standing briefly, but upon noticing Xiao Fan's cultivation level and age, he sank back into his seat. That we do have them, but you lack the means to exchange for one. Even if you could, if you cannot refine elixirs, I wouldn't facilitate the exchange. Hearing this, Xiao Fan furrowed his brows and asked, What must I do to obtain one? To exchange for or purchase an alchemy furnace at the Martial Academy. You need the qualification of an alchemist. You can go to the Alchemist Guild, and upon passing their assessment, they will grant you the corresponding qualification. The middle-aged man, though lazy, patiently explained to Xiao Fan. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Xiao Fan exchanged some gold for array materials and talisman papers before heading towards his residence, realizing he had to put away the medicinal herbs he had pilfered from the Earth Fiend sect without an alchemy furnace. Xiao Fan, halt. An unfriendly voice disrupted Xiao Fan's thoughts. He turned to see the source of the voice. Two intermediate class students clad in their attire, both at the 9th level of Qi gathering. What is it? Xiao Fan inquired. I heard you healed the crown prince and were rewarded with numerous treasures. Given your low cultivation, you have no use for them. Why not sell them to us? One of them stepped forward, revealing a sinister smile. Passers-by halted, their curiosity piqued at the mention of treasures that I won't sell. Xiao Fan retorted and turned to leave, but the two blocked his path again. Don't be ungrateful. We are buying, not robbing. A failed transaction does not mean we forsake civility, one of them said, attempting to reach for his storage bag, only to be pushed aside by Xiao Fan's hand. This Chunhu is too much. He is being unreasonable, and yet he acts as if it's not robbery. How ridiculous. Indeed, I know Chunhu. The one beside him is Deng Gang. Neither are upstanding individuals. Many students, still possessing a sense of justice, began to criticize the two, but they paid no heed. How about this? I'll give you 2 gold coins for your storage bag and everything inside it. No more, no less. After Chunhu's proposition, he again reached for Xiao Fan's storage bag, only to be pushed away once more, igniting his fury. Humph, you think you're special? With that, Chunhu swung a fist towards Xiao Fan's abdomen. A clear intent to incapacitate him. Bring it on. Xiao Fan displayed no emotion. Choosing not to evade, he retaliated with a kick that landed squarely on Chunhu's abdomen. Chunhu staggered back several steps, pain coursing through him as he glanced down at his abdomen, his inner energy leaking out, and fury consumed him. Xiao Fan, how could you be at the 6th level of Qi gathering? Your progress is astonishing. Terrifying. It's that movement technique again. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, many regarding Xiao Fan with newfound respect, though a fair share harbored jealousy in secret. You dare to cripple me? I will fight you to the end. Chunhu drew his sword and charged at Xiao Fan. Chapter 15. Breaking the deadlock, Xiao Fan sent him flying with a single kick, deeming it unnecessary to kill someone devoid of cultivation and attract the ire of the law enforcement hall. Wonderful. Chunhu has finally been dealt with. He deserves it for stealing my girlfriend. Ugh, he robbed me of my gold coins, a true scourge. Many students cheered, illustrating just how detestable Chunhu was. What about you? Do you still wish to rob my storage bag? Xiao Fan approached Deng Gang, his expression fierce. Humph, you'll regret this later. Deng Gang spat a threat before turning to leave, but Xiao Fan swiftly employed his movement technique to block his path. You think you can just walk away? Xiao Fan brandished a sword hilt before him, exhaling lightly, a smile lingering on his lips like a spring breeze. What do you want? Deng Gang finally showed fear. Not of the sword hilt in Xiao Fan's hand, but of his movement technique. Kneel and apologize. Do not think I want to kill you, Xiao Fan shouted, causing Deng Gang's knees to buckle as he knelt publicly. I was wrong, young Master Xiao. Please spare me. Ha! Turns out you're a spineless coward. How embarrassing. The crowd erupted in mockery, and Deng Gang, overwhelmed with shame, lowered his head, unable to meet their gazes. Get lost, upon hearing those 2 words. He felt a weight lifted and scurried away, crawling out of sight. Xiao Fan sheathed the sword hilt and returned to his residence, now under the cover of night. Shortly thereafter, the chubby fellow hurried back, drenched in sweat. After reporting certain matters to Xiao Fan, he rushed off to find his girlfriend, rather impatiently. Xiao Fan watched his departing figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, he disguised himself and stealthily left the Zalamu Academy, returning only in the dead of night. The following day, Xiao Fan consumed some provisions and confidently strolled out, making his way to the prince's mansion in the imperial city. Upon arriving at the familiar yet unfamiliar estate, he was filled with emotion. The young master has returned. The young master has returned. The 2 guards at the entrance shouted, though in Xiao Fan's memory, those guards had been replaced. With this thought, he entered, and the steward rushed out, grasping Xiao Fan's hands, tears streaming down his face. Young master, you have finally returned. This old servant has been so anxious. The steward's gnarled hands trembled, and in his eyes, Xiao Fan saw boundless sorrow and helplessness. Old steward, let us speak inside. Yes, yes, supporting him, Xiao Fan walked step by step toward the inner hall. Upon reaching the door of the discussion hall, Xiao Fan suddenly halted, causing the steward to tense with a hint of panic. Old steward, you watched my father grow, and you watched me grow as well. That is he in good health? The steward nodded continuously, deeply moved, feeling that the young master before him had become a stranger. He is well? He is well. Please, young master. Xiao Fan nodded and strode into the discussion hall, a slight smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, over 20 individuals leaped down from the ceiling of the hall, encircling Xiao Fan. Bang! The diligent steward closed the door behind him and immediately knelt down, exclaiming, Young master, I am deeply sorry. I have wronged you, the Marquis, and even the late Marquis. He wept sorrowfully, his genuine emotions laid bare. Filled with helplessness and grief, Xiao Fan cast a glance at the steward before surveying the surroundings, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The Li family, what is the purpose of your actions? He inquired icily. And what of it? What do you think we are here for? Of course, to kill you. Once you are dead, our Li family can rightfully annex the Marquis' assets, and the Martial Emperor will be powerless to intervene. The leader chuckled darkly, finally revealing the truth to Xiao Fan. Even if I die, my father remains. He is merely missing, not deceased. Upon hearing this, the man erupted into mocking laughter. Let me tell you, your father will never return. A pang of anxiety gripped Xiao Fan, yet he remained unconvinced, for his father was a master of the pinnacle of the cleansing marrow realm, and few in the grading empire could claim his life. You speak nonsense, he retorted. Spare me your drivel. I will incapacitate you and drag you back to the Li family's dungeon, where the young master will have you tortured to death. Fearing that time was of the essence, the man brandished a dagger, lunging for Xiao Fan's abdomen. Suddenly, the closed door was cleaved open by a longsword, and Xiao Fan deftly employed his wind control technique to evade, leaving the assailant's strike to miss its mark. Yet, he was met with the piercing blade of the intruding sword, which pierced him through. The man stared at the newcomer, his eyes wide with disbelief as he succumbed to death. Spare the steward. Eliminate everyone else, Xiao Fan shouted, and the assailant quickly retaliated, the air thick with sword energy. In that moment, the hall was filled with screams, pleas for help, and cries of sorrow, a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed and lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. Xiao Fan charged through the door, dispatching the 2 guards, then stood sentinel to prevent any escapees. After a brief interval, silence enveloped the hall, and Han Jiangxue emerged slowly. Thank you, Master Han, Xiao Fan said with a respectful bow. No need for thanks. We merely engaged in a fair transaction. I must take my leave, Han Jiangxue replied hurriedly, departing. Were it not for Xiao Fan's talismanic prowess, she would not have come to his aid. After watching her leave, Xiao Fan turned to see the steward, who sat there, paralyzed with fear. Just then, a middle-aged woman swept in from the courtyard, halting before Xiao Fan. She glanced back at the direction Han Jiangxue had departed, her eyes glimmering with envy. Aunt Feng, I beg of you, Xiao Fan said, bowing respectfully. Do not worry. I will keep a close watch on the Jinshi Marquis' estate, Aunt Feng assured, her gaze upon Xiao Fan growing increasingly enigmatic and intimidating. Xiao Fan discerned her thoughts, but chose not to comment. He had merely thwarted the Li family's scheme while imparting a significant lesson to them. The previous day, he had discreetly instructed a companion to investigate the Jinshi Marquis' holdings. Confirming that everything was in order, the steward's missive was merely a bait to lure him back home for assassination and to erase his existence. In doing so, the Jinshi Marquis' estate would be left vulnerable, allowing the Li family to annex it without fear of retribution from the Martial Emperor. Fatty, I owe thanks to your partner, Xiao Fan mused internally, recalling how he had intentionally informed his friend of his return home today. Suspecting that his partner was an arrangement by Li Junyu, it seemed his suspicions were valid. Last night, he had stealthily infiltrated the imperial palace to seek out the crown prince, arranging for Aunt Feng to stay at the Jinshi Marquis' estate for a time to safeguard the steward. With the steward present, the Marquis' assets would remain secure. Young master, I am at fault. The Li family threatened my family, and I was left with no choice, the steward lamented, collapsing to the ground in tears. He feared not death, but for the safety of his kin. Chapter 16. The assessment of the alchemist. The steward's worries were unfounded. Xiao Fan approached, gently assisting him to his feet and straightening his disheveled garments. You remain the steward of the Jinshi Marquis estate. Relocate your family here. Today's events must remain confidential. Otherwise, the consequence will be death. The steward knelt again, expressing his profound gratitude, regardless of the circumstances. He had secured his family's safety. This was not an act of kindness from Xiao Fan, but a necessity, for he was in dire need of loyal personnel. Moreover, with the steward's family residing in the estate, Xiao Fan could easily exert control. Subsequently, he incinerated the bodies of the Li family members, the flames consuming them for over half an hour until nothing remained. The steward guided Xiao Fan and Aunt Feng through the Jinshi Marquis estate, rescuing dozens of bound servants from the side courtyard, thus concluding the ordeal. After lunch, Xiao Fan retrieved 50,000 gold coins from the estate's treasury and hastily made his way to the Alchemist's Guild. In his recollection, the Alchemist's Guild held a unique status, not governed by the royal family, existing as a transcendent entity within the grading empire. Meanwhile, at the moment when tensions were at their peak, an elderly voice resounded, causing the two guards to halt. An old man with flowing white hair emerged slowly. He was clad in luxurious attire, not particularly tall and somewhat portly, although his hair was silver. His skin bore no wrinkles. In peak blood condensation realm. Xiao Fan inwardly lamented the predicament he found himself in, for the visitor's cultivation was indeed at the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm, capable of easily dispatching him. Feng Liang, what is going on? He inquired of the injured guard. Chief Yuan Feng, this Xiao Fan forcibly intruded upon the guild, and when my subordinate attempted to impede him, he was wounded. Please, Chief Yuan Feng, punish him accordingly. The injured guard, grimacing with pain, approached and distorted the truth, exaggerating the incident. Yuan Feng nodded, glaring at Xiao Fan with fury, and waved his hand. Seize him. To refine the essence-infusing pill, one must first eliminate impurities with a blazing fire, then merge with a gentle flame, and finally, Yuan Feng, slightly taken aback, immediately gestured for the guards to stop. Come in, Yuan Feng commanded, ushering Xiao Fan inside, while contemplating the refining method he had just mentioned. What is happening? Can someone enlighten me? How would I know? If you are capable, go ask Chief Yuan Feng, came the responses from the onlookers, who, not being alchemists, could not deduce the situation and thus returned to their homes. The face of the injured guard visibly paled. If Xiao Fan truly passed the assessment, the consequences would be unbearable for him. Chapter 17. The alchemist assessment. Xiao Fan followed Yuan Feng and soon arrived at the highest level of the guild building, where everyone present bowed respectfully to Yuan Feng. They entered an alchemy chamber, and as soon as Xiao Fan stepped inside, a strong, acrid odor assaulted his senses. This confirmed his earlier suspicion. Downstairs, he had detected a burnt herbal scent emanating from Yuan Feng, indicating that Yuan Feng had recently attempted to refine the essence-infusing pill and had failed, hence the earlier scene. How did you know I was refining the essence-infusing pill? Yuan Feng closed the chamber door, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Fan. I cannot divulge that, but I can guide you in successfully refining the essence-infusing pill. This lethal temptation was laid before Yuan Feng, and whether he could seize the opportunity rested solely on him. Indeed, Yuan Feng's demeanor softened. Even the slightest chance was worth pursuing. That if successful, with the essence-infusing pill, he would have a significant opportunity to break through to the marrow-washing realm and could ascend to a 4-star alchemist, elevating his status considerably. In the Wui continent, pills were classified from 1st to 9th grade, corresponding to alchemists from 1-star to 9-star, and the essence-infusing pill was a 4th grade pill, so being able to concoct it would naturally qualify him as a 4-star alchemist. Please elaborate, Yuan Feng demanded, eyeing Xiao Fan. Should Xiao Fan fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would be cast from the upper floor. The essence-infusing pill differs from 3rd grade pills. It requires a blazing fire to eliminate impurities, a gentle flame for the merging of herbs, and finally, a fierce fire to conclude the process. You may give it a try. After stating this, Xiao Fan gestured toward the alchemy furnace, encouraging him to test it out. Yuan Feng, skeptical yet with a few herbs remaining, decided to give it a shot. Before long, he began following Xiao Fan's instructions, producing a vigorous flame and displaying skilled technique. The elimination of impurities went surprisingly smoothly, filling Yuan Feng with delight. Turn down the heat, Xiao Fan reminded. After half an hour, Yuan Feng focused intently. The merging of herbs was the longest and most challenging phase, and he dared not lose concentration. An hour later, under Xiao Fan's guidance, the herbs within the furnace were completely fused. Hurry, increase the fire, Xiao Fan urged, and Yuan Feng exerted himself to amplify the flame. The pills in the furnace began to shine brighter and rounder, and a smile finally broke on his face. "Make the fire hotter," Xiao Fan commanded, and despite the sweat pouring from Yuan Feng's brow, he complied during this critical moment. "Extinguish the fire," as Xiao Fan's voice fell. Yuan Feng sank to the ground, as if utterly drained. Hearing the sounds of the pills colliding within the furnace, he stood once more, waiting until the pills ceased their rotation, a rich fragrance wafting through the air. "Is it done?" Yuan Feng could hardly believe it. Alchemy could be performed in such a manner. Gazing at the 3 essence-infusing pills in the furnace, he broke into a foolish grin. "Chief Yuan Feng, I have actually come to assess my qualifications as an alchemist. May I proceed with the assessment now?" Xiao Fan inquired, observing the grinning Yuan Feng. "Yes, of course. You may refine at the adjacent furnace, and feel free to use any herbs from the shelf," Yuan Feng replied, carefully stowing away the 3 essence-infusing pills. A smile still plastered across his face. Knock, knock, knock. As Xiao Fan was selecting herbs, a knock sounded at the door of the alchemy chamber, and Yuan Feng casually opened it. "Greetings, Chief Yuan Feng," a middle-aged man, tall yet lean, respectfully bowed to Yuan Feng. "Ji Yu Ming, you arrived just in time. This is Xiao Fan, here to assess his qualifications as an alchemist," Yuan Feng said cheerfully, settling himself down without a care for Xiao Fan's assessment. Xiao Fan acknowledged Gu Ming with a slight nod, continuing his selection of herbs. Gu Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As a dignified 2-star alchemist and royal alchemist, he felt overlooked by Xiao Fan. However, with Yuan Feng present, he refrained from expressing his displeasure and instead sat quietly beside Yuan Feng, observing Xiao Fan. Once Xiao Fan completed his selection, he prepared to refine a pill known as the Yuanling pill. A low-grade pill from his past life, primarily used for restoring true energy. "Start the fire," he declared, invoking his fire control technique to heat the furnace vigorously. "What kind of fire is this?" Yuan Feng mused, taken aback. He could tell that Xiao Fan was not using alchemical fire, which typically emanated from within the body. Rather, Xiao Fan's flames appeared to be summoned from the external environment. Once the furnace glowed red, Xiao Fan tossed all the herbs inside, producing a sizzling sound. "This is sheer madness. Chief Yuan Feng, I shall have him thrown out immediately." Gu Ming sprang to his feet, exclaiming with fierce intensity. They all adhered to a specialized alchemical process. Herbs were added in a specific order, and impurities were removed gradually with a gentle flame. Never had they witnessed Xiao Fan's approach, and even Yuan Feng deemed it a waste of materials, just as Gu Ming was about to erupt. Yuan Feng halted him, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The herbs within Xiao Fan's furnace not only avoided scorching but began to smoothen and refine as impurities evaporated. "Impossible. He is merely lucky," Gu Ming grumbled internally, his expression darkening. "Remarkable, truly remarkable," Yuan Feng could not help but exclaim, stepping forward to ensure he missed no detail. In a mere quarter of an hour, the various herbs within the furnace began to merge. Xiao Fan intensified the flames, causing the entire furnace to glow a bright red. "Congeal." As his voice resonated, 10 thumb-sized pills rapidly took shape, crystalline and fragrant. Has the pill truly formed so quickly? Yuan Feng found himself at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. After decades of alchemy, he finally gained new insights today. As Xiao Fan controlled the fierce red flames, enveloping the entire furnace, he then subdued the fire, allowing the flames to dissipate slowly. The aromatic scent of the pills wafted from the alchemy chamber, drawing the attention of the servants outside. A delightful fragrance, truly captivating. "My true energy has increased. Such a powerful pill," the servants whispered excitedly among themselves, inhaling deeply, overwhelmed with excitement. "A prodigy, a furnace yielding 10 pills. All of them second-grade top tier. Xiao, does this pill have a name?" Yuan Feng marveled, holding one of the pills, his astonishment growing. Xiao Fan chuckled inwardly. He had made some modifications to the formula for the Yuanling pill and employed alternative materials. Else the potency would have been even greater. This pill is known as the Yuanling pill. It is designed for the swift recovery of true energy. Though it is a second-grade pill, it is suitable for warriors at the marrow-washing realm and below. After explaining, Xiao Fan took out a Yuanling pill and consumed it before the crowd. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, visibly restoring his depleted true energy at an astonishing rate, bringing him back to his peak condition. Astounding. If utilized properly, this pill could even save lives, and its broad applicability guaranteed its explosive sales potential. The crowd erupted into discussions once more. There was no doubt they were captivated by the Yuanling pill. Congratulations, Xiao Xiao, on officially becoming a 2-star alchemist. Your identity token will be prepared shortly. Please join me in the conference hall, Yuan Feng said, his eyes glinting mischievously as he waved away the servants, turning his gaze back to Xiao Fan with a grin. Chapter 18. The slaughtering sword technique. Xiao Fan smirked internally, maintaining a facade of composure as he swiftly gathered the Yuanling pills from the furnace. Then it is my honor to comply. Please, lead the way. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's agreement, Yuan Feng's heart soared, and he hurriedly set off. They soon arrived at the conference hall, where Gu Ming was obstructed by Yuan Feng, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Xiao Fan. Just you wait. He uttered a harsh remark before turning and descending the stairs. The appearance of Xiao Fan had caused Gu Ming to lose favor within the Alchemist Guild, igniting within him a profound sense of crisis. In the conference hall, as the two took their seats, the screen suddenly began to part, revealing a middle-aged man stepping forth. Xiao Fan inwardly sensed trouble. This individual, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, possessed a tall stature and dark skin. Unmistakably a peak-level cleansing realm master. Xiao Xiaoyu, this is Wu Zhou, the head of the Wan and Hall, and my partner, he introduced. Wan and Hall is the commercial association directly affiliated with the Alchemist Guild, having amassed countless resources and wealth, rivaling that of nations. After exchanging pleasantries, Yuan Feng recounted the earlier events to Wu Zhou and presented the Yuanling Dan he held, both men praising the elixir profusely. Indeed, heroes emerged from the youth. Xiao Xiaoyu, might you consider selling the formula for this Yuanling Dan to our Alchemist Guild? Wu Zhou rose, his demeanor relatively sincere, though the greed in his eyes betrayed him. It cannot be sold. But we can collaborate, Xiao Fan replied without outright refusal, offering him an alternative. How audacious! A mere gathering Qi realm practitioner has no right to collaborate with the Alchemist Guild. Wu Zhou's true colors finally emerged. The overwhelming aura of a peak-level cleansing realm master erupting forth, causing the teacups on the table to topple with a thunderous crash. Xiao Fan squinted, retreating several steps before halting, casting a glance at Yuan Feng. Chief Yuan Feng, is this your intention as well? Yuan Feng feigned a look of distress, approaching to pat Xiao Fan's shoulder. Xiao Xiaoyu, this is the stance of the Alchemist Guild. We are willing to offer 1,000 gold coins for your formula. What do you think? Upon finishing his statement, Yuan Feng himself nearly chuckled. He had contemplated inviting Xiao Fan to join the Alchemist Guild, but feared that Xiao Fan might threaten his position. Have you no shame? 1,000 gold coins. This is akin to robbery. A single Yuanling Dan is worth far more than that. Xiao Fan retorted. Impudence. You should be grateful for the opportunity to sell your formula. Who else has such privilege? Wu Zhou glared fiercely at Xiao Fan, knowing that should Xiao Fan refuse, he would resort to force, capturing him and slowly extracting information. Indeed, it was my oversight earlier. I shall write the formula for you now. Xiao Fan's sudden change of heart took them by surprise, though it was somewhat anticipated. Soon, he completed the formula, and Yuan Feng instructed him to refine another batch according to the recipe, observing the perfectly round and plump Yuanling dawn. He finally released Xiao Fan with satisfaction. Xiao Fan successfully acquired a 2-star alchemist token, and Yuan Feng even gifted him an alchemical furnace. He turned back to glance at the Alchemist Guild building, revealing a smile laden with meaning. Upon returning to his residence at the Martial Academy, it was already candlelight time. With the absence of the rotund companion, he found tranquility. He retrieved the array materials he had exchanged earlier and set up a simple illusion array outside his residence. Allowing his thoughts to float, it is time for another breakthrough. Contemplating for a moment, Xiao Fan produced the large spiritual pill and swallowed it whole. Should Aunt Feng witness this, she would undoubtedly declare him mad. This potent elixir required a body tempered in the cleansing realm to endure, yet Xiao Fan had only reached the 6th stage of gathering qi. As the pill settled within him, a powerful energy surged forth. Violently clashing within his body, Xiao Fan promptly activated the chaos opening technique, drawing in external spiritual energy while guiding the overwhelming force. What is happening? He discovered that all the energy was being siphoned away by the origin sapling, leaving him with nothing. Previously, it had retained some energy for him, but now it had consumed everything, leaving him bereft of even a drop. Xiao Fan's consciousness entered the chaos world, observing the origin sapling in silence. His mouth twitching, the sapling had grown taller, nearing Tu Zhang, its trunk significantly thicker, and the chaos world displayed faint changes, expanding slightly. Just as Xiao Fan lamented his loss, a droplet of crystal-clear liquid appeared upon the leaves of the origin sapling. slowly dripping into the chaos world that I understand now. Previously, the origin sapling had been too small, thus reserving some energy for Xiao Fan's own absorption. Now, with its growth, all energy was funneled through the sapling and transformed for his use. As the mysterious liquid fell, Xiao Fan felt a wave of comfort. Its energy was exceptionally pure, devoid of any impurities. He once again activated the chaos opening technique, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into his body. In tandem with the energy from the mysterious liquid, cleansing his meridians, the barrier of the seventh stage of gathering qi was ruthlessly shattered, and his aura continued to soar, reaching chaotic heights. Break for me, Xiao Fan commanded, and the barrier of the eighth stage yielded with a resounding crack, his energy stabilizing at the pinnacle of the eighth stage of gathering qi. After 2 hours, Xiao Fan opened his eyes. His cultivation firmly established at the peak of the eighth stage. He did not rest, but searched through his past memories, eventually unearthing a sword technique named Slaughter. This is the one. Xiao Fan meticulously organized the technique, which comprised 3 forms. The first form, Slay the Man, focuses on sword energy, using the sword as the body and the energy to kill. The second form, Slay the Soul, centers on sword intent, using energy as the body to reap through force. The third form, Slay the World, emphasizes sword consciousness, employing force as the body and intent as the path to annihilate the world. Having organized the technique, Xiao Fan drew out a sword hilt, standing poised with the sword in hand. His eyes shut tightly, immersing himself in comprehension. Half an hour later, he moved. His right hand raised the sword, producing a piercing sound as sword energy enveloped him. First form of Slaughter, Slay the Man, with a mere flick. A nearby crabapple tree, roughly the size of a bowl, snapped in response, countless leaves shattered under the sword energy, a display of terrifying power. With a long exhale, Xiao Fan felt he had grasped the first form. Yet more practice was required. He continued until midnight, gazing at the disarrayed courtyard and letting out a wry smile. Alas, it seems I must find another place to cultivate in the future. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he retreated to his room and sat cross-legged. His brow arched, and a slight smirk graced his lips as he heard commotion outside the courtyard. It seemed someone had unwittingly intruded into his illusion array. Xiao Fan remained still, continuing to meditate and stabilize his cultivation. As dawn broke, he finally arose, refreshed after washing up. Have they lost their minds? Truly a sight for sore eyes. I never imagined they were such individuals. The number of people outside the courtyard grew, the noise escalating, with some cheering and other scolding, creating quite a scene. Lewdness quickly informed the instructor. Such genuine emotions. Xiao Fan observed the spectacle with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Chapter 19. The Gratitude Banquet. Xiao Fan opened the grand door and stepped outside, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Within the illusion array, bare men embraced and rubbed against each other, emitting sounds that were utterly repulsive. Outside the array, numerous students covered their mouths in disbelief, while some among them seemed eager to join in. It's an illusion array. They are within an illusion. Someone shouted, prompting enlightenment among the crowd, yet the bizarre sight before them incited both disgust and curiosity. Brother, what has happened to them? The rotund companion emerged unexpectedly, looking considerably thinner and feeble, clearly having indulged excessively. They are free-spirited and unique. Let us depart. Xiao Fan, disinterested in explanations, made no effort to dispel the array, allowing them to continue their antics. Among the 4, he recognized one, Deng Gang, who had likely come to kill him the previous night. Only to trigger the illusion array and find himself in this predicament, Xiao Fan and his companion soon exited the martial academy, heading towards Zhuyuan Mountain Villa, where the prince was hosting a gratitude banquet, which he regarded merely as a formality. Fatty, as a man, you must maintain higher standards when selecting a partner, Xiao Fan casually remarked during their journey. I understand the principle, but I am simply hungry. A timely meal is enough to quench my thirst. Who cares about the rest? Xiao Fan shook his head, deciding against pressing the matter further, as it was unnecessary at the moment. An hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of Zhuyuan Mountain Villa, where they were halted by 2 guards. Do you possess an invitation? Xiao Fan paused, shaking his head. Please enter and report. Just say Xiao Fan has arrived. Upon hearing his name, the guard's demeanor shifted instantly, greeting him with smiles. We sincerely apologize for our lack of discernment. Young Master Xiao, please enter at once. After tossing them a few gold coins, Xiao Fan strode confidently inside, accompanied by his companion. Zhuyuan Mountain Villa was expansive, Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast lawn. Beyond the lawn lay a bamboo grove, under which a clear lake sparkled, but a stone bridge connected the islands within the lake. Adorned with pavilions and towers, harmoniously arranged amidst the melodious birdsong and fragrant blooms, as Xiao Fan ventured deeper, he found it increasingly peculiar. The further he walked, the more familiar faces he encountered. Xiao Fan. You. Hey. Cousin. Do not be hasty. This is my royal brother's domain. Do not act recklessly. Not far off, Li Junbai was about to unleash his frustration when he was stopped by Ying Feng. After a brief exchange, they shared a conspiratorial grin. Second Prince, how lovely to see you. Xiao Fan called from a distance, his smile bright and cheerful. Impudence. Do you not know to pay respects to the Second Prince? Li Junbai shouted, drawing the attention of those around him. With a prosthetic arm affixed to his right hand, it seemed his injuries had improved, allowing him to emerge once more with lively vigor. Where did this wild dog come from? Is there no one to manage this? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, the onlookers erupted into laughter. These individuals, either wealthy or noble, clearly felt no fear of provoking Li Junbai. Who do you call a wild dog? Li Junbai seethed with rage, his thoughts drifting to his lost right hand, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slay Xiao Fan in retribution. Isn't it obvious? Do I need to name names? Xiao Fan shrugged, unfazed. If Li Junbai struck, he would not hesitate to retaliate. What significance does a war of words hold? Only a fool would engage in such trivialities. Ying Feng, with a sardonic tone, noted that Xiao Fan had healed the prince, thereby undermining his own prospects, and harbored as much animosity towards Xiao Fan as Li Junbai. Did that so? Who was it that resorted to underhanded tactics and refused to acknowledge their own shortcomings? After Xiao Fan spoke, the crowd seemed to recall something, and chatter erupted around them. The news of Ying Feng's defeat at the Martial Academy had already spread throughout the imperial city, and with Xiao Fan's mention, it was fresh in everyone's minds. Ying Feng's expression darkened, and he and Li Junbai stormed off in a huff. The prince has issued a summons. All are to proceed to Lake Hard Island for a gratitude banquet that is about to commence. A guard hurried over, guiding the crowd onward. Xiao Fan and the rotund fellow followed suit. Though puzzled by the prince's invitation to such a large assembly, they decided to witness the event nonetheless. Upon entering Lake Hard Island, they found a spacious open courtyard adorned with tables, chairs, and delicacies, exuding an air of elegance. Xiao Fan took a seat, closing his eyes to rest, while the rotund man remained vigilant beside him. One by one, guests settled in, numbering over 30, and as the courtyard buzzed with laughter and conversation, a voice rang out. The prince has arrived, the guards announced, and Ying Jie entered slowly, followed closely by Ying Waner. We pay our respects to His Highness the Prince, and to the third princess. Everyone rose to offer their greetings. Shortly thereafter, Ying Feng and Li Junbai made their entrance, causing a stir among the crowd. Just as they had settled, they were required to rise again, eliciting some displeasure. We pay our respects to the second prince, except for Xiao Fan. Everyone else stood, though their voices were notably subdued. Ying Feng raised his head proudly, casting a glance at Xiao Fan in the corner before choosing a prominent seat. Well then, all who should be here are present. Today's banquet is held solely to express gratitude to one individual, Xiao Fan. Ying Jie proclaimed, and no one appeared surprised. Xiao Fan's healing prowess was already the talk of the town, known to all. Brother Xiao, your medical skills are truly remarkable. I am in awe. Likewise, the crowd offered their half-hearted compliments. Eager to avoid offending Ying Jie, it is merely a coincidence, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. What is there to be grateful for? At this moment, Ying Feng's voice rang out, causing a collective gasp among the guests as they fell silent. What does my royal brother mean by that? Ying Jie frowned. Ying Feng's words were a slight against his honor, implying he was akin to a dead mouse. Brother, you worry too much. It was merely a metaphor. Ying Feng's cold laughter echoed in his mind, the insinuation all too clear. Sensing the tension, Ying Waner grew anxious. She recognized Ying Feng's intent to provoke and quickly attempted to change the subject. Today, my royal brother has invited everyone here to express gratitude to Xiao Fan and to hold a talent exchange. The victor will receive 2 Yuan Ling pills. What do you think? Upon her declaration, the crowd erupted with excitement, eager to participate. Yuan Ling pills? Are those the new elixirs released by Wan Dan Hall? I heard they can swiftly replenish true energy. I barely had time to get my hands on some this morning. Forget it. I just happened to pass by and couldn't buy any. The competition is fierce. The discussions grew animated, as no one expected the royal family to have secured the Yuan Ling pills. And to be so generous as to offer two. Let us begin. How shall the exchange proceed? Please enlighten us, third princess. Please do, third princess. We are all eager to participate. Indeed, with the allure of the Yuan Ling pills. Everyone was enthusiastic about joining in. Xiao Fan finally opened his eyes. Yuan Ling pills? Wasn't that the formula snatched by the Alchemist Guild? Chapter 20, Talent Exchange. The Alchemist Guild's speed was indeed impressive. Having successfully refined the pills overnight, Xiao Fan mused, nearly bursting into laughter. They dared to steal his formula, he would make them pay. While the Yuan Ling pills were valuable, they were still obtainable. This reward lacked sufficient allure. Ying Feng suddenly spoke, casting a knowing glance at Li Junbai, who understood immediately. Indeed, third princess, we can readily acquire Yuan Ling pills. Can we not have a more enticing reward? With their back and forth. Others began to see the merit in their argument and joined in requesting a change in rewards. This left Ying Wanner in a quandary, her brows furrowed, her delicate face a mask of distress. That I do have a suggestion. I wonder if the third princess would be willing to hear it. Li Junbai stood, surveying the crowd before finally resting his gaze on Ying Wanner, his eyes roving. Pray, do tell. Though Ying Wanner felt a twinge of disdain at his gaze, she held her tongue, signaling him to continue. The third princess is both talented and beautiful. Should the victor be able to perform a duet with the third princess, it would surely be a life well lived. What say you, my lady? As he finished. A sly smile crept upon his lips. I find that agreeable. What does your highness think? Ying Feng was the first to rise in agreement, and seeing the second prince's approval, the others felt emboldened to express their consent. The chance to perform with the third princess, so close in proximity, was an opportunity no one could resist. Ying Wanner glanced at Ying Jia. She had intended to refuse, but he was aware of her reluctance. If she outright declined, it would likely dampen the spirits of the gathering. Ying Wanner, aware of his intentions, felt conflicted yet found herself glancing at Xiao Fan. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and for reasons unknown. She felt a sense of calm wash over her. Very well. Ying Wanner nodded, indicating her agreement to Li Junbai's suggestion. The atmosphere in the courtyard reached a fever pitch, with everyone eager to participate. Since we are discussing a duet, let us exchange musical skills then. Volunteers are welcome. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, two maidservants brought forward a guqin. Placing it at the center, Li Junbai was overjoyed. Ying Feng's prowess in music was well known, or else he would not have proposed a duet if Ying Feng won. He could pass on the opportunity to perform with the third princess, and everything would fall into place. Xiao Fan, care to wager with me again? Ying Feng suddenly shouted, causing laughter to ripple through the crowd, though they were careful not to laugh too loudly. However, they saw through his intentions. It was merely an attempt to regain the face he had lost. I refuse to gamble with one who lacks integrity, Xiao Fan replied casually, inciting a flush of anger in Ying Feng. Humph, simply say you are afraid. A coward like you cannot achieve anything, Ying Feng fumed. Xiao Fan, how dare you refuse the second prince's request? Li Junbai interjected, united with Ying Feng against Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan suppressed a laugh, wondering if Li Junbai had taken leave of his senses. Constantly leaping to confront him. State your terms. Xiao Fan did not acquiesce directly. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding music, and if the terms did not pique his interest, further discussion would be pointless. If the second prince wins, you will sever an arm. Conversely, if I win, Li Junbai shall sever an arm. What say you? The second prince remained silent, while Li Junbai proposed the wager. Ying Feng nodded in approval. Satisfied with Li Junbai's suggestion, brother, please do not agree. The second prince is renowned for his musical talents, I fear. The rotund man whispered urgently. Xiao Fan nodded, reassuring him not to worry. Agreed. Let us begin. Xiao Fan accepted. And with this wager, anticipation for the musical exchange heightened among the guests. Ying Wanner cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Fan. Inexplicably, she felt an unshakable concern rise within her that I shall go first. To everyone's astonishment, the rotund man stood up first, as they beheld his large and hefty frame. A hush fell over the crowd. He slowly seated himself, his chubby hands delicately poised over the guqin. A song for the third princess, titled The Maiden in My Dreams. Upon hearing this declaration, fierce glares were directed at the rotund man, particularly from Li Junbai. Had looks been lethal, he would have perished countless times already. As he began to play, the crowd was captivated by the melodious notes, their attention fully engaged. The music flowed beautifully, with the rotund man's body swaying lightly in rhythm. Only when the melody concluded did he open his eyes. Eagerly scanning the crowd, a smattering of applause broke out, mainly from guards and maidservants, preventing any awkwardness for the guests. The music was enchanting. Truly, he is my dear brother. Xiao Fan suddenly rose to his feet, exclaiming loudly in support of the portly figure. The crowd cast disdainful glances, for the chubby man's performance was merely average and certainly did not evoke the profound emotions he suggested. Yet, a warmth spread through the chubby man's heart as he noticed the third princess nodding in approval, prompting him to scurry back with glee. As the performances continued, Xiao Fan closed his eyes to relish the melodies. His mood considerably lifted. Apart from a few compositions that left him mildly astonished, the majority were rather pedestrian, a verdict he deemed fitting. Half an hour later, the musicians had nearly concluded their exchanges, leaving only Xiao Fan and Ying Feng on stage. Ying Feng approached slowly, lifting his chin and surveying the audience before taking a seat. A melody of longing, dedicated to everyone, he announced. The sound of the guqin resonated like rain, delicate and intertwined, weaving a tapestry of beauty tinged with melancholy. The exquisite yet sorrowful strains enveloped the listeners, urging them to shut their eyes and immerse themselves in its essence. It was as if, on a night of gentle drizzle, lovers separated by distance conveyed their yearning through the soft patter of rain. As the notes continued, some women wept quietly, their sorrow manifesting in gentle sobs. Xiao Fan too was entranced by this emotional landscape. It was beautiful, tragic, and filled with longing. When the final note lingered in the air, the audience remained reluctant to open their eyes, savoring the aftermath of the performance. Observing this scene, Ying Feng beamed with satisfaction, for it aligned closely with his expectations. Splendid. Truly splendid. So beautiful, so poignant, capturing the essence of yearning perfectly, he declared. Li Junbai rose to applaud, thoroughly impressed by Ying Feng's skill. The others, including Xiao Fan, finally opened their eyes, and he could not deny that Ying Feng possessed a certain mastery of the guqin. Thunderous applause erupted, affirming the audience's admiration for Ying Feng, who felt as if he were floating on air. Sister, what do you think? Ying Feng proudly inquired of Ying Wan'er, his pride evident. This piece is of remarkable artistry. The second prince has truly invested his heart into it. Ying Wan'er assessed candidly, acknowledging that even she might not surpass Ying Feng's performance. Second prince, a true talent, a true talent, the crowd echoed, and amidst the flattery, Ying Feng gradually lost himself, erupting into laughter. Ying Jie frowned slightly at his brother's exuberance and shook his head in disapproval. Brother, what should we do? The chubby man nudged Xiao Fan's arm, concern etched on his face. Xiao Fan remained silent, offering a reassuring glance before stepping forward. Xiao Fan, you are certain to lose. Cherish this last opportunity to play, Li Junbai declared, drawing his sword and awaiting Xiao Fan's performance. Ignoring the taunt, Xiao Fan settled himself, placing his hands upon the strings and exhaling deeply. Now, I shall present Spring River, Flower Moonlight for your enjoyment. This piece, one he cherished from his past life during his travels in a realm known as Earth, was now offered for their appreciation. From the very first note, the audience was enraptured, as if they were hearing celestial music. The beautiful, flowing melody struck at the very core of their souls, conjuring vivid imagery of spring, rivers, flowers, and the moonlit night. As the music deepened, the listeners envisioned an expansive universe filled with stars, then transitioned to a vibrant world brimming with life, song, and dance. In an instant, they found themselves adrift in a solitary boat, witnessing the splendors of life, the myriad of human experiences. Ultimately returning to simplicity, the audience fell into a reverie of nostalgia, yearning for distant loved ones and their far-off homeland. Emotions of joy, tranquility, hope, and longing intertwined, ensnaring them in its depths, making escape seem impossible. Xiao Fan too was lost in the melody, feeling as if eons had passed. The fusion of sentiment and sound elevated their souls. Some women could not resist dancing, eyes closed, fully embracing their nature and yearning for freedom. Others smiled, their outlook on life transformed, gaining newfound self-awareness. As the final note resonated, silence enveloped the space. All were frozen as if time itself had ceased. They were reluctant to emerge from this ethereal realm, longing to remain away from the harshness of reality. The first to awaken was Ying Wan'er, who exhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling. Gradually, the others came to, their gazes softening as they regarded Xiao Fan. Applause erupted, a continuous wave that persisted for an extended period. Elegant, truly elegant. This melody ought only to exist in the heavens. Congratulations, Brother Xiao, Ying Jie exclaimed, his sincerity palpable. It was exquisite, utterly delightful, and simply incredible. Indeed, I never imagined such heavenly music could exist in this world. But remember, even the finest melodies require a masterful touch to truly reveal their worth. I am humbled by the Guqin skills of young Master Xiao. In the face of their praise, Xiao Fan remained composed, as if merely performing a commonplace task. Brother, such a celestial melody could not possibly be your own creation, could it? The chubby man queried. This was a question on everyone's mind. Only voiced by the chubby man first. It was composed by a predecessor, Xiao Fan denied, though he could not elaborate further, knowing they would not comprehend. Our grading nation possesses no such piece. If it is not your creation, then whose could it be? Another inquired, well-versed in the musical compositions of the grading nation, noting the absence of this particular piece. Cannot say. It is difficult to explain. Xiao Fan deflected, realizing that any attempt to clarify would be futile. His words led the crowd to assume that Spring River, Flower Moon Night was indeed his creation. That moment, Ying Feng and Li Junbai could scarcely believe the performance they had just witnessed. Their faces ashen, as if they had consumed something bitter. Impossible. It must be an illusion. An illusion. Li Junbai raved, dashing about in a frenzy, repeatedly muttering about hallucinations. The crowd recoiled, casting pitying glances at him, as the reality before them was undeniable. Enough, Ying Feng struck, sending Li Junbai reeling. Calm down. Your panic is futile. Half crazed, Li Junbai, upon hearing the reprimand, felt anger surge within him and seized Ying Feng by the collar. Of course, you are calm. It is not your arm that is at stake, but mine. With formidable strength, Ying Feng delivered another blow, sending Li Junbai sprawling several paces away, finally snapping him out of his delirium. Cousin, I'm second prince. I was wronged. Li Junbai lowered his head, unable to meet Ying Feng's gaze, nor that of the others. This farce had the audience stifling their laughter, torn between the urge to laugh and the need for decorum, their faces flushed, on the verge of tears. Your Highness, third princess. May we declare the results? The chubby man asked, a smile on his face, his anxiety finally abated, for Xiao Fan had taken on a near-divine aura in his eyes. With this proclamation, the crowd grew serious. Sitting upright and focusing on Ying Wanner. It was likely they all sensed the answer. Young Master Zhao's Guqin skills surpassed all. Upon hearing this, Li Junbai retreated step by step, inching closer to Xiao Fan as if it were preordained. No, I cannot lose my left hand. His gaze hardened, as if a decision had been made. He suddenly turned and lunged at Xiao Fan with his sword. Not good. By the time Xiao Fan registered the danger, it was already too late. Even employing his wind shadow technique would. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan swiftly retrieved various herbs and an alchemical furnace from his storage pouch, immersing himself in a flurry of activity. Ying Jie and Ying Wanner personally stood guard nearby, having also arranged for a number of attendants, while others observed from a distance, maintaining their composure. Xiao Fan first ground some herbs for healing into a fine powder, applying it to the rotund man's wounds, swiftly staunching the flow of blood. Subsequently, he set up the furnace and tended to the flames, introducing one herb after another into the cauldron, commencing the alchemical process for healing elixirs. Could he truly concoct pills? It seemed implausible. Wasn't he a mere wastrel? Hush, many murmured softly, unable to fathom that Xiao Fan possessed such skills. Nearly a quarter of an hour later, the various herbs began to melt, emitting a fragrant aroma that wafted through the courtyard. How could this be? The elixirs had yet to form. I could manage this step as well. It is nothing remarkable. The crowd remained skeptical of Xiao Fan's abilities, for alchemists were exceedingly rare, even causing Ying Jie to furrow his brow. However, Ying Wanner was different. For reasons unknown, she placed her faith in Xiao Fan, from his expelling of the curse from Ying Jie, to inscribing talismans, and playing the melody of Spring River, flowers, and moonlight at night. This man had bestowed upon her too many wonders. Suddenly, the rotund man began to spew forth black blood, mingled with fragments of his insides. A gruesome sight. Hang on, my friend, Xiao Fan exclaimed, panic-stricken and sweating profusely as he intensified the flames, the herbal aroma growing ever more potent. Another quarter of an hour passed before he finally extinguished the flames, yielding 6 plump healing pills, their fragrance intoxicating. Unbelievable. He truly could craft elixirs. Impossible. It must be mere luck. Many continued to doubt, even when faced with undeniable evidence. They sought all manner of rationalizations to uphold their beliefs. Ignoring their chatter, Xiao Fan took a healing pill from the furnace and administered it to the rotund man. He then harnessed his vital energy to safeguard the man's injured innards, catalyzing the effects of the elixir. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan finally exhaled in relief, stowing away the alchemical furnace. How do you feel? Ying Jie inquired, a hint of guilt crossing his features. Had he not hosted the banquet, Xiao Fan would not have been ambushed, and the rotund man would not have sustained such grievous injuries. With me around, It would be difficult for him to perish. Xiao Fan's brief utterance commanded the respect of all present in matters of healing. No one dared to doubt him now. The rotund man's life was preserved. Fortunately, his dantian remained unscathed. Otherwise, even healing would leave him crippled. Xiao brother, let us have someone carry the rotund man to the inner hall for recuperation. There is no need to worry about safety. Ying Jia clapped Xiao Fan on the shoulder, exhaling a deep breath. Then I must trouble you, Your Highness. May I inquire about your subsequent arrangements? Xiao Fan asked. Ying Jia glanced at the sky, which was nearing noon. The food and drink had all been prepared, yet he hesitated. Xiao brother, what do you think? I am quite famished, Xiao Fan replied, patting his stomach, realizing that since his rebirth, he had yet to enjoy a proper meal. The two exchanged a knowing smile, prompting Ying Jia to promptly give orders, and soon, everyone was seated. After the meal, Xiao Fan remained at Zhu Yuan Villa, bringing the banquet to a close. In the Tranquil Heart Pavilion, the three took their seats, the atmosphere reasonably harmonious. Xiao brother, here are 2 Yuan Ling pills for you. Ying Jia presented the pills to Xiao Fan. Casting a glance at Ying Waner, who subtly nodded, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Young Master Xiao, shall we play a duet now? Xiao Fan smiled gently, observing the blossoming Ying Waner. His heart stirred. There is no rush for this matter. Opportunities will arise in due time. In fact, you might wish to refrain from purchasing or consuming these Yuan Ling pills for the moment. He regarded the 2 pills in his hand, inwardly amused. What do you mean by this, Xiao brother? Ying Jia inquired, puzzled. If you trust me, heed my words. Xiao Fan examined the pills once more, inhaling their scent before returning them to Ying Jia. Report, Your Highness. There is someone claiming to be from the Town West Marquee House seeking to meet young Master Xiao. A guard hurriedly entered, kneeling on one knee while holding a token from the Town West Marquee House. Xiao Fan instantly recognized it as the identity token of an individual from the Marquee House. Xiao brother, Ying Jia gestured for the guard to pass the token to Xiao Fan. Upon receiving it, Xiao Fan felt a wave of relief. At least the Town West Marquee House's informants had discerned his arrival at Zhu Yuan Villa. Let him in, Xiao Fan commanded, to which Ying Jia nodded. And the guard rushed out. Before long, a servant clad in the attire of the Town West Marquee House entered briskly. Young master, there has been an incident at the West Wind Tavern. 3 patrons, after consuming our food and drink, began convulsing and foaming at the mouth. The servant hesitated, terror evident on his face. Do not panic. Speak plainly. They have all perished within a mere quarter of an hour. The Li and Lu families have surrounded the West Wind Tavern, demanding an explanation from us. Xiao Fan's expression turned grave. He understood this to be a conspiracy, yet unraveling it would not be a simple task. Let us go and investigate. Rising, Xiao Fan bid farewell to Ying Jia and Ying Waner before hastily departing. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the West Wind Tavern, where a throng of people had gathered, making it nearly impossible to enter. It took him quite some time to push his way through. You Town West Marquee House are too overbearing to poison the food. Do you think the Li family has no defenders? Indeed, blood for blood. If the Town West Marquee House fails to provide an account today, you shall all perish. Xiao Fan stood quietly amidst the crowd, refraining from revealing himself in haste. He spotted the figure of the steward, desperately attempting to placate the agitated mob, his frail form appearing even more hunched. Everyone, please remain calm. Our Town West Marquee House would never engage in such self-destructive actions. Such a feeble excuse. The evidence is before our eyes. People have died. Do you not see? Indeed, while our Li family may have had some competition with your Town West Marquee House, did you truly resort to poisoning our kin? At this juncture, Xiao Fan stepped forward boldly. Striding to the front of the tavern, young master, the steward began, but Xiao Fan interrupted him. Xiao Fan, you have arrived just in time. For murder, you shall pay with your life. A member of the Li family brandished a knife and lunged at Xiao Fan, the blade glinting menacingly. Xiao Fan's heart harbored a cold derision. With a flick of his wrist, he grasped the sword hilt and deftly swung it forward. A scream erupted as the assailant collapsed before the astonished crowd, blood pooling around him. Silence enveloped the scene, time seemingly suspended as onlookers gaped in disbelief at the unfolding events. That individual was merely at the first stage of body refining. He was effortlessly bested by Xiao Fan's single strike. Sword energy, he has actually comprehended sword energy, truly remarkable. Such formidable swordplay. I can barely discern how he executed that move. The crowd finally regained their senses, casting wary glances at the lifeless body of the Li family member. Chapter 23. An explanation. Who dares to make a move? Slay him. Xiao Fan's eyes glinted with coldness, the sword hilt planted firmly on the ground, exuding an aura that suggested he could stand against 1,000 foes. "You have gone too far. Charge him. Kill him," someone shouted, yet the others hesitated, beads of sweat forming on their brows. They were gripped by fear. If even a body-refining practitioner could be cut down by a single strike, how could they hope to contend? Seeing their trepidation, Xiao Fan dragged the sword hilt forward, advancing step by step. The aura of his 8th stage of energy gathering surged forth, an overwhelming killing intent compelling them to retreat repeatedly. What is happening? The aura of his 8th stage of energy gathering is astonishingly powerful. What a formidable Xiao Fan. I have heard he specializes in ambushes and has acquired numerous elixirs to enhance his cultivation. His progress has been remarkably swift. Once Xiao Fan perceived that the intimidation had taken effect, he halted, surveying the crowd. "You seek an explanation? Very well. I shall provide one. With a sweeping gesture, several attendants brought forth the 3 lifeless bodies of those who had succumbed to poison. "He intends to destroy the evidence. Someone stop him," the leader of the Lu family shouted, panic etched on his face, yet his voice was loud but his resolve weak. None dared approach. "Xiao Fan, you possess audacity beyond measure. Daring to poison my Li family members in public." Just as they hesitated, a commanding voice rang out, causing the Li family members to breathe a sigh of relief. "It is Elder Li Kuei. Elder Li Kuei, kill Xiao Fan and avenge our fallen. Kill Xiao Fan. Kill Xiao Fan." The scene erupted into chaos once more, for Li Kuei's reputation was formidable. Not only was he an elder of the Li family, but also a high-ranking elder of the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. Li Kuei, Xiao Fan turned, locking eyes with him. The tension palpable. Li Kuei wielded a flying knife, yet hesitated upon encountering Xiao Fan's enigmatic smile. His words were laced with trepidation. The slap from Han Jiangxue had left an indelible mark on his psyche, instilling fear that the madwoman might still be hiding within the tavern. "Xiao Fan, should you fail to provide my Li family with an explanation today, I shall personally cripple you and bring you back to the Martial Academy for trial." Li Kuei's imposing demeanor softened, inciting frustration among the Li family members, yet they dared not speak further. "Very well. You shall bear witness," Xiao Fan replied with a smile, scanning the surrounding faces before approaching the 3 corpses and inspecting the causes of death. Moments later, he stood upright, declaring, "Who has any virgin urine? 1 vial for a gold coin. I require 3 vials. Upon hearing this, the crowd gaped in disbelief, rubbing their ears as if to ensure they had not misheard. I have never engaged in relations with the opposite sex. Does that count?" A man in his 50s emerged, glancing around with a somewhat awkward expression. Laughter erupted from the crowd, instantly lightening the atmosphere. "All right, fetch a bamboo tube for him. Is there any left? First come, first served. We still need 2 more. Xiao Fan called out, leaving the steward in a state of bewilderment, though he was unaware of Xiao Fan's intentions. He trusted him wholeheartedly. The 3 vials of boy's urine were quickly gathered, and Xiao Fan instructed the servant to administer them to the 3 corpses, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. What is happening? Could boy's urine truly bring the dead back to life? Nonsense, that's impossible. After a brief interval, the 3 corpses remained utterly still, yet Xiao Fan did not cease his efforts. He ordered the servant to bring out the leftover food and wine. "Xiao Fan, what is going on?" Li Kuei scoffed. "What a load of nonsense about boy's urine. It must be a hoax. Your words are wind, but you mustn't be so impatient. Look, aren't they waking up?" Xiao Fan retorted, gesturing towards the corpses. The crowd followed his gaze and indeed saw the 3 individuals groggily rising. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Fan instructed the steward to encircle them. Miraculously revived. Boy's urine truly works. Tonight, I must ensure my young one saves some for future use. I only have a daughter. Brother, would you sell me a bit? The members of the Li and Lu families wore expressions akin to those mourning a death. Unable to fathom that Xiao Fan had unraveled their scheme, "This is the explanation I owe you. Li Kuei, are you satisfied?" Xiao Fan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Li Kuei. "Humph. It is a fact that you poisoned my family. You were merely forced to save them under duress. You are equally guilty." Li Kuei swiftly shifted his tone, seeking a new excuse. "Indeed, the members of my Lu family are implicated too. You are at fault." "Exactly. Elder Li Kuei, please execute him." Xiao Fan stood resolutely, unfazed by the mounting pressure from the crowd. "I am guilty. Then let us see who the true culprit is." With a cold smile, Xiao Fan tossed the remnants of their meal to a stray dog by the street. The pack of wild dogs descended upon it greedily, only to soon convulse and foam at the mouth. Feigning death, the onlookers recoiled several steps, distancing themselves from the Li and Lu families. Unfazed, Xiao Fan signaled for the steward to search the bodies of the faint dead, and indeed, a pouch of powder was discovered. He retrieved it, gently opening it to inhale its contents. This is a soul-dulling powder. When ingested, it induces a state of apparent death, while boy's urine serves as one of its antidotes. As Xiao Fan elucidated. The crowd grasped the situation. The Li and Lu families had orchestrated this charade to frame the Duke of Jinqi's household, intending to ruin their estate. How despicable the Li family truly is. Indeed, I shall no longer visit their spring breeze pavilion for amusement. The crowd exchanged remarks, inciting fury in the Li family. You claim it is true. It is merely an ordinary powder, Li Kuei exclaimed, desperation creeping into his voice. If proven, the Li family's reputation would suffer irreparable damage. You are truly blind to the truth. I shall ensure you see clearly. With a swift motion, Xiao Fan unleashed his energy. Capturing a lively wild cat. He then fed it the powder, and within moments, it too collapsed in a feigned death, mirroring the earlier dogs. Indeed, the evidence is irrefutable. Cunningly family, I spit on you. The crowd erupted in condemnation. Those who once held hope for the Li family now turned against them, siding with Xiao Fan. Now, Li family, and you Lu family, it is your turn to provide an explanation, standing firm with his sword. Xiao Fan's intent to kill was palpable. We shall take our leave. Under the gaze of all, and amidst Xiao Fan's boundless wrath, Li Kuei retreated with the Li and Lu families. Xiao Fan seethed. Since the Duke of Jinqi's disappearance, those with formidable power had abandoned the Duke's household, leaving behind only those of lesser strength, no match for Li Kui. As he watched them withdraw, Xiao Fan soon regained his composure. Contemplating the future of the Duke's household, Aunt Feng would not indiscriminately kill for him unless the household faced dire peril, or unless a bargain was struck. Continuing down this path was not sustainable. He needed to grow stronger swiftly. Relying solely on his own might was insufficient. He must consider recruiting skilled individuals anew. After instructing the steward to seek out formidable talents, dusk had fallen. Xiao Fan gazed at the evening glow. His mind heavy with thought. Shaking his head, he made his way to the Bamboo Edge Villa. Upon entering, night had already set in. The rotund man's complexion had regained some color, and upon seeing Xiao Fan return, he attempted to rise, but was gently pressed back down. Rest well, my friend. Xiao Fan provided him with 2 healing pills, his eyes glistening with moisture. Though the rotund man was timid and averse to trouble, he was loyal. In times of peril, he would bravely stand by Xiao Fan's side, and that was enough. Young Master Xiao, the Crown Prince has returned to the palace. I remain here, so if there is anything you need, feel free to tell me. Unbeknownst to him, Ingwaner had approached, a fragrance of innocence surrounding her, creating an intimate atmosphere. In that moment their eyes met, Ingwaner felt her cheeks flush. Instinctively turning her head away, cough, cough, the rotund man, feeling awkward, could not help but cough, dissipating the charged atmosphere. Then I shall trouble the 3rd princess. Xiao Fan bowed respectfully, his heart brimming with joy. Ingwaner, blushing, retreated and instructed her maid to bring food. After dining, Xiao Fan exited the inner chamber, seeking a spacious area to practice his killing technique. The sound of his swordplay attracted the attention of several maids and guards. Yet none dared to approach. After 2 hours, drenched in sweat and utterly drained of energy, he finally mastered the killing technique, leaving the ground marred with scars from his exertions. The immense consumption of energy led him to swallow a spirit essence pill to recover. With such power, I need not fear even the 5th stage of body refinement. With the right technique, I could slay them with a single sword strike. Xiao Fan sheathed his sword and leaped into the lake, the refreshing waters invigorating him. Young Master Xiao, where are you? Please save my princess, I beg you. Suddenly hearing a desperate call from the shore, Xiao Fan jolted and hurriedly swam towards the bank. What is the matter? As he reached the shore, he used his energy to dry his clothes, only to see several maidens frantically searching, their panic palpable. Young Master Xiao, please save my princess. She. One of the maidens hesitated, fearful of implicating herself. What has happened? Do not fear. You shall not be blamed. As Xiao Fan approached, sensing the maiden's distress, he realized the matter concerning the princess was grave. The princess? She has gone mad. Mad? Xiao Fan's brows furrowed as he seized the maiden, following her guidance until they arrived at Ingwaner's chamber. Princess? No. Help. Before Xiao Fan could enter, he heard cries for help and the sounds of furniture being overturned. Outside, several guards formed a circle around the door, weapons drawn, yet none dared to enter. They could not be blamed. Royal protocol forbade guards from stepping foot into a princess's chamber, lest they lose their heads. With a powerful kick, Xiao Fan burst through the door, and upon witnessing the chaos inside, he was momentarily stunned. The scene was a mess, for maidens had their garments forcibly torn, revealing their forms. Ingwaner, pale and disheveled, Her eyes, bloodshot and filled with malevolence, continued to rend the clothing of the maidens. Possessed by an evil spirit, Xiao Fan quickly deduced, his expression growing grave. Ingwan was at the 5th stage of body refinement. Ordinary evil spirits would not dare approach her. Only the powerful ones could successfully possess her. Everyone, leave at once. Do not come near, Xiao Fan commanded, tearing down the curtain from the window and tossing it to the 4 maidens. The maidens, in a state of panic, quickly wrapped themselves in the fabric and fled with his assistance. Now, only Xiao Fan and Ingwan remained in the chamber, their eyes locked, and Ingwan let out a piercing scream. Lunging towards him, Jia Jia, the shrill and wicked sound momentarily disoriented Xiao Fan, but he quickly regained his focus. Ingwan hesitated, emitting an even sharper cry that struck at Xiao Fan's very soul. How dare you? Reveal yourself immediately. Unaffected, Xiao Fan shouted. He then formed a seal with his hands and began to chant incantations. Begone! Xiao Fan cast a talisman that instantly merged with Ingwan's body. Ah! Jia Jia! With a scream, a red shadow detached from Ingwan, baring its teeth at Xiao Fan. Ingwan's eyes closed as she collapsed. Observing this, the evil spirit lunged once more, successfully reattaching itself to her, and she stood up again. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, preparing to cast another spell, yet Ingwan turned and fled deeper into the chamber. Nowhere to escape, Xiao Fan activated his movement technique, swiftly pursuing her, determined to expel the evil spirit lest Ingwan fall into danger. Bang! Ingwan burst through the window, dashing towards the back mountain, her figure growing increasingly distant, infuriating. Xiao Fan employed his wind manipulation technique, swiftly closing the gap. After running for a brief moment, Ingwan suddenly halted, turning to face Xiao Fan, and with a swift motion, tore away her garments. This made Xiao Fan's heart leap, and he promptly came to a stop. Though it was the dead of night, the moonlight illuminated her flawless form with startling clarity. Brother, come here, let us indulge, Ingwan called out with a seductive tone, her waist swaying enticingly. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Fan felt a warmth rise to his nose, blood trickling down. Brother, hurry over. All right, don't move, just wait for me to join you. Xiao Fan stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with fervor, rubbing his hands together as his pace quickened. Ingwan inadvertently revealed a wicked smile, yet her lips continued to emit alluring teasing. Xiao Fan soon stood before her. With a swift motion, he embraced her, drawing her perfect body close. The malevolent spirit rejoiced. But soon it would regret its actions. Humph. Unaware of your impending doom. In an instant, Xiao Fan transformed, unleashing a talisman with his left hand that expelled the malevolent spirit from Ingwan's body. The spirit screeched in terror as it fled. Xiao Fan had anticipated this, and with a firm grasp of his right hand, he captured the spirit. A sizzling sound erupted as the talisman in his hand emitted a brilliant red light, mingling with the spirit's anguished cries, releasing a foul stench as the malevolent entity vanished entirely from existence. Xiao Fan hurriedly picked up the discarded garments from the ground, draping them over Ingwan before letting out a sigh of relief. Ingwan lay in a faint, her body exceedingly weak. With no one around, Xiao Fan had no choice but to carry her back. Upon returning to the palace, he entered through the window to avoid any misunderstandings. He retrieved the previously inscribed Rising Sun talisman from his storage pouch, dissolving it in water for Ingwan to drink before stepping outside. Fear not, the 3rd princess will awaken shortly. Take good care of her, he instructed the astonished maidservants before retreating to the inner chamber, recalling the earlier scene, which caused his nose to bleed anew. Chapter 25. Trouble approaches. Xiao Fan was not surprised by Ingwan being possessed by the malevolent spirit. He had warned her long ago, but she had chosen to disregard his advice. Shaking his head, he expressed his disinterest in the affairs of the royal family, preferring to focus solely on his cultivation. The following day, as Xiao Fan rose, Ingwan arrived, accompanied by maidservants bearing breakfast. Once the meal was set down, the maidservants discreetly withdrew. Ingwan avoided Xiao Fan's gaze, her lips quivering as if she wished to speak. Her cheeks flushed. Are you feeling better? Xiao Fan inquired gently, breaking the silence with a faint smile. I am better, thank you, young Master Xiao, for last night, Ingwan replied, finally taking a seat. Wishing she could disappear at the memory of the previous night. It was a trivial matter. You must be more cautious upon returning to the palace, he advised at this. Ingwan froze momentarily, a sense of dread creeping into her heart. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment before producing a piece of talisman paper and beginning to inscribe. Once completed, he handed it to Ingwan. This is an exorcism talisman. Keep it on you, and you should be fine. Ingwan rose to accept it, her eyes filled with gratitude. Report, The Alchemist Guild has sent someone to find Xiao Fan. A guard rushed in, startling Ying, who turned to look at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan glanced toward the entrance, where a familiar figure stormed in, fuming and cursing. Xiao Fan, get out here. Gu Ming, how dare you intrude so brazenly? Xiao Fan remained silent, while Ying stood up, scolding him. Ji Ming hesitated, taken aback by Ying presence. Third Princess, forgive me. Xiao Fan has tarnished the reputation of the Alchemist Guild, and I am here to apprehend him and demand an explanation. With that, Gu Ming fixed his fiery gaze upon Xiao Fan. Demand an explanation? For what offense? I know not what you speak of. Xiao Fan feigned ignorance, spreading his hands and smiling at Gu Ming. How dare you? Xiao Fan, do you not know that your Yuan spirit pill has encountered issues? The pill hall is on the verge of collapse because of it. Tell me, do you bear no guilt? Gu Ming's rage boiled over, wishing to seize Xiao Fan immediately, but with Ying in the way, he restrained himself from going too far. What Yuan spirit pill? That is the Alchemist Guild's Yuan spirit pill. Not my concern. Xiao Fan nearly burst into laughter, once again shrugging off Gu Ming's accusations. You infuriate me. Come here. Gu Ming could no longer contain his fury, emboldened by the support of the Alchemist Guild. He was unafraid of offending Ying as Gu Ming's fist flew toward him. Xiao Fan remained calm, responding with a punch of his own, eager to test his strength against Gu Ming, who was merely at the 8th layer of body refinement. Bang! The two fists collided, and Xiao Fan staggered back over a yard, his arms slightly trembling. Ji Ming fared no better. Though he did not retreat, the pain in his fist made him grit his teeth. His expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that a mere 8th layer gathering chi practitioner would withstand the brunt of his punch, which carried 80% of his strength. At that moment, Ying finally realized what had transpired, her heart racing with both shock and delight upon seeing Xiao Fan unharmed. Stop, get out of my way. I am a 2-star alchemist of the Alchemist Guild. Who dares obstruct me? Kill. As Gu Ming prepared to strike, Ying, momentarily stunned, found herself at a loss for words. Humph, you think to capture me? Come and try, Xiao Fan declared, stepping outside to a clearing, ready for a battle. Ha! A mere 8th layer gathering chi practitioner dares to challenge me? Preposterous. Gu Ming laughed mockingly, a look of derision on his face. Xiao Fan remained silent, executing his technique as he launched a punch forward. Gu Ming's laughter faded as he realized Xiao Fan's speed was astonishingly fast. He quickly crossed his arms in defense before his chest. With a thud, Gu Ming staggered back several steps, his chest vibrating with a dull roar. Blood rising in his throat, which he forced down. Xiao Fan, you have successfully enraged me. Prepare to die, he shouted, drawing his sword and charging forward, the blade raised high, aimed at Xiao Fan. Mountain cleaving sword, he cried. The sound of the blade ringing piercingly, though the sword's energy was thin. Come on. Xiao Fan stood his ground, his combat spirit soaring as the sword hilt emanated an aura of authority, surrounded by a fierce sword energy. He struck, the sword hilt swinging forward, releasing an overwhelming wave of sword energy that engulfed Gu Ming. Impossible. Gu Ming's pupils constricted, instinctively wanting to retreat, but it was too late. He had no choice but to charge ahead. Clang! The two forces collided, sending Gu Ming reeling backward, his body trembling. Yet, the sword energy continued to ravage, the sword hilt closing in on him. Grimacing, he clutched his sword tightly, raising it high. Clang! The sharp, piercing sound echoed as his sword shattered under the force. Gush! The sword hilt's power left a deep gash on his chest, blood gushing forth. Ying, who had intended to intervene, was frozen in place, her eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding battle. Damn it! How can you be so strong? Gu Ming steadied himself, his anger boiling over as he glanced down at his wound, gasping in shock. Panic surged through him, his confidence waning. Xiao Fan stood quietly, refraining from further attacks. Yet his fighting spirit intensified. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us determine our strengths and fates. Xiao Fan extended his sword, adopting an offensive stance. Though inwardly he felt a twinge of anxiety, Ji Ming retreated step by step until he vanished without a trace. Indeed, he fled. Damn it. Am I really going to risk my life for that paltry monthly stipend? Have I lost my mind? Once outside the Bamboo Edge Mountain Villa, Gu Ming muttered fiercely before disappearing at the end of the street. Seeing Gu Ming flee, Xiao Fan finally let out a sigh of relief. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat a few times, not from injury, but due to the significant energy expenditure. He took a Yuan spirit pill. Gradually restoring color to his face. Young Master Xiao, are you all right? Ying hurried over, concern etched on her features. I am fine now. Please have a few maidservants carry the heavyset man. We must return to the martial academy. Xiao Fan declared, aware that they could not linger here. Soon, the Alchemist Guild would send stronger individuals after them. If Gu Ming had posed such a challenge, had he not underestimated Xiao Fan, the outcome might have been quite different. Furthermore, the expense of his killing technique was considerable. While training allowed him to recuperate swiftly, in battle, the situation was less certain. Currently, he could only execute the killing technique twice in succession. After that, should he fail to eliminate his opponent, it would be his own demise. Are we leaving now? Ingwaner wished to persuade him to stay, but the words caught in her throat as she lowered her head, her hands nervously wringing the edges of her garment. Yes, we leave now. Xiao Fan responded, and only then did Ingwaner give her orders, allowing Zhu Yuan Mountain Villa to return to its tranquil state. Chapter 26, Crisis 2 hours later. Xiao Fan and the plump fellow finally returned to their residence at the Martial Institute. Upon gazing at the dilapidated courtyard, Xiao Fan frowned slightly. The illusion array outside had been shattered, and the entire courtyard lay in ruins. Fallen trees, overturned grass, and a broken gate in disarray. Just as Xiao Fan settled the plump fellow, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. "Xiao Young Master, is Xiao Young Master present?" A voice called out, prompting Xiao Fan to step out of the room and glance towards the gate. Two young men dressed in junior class uniforms stood outside. A 6-character emblem emblazoned on their chests. "Are you also from junior class 6? Xiao Fan inquired with curiosity, as he had never seen these strangers before. "Indeed, the fame of Xiao Young Master precedes you. We have come to make your acquaintance." With that, the two swaggered inside, grinning broadly at Xiao Fan. "Xiao Young Master, allow me to test your skill." One of them suddenly launched a punch towards Xiao Fan's face. Swift and forceful. "Well, seeking a fight, are we?" Xiao Fan's brow furrowed, and he retaliated with a punch of his own. Though he only exerted 30% of his strength, the two fists collided with a resounding thud. And to Xiao Fan's astonishment, the assailant was sent flying back, landing 3 yards away before coming to a halt. Hiss. The other man couldn't help but gasp, yet showed no inclination to engage, his face displaying an expression of admiration. "Xiao Young Master truly lives up to his reputation. I, Xiong Gang, concede. You have earned the right to join our junior class 6. Xiong Gang scrambled to his feet, shaking his numb right hand, his face contorting in pain. Xiao Fan was bewildered, pondering the intentions of these two. "Xiao Young Master, do not misunderstand." After Xiong Gang introduced himself, it became clear that they were indeed students from junior class 6, merely having been absent from the Martial Institute for an extended period due to their laziness. They were half-brothers from the Xiong family, the other being Xiong Chong, who had come to test Xiao Fan's strength. "The Xiong family? The Xiong family of the Alchemist Guild?" Xiao Fan inquired. "Precisely," Xiong Gang confirmed. A knowing smile crept across Xiao Fan's face upon hearing this. However, he was perplexed. The Xiong brothers possessed considerable cultivation levels, both at the 8th stage of Qi gathering. Why were they still in junior class 6? It seemed illogical. By rights, you should have been promoted to the intermediate class. Xiao Fan voiced his confusion. The Xiong brothers exchanged awkward glances, their expressions betraying their embarrassment. We have skipped too many classes. Xiong Gang's explanation clarified matters for Xiao Fan, who was about to engage them in casual conversation when a voice from outside interrupted. "Where is Xiao Fan? Bring him out to face his demise." Wu Zhou's voice resonated, causing Xiao Fan's heart to race with alarm. Flee. His initial instinct was to escape, yet he pondered where he could possibly go. "Let us see what's happening," Xiong Gang called out, leading Xiong Chang outside, only to rush back in haste. "Xiao Young Master, Wu Zhou from the Alchemist Guild has arrived, and he comes with ill intent. You should hide," Xiong Gang urged, dragging Xiong Chang back with him. Fearful of being collateral damage, Xiao Fan's lips twitched as he muttered, "What treachery!" Outside, a throng of passing students paused, gossiping amongst themselves. "This Xiao Fan is quite the troublemaker, daring to offend even the Alchemist Guild, truly audacious. I admire him. I ask, who among you would dare? Pa, would you dare? Does anyone know where Xiao Fan is? 100 gold coins for the one who leads me to him." Wu Shou surveyed the crowd, producing a small pouch that jingled enticingly. "I know. Right ahead. Please follow me." Dang Gang emerged from the throng, recalling the previous day's altercation, wishing he could eliminate Xiao Fan on the spot. No need to search. "Xiao Fan is right here." Xiao Fan stepped forward, having resolved not to flee any longer. "Xiao Fan, you possess great audacity. Kneel before me." Wu Zhou's eyes darkened as he advanced step by step, exuding the aura of a peak cleansing pulse realm practitioner. "What are you to demand my submission?" Unfazed, Xiao Fan faced the oppressive aura, gritting his teeth without retreating. "Such defiance. I shall make you regret your very existence." With that, Wu Zhou struck, his palm imbued with concentrated energy. causing the onlookers to struggle for breath. Xiao Fan, laden with gravity, activated wind control and shadow steps, narrowly evading the blow that Wu Zhou's hand struck the ground, sending dust and debris flying, leaving a palm-sized crater in its wake. Hiss! The gathered students recoiled, stunned by the spectacle. Without pause, Xiao Fan darted behind Wu Zhou. Wu Zhou was momentarily taken aback before swiftly turning, his body surging with energy. Slaughter technique. Kill. Xiao Fan wielded a sword hilt, delivering a full-force strike towards Wu Zhou. Just an ant trying to shake a tree. Your agility is laughably juvenile in the face of absolute strength. Wu Zhou sneered, extending his hand once more towards Xiao Fan. Boom! The clash of palm and sword emitted an explosive sound, the overwhelming sword energy collapsing effortlessly, and Wu Zhou's palm struck Xiao Fan squarely. Puff! Xiao Fan was sent hurtling backwards, blood gushing forth, his complexion paling dramatically. This is terrifying. What sword technique does Xiao Fan wield? Regardless, in the face of a peak cleansing pulse realm practitioner, he is nothing. Whispers circulated among the crowd, many expressing their indignation at Wu Zhou's actions yet feeling powerless to intervene. Ha ha ha, the peak cleansing pulse realm is nothing extraordinary. Xiao Fan, seething with rage, laughed bitterly, his body drenched in blood as he staggered to his feet. To bully a mere junior while being a peak cleansing pulse practitioner, how shameless. Xiang Gang shouted from the crowd, quickly shifting his position afterward. His words resonated with many students, who began to point fingers at Wu Zhou. Wu Zhou's anger flared as he scanned the crowd, his dignity at stake. Yet he could not retaliate against them all. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, Elder Xing swooping in to stand between Xiao Fan and Wu Zhou. Other elders and mentors soon arrived. Observing from a distance. Wu Zhou, what is the meaning of this? Elder Xing's appearance halted Wu Zhou's advance, though it was within Wu Zhou's expectations. I seek to apprehend Xiao Fan and bring him to the Alchemist Guild for questioning. Do you have any objections? Wu Zhou showed no respect for Elder Xing, looking down with unabashed arrogance. This apprehension. You are committing murder, slaying a student of the Martial Institute. Elder Xing's eyes glinted coldly. Fury boiling over, Wu Zhou was striking at the institution's dignity. Wu Zhou's eyes narrowed as he perceived Elder Xing's unwavering stance. Recognizing he could not overstep, Elder Xing. Xiao Fan has stolen the Alchemist Guild's formula and tampered with the chief alchemist Yuan Feng's furnace. Do I not have the right to execute him? Wu Zhou spoke with feigned righteousness, his heart unflinching. Upon hearing this, incredulity washed over the audience, including Elder Xing. Chapter 27. I cannot die. Xiao Fan. Is this true? Elder Xing turned to face Xiao Fan, his discerning gaze seemingly piercing through him. Upon noticing Xiao Fan's cultivation level, he paused momentarily, a hint of appreciation crossing his features. Ahem, let him present evidence. Without it, this is mere slander. Xiao Fan leaned on the sword hilt, clutching his chest with his left hand, struggling to speak as his body felt ready to collapse. Evidence. My words are evidence. Wu Zhou's confidence wavered. He indeed had no proof and could not divulge the coercive acquisition of Xiao Fan's formula. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Xiao Fan shook his head, loathing his own weakness, lamenting underestimating Wu Zhou's shamelessness. Without evidence, it all hinged on whether the Martial Institute would protect him or whether he was deemed worthy of their protection. With this in mind, Xiao Fan produced the 2-star alchemist token, tossing it towards Wu Zhou. Take back the token you bestowed upon me. I find it filthy. The token clattered to the ground, visible to all, indeed. It was the token of a 2-star alchemist. Xiao Fan is actually a 2-star alchemist. How can this be? The reality was undeniable. The token bore Xiao Fan's name. How infuriating. How did he achieve this? In that moment, some gazed with envy, others with jealousy, and many with awe. Elder Xing approached, inspecting the token closely, then casting a sidelong glance at Wu Zhou, inwardly chuckling. Without evidence, you are dismissed. The Martial Institute does not welcome you. Elder Xing gestured for Wu Zhou to leave, granting him a modicum of dignity. Wu Zhou flicked his finger, shattering the token in an instant, his eyes glinting with malice as he glared fiercely at Elder Xing. Are you opposing the Alchemist Guild? Is this your personal stance or that of the Martial Institute? I represent the Martial Institute. Do I need to elaborate further? Elder Xing concluded, and Xiao Fan finally exhaled, suppressing his pain as he stood silently. Though the Alchemist Guild was formidable, the Martial Institute was no pushover. Should a conflict arise, it would benefit neither side. Well done, Martial Institute. The Alchemist Guild will remember this. Watch your backs. With that, Wu Zhou departed, leaving without a backward glance. Hooray! Elder Xing, with his commanding presence, inspired a chorus of cheers from the crowd as they witnessed the Martial Academy's unwavering protection of its students. deepening their sense of belonging. All right, everyone, disperse. Elder Xing waved his hand, prompting the gathering to gradually depart, restoring tranquility to the scene. Thank you, Elder Xing. This kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Xiao Fan murmured as he sheathed his sword hilt with great effort. Slowly making his way back to his residence. Persevere, young one. There will come a day when you shall stand triumphant over them all. Elder Xing's voice echoed behind him, causing Xiao Fan to pause and nod in acknowledgement. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao Fan collapsed onto the chaotic floor, consuming 2 healing pills in quick succession. Yet, the internal injuries were too severe. He still struggled to breathe. I cannot perish. My vengeance remains unfulfilled. He muttered incessantly, swallowing the remaining healing pills. Gradually, his gaze grew hazy, his pupils dilating, his breath weakening, and 2 streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Enough of this struggle. Xiao Fan mustered the last vestiges of his strength, biting his tongue to regain a flicker of clarity as his pupils slowly returned to normal. His overwhelming will to survive compelled him to adjust his breathing continuously, reminding himself not to succumb to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Han Jiangxue stood silently atop the roof. Observing him with furrowed brows, sighs, and moments of astonishment, it was not until the lamps were lit that she finally exhaled deeply and settled into a cross-legged position. At some point, the rotund fellow had approached Xiao Fan, gently wiping the blood from his face as he lay in slumber. As dawn broke, Xiao Fan's fingers twitched slightly when the first rays of sunlight filtered in. His heavy eyelids finally fluttered open. Through the light, he vaguely discerned a silhouette on the roof, yet when he looked again, it had vanished without a trace. A hallucination, he whispered, gradually standing up and glancing at the still sleeping rotund figure. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Xiao Fan retrieved ritual materials and set up a simple formation around his residence before retreating to his room. With a deep sigh, he settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his consciousness within to assess his internal organs. How is this possible? He exclaimed in shock, discovering that his injuries had healed significantly. Although bruising persisted, the speed of recovery was miraculous. No. What is this? Xiao Fan observed a subtle energy continuously mending his wounds, though minuscule. It was inexhaustible. As he delved deeper into this energy's origin, everything became clear. It was a healing force. Xiao Fan rejoiced. This healing power emanated from the sapling of the origin tree. According to legend, the origin tree was the progenitor of all things, the ancestor of all trees, and its wood-based healing powers were said to be extraordinary. Regrettably, the origin tree was still too small. Otherwise, his injuries would heal even faster. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, activating the chaotic primordial opening technique, simultaneously cultivating and healing. It was not until the afternoon that he opened his eyes, having healed about 80%, a feat that would undoubtedly be deemed miraculous by outsiders. Even more surprisingly, he felt his cultivation realm loosening, on the brink of breaking through to the 9th level of Qi gathering, a true testament to the adage that one must endure hardship to achieve greatness. Stretching his limbs, he exited the courtyard and dismantled the formation just as Xiang Gang and Xiang Chong entered. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, the two exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions betraying disbelief. Young Master Xiao, you can walk and jump already? Xiang Gang approached, circling around Xiao Fan in astonishment. What, hoping for my demise? Xiao Fan jested in response. Not at all. It's good to see you recovered. Our junior class now boasts another combatant. Xiang Gang replied, handing Xiao Fan a notice at a new student exchange conference. Tomorrow. Xiao Fan glanced at it, shaking his head in disinterest. Just call me by my name. There's no need for formalities, he retorted. Very well. Xiao brother, I believe you should attend. We participated last year, and it was quite enjoyable, Xiong Gang insisted before the two brothers exited Dado. By the way, Xiao brother, we reside in the adjacent courtyard. Do drop by for tea sometime. Xiong Gang's voice echoed as they distanced themselves. Watching their departing figures, Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, sensing an oddity about the two brothers, yet he could not pinpoint its nature. Is it truly entertaining? Perhaps I shall take a look, he resolved, then recalled the events of the previous day, his expression darkening. Alchemist Association, you shall regret your actions. After murmuring this, a bold idea took shape in his mind, though its execution loomed as a formidable challenge. Chapter 28. Seizing the task still too weak. The path to reclaiming my peak is fraught with obstacles. Xiao Fan sighed as he exited the courtyard, heading toward the task hall. His supplies were nearly depleted, necessitating a visit to exchange for more. As he traversed the path, fellow students cast sidelong glances at him. His vigorous demeanor seemed to summon their trepidation, causing them to sidestep as if encountering a specter. Xiao Fan merely shook his head, quickening his pace until he reached the task hall. Isn't that Xiao Fan? I heard he's a 2-star alchemist. And what of it? A morally bankrupt individual who dares to steal from the Alchemist Association's recipes. Unfazed by the murmurs surrounding him, Xiao Fan approached the familiar window, where the same languid middle-aged man awaited. You are Xiao Fan? The man inquired. That indeed, you still require an alchemy furnace? Taken aback by the question, Xiao Fan shook his head and listed his needs. The middle-aged man swiftly gathered the requested items. And Xiao Fan spent over 50,000 gold coins, feeling the sting of the expenditure. Just as he turned to leave, curiosity piqued by the discussions at the neighboring window drew him closer. Eliminate the evil spirit? In the royal palace? Surely not. This task is likely to scare away all but the bravest. The palace is teeming with experts. If they cannot handle it, should we seek our doom? A throng of students had gathered at the window, comprising not only those from the junior class but also from intermediate and advanced classes. Upon hearing the term evil spirit, Xiao Fan maneuvered through the crowd. Reaching the task board, this reward. My, oh my, truly enticing, he murmured after reviewing the task details and rewards, promptly snatching the task notice. Look, someone has taken the task notice. A voice rang out, causing the crowd to shift their attention toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan? Haha. It's Xiao Fan who has taken the task notice. Truly fearless. Mark my words, he shan't return. Clear the way. I am here on behalf of Senior Li Junyue to claim the task. At this declaration, the crowd parted, many faces alight with excitement. The speaker swaggered up to the board, casting a glance at the suspended task notice but hesitating to take it down. Who claimed the task to eliminate the evil spirit? He demanded, hands on his hips, glaring at the crowd. Xiao Fan claimed it. He hasn't left yet. A student pointed at Xiao Fan, a sinister smile gracing his face. Xiao Fan, you are Xiao Fan. Hand over the task notice. Quickly. I am in a hurry. The individual seized Xiao Fan by the collar, malevolence radiating from his eyes. With fury surging through him, Xiao Fan retaliated with a swift slap, sending the assailant flying. The onlookers were finally jolted into action. Their mouths agape in disbelief as they stared at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, you dare strike me? I shall ruin you, the man exclaimed, struggling to his feet, brandishing a curved dagger as he lunged at Xiao Fan. Get lost. Xiao Fan executed a deft maneuver, sidestepping the attack and delivering another powerful slap. The man was again sent sprawling, teeth scattering as pain brought him to tears. How is this possible? Has Xiao Fan truly become so powerful? Relying solely on agility. It's nothing remarkable that you still want the task notice? Xiao Fan approached, his gaze icy, regarding the mere second-level body refinement practitioner with disdain. Xiao Fan, you have thoroughly enraged me. Prepare to die. The man charged once more, dagger slicing through the air toward Xiao Fan. Seeking death, are we? Xiao Fan leapt gracefully, evading the blade's arc, and delivered a fierce kick to the man's face. The man fell. Losing his dagger, which Xiao Fan deftly caught. In a flash, he closed the distance, thrusting the dagger ruthlessly into the man's abdomen. You've ruined me. The man finally felt fear creeping in, but it was too late. He writhed on the ground in agony. Return and inform your master that I shall claim his head in due time. With that menacing remark, Xiao Fan departed the scene. Am I seeing things? A mere second-level body refinement practitioner cannot contend with Xiao Fan. He simply let his guard down. Did you not see? Regardless, he dared to provoke Senior Li Junyue. Who among us would dare? After the crowd had discussed, they dispersed, all believing that Xiao Fan's provocation of Li Junyue was an act of madness. Upon returning to his residence, Xiao Fan set up the formation and took out the alchemy furnace along with the herbs he had just exchanged. Beginning his alchemical process, with adept control of the flames, the fragrant aroma of the elixirs filled the air, and it wasn't until the lanterns were lit that he finally halted his work. Observing the dozens of Yuanling pills and several healing potions he had produced, a sense of relief washed over him. Subsequently, he engraved a few talismans before retrieving the sword embryo. What material could this possibly be? Xiao Fan inspected it several times, and even with the memories of his past life, he could not discern the essence of this sword embryo. It appeared ordinary, though it was a sword embryo. Unsharpened, it could slice through iron as if it were mud, severing hair with ease. It was indeed a fine sword, yet devoid of spirit. He resolved to transform it today as the enemies he encountered grew increasingly formidable. He understood he must harness every possible power to have even a sliver of a chance at survival. Without delay, he began to form hand seals, causing the air before him to shift subtly. A tool imprint gradually materializing, becoming clearer by the moment to go. Sensing the opportune moment, Xiao Fan pressed his sword down, and the imprint instantly sank into the sword embryo. Why is there no reaction? He fell into silence. Could it be that the imprint he carved was flawed? Yet, Upon reflection, he found that unlikely. He proceeded to engrave 2 more tool imprints, both of which melded into the sword embryo. Suddenly, the sword embryo emitted a piercing cry. Its body stirred as if in excitement, only to swiftly fall silent once more. Was that insufficient? Xiao Fan speculated, continuing to carve sword imprints. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, he beheld the sword embryo glowing with red light. His heart swelling with joy, with a beckoning motion of his right hand, the sword embryo flew into his grasp, a sense of intimacy flooding his heart. Xiao Fan was utterly enamored. Indeed, it possessed a hint of spirit. Yet the birth of a sword spirit would require a prolonged nurturing process. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Let us name you the Godslayer's sword." Immediately upon the utterance of its name, the sword embryo resonated with a humming sound, its red glow intensifying. "Very well. If that pleases you, then it shall be so." Xiao Fan waved the Godslayer's sword. Watching as the crimson light gradually dissipated before he stowed it away, he exhaled deeply, sitting cross-legged to commence his cultivation. The following morning, Xiao Fan opened his eyes. His injuries had finally healed completely. After a brief wash and donning a fresh set of clothes, he appeared rejuvenated and strikingly handsome. He retrieved the mission token, glanced at it, then put it away. After all, he had 3 days to complete it, and there was no need to rush. He then took out the notice, examined the location, and departed from his residence. He was to attend the new student exchange conference, yet he was the sole new student in the entire junior class 6, while the others were seasoned veterans. This venture would be akin to a solitary battle. Chapter 29. You Owe Me. The new student exchange conference was scheduled to take place at the training ground, conveniently located in front of the lecture hall. Xiao Fan was well acquainted with the route, arriving in no time. By then, the training ground was already filled with attendees. A rough estimate indicated that there were at least 1,000, seated by their respective classes. Xiao Fan arrived a bit late. As he searched around, he could not locate junior class 6 seating, and thus had to sit alone at the side. Haha. Isn't that Xiao Fan? How does he have the courage to show up? One voice remarked. Indeed, let us see how awkward he feels. Unfazed by the murmurs, Xiao Fan was solely interested in discovering what the intriguing matter that Xiang Gang had alluded to was. Oh, young Master Xiao. Why are you all alone? Doesn't that solitude feel rather unpleasant? A familiar voice echoed from nearby, and Xiao Fan turned to see Li Junbai, his expression instantly turning. I see why to Li Junbai. Trash. Xiao Fan remained unmoved, coldly retorting, harboring resentment deep within. Humph. I hope you continue to be arrogant. Don't beg for mercy later, Li Junbai taunted, making a throat-slashing gesture laden with provocation. Just afraid you won't come, Xiao Fan scoffed. All right. Today the Martial Academy will hold the new student exchange conference. You have half an hour to get to know one another, followed by martial exchanges where you may challenge each other. But keep it light. Of course, after the exchanges, the Academy will present some difficult challenges for you to tackle. Successful challengers will receive corresponding rewards. Good luck, geniuses. After Zhao Su concluded, he surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on Xiao Fan for a prolonged moment before retracting it. The students in the training ground began to move, proudly introducing their backgrounds. Especially in classes with a larger number of female students, they were surrounded by male peers, creating a bustling scene. To Xiao Fan's surprise, Li Junbai was quite popular, surrounded by several female students who were exchanging pleasantries with him. Li Junbai held his head high with pride, creating a stark contrast to the calm and understated Xiao Fan not far away. Half an hour passed swiftly, and the restless students settled down, preparing for the more exhilarating segment ahead. You see those platforms in the center? Let the martial exchanges commence. Remember, do not harm one another fatally. Zhao Su concluded, casting a seemingly casual glance at Li Junbai. A barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, Xiao Fan saw through Zhao Su's devious schemes, a cold smile forming within him. Xiao Fan, come out. I challenge you. Li Junbai leaped forward, unable to contain himself. After a period of dedicated cultivation and the aid of elixirs, his strength had surged, breaking through to the first level of body refining. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan nearly burst out laughing, though he feigned hesitation. Haha. I doubt he dares. Li Junbai has also cultivated a powerful movement technique to deal with me. Really? Then Xiao Fan's advantage is utterly nullified. This will be entertaining. As the crowd debated, Li Junbai had already ascended one of the platforms, provocatively gazing down at Xiao Fan. Come on, Xiao Fan, do you want to be a coward? You're not so impressive, are you? Show us your movement technique. Let Li Junbai see your prowess. Laughter erupted around them. Unperturbed, Xiao Fan walked forward slowly, leaping onto the platform. Other platforms were also witnessing challenges, and the entire training ground buzzed with excitement. Xiao Fan, today I shall cripple you, Li Junbai declared, drawing his sword and vanishing from sight in an instant. Xiao Fan remained still, a spring-like smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. As Li Junbai approached rapidly, just as his sword was about to strike Xiao Fan, he felt a sudden realization of danger. The Xiao Fan before him had inexplicably vanished. Oh no. He swiftly turned, swinging his sword horizontally behind him, but it merely sliced through the air. Finding nothing. Li Junbai looked up to see Xiao Fan grinning at him from a short distance away. Is that all? Xiao Fan spread his hands, indicating that he felt no threat. I still underestimated you. After uttering these words, Li Junbai unleashed his true energy as he raised his sword. Li family sword technique, overwhelming force. He shouted, an endless wave of sword energy emanating, forming a sword shadow that swept toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan summoned the Godslayer's sword with a flick of his right hand, channeling his true energy as the sword energy coalesced. Its cry resonating through the air. I shall cleave. He boldly swung forward, unleashing an immensely powerful sword energy that instantly tore through Li Junbai's sword shadow, continuing unabated toward him. A cry of anguish erupted as Li Junbai staggered back several steps, blood dripping from his head. This is impossible. It's a trick, just an illusion. The crowd rubbed their eyes vigorously, but the reality lay before them, and they remained unwilling to accept it. Li Junbai stood frozen, his expression dazed, his left hand trembling slightly. No way. How could you injure me? Absolutely impossible. He shouted frantically, resembling a madman. Let us end this. With a swift motion, Xiao Fan shifted, swinging the Godlayer's sword toward Li Junbai's left hand. Bold. Zhao Su's voice rang out as a folding fan whirled through the air, attempting to intercept Xiao Fan's continued assault. Zhao Su, you old scoundrel. Xiao Fan interrupted Zhao Su's words, sheathed his sword, and turned to leave the arena. The onlooking students were already numb. Many had finally come to terms with the reality that the prodigy Li Junbai had been defeated. Xiao Fan had gone too far. This was supposed to be a friendly spar. How could he have severed Li Junbai's arm? Haven't you heard? This was a debt that Li Junbai owed Xiao Fan. I know about this. They bet at Zhu Yuan Villa, and Li Junbai refused to acknowledge his loss. Upon hearing these discussions, Zhao Su's anger gradually subsided. He had initially hoped that Li Junbai would incapacitate Xiao Fan, but things had taken an unexpected turn, spiraling out of his control, leaving him filled with regret. Zhao Su glared fiercely at Xiao Fan and called over a few students to carry Li Junbai away. Other arenas were also determining their victors. The atmosphere was lively, and cheers resounded. Xiao Fan returned to his original position, closing his eyes to meditate. Wow. Viewed from this angle, Xiao Fan was rather handsome. Indeed, he appeared composed and humble, though one couldn't help but wonder if he would accept someone like me. Upon hearing these discussions, Xiao Fan's eyes widened in shock, nearly causing him to faint. With Li Junbai's example, no one dared to challenge Xiao Fan for the time being, and he relished the peace. However, no one expected that after hearing of Li Junbai's defeat, Li Kuei would gather 5 students from the intermediate CLA. The man was in a state of panic, a pungent odor of urine emanating from him, leaving the ground beneath his feet soaked, much to the disdain of those around him. I have already completed my battle. Surely, you must take some action, Xiao Fan remarked, a smile of indescribable nature gracing his lips. He recalled the man's boast that if Xiao Fan dared to accept the challenge, he would eat excrement while standing on his head. I can attest, he indeed made such a claim. At this point, the crowd finally remembered, and a wave of schadenfreude swept through them, mingling disgust with a hint of anticipation. Point 2 of you. Assist me in this matter. I shall reward each of you with 100 gold coins. Xiao Fan retrieved 2 small pouches from his storage bag, gazing at the crowd with a cheerful demeanor. Heh, Brother Xiao, it's a waste for the bounty to go to outsiders. This affair is well within our expertise. Xiong Gang snatched the gold coins and restrained the man, while Xiong Chong hastily exited, returning shortly with a pitch-black bag in hand. Young Master Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me. The scene and the odor were enough to be etched into the annals of the Martial Academy's history. With matters settled, the crowd lingered, regretting their slow reactions that allowed the Xiong brothers to seize the opportunity, and they dispersed reluctantly. Xiao Fan swallowed a Yuanling pill, while the power of the great killing technique was formidable. It also consumed an immense amount of true energy. Observing Xiao Fan's visibly recovering true energy, the Xiong brothers were astonished and rushed over. Brother Xiao, is that a Yuanling pill? Xiong Gang inquired, puzzled, as the Yuanling pill offered by Wan and Hall not only failed to replenish true energy but also caused disturbances in one's breath and blockages in the meridians. Whereas the Yuanling pill Xiao Fan consumed had remarkable effects. Indeed, it is authentic, Xiao Fan replied casually. But the Xiong brothers, coming from a merchant family, instantly grasped the underlying intricacies. Brother, are you all right? The portly man asked. No worries. You all may return. I have some matters to attend to, Xiao Fan replied, attempting to leave but was intercepted by the Xiong brothers. Brother Xiao, may we have a word? Xiong Gang said with a smile. His eagerness palpable. Xiao Fan was initially taken aback, sharing a meaningful glance with the Xiong brothers before breaking into a knowing smile. Of course, let us return to the residence first. Upon hearing this, the Xiong brothers were overjoyed, quickly supporting the portly man as they made their way back. Half an hour later, they arrived at the courtyard, where Xiao Fan set up a formation before taking a seat. Brother Xiao, to speak plainly, our Xiong Merchant Association requires your assistance. As soon as he sat down, Xiong Gang earnestly expressed his intentions. What do you mean? Xiao Fan inquired. Brother Xiao, your talents surpass those of the second prince. And you are a 2-star alchemist. If you could supply our Xiong Merchant Association with talismans and elixirs, we would ensure you receive ample rewards, Xiong Gang stated seriously, sincerity etched on his face. A look of yearning evident. Xiao Fan pondered this, his right index finger rhythmically tapping against the armrest of his chair. That could indeed work. Following this, they discussed the terms of their collaboration, the atmosphere amicable and filled with laughter. Half an hour later, they signed an agreement, and the Xiong brothers left contentedly. The Xiong family would provide talisman paper and the necessary materials, while Xiao Fan would be responsible for inscribing the talismans and refining the elixirs. With profits split at 60-40, Xiao Fan receiving 40, Xiao Fan had considered undertaking this alone, but given the current circumstances of the town West Marquise estate, it was impossible to sustain such a vast enterprise. It wasn't a matter of insufficient funds, but rather the overwhelming strength of competitors, leaving him no choice but to collaborate. Yuan Feng, I have prepared a grand surprise for you, Xiao Fan muttered. Glancing at the sky, it was already afternoon. It was time to fulfill his task. After teaching the portly man how to navigate the formation, he disguised himself and exited through the back door. As dusk fell, Xiao Fan arrived at a tea house outside the palace, ordering a pot of tea and some snacks, leisurely indulging himself. Have you heard? An evil spirit has appeared in the palace, and even the national master cannot handle it. I've heard. It's internal news. They say this evil spirit is connected to the national master. It seems he can't manage it, but rather, shoo, don't speak carelessly. After their quiet conversation, the individuals at the adjacent table glanced around. Finally relaxing. Though their voices were soft, Xiao Fan heard them clearly, his brow furrowing. The situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. 50,000 points for 1 day's cultivation in the royal ancestral grounds. Xiao Fan pondered the task's reward, weighing the pros and cons, ultimately deciding to give it a try. There was no denying the offer was too generous. 50,000 points would require 500,000 gold coins to exchange. Furthermore, the royal ancestral grounds were shrouded in mystery, rumored to house a spiritual vein, though its truth remained uncertain. As night fell, Xiao Fan arrived at the palace gates, producing the task token, successfully gaining entry. Several guards escorted him deeper into the palace. Soon, they halted, and one guard hurried inside to report. The Li Fei Palace. Upon seeing the 3 large characters above the entrance, Xiao Fan's heart sank, and he turned to leave. Halt. You cannot roam freely in the inner palace. Several guards swiftly surrounded him, issuing a stern warning, and seeing this, other guards joined in, all of them at the body refinement stage. Chapter 32, Soul Extinguishing Needle. I have soup simmering at home. May I extinguish the fire and return? Xiao Fan internally chuckled at his own predicament, hastily fabricating an excuse. No, wait here. The guards quickly tightened their formation, brandishing their weapons. Fearful that Xiao Fan might flee, left with no choice, Xiao Fan turned to wait, recalling that the Li Fei was indeed Ying Feng's mother, as well as Li Juanyue's aunt. One could say that this task of eliminating the evil spirit was essentially meant for Li Junwei, allowing him to amass points while also granting him a day of cultivation in the royal ancestral grounds. Shortly thereafter, the guard who had gone and returned, leading Xiao Fan inside, walking on thin ice. Xiao Fan followed cautiously, ever prepared for battle. After a quarter of an hour, the guards came to a stop and moved aside. Xiao Fan focused his gaze and was taken aback. A stunning young woman clad in a phoenix robe sat regally on a phoenix chair. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Fan recognized the Li Fei. With a respectful bow, he maintained a demeanor of poise and decorum, though internally he scoffed. The phoenix robe was a privilege of the empress alone. Yet the Li Fei donned it, seated upon a phoenix chair, quite remarkable indeed. Ahem, you are Xiao Fan. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a dragon robe emerged from behind the Li Fei. It was none other than the martial emperor. However, the martial emperor's vacant eyes and feeble demeanor left Xiao Fan perplexed. Having seen the martial emperor at the town West Marquis estate, Xiao Fan bowed once more, feeling somewhat relieved, with the martial emperor present. The Li Fei would not dare openly threaten his life. You are quite impressive. The crown prince has mentioned you. Please, have a seat. The martial emperor was relatively cordial, taking a seat beside the Li Fei on the same phoenix chair. The national master has arrived. As the guard's voice echoed, the national master hurried in, appearing even younger than the martial emperor, his sharp triangular eyes gleaming. After exchanging pleasantries, he scanned the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on Xiao Fan. Shaking his head in disbelief, "Your Majesty, I have heard that someone has come to eliminate the evil spirit. Where is he? Far as the heavens, yet near at hand," the national master exclaimed. "Your Majesty, please begin." The martial emperor waved his hand, urgency evident concerning the eradication of the evil spirit, as anxiety gripped the palace. "Your Majesty, this is not advisable. This man is clearly a charlatan. What capabilities does he possess?" After a brief pause, he added, "If he truly had skill, it would be one thing, but if not, it would only provoke the evil spirit, and I fear for the consequences." Upon hearing this, the martial emperor narrowed his eyes, wavering in his decision. "Your Majesty, he has come. Why not allow him to try? If he proves incompetent, he can be charged with deceiving the crown, and we shall execute him." Upon finishing, the Li Fei exchanged glances with the national master, who immediately understood and chose not to say more. "Let us proceed as the Li Fei suggests. Onward to the Eastern Palace." The martial emperor gestured, and everyone followed suit, heading toward the Eastern Palace. As some princes and princesses caught wind of the news, they rushed over to witness the spectacle. Wana was among them, as was Feng. "Xiao Fan, what brings you to the palace? You are not welcome here. Leave at once." Feng leaped forth, seething with rage upon spotting Xiao Fan. "Your mother invited me. Do you have an issue with that?" Xiao Fan retorted, a playful smile on his face as he regarded Feng. Feeling a tension in his chest, Feng turned to the Li Fei, his demeanor softening, his words faltering. "Silence." The Li Fei shot him a glare, her expression one of disappointment. Shortly after, they arrived at the entrance of the Eastern Palace, where everyone halted. "Xiao Fan, according to the National Master's investigation, the evil spirit resides within this Eastern Palace. You have 1 hour to eliminate it. Otherwise, you shall face execution," declared the Li Fei, casting a meaningful glance at Feng, who was overjoyed. Finally grasping his mother's intent, Jia rushed out, momentarily taken aback by the crowd before hastily bowing to the martial emperor. At this moment, the national master discreetly slipped away, and Xiao Fan noticed everything, internally mocking the situation. "Everyone, step back," Xiao Fan commanded in a deep voice, taking several steps forward as he surveyed the Eastern Palace, distinctly sensing a potent aura of energy. 2 sources. Stronger than when it possessed Wana. Xiao Fan pondered deeply, his expression turning grave. He retrieved a few sheets of talisman paper, inscribing them into charms, which he affixed to the grand entrance of the Eastern Palace, his lips moving as he began to chant incantations. This was a summoning technique. In his past life, he had extinguished numerous sects and acquired various forms of such arts, now proving their worth. With his hands continuously forming seals, coupled with the incantation, invisible energies began to converge from all directions, accompanied by chilling winds and a sudden drop in temperature. The onlooking princes and princesses recoiled, goosebumps rising on their skin. By my decree, gather the spirits here. Hasten forth and reveal yourselves, Xiao Fan suddenly shouted, and a multitude of specters surged forward, punctuated by their piercing wails, creating an atmosphere of utter dread. The crowd gasped in horror, their hair standing on end as they frantically retreated to protect the martial emperor and the beautiful concubine. They had never witnessed such a scene, having only heard tales of it. Seeing it firsthand was utterly terrifying. Xiao Fan, undeterred by the throng of spirits, continued to chant, commanding them to retreat. Caw, caw. A shrill sound erupted from within the Eastern Palace as 2 red shadows emerged, their features grotesque, baring their teeth at Xiao Fan. Truly, there were malevolent spirits, a sight most horrifying. Retreat. The crowd stumbled back, Jie breaking into a cold sweat, realizing he had been in close quarters with the malevolent spirits without awareness. The thought alone sending chills down his spine. How bold. "Spirits, heed my command. Attack." Xiao Fan bellowed, his hands forming seals, and the spirits instantly lunged at the 2 evil entities. Caw, caw. The malevolent spirits emitted furious cries and retaliated. But the spectral forces proved no match. Retreating in disarray, Xiao Fan felt a tightening in his chest. He had underestimated the strength of the evil spirits. Changing his incantation, he traced symbols in the air with his finger. Conjuring numerous charms. Go. He thrust his hand forward, sending 6 charms hurtling forth. Caw. The malevolent spirits screeched in pain, collapsing to the ground. Surround. Xiao Fan pivoted his hand, and the 6 charms moved to encircle the 2 malevolent entities. Merge. At the command, the 6 charms converged, emitting a sizzling sound. Caw. The weakened voice of the spirits echoed, prompting the crowd to finally exhale in relief. Fire. Just as Xiao Fan prepared to unleash a fire control technique, a sudden rush of air pierced through, and he swiftly stepped back. He witnessed a silver needle, mere inches long, whizzing past his forehead, vanishing into the night sky. Soul-extinguishing needle. Xiao Fan turned abruptly, but in the darkness, he could only discern a fleeting shadow. Burn. Flames descended, and the 2 malevolent spirits let out wretched cries, vanishing into the void as their screams faded. Chapter 33. The Battle of Wits and the Blood with the Evil Spirits Vanquished. Xiao Fan did not cease his chanting, reciting obscure scriptures for a full half-hour before finally pausing. The surrounding spirits bowed to him in gratitude before departing. Xiao Fan had guided them to their rightful place, freeing them from a wandering existence. The malevolent spirits have been eradicated. I request the Martial Emperor to dispatch someone to notify the Martial Academy so that I may collect my reward. Xiao Fan clasped his hands together, eager to leave the place, knowing that as long as the source remained unfound, the malevolent spirits would never be entirely extinguished. Moreover, a foe lurked in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. At that moment, the beautiful concubine's expression darkened to the utmost degree. She had intended to use this opportunity to eliminate Xiao Fan, yet now found herself in a predicament, having failed miserably. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Rest assured, this emperor will not slight your reward. Wait, Xiao Fan, are you certain there are no more malevolent spirits? The beautiful concubine inquired. Xiao Fan inwardly cursed, recognizing her as a treacherous adversary, not to be underestimated. Whether or not there were more was uncertain, but currently there were none. National Master, what do you think? Xiao Fan turned to glance at the Eastern Palace, then surveyed the area, finally resting his gaze on the National Master, who had recently returned. The National Master and the beautiful concubine exchanged glances, their expressions icy, for they understood the implications in Xiao Fan's words. That I do not comprehend these arcane matters. I cannot ascertain whether they exist or not. The National Master, shrewd and cunning, was not easily deceived by Xiao Fan's words. Very well, let this suffice. Consider it as mission accomplished, the Martial Emperor declared, proceeding toward the beautiful concubine's palace amidst the support of the crowd. Although the beautiful concubine and the National Master were reluctant, they had no choice but to follow suit. The others began to disperse, leaving only Ying Jie and Ying Wana behind. Xiao Fan, let us depart. Just as Xiao Fan intended to speak, a guard nudged him, urging him to leave the palace swiftly. Brother Xiao, until we meet again, Ying Jie waved, calling out. Take care. Xiao Fan responded, quickening his pace as he moved toward the palace exit under the dim light. After exiting the palace, he did not rush back to the Martial Academy but found an inn to stay at. He had an ominous premonition that if he traveled through the night, he might truly meet his demise. After setting up a small formation at the door and window of his room, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. The soul-extinguishing needle reappears. So you were hiding within the palace. A frosty expression crossed Xiao Fan's face, yet at present, he had no means to counter this threat. Weakness was a grievous sin. He shook his head, attempting to calm his mind, but found it difficult to settle. That a subtle sense of impending danger surged within him, compelling him to rise and strengthen the formation, inscribing numerous 5 thunder charms for additional security. As the midnight hour approached, no disturbances occurred, prompting Xiao Fan to close his eyes and rest. A quarter of an hour later, he furrowed his brow as the sense of danger intensified. Are they coming? Xiao Fan mused internally, maintaining an outward calm while being mentally alert. Time flowed swiftly, yet the room remained silent. Shaking his head, he decided to lie down. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a window shattered. Xiao Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he sprang to his feet. Gazing toward the window, a masked figure had triggered the illusionary formation and was frantically attacking it. Li Kuei? Xiao Fan thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. Despite the mask, he recognized him at once. If it were an ordinary body refinement cultivator, Xiao Fan would have felt no fear, even to the point of killing him. However, Li Kuei was a formidable foe at the 6th level of blood. Even with the illusionary formation, it could only hold him for a brief moment. At that moment, Li Kuei was not in a hurry. He was merely astonished by Xiao Fan's prowess. Liqa, you are here to assassinate a Martial Academy student. Do you not know your crimes? Xiao Fan's voice suddenly resonated. Initially taken aback, Li Kuei's anger flared. Humph, who would know if I killed you? Li Kuei retorted as he continued to bombard the illusion, causing 4 formation flags to begin to tremble. Xiao Fan frowned, suddenly struck by a bold idea, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. Without hesitation, he retrieved all of his 5 thunder charms and moved to another window, patiently awaiting Li Kuei's breach of the formation. Whoosh! With a final strike, Li Kuei broke free from the illusion, spotting Xiao Fan fleeing and immediately giving chase. Xiao Fan, seeing this, leaped from the window but did not drop down. Instead, taking refuge beneath the eaves, he saw Li Kuei leap out swiftly, and as he descended, he hurled 25 thunder charms into the air, then executed his movement technique to flee into the distance. Li Kuei sensed disaster approaching but had no means of escape in midair. Boom! The 20 charms detonated simultaneously, sending shockwaves that echoed thunderously, scattering dust and debris as the inn collapsed in an instant. What happened? Run! The other guests in the inn screamed in panic, scrambling to escape, many covered in dirt and injuries. Playing psychological warfare with me? You're still too naive, Xiao Fan muttered, inwardly chuckling coldly. Xiao Fan, I will peel your skin and strip your tendons. Once the dust settled, Li Kuei emerged, disheveled and bloodied. Upon seeing this, Xiao Fan hurled another 25 thunder charms and turned to flee. Li Kuei, still dazed, suddenly found numerous dark spots hurtling toward him. And by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Boom, boom, the thunderous explosions continued, resonating for miles. Surrounding structures were leveled in an instant, a monstrous black mushroom cloud rising slowly into the night sky, instilling immense terror. After several moments, Li Kuei staggered to his feet from the rubble, his face a gruesome mess, his clothes torn and smoldering. Xiao Fan, you will not die a good death, this time, armed with experience. He retreated frantically, fearful of encountering those detestable dark spots again. Surviving this, and still full of vigor, truly a formidable blood cultivator, Xiao Fan observed from a distance, lamenting his misfortune as he shook his head. Activating his escape talisman and dashing toward the Martial Academy. He needed to return to the Martial Academy at the fastest possible speed before Li Kuei could regain his composure. Otherwise, it would be his life at stake. After using 2 escape talismans, Xiao Fan finally reached the Martial Academy, arriving at the entrance of his residence just as dawn broke. He surveyed the damaged illusionary formation, his eyes narrowing as he peered inside, faintly spotting bloodstains on the ground. Oh no, the fatty. He strode purposefully inside, and what met his gaze was the fat man's door. Shattered by a kick, Xiao Fan rushed forward, focusing intently, and indeed, the fat man was nowhere to be found. The room bore signs of a struggle. Damn it, who could it be? With fists clenched tightly and eyes sharp, Xiao Fan scanned every inch of the courtyard. A note. He gestured with his right hand, retrieving a bloodstained note from beneath the threshold, and in that instant, an overwhelming murderous intent surged forth. Chapter 34. Crossing the line. Having ventured alone to the back mountain of the Martial Academy, at the source of the Qishui River, Xiao Fan examined the note, his emotions tumultuous, anger simmering within him. His enemies could deal with him however they wished, but they must not lay a hand on his friends and brothers. That was his bottom line. After a long while, Xiao Fan finally calmed down. The matter of rescuing the fat man was no longer urgent. The more one rushed, the easier it was to fall into a trap. Realizing this, he immediately set off towards Hanyue Valley, only to find that Han Jiangxue was absent. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. Shaking his head, Xiao Fan made his way to the back mountain, choosing a path parallel to the Qishui River instead of following it. As he walked, he soon exited the jurisdiction of the Martial Academy. After more than an hour of trekking, he finally halted, hiding among the dense reeds, gazing at the stone mountain ahead, where a waterfall cascaded down, crashing to the foot of the mountain with a thunderous roar. It was right there, Xiao Fan murmured to himself, stealthily making his way forward. Upon circling the waterfall, he discovered a cave, though it had only a small entrance guarded by 2 men. How cunning! Xiao Fan steadied his mind, uncertain of what lay within, and dared not act recklessly. His mind raced as he contemplated for a while, then devised a plan. He could only lure the snake out of its hole. With this thought, Xiao Fan took out numerous materials for setting up a formation, selecting an appropriate spot to establish a killing array. Half an hour later, all 7 formation flags were planted, and 1 formation seal after another was embedded within, leaving Xiao Fan exhausted as he collapsed onto the ground. After swallowing a Yuanling pill and taking a moment to recuperate, he gazed at the 7-kill array before him, nodding in satisfaction. This was merely a simplified version of the 7-kill array. The complete array was indeed formidable, but aside from material concerns, the spiritual energy of this location simply could not sustain it, so he had to settle for a compromise a quarter of an hour later. He strode boldly towards the cave, wielding the god-slaying sword. Xiao Fan, they indeed came. The two men at the cave entrance swiftly darted inside, leaving Xiao Fan no opportunity to strike. Momentarily stunned, he tossed in a thunderbolt talisman. With a resounding explosion and cries of agony echoing, he rushed in, and upon taking a closer look, he felt a measure of relief. Ji Yuming, Xiao Fan shouted. There were 10 opponents in total, all at the body refinement stage, with Gu Ming being the strongest at the 8th level, while the others were all of lower ranks. Brother, let us go. With a crack, the fat man was knocked unconscious. Release him, or we will perish together. Xiao Fan had long been prepared, brandishing 20 thunderbolt talismans in front of him. Ji Yuming and his companions hesitated, a hint of panic crossing their faces, but they quickly regained their composure. Do you dare? Gu Ming stepped forward, fixing a fierce gaze upon Xiao Fan. Humph, then let us see. Xiao Fan showed no fear. It would not be so easy for Gu Ming to kill him. Ji Yuming hesitated. After all, he was merely receiving a monthly stipend from the Alchemist Guild. Did they expect him to risk his life? Unthinkable. How about this? You put the thunderbolt talismans in your storage bag and toss it over, and I will release this fat man, but you must exchange yourself. After Gu Ming finished speaking, Xiao Fan internally laughed wildly, yet could not show it, feigning hesitation instead. What? You dare not? Gu Ming sneered. Xiao Fan was well aware of Gu Ming's trickery. Once he was captured, how could the fat man escape? Wake the fat man. Xiao Fan pretended to be helpless and tossed his storage bag over. Upon receiving the storage bag, Gu Ming ordered his subordinates to fetch some water, quickly dousing the fat man to rouse him. Brother, silence. Gu Ming slapped him again, leaving the fat man dazed. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates secured the cave entrance, allowing the fat man to exit. Brother, what will you do? The fat man asked anxiously as he passed by Xiao Fan. No worries. This matter began with me, and it shall end with me. Quickly return and call for help, and remember, be swift. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, the fat man was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped his meaning and dashed out without looking back. Quickly, surround Xiao Fan. You too. Go kill that fat man. Gu Ming drew his long sword and led the charge, his heart brimming with joy. Ha ha ha, Xiao Fan, today is your day of reckoning. Seeing the fear etched on Xiao Fan's face, Gu Ming burst into laughter, reveling in his sense of accomplishment. Ji Yuming, you are utterly shameless. Xiao Fan feigned anger, his internal energy surging, breaking through the barrier of the 9th level of Qi gathering, his aura rising steadily. He could have broken through long ago, but he wished to consolidate his strength further. Now is the perfect moment. Not good, kill him quickly. Gu Ming reacted, swinging his sword towards Xiao Fan as the others followed suit. Kill. Xiao Fan had no time to stabilize his cultivation, utilizing the wind control technique to deliver a powerful punch at the nearest opponent. With a thud, that person was sent flying several yards away, creating a gap in the encirclement. With a swift movement, Xiao Fan dashed out of the cave, fleeing along the planned route. Damn it. Chase after him. Gu Ming and his men pursued, cursing under their breath. How could they allow the duck they had nearly caught to fly away? Xiao Fan glanced back, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Gu Ming, you despicable wretch. I will eventually slay you. Ji Yuming's face turned pale with anger at these words, spurring him to hasten his pace in pursuit. Ji Yuming, you are but a dog of Yuan Feng. No, you are even beneath a dog. As Xiao Fan continued to insult him, he suddenly halted, turning around with a smile directed at Gu Ming. Not good. Retreat. Gu Ming sensed something amiss and retreated frantically. But it was too late. The formation had already activated. An invisible energy surged from all directions, the killing intent within the array spreading like wildfire, chilling to the bone. It's a formation. Quickly, think of a way to break it. Gu Ming, being at the 8th level of body refinement, was the first to react, organizing an assault on the formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What the hell is this? Someone shouted in confusion as dozens of cold arrows whistled through the air. Ah! Cries of agony filled the air, many caught off guard and sustaining injuries. Though they were merely wounded, don't panic. Just attack the formation, we will be out in no time. After hearing Gu Ming's words, they felt somewhat reassured and began their assault on the formation. Whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of cold arrows shot forth. This time, they were prepared, and the damage was minimal. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. If this continued, The formation would last at most another quarter of an hour. With this in mind, he slowly walked forward, awaiting the opportune moment. After several rounds of cold arrows rained down, everyone within the formation sustained significant injuries, and their energy reserves dwindled, while the 7-kill array appeared on the verge of collapse. Now was the time. Xiao Fan's figure flickered as he entered the 7-kill array, unleashing a full-powered punch. Ah, who the hell ambushed me? Gu Ming was sent flying backward, shouting in alarm. After landing a successful punch, Xiao Fan reclaimed the storage bag, brandishing the god-slaying sword with ferocity. Chapter 35. Taking them down one by one. The array was soon filled with cries of despair. In mere moments, Xiao Fan had slain 3 men. These were all low-level body refinement practitioners, and taking them down one by one posed no challenge for Xiao Fan. What he feared was being overwhelmed. Its Xiao Fan. Quickly, kill him. Gu Ming, taken aback, sprang into action and charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of cold arrows flew forth, and they scrambled to defend themselves, while Xiao Fan, fully aware of the arrows' trajectories, remained unfazed, wielding the god-slaying sword as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. Crack, crack. 3 more heads flew from their bodies, the scene horrifying, and the remaining men were utterly terrified. Gu Ming, we're here to help, a voice suddenly called from outside the array, and Xiao Fan turned to see the 2 who had gone after the fat man quickly attack the formation. With 4 against 1, Xiao Fan is doomed. Gu Ming was ecstatic, but before they could strike, another volley of cold arrows was unleashed. Xiao Fan utilized his movement technique, charging forward, and with a swift thrust, another head fell. Boom, the 7-kill array finally shattered, and the 2 from outside rushed in, forming a triangular formation with Gu Ming. Xiao Fan, you are as good as dead. No, I will savor torturing you slowly, leaving you neither able to live nor die. Gu Ming, consumed by rage, realized the heavy toll of his fallen subordinates. Returning to the Alchemist Guild, he would face punishment. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, stood 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, quietly observing their battle. Brother Yiyong, do you think that person named Xiao Fan can survive? The young woman inquired of her companion, her face alight with excitement. He is undoubtedly doomed. The opposing side has a practitioner at the 8th level of body refinement, along with 2 low-level practitioners. He cannot escape. Yiyong resolutely responded to her, believing that Xiao Fan relied solely on that array. The young woman remained silent, yet she had an inkling that Xiao Fan possessed a formidable power that had yet to be unleashed. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan surveyed his surroundings, tightening his grip on the sword. Enough with the idle chatter, let us strike. Upon uttering these words, he executed the wind shadow technique, vanishing suddenly from their sight. Quick, take cover, Gu Ming shouted, having previously experienced this technique. Now that Xiao Fan had ascended in cultivation, it had become even more enigmatic. Crack. Another head rolled to the ground, blood spraying wildly. The individual had no time to scream, his eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld his severed head, the mountain-splitting sword. Gu Ming unleashed his proud sword technique, the sound of the blade piercing the air, its shadows multiplying. Another attack followed suit, but Xiao Fan merely sneered, having broken through to the 9th layer of Qi gathering, far surpassing his previous strength and speed. Xiao Fan did not engage directly, but instead utilized his technique to evade Gu Ming's strike missed, his expression instantly turning grave. Xiao Fan, after his breakthrough, seemed to have gained overwhelming power. Gu Ming, prepare to meet your end. Xiao Fan brandished his sword, his body flickering and disappearing once more. Humph. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, launching into the mountain-splitting sword technique again. Suddenly, Xiao Fan reversed direction, thrusting his sword at the other assailant. With a piercing sound, he pierced through, an endless stream of sword energy rolling forth, causing the man to fall in disbelief. You are not human. You are a demon. Gu Ming finally felt fear, without allies. Victory was unattainable, as he had learned from experience. With this thought, he turned to flee, mirroring his previous escape. Xiao Fan was unfazed, but the 2 siblings nearby were utterly astonished, particularly the young woman, whose shock rendered her speechless at Xiao Fan's display. Yiyong, it appears you were mistaken. The young woman smiled, revealing her charming dimples to Gu Ming. If you have the courage, do not run. Xiao Fan felt helpless. If Gu Ming chose to flee, he could not pursue him now. The wind shadow technique was too taxing, and Gu Ming undoubtedly possessed escape talismans that I shall run. What can you do about it? Gu Ming's voice echoed as he vanished into the dense forest. Xiao Fan watched the direction he departed, sighed, and then turned to the 2 siblings. Yi Yang appeared taken aback, unable to fathom how someone at the ninth layer of Qi gathering could detect them. Clap, clap. Yi Yang applauded, slowly stepping forward, his demeanor calm as still water, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Quite an impressive technique, though your strength leaves much to be desired. At this remark, Xiao Fan remained unperturbed, returning a courteous gesture. If there is nothing else, may our paths cross again. Xiao Fan turned to leave, recognizing the newcomer's substantial cultivation. The male was at the ninth layer of body refinement, while the female was at the sixth layer. He deemed it prudent to depart. After the recent battle, Xiao Fan had clarified his own strength. Combined with his technique, he could contend with those at the eighth layer of body refinement. Wait, I wish to know your name, the young woman exclaimed, hastening after him. Su Su. You. Yi Yang attempted to intervene, but found himself at a loss for words, an indescribable bitterness swelling in his heart. Su Su. A lovely name. Xiao Fan halted, turning to regard the girl named Su Su, momentarily taken aback. She was beautiful, resembling a pristine white lotus, both lovely and ethereal. At this humble stage of Qi gathering, am not worthy of your acquaintance. I must take my leave. Xiao Fan bowed slightly and turned away, employing his technique to vanish amidst the endless reeds. How intriguing, Brother Yi Yang. It seems this individual is garbed in the attire of the Deer Hunting Martial Academy. Indeed. After a brief pause, he continued, our objective for this expedition has been achieved. Let us return post-haste. Indeed. Su Su playfully stuck out her tongue and skipped away. An hour later, Xiao Fan returned to the Martial Academy, entering the courtyard and finally feeling a sense of relief upon seeing the plump figure. Brother, you have finally returned. I sought out Mentor Han, but she was absent, and I fear not. All is well. Focus on your recovery. I have tasks for you. Xiao Fan patted his shoulder and handed him 2 healing elixirs. Very well, the plump youth replied, then retreated to his room to tend to his injuries. Taking Xiao Fan's instructions to heart, Xiao Fan entered his own room, sitting cross-legged. Having just broken through, he needed to solidify his foundation. Only when dusk fell did he finally open his eyes, his realm thoroughly stabilized. Brother Xiao, may I enter? A voice called from outside the door. Xiao Fan stepped out. No need to ask. Just come in. He waved to the 2 brothers, urging them to enter swiftly. Cough, cough. No. I fear there may be a race. The expression on Xiong Gang's face turned awkward as he held out a storage bag to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan nodded, accepting the bag, and as he scanned its contents, a smile akin to a spring breeze spread across his face. Brother Xiao, can these herbs truly yield 500 yuanling pills? Xiong Gang's skepticism stemmed not from disbelief in Xiao Fan, but rather from concern that the herbs might be insufficient for such a yield. Certainly. Could you procure a few more alchemy furnaces for me? Xiao Fan inquired. Chapter 36. The Great Yin Fist. Upon hearing this, Xiong Gang was taken aback. Several? What does Brother Xiao need so many alchemy furnaces for? Several? Are you certain you want that many? Is there a problem? Very well. Though puzzled, Xiong Gang acquiesced, as acquiring a few more furnaces posed no challenge for him. With a flick of his right hand, he produced a furnace even larger than Xiao Fan's and placed it on the ground. Brother Xiao, I will give you one for now. I shall return tonight with another. With that, Xiong Gang and Xiong Chong departed. Brother, can we truly trust Xiao Fan? Xiong Chong questioned. You must trust my judgment. Learn from it. Xiong Gang patted his shoulder, and the 2 quickened their pace to fetch the alchemy furnaces. Xiao Fan released a long breath. Relaxing his body, he intended to rest, but upon seeing the disarray of the courtyard, he began tidying up. Night fell. Xiao Fan gazed at the now orderly and clean courtyard. Finally feeling at ease, he set up an illusion array at the entrance before pausing. It is time to cultivate a martial technique. After days of combat, he had drawn conclusions, relying solely on the wind shadow technique, and the slaughter sword art was too one-dimensional, and over time, its effectiveness would wane. With this thought, he rummaged through his memories from his past life, several boxing techniques surfacing in his mind. Xiao Fan's consciousness entered, transforming into a miniature version of himself, repeatedly practicing within the Sea of Souls. He extracted the essence while discarding the dross, amalgamating the merits of several boxing techniques, and began fervently practicing once more. An hour later, a satisfied smile finally graced Xiao Fan's face. A new martial technique had taken shape. Manifesting within his Sea of Souls, Xiao Fan focused and closed his eyes, following the previous drills, unleashing punch after punch without fatigue. The wind from his strikes howled, shadows of fists danced, and the once tranquil courtyard was engulfed in a tempest. As if heralding an impending storm, the plump youth emerged from his room. Witnessing this spectacle, instinctively retracting his head, swallowing hard, unable to believe his eyes. Another hour passed, and Xiao Fan abruptly opened his eyes. He raised his hand to clench his fist, an overwhelming gust of punch energy radiating outward, reminiscent of a jubilant cheer or the beating of drums. Punch intent, Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he swiftly unleashed a punch. A massive imprint materializing and roaring forth. Whoosh! The gale wrought by his punch lifted countless stone tiles from the ground. The courtyard transformed into a whirlwind of flying debris and swirling dust. With a thunderous crash, a resounding noise echoed, prompting numerous students to rush out to witness the commotion, believing something monumental had transpired. Xiao Fan stood still, awaiting the dust to settle, and the sight before him left even him astonished. What a desolate scene! He could not help but exclaim. The stone tiles had all been overturned, shattered into countless fragments scattered across the ground. More alarmingly, the courtyard walls and entrance had collapsed, demolished by Xiao Fan's single punch. The illusion array shattered as well. Impressive power, though it consumes an excessive amount of true energy. I can only unleash 2 punches at most now. Xiao Fan chuckled wryly, hastily swallowing a Yuanling pill to restore his energy. Let us name it the Great Yin Fist. Xiao Fan decided upon a name. Xiao Fan, what on earth happened? One of the students approached, curiosity etched on his face, a bag of snacks clutched in his hand. The wind was strong just now. Xiao Fan was momentarily speechless. They had come to witness the spectacle, but alas, there was nothing to see. Not long after, the Xiong brothers returned, having dropped off 2 alchemy furnaces. And surprisingly, they stayed. Xiao Fan saw through their intentions at a glance. They simply wished to witness his true capabilities. Let us begin. You have arrived just in time. Shortly, I will need your help to place the herbs into the alchemy furnaces. Upon finishing his sentence, Xiao Fan retrieved a small portion of herbs, dividing them into several smaller batches, and set up all 4 alchemy furnaces. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Xionggang was puzzled as to why Xiao Fan had set up 4 alchemy furnaces. You will understand soon enough. Xiao Fan offered little explanation as he began to wield the art of fire control, multitasking with remarkable precision. The 4 alchemical furnaces started to exhibit changes. The temperatures escalated, and the furnace walls glowed a deeper red. At that moment, the Xiong brothers were left in stunned silence, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Though they lacked the skills of alchemy themselves, they had been fortunate enough to witness others practice it. Where typically, one person tended to a single furnace with utmost caution, unable to spare any mental faculties for anything else. In contrast, Xiao Fan was not merely multitasking. He was managing 4 tasks simultaneously. How could one possibly refine elixirs under such conditions? Xionggang and Xiongchang prepared the herbs and placed them into the furnace. Observing that the temperature had reached the required standard, Xiao Fan instructed them to add the medicinal materials. After a brief hesitation, the Xiong brothers complied, heedlessly tossing the small portions of herbs into the furnace. As the herbs entered, crimson flames surged violently, causing the Xiong brothers to instinctively retreat. Yet, Xiao Fan remained utterly composed. Despite his modest cultivation, the process of refining such low-grade elixirs posed no pressure on him. At most, it would merely consume some of his true energy. The herbs began to dissolve in the furnace, impurities bubbling forth and evaporating. The Xiong brothers exchanged incredulous glances, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Just moments ago, they had briefly entertained the notion that Xiao Fan was merely a figure of empty reputation. The crimson flames continued to dance, the herbs ceaselessly melting and purifying. Within the span of a tea brewing time, various herbs began to merge, and the first elixirs took shape. The Xiong brothers felt a surge of excitement. Had the temperature not been so high, they would have eagerly leaned over the furnace to watch. A quarter of an hour later, all the herbs had fully merged in a series of round, plump elixirs officially materialized, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air, invigorating their senses. Wow! The Xiong brothers could not contain their exhilaration, tears of joy streaming down their faces. For those hailing from a merchant family, this moment of profound emotion was a gift from Xiao Fan. As Xiao Fan recognized that the timing was perfect, he promptly extinguished the flames. The elixirs within the furnace continued to rotate. Once the temperature subsided, 32 Yuanling pills emerged, with not a single waste pill among them, each furnace yielding 8 exquisite elixirs. Without needing further instruction from Xiao Fan, the Xiong brothers retrieved boxes to collect the Yuanling pills. Xiao bro, your talent is truly remarkable. We are utterly awestruck, Xionggang exclaimed. His gaze toward Xiao Fan transformed. In his eyes, Xiao Fan had transcended humanity, becoming a divine entity. Just a basic operation. Let us continue. Xiao Fan waved his hand, preparing to refine more elixirs. Xiao bro, we should take these elixirs back to report. To be honest, the pressure from our family is immense. With these exquisite Yuanling pills, we will face no obstacles. Xiang Gang sighed in relief. After bowing in gratitude to Xiao Fan, the brothers withdrew. Understanding their predicament, Xiao Fan summoned the plump man, ostensibly for assistance, but in truth, to impart the knowledge of alchemy. Chapter 37. Greed-driven under the plump man's astonished and bewildered gaze. Xiao Fan fervently refined elixirs, producing batch after batch, each containing 10 perfectly rounded pills. Xiao Fan instructed the plump man to set aside 2 pills from each batch while placing the remaining ones elsewhere. Ensuring he had a sufficient supply for himself, it was not until dawn that Xiao Fan finally paused, collapsing onto the ground as he completed 500 Yuanling pills. Throughout the night, he had consumed several of these pills. Otherwise, his true energy would have long been depleted. Brother, you are incredible. I still cannot grasp it, the plump man admitted, feeling somewhat disheartened and embarrassed in comparison to Xiao Fan's prowess. Do not fret. Mastery takes time. As long as you put in the effort, you will succeed, Xiao Fan reassured him. In his eyes, the plump man had shown promise, possessing an innate talent for alchemy, albeit unbeknownst to himself. By the way, this matter must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone, including your significant other. Xiao Fan emphasized the latter, his tone stern. The plump man nodded vigorously, though uncertain of the reason. He understood the importance of adhering to Xiao Fan's instructions. Subsequently, Xiao Fan pinned down some insights on alchemy and fire control techniques for the plump man, finally exhaling in relief. After a brief wash, he left the courtyard and made his way to the task hall. The sun had already risen, and the streets were bustling with learners. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, they began to whisper and point. Shaking his head, he quickly arrived at the same window as before. Is there a matter? A middle-aged man's languid voice emerged. I am here to submit a task, Xiao Fan replied, handing over the task token. Xiao Fan, he has returned. Could it be that he has completed the task? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Nonsense. If he could complete that task, I would commit seppuku right here. Many recognized Xiao Fan and resumed their mockery, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively with derision. Indeed, the task hall has received a decree from the martial emperor. You performed admirably. The middle-aged man finally perked up, inspecting the token with newfound interest. Thank you for the praise, Xiao Fan replied with a respectful bow. Bring me the movement token. I shall grant you 50,000 points. The middle-aged man's voice was low, yet everyone nearby heard, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Impossible. There must be a mistake. This is absolutely erroneous. I refuse to believe he could earn 50,000 points. A throng gathered around Xiao Fan's window, growing increasingly chaotic as more people joined, their voices rising in uproar. Xiao Fan chuckled coldly within. Indifferent to their skepticism, the middle-aged man quickly returned the identity token, the glimmering inscription of 50,000 points visible to all. 50,000 points. Xiao Fan, share some with me. He must have cheated. I cannot believe this. It is unjust. Indeed, it is unjust. The Martial Academy is unfair. As Xiao Fan pocketed the identity token and surveyed the crowd with a frown, he noticed nothing but avaricious faces and grotesque expressions. Xiao Fan, go seek Elder Xing. He will escort you to the royal ancestral grounds for training. Depart quickly. The middle-aged man's expression turned grave, urging him to leave. Xiao Fan nodded, but as he attempted to exit, the crowd blocked his path, rendering normal movement impossible. You cannot leave, Xiao Fan. Yes, you will not depart until you clarify this matter. Indeed, unless you distribute these points among us, you shall not escape, the crowd clamored. Each person vying for the points while hurling insults at Xiao Fan. If you want points, earn them yourself. There are no handouts without effort or risk, Xiao Fan shouted, each word piercing through their anger. Provoking further ire. Xiao Fan, I suspect you bribed the elders at the task hall, colluding with them. Stop pretending. Indeed, you are all cut from the same cloth. Tension escalated as the crowd resorted to personal attacks on Xiao Fan and the task hall elders. This is madness. You are truly out of line. Disperse at once, the middle-aged man shouted, stepping forward in an attempt to quell the chaos. Pa. Every crow is black. We shall not leave until we receive an explanation. Give us an explanation. The scene grew increasingly tumultuous, and some began to inch closer to Xiao Fan. His gaze sharpened, discerning their intentions, and he prepared himself. The middle-aged man was at his wit's end, while the other elders of the task hall were equally helpless. Resorting to summoning the Grand Elder for assistance. Xiao Fan, hand over your identity token. One student brazenly attempted to snatch it. Reaching for Xiao Fan's storage bag with a menacing expression, Xiao Fan's patience waned. He could tolerate their words, but if they resorted to violence, he would not hold back. With a swift strike of his palm, he delivered a devastating blow, shattering the assailant's arm with a sickening crack. Ah! A scream pierced through the air, and an eerie silence fell over the crowd, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Xiao Fan, I will destroy you. The injured man, undeterred by pain, unsheathed his sword and lunged forward. Charge! Do not let him get the upper hand. A voice rang out, snapping the crowd back into action as they surged toward Xiao Fan. That moment, Xiao Fan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The crowd comprised at least 100 students, all driven by greed. Could he withstand their onslaught? Die in fist. With no other choice, Xiao Fan unleashed the newly mastered technique. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled as his fist surged forth, manifesting a colossal fist imprint that streaked through the air. Ah, save me. In an instant, shrieks echoed as those closest were obliterated, blood flooding the ground in a gruesome spectacle. The fist imprint tore through the throng, sending bodies flying, crimson liquid spraying everywhere. Most of these students were at the chi gathering stage, with a few at the lower levels of body refinement, had they not been attacking en masse. They posed little threat to Xiao Fan. Using his agility, Xiao Fan soared to a high platform, surveying the chaos below. The scene had descended into pandemonium. Some lay dead, others injured, the air filled with cries of despair and accusations. Taking in the carnage, Xiao Fan inhaled sharply. His rough estimate indicated that his punch had claimed at least 10 lives. Murderer! Xiao Fan has committed murder. Is there no one to intervene? Everyone was stunned by that single blow, including the elders of the mission hall. Quick, summon Elder Xing. A voice cried out, prompting a middle-aged man to dart away, his expression fraught with anxiety. Let us kill Xiao Fan together, shouted one injured disciple, with others eagerly echoing his sentiment. Yes, let us unite and slay this fiend. The air was soon filled with cries for blood, as the majority of disciples drew their weapons and charged at Xiao Fan. Chapter 38. Unassailable Xiao Fan trembled, not out of fear, but from an overwhelming fury. He had risked assassination, enduring numerous tribulations to complete his mission. These points were earned with his very life. Now, he merely sought the rewards he rightfully deserved, only to be met with such treatment, mockery, insults, and forceful theft. How absurd it all seemed. Fight. I, Xiao Fan, am unassailable, he declared, wielding the god-slaying sword, an aura of lethal intent surrounding him. With a swift motion, he unleashed the slaughter technique, slay the enemies. The god-slaying sword swept forth, an endless wave of sword energy erupting, forming a shadow of the blade that cut through the air. Boom! The sword shadow cleaved downwards, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its piercing sound echoing da-da. Save me, I don't want to die. He is a demon, a demon. As the sword shadow passed, more than 10 individuals were instantly bisected, blood spraying everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Whoosh! The sword shadow continued its relentless advance, leaving death or injury in its wake. A sight so terrifying it was beyond comprehension. Suddenly, the sky darkened with thunder and lightning. As the sword's shadow vanished, torrents of rain began to fall, coalescing into a river of blood that wound its way through the battlefield. Xiao Fan stood firm, sword in hand, silently observing, his eyes aflame with rage. Oh heavens! Do you see? The murderer stands right there. Xiao Fan, you are not human. You are a demon. Divine retribution will come for you. The surviving disciples, now gripped by fear, lamented their supposed righteousness, denouncing Xiao Fan as the embodiment of evil. Xiao Fan gazed coldly at them, taking in their grotesque visages. How ironic it all was, whether human or demon. He cared not. After swallowing a handful of spirit pills, his chi rapidly began to replenish. Whoosh! 10 figures darted towards him. Upon halting, they too were taken aback by the horrifying sight. These 10 were the supreme elders of the Hunting Deer Martial Academy, each one a pinnacle practitioner of the cleansing marrow realm, immensely powerful. More figures followed, dozens of them, mentors and ordinary elders, all of whom possessed at least the blood condensation realm. Upon stopping, they displayed expressions of disbelief. The horrific scene was so overwhelming that some female mentors could not help but retch. Where are the elders from the medical hall, mobilized to treat the injured disciples? Elder Xing's voice rang out, prompting the medical hall elders to rush over, producing healing elixirs to aid the wounded. Those who are uninjured, leave promptly. The academy will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter, Elder Xing instructed. And the unscathed disciples could only reluctantly retreat. The remaining elders gathered the bodies of the deceased disciples, verifying their identities and notifying their families to come and claim them. After issuing 3 commands, Elder Xing turned his gaze to Xiao Fan, narrowing his eyes, his expression calm. Xiao Fan, Xing Yin, accompany me to the law enforcement hall. The rest of you, return to your duties and bolster the academy's patrols to prevent any further incidents. With that, Elder Xing strode towards the law enforcement hall, and after a moment's contemplation, Xiao Fan followed. If Elder Xing intended to execute him, he could have done so right then, without needing to go to the law enforcement hall. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man trailed behind, causing Xiao Fan to raise an eyebrow in surprise. No need for speculation. I am Xing Yin, the man explained, and Xiao Fan instantly understood. Behind them were the other 9 supreme elders, each exuding a formidable aura. Thus, the massacre reached its conclusion, yet the news spread like wildfire throughout the academy, igniting a fervor among the students. Let us go to the law enforcement hall to witness the spectacle. I want to kill that demon Xiao Fan. He is too arrogant. In a matter of moments, a significant portion of the academy's disciples surged towards the law enforcement hall, including a few from the advanced classes. Once inside, Xiao Fan was sequestered in a room with the door tightly shut and guards stationed outside. Outside the law enforcement hall, a throng of students gathered, their voices rife with discussions about Xiao Fan's misdeeds. Within the discussion hall, after Elder Xing Yin recounted the events, the supreme elders furrowed their brows in concern. If what Elder Xing Yin said was true, then Xiao Fan was blameless. All his actions were in self-defense. Elder Xing, summon the other elders from the mission hall. Elder Xing commanded, recognizing that relying solely on Xing Yin's testimony would not suffice to convince them. Yes, Father, Xing Yin replied, bowing before exiting. Elder Xing's actions were also motivated by the fact that he and Xing Yin were father and son, which further complicated matters to this moment. Xiao Fan remained composed, his aura of killing intent gradually dissipating as he closed his eyes to meditate. If given a second chance, he would not hesitate to unleash a bloodbath again. His path was not one of compromise, but rather a relentless pursuit of his goals. An hour later, a notice from the law enforcement hall was posted, drawing students who wished to see Xiao Fan's execution. The announcement detailed the events clearly and outlined the punishment awaiting Xiao Fan. Could it be Xiao Fan acted in self-defense? It's not impossible, especially with 50,000 points at stake. Who wouldn't covet that? Though framed as self-defense, the punishment would surely lead to his death, an act of revenge. Indeed, the portly student also arrived, squeezing through the crowd to see, and thought to himself, this is bad. Are they really going to throw my brother into the valley of death? Seeing this news, he was frantic. Would his brother truly meet his demise? The valley of death was the only forbidden area of the Great Ing Kingdom, and its mysteries remained largely unknown, as no one had dared to venture there for ages. It was said that the academy's principal had once ventured to the outskirts of the valley of death but returned severely injured, never to mention it again. Upon witnessing the punishment, the students outside the law enforcement hall began to disperse. In their eyes, Xiao Fan was already a dead man. Inside the law enforcement hall, Elder Xing approached Xiao Fan, regarding him with a meaningful glance. Although you acted in self-defense, the number of lives you took is too many. Failing to impose adequate punishment would not quell public outrage. Therefore, the academy has decided to cast you into the valley of death. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy, and he shook his head. I am innocent. They deserve to die. Xiao Fan clearly rejected the punishment, contemplating whether he should remain at the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. Elder Xing paused, pacing back and forth before finally exhaling deeply. Accepting the academy's punishment grants you a slim chance at survival. I hope you can understand my words. Elder Xing emphasized his statement, knowing full well that among the deceased was the sole heir of the Ming King, whose family wielded immense power and influence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan regained his composure, grasping the gravity of the situation. So what? I fear no retribution. Death is merely a part of existence. No. Even if I must enter the valley of death, it will be of my own volition, not as a punishment. Xiao Fan recognized he had no authority to refuse. Nonetheless, he would resist to the very end, fueled by his inner resolve. Chapter 39. Body Tempering Second Stage. This is nonsense. Sheer nonsense. Entering the valley of death signifies the academy has executed you, providing them with an explanation. Should you emerge unscathed, it will be deemed a miracle, and the academy will have grounds to protect you. No amount of clamor will sway the martial emperor. Do you understand? Elder Xing's face flushed with rage as he laid out the stakes with clarity. Thank you, Elder Xing, and thank you to the academy. But I cannot accept this. Xiao Fan understood the rationale, yet his pride would not allow him to compromise. You infuriate me. Elder Xing paced the room, unable to fathom Xiao Fan's unwavering resolve, seemingly unafraid of death. Minter Han, do not act impulsively. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Bang! Just as Elder Xing contemplated forcibly sending Xiao Fan to the Valley of Death, the door was kicked open by Han Jiangxue. Both Elder Xing and Xiao Fan were taken aback. Rendered speechless by Han Jiangxue's urgent demeanor, "You little rascal, go and experience life. You will go to the Valley of Death," Han Jiangxue declared, seizing Xiao Fan and darting out. This is acceptable, haha. Elder Xing was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining his senses, he chuckled heartily. Once again, Xiao Fan was whisked away by Han Jiangxue, feeling utterly helpless. Soon, they had exited the jurisdiction of the academy. This isn't the direction of the Valley of Death. Xiao Fan mused internally, remaining silent and offering no resistance. 2 hours later, Han Jiangxue finally halted, gazing at the canyon ahead, exhaling a sigh of relief. Out of formation, Xiao Fan immediately discerned the anomaly before him. The entire canyon was enveloped in an immense defensive array. Indeed, this is the royal ancestral land and the ancestral land of the Ing clan. You can train here for a day, correct? After Han Jiangxue spoke, she slowly made her way into the canyon, and Xiao Fan hurriedly followed. Aren't we heading to the Valley of Death? Xiao Fan inquired. Before you meet your demise, I shall bring you here to indulge in a moment. She replied. Indulge? Xiao Fan paused, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his blood surging. Though he had not experienced such things before, he could only imagine the pleasure it would bring. They soon arrived at the entrance of the formation. And after explaining their intentions, the guards stepped aside. You may enter. I shall return for you at this time tomorrow, Han Jiangxue said, giving Xiao Fan a pat on the shoulder before turning to leave. Han Minter, isn't this for enjoyment? Xiao Fan asked. With a swift kick, Han Jiangxue sent him inside, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiao Fan was speechless. As he stepped into the canyon, he finally understood what Han Jiangxue meant by enjoyment. He involuntarily let out a pleasurable moan. The spiritual energy here was overwhelmingly rich, at least 10 times denser than outside. Indeed, it was a true indulgence, and Xiao Fan burst into laughter as he ventured deeper. The ancestral home of the Ing clan becoming faintly visible, the path was deserted, save for a few subtle auras emanating from within the ancestral home. And the surroundings were eerily quiet. He did not approach the Ing ancestral home, but instead sought a relatively secluded spot, setting up an illusionary array before sitting cross-legged. With a long sigh of relief, Xiao Fan began to circulate the chaos opening technique. Suddenly, spiritual energy from all directions converged upon him, transforming into spiritual rain that surged into his body, cleansing his meridians before finally entering the chaos world. The sensation was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Xiao Fan's heart swelled with joy. At this rate of cultivation, breaking through to the body refinement realm would be a matter of course. The origin sapling is growing at such an astonishing rate. Xiao Fan noticed that the origin tree, having absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, was growing rapidly, reaching over 3 zhang in height and still continuing to rise. To his astonishment, the roots of the origin tree pierced through the small world, then extended out of his body, burrowing into the earth to fervently absorb spiritual energy. Xiao Fan was taken aback but soon realized that the protruding roots posed no harm to him, allowing him to relax. Half an hour later, the origin tree had grown to over 6 zhang tall, and its growth rate finally began to slow. As the origin tree expanded, the chaos world also grew in size. And Xiao Fan felt a connection. All of his true energy had entered the chaos world. What is happening? After a moment of contemplation, he understood, his heart soaring with delight. The chaos world had completely merged with his Dantian. His Dantian was now the chaos world, capable of storing an immense amount of true energy. With this realization, Xiao Fan settled his mind and continued his cultivation. The mysterious liquid on the origin tree continued to accumulate. And after an hour, the first round of feedback began. Countless droplets of mysterious liquid fell, transforming into pure energy that flowed into Xiao Fan's meridians. His aura surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the gathering Qi 9th level. Just a step away from the body refinement realm, unbeknownst to him, several figures had emerged from the Ing ancestral home, quietly observing him not far away. What kind of cultivation technique is this young man practicing? The fluctuations in spiritual energy are extraordinary. One elder muttered, seemingly to himself, yet addressing those beside him. The others shook their heads. While they were curious, they did not wish to intrude. Time passed swiftly, and as night deepened, with another round of feedback from the origin tree, Xiao Fan broke through the threshold of the body refinement first level, officially entering the body refinement realm. The cultivation method for the body refinement realm differed significantly. As the name suggested, it involved refining one's body, forging a powerful vessel for higher realms. By noon the next day, Xiao Fan finally opened his eyes and slowly stood up. A series of crackling sounds emanated from within him, revitalizing his entire being. The angles of his face became more pronounced, and his eyes more profound. Body refinement second level. Not bad at all. Xiao Fan was quite pleased with his cultivation progress. The origin sapling had matured into a grand tree, and his Danteon had fully merged with the chaos world. Everything was developing in a positive direction. A pungent odor wafted through the air, nearly causing Xiao Fan to retch. He looked at his soiled body, covered his nose, and set off in search of a water source. After cleansing the impurities from his body, he made his way slowly toward the exit, where Han Jiangxue had been waiting for some time. Han Minter, he called. Han Jiangxue did not respond verbally, but simply lifted him and departed. However, Xiao Fan increasingly sensed something amiss. They were not heading to the Valley of Death, but rather back to the Zulu Academy. 2 hours later, they returned to the academy and entered the Cold Moon Valley. Han Minter, you stay here. Entering the Valley of Death guarantees a tenfold increase in peril, Han Jiangxue stated, beginning to set up formations with a cold expression, leaving no one to decipher her thoughts. Watching her busy figure, Xiao Fan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He understood that Han Jiangxue was protecting him. He wanted to express his gratitude, but the words caught in his throat. Han Minter, I must attend to some matters first, Xiao Fan declared hastily before leaving. He was not afraid of death. Rather, he feared that those who cared for him might perish because of him. To avoid dragging Han Jiangxue down, he chose to depart. Chapter 40. The arrival of the Ming Prince not long after, in the northwest corner of the imperial city, within the Ming Prince's residence. Your Highness, Han Jiangxue did not take Xiao Fan to the Valley of Death. Instead, she brought him back to the academy. We gather all those above the blood condensation realm. We shall head to the academy. Also, bring along my 800 private soldiers, the Ming Prince ordered, causing a stir throughout the residence. In a remarkably short time, a massive contingent swiftly advanced toward the Zulu Academy, exuding an aura of impending violence. It's the Ming Prince. What does he intend to do? Is he going to wage war? It seems unlikely. They are heading toward the academy. Could they be attacking the academy? Haven't you heard? Xiao Fan has been on a killing spree at the academy, slaying the Ming Prince's only son. The crowd followed suit, excitement coursing through them. The academy. Elder Xing had already received word, gathering all the elders and mentors to await at the entrance. The students, witnessing this, rushed over, eager to uncover the unfolding drama. An hour later, the Ming Prince's entourage arrived at the academy gates, clad in shining armor and marching in unison. Their presence was enough to instill awe. Elder Xing gazed at the dark mass of soldiers, his eyes narrowing as an undercurrent of unease stirred within him. He had not anticipated that Han Jiangxue would prevent Xiao Fan from entering the Valley of Death. A serious violation of the Academy's laws. Hand over Xiao Fan, the Ming Prince bellowed, his war spear roaring with ominous energy, a killing intent soaring into the heavens. Indeed, they had come for Xiao Fan, and a spectacle was about to unfold. I heard Xiao Fan acted in self-defense, single-handedly facing off against over 100 foes. Quite impressive. So what? He killed the Ming Prince's son. Isn't that a road to ruin? The crowd murmured, some applauding the action while others lamented Xiao Fan's plight. Ming Prince, do you know the circumstances that led to this? Elder Xing stepped forward, exuding the aura of a peak-washing marrow cultivator. I care not. I offer you 2 choices. Either cast Xiao Fan into the Valley of Death or surrender him to me. Choose. The Ming Prince was assertive, showing no respect for Elder Xing. Prepared for confrontation. Ming Prince, the academy belongs to the martial emperor. It is not a place for your reckless behavior. Elder Xing's gaze turned icy, invoking the martial emperor's name in hopes of intimidating the Ming Prince. And what if I do? To avenge my son, I will go to any lengths. Upon hearing this, Elder Xing trembled. If a conflict were to erupt, the academy would undoubtedly emerge victorious, and easily so. Yet the decision to engage in battle was not his to make. The other elders began to deliberate. The majority agreed that war was unwarranted, especially for Xiao Fan's sake. Elder Xing, I believe the law enforcement hall should act decisively, either cast Xiao Fan into the Valley of Death or surrender him. Zhao Su interjected, a grin spreading across his face. Indeed, I concur with Elder Zhao's reasoning, Li Kuei added, his face bandaged, only his eyes visible. After much discussion, the majority of the elders and mentors proposed throwing Xiao Fan into the Valley of Death. Elder Xing found himself in a quandary. Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, a voice reached his ears. Do not concern yourself with this matter. If Xiao Fan can extricate himself unharmed, I shall have my own arrangements. If he perishes, it is his fate. After receiving the academy head's message, Elder Xing's brow relaxed slightly, though he felt a twinge of injustice for Xiao Fan. Elder Xing. Hurry up. I have no time to waste with you. The Ming prince urged, and the 800 private soldiers behind him began to advance step by step, drawing closer to the academy gates. Ming prince, I know where Xiao Fan is. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Li Kuei's voice rang out. All eyes turned to him, expressions varying. Li Kuei, you were quite bold, Elder Xing exclaimed, slapping Li Kuei, sending him sprawling, his bandages unraveling to reveal a horrific, scarred visage. Humph. Xiao Fan deserves to die 1,000 deaths. This is an act of justice. Li Kuei rose, undeterred, becoming even more defiant. Elder Xing had achieved his objective. Regarding Li Kuei without further comment, you lead the way. I will reward you with 10,000 gold coins. With a sweeping gesture, the Ming Wang tossed a storage bag into the air, which Li Kuei promptly caught. Hastily setting off on his way, Elder Xing made no attempt to intervene, merely following suit, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Had Elder Li Kuei betrayed the martial academy? How dare he, that despicable Li Kuei, turn traitor and act so shamelessly? Many students glared at Li Kuei, not out of loyalty to Xiao Fan, but simply out of disdain for such treasonous behavior. Let us follow them. The throng of students surged forward, a mighty tide of bodies. Half an hour later, Ming Wang arrived at Xiao Fan's residence. Upon observing the formation before him, he struck the ground with a resounding clap. Boom! The formation shattered in an instant, causing the entire courtyard to tremble violently. As the dust settled, the scene ahead gradually came into view. Xiao Fan stood with his sword drawn, an unsettling calm etched upon his face. Xiao Fan had returned, that cowardly wretch, daring to confront the repercussions of his actions. Nonsense. He bore no guilt. What issue was there with his return? A cacophony of whispers erupted, some supporting Xiao Fan. Yet the majority were rife with ridicule. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed through the air as Han Jiangxue swooped in, positioning herself defiantly before Xiao Fan, confronting Ming Wang directly. Who dares to step foot in this courtyard, shall die, Han Jiangxue proclaimed, brandishing her sword as she stood her ground at the entrance. Xiao Fan gazed at her silhouette, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet he wished she had not come. Oh, you truly believe you can obstruct me? You overestimate your worth. Though Ming Wang's words were dismissive, inwardly he braced himself, for Han Jiangxue was indeed a formidable peak-level qi refining expert. On par with him, my student dares to face 100. What of my own ability to confront 1,000? Han Jiangxue declared, her peak qi refining aura erupting forth, her hair billowing in the wind like a goddess descending. Xiao Fan glanced towards the entrance of the martial academy, then at the sky. Formulating a plan. Instructor Han, there is no need for you to intervene with such filth. At his words, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, many secretly giving him a thumbs up. Did you see that? That is courage. I am impressed. Just a brute. Utterly useless. The students exchanged lively banter, ultimately concluding that Xiao Fan's demise was inevitable. Very well, Xiao Fan. I shall make you regret ever stepping foot in this world. Ming Wang laughed maniacally. Just as he was about to strike, another rush of air sliced through the atmosphere. Stand aside. Make way. The Shanshu housekeeper led over 100 elite fighters, hastily approaching. The students, taken aback, parted to create a wide path. Retreating to the perimeter. Who dares to harm my house's heir? Do you think the Jinshi Marquis house is without defenders? The Shanshu housekeeper bellowed, standing firm before Ming Wang's throng, unafraid due to his confidence in their strength. How can this be? Why are there so many qi refining experts from the Jinshi Marquis house? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. 5 peak level qi refining experts. Has the Marquis returned? There are also over 30 blood condensation experts. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Chapter 41. The massacre. The crowd rubbed their eyes in disbelief, convinced they were mistaken, yet the reality before them demanded acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Ming Wang's expression shifted to one of gravity. Assessing the current power dynamics, he still held the advantage. Despite his 800 private soldiers, most were merely qi gathering level, with only a few at the lower stages of body refinement, rendering them akin to ants when faced with the qi refining level. Your Grace, I have arrived late, not late, just in time. Xiao Fan stepped forward, an aura of second-level body refinement radiating from him, the god-slaying sword resonating with a thunderous roar. Xiao Fan, do you believe this will suffice to contend with Ming Wang? Such delusions. As Li Kuei spoke, the scar on his face split anew, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. Enough. With that, Xiao Fan swung his sword, a pressure emanating from the blade. Pooh. Unprepared, Li Kuei was struck. A deep gash appearing on his chest, exposing bone and spilling blood profusely. Ah, Xiao Fan, may you face a wretched end. Li Kuei seethed, eyes filled with venomous rage, yet he dared not retaliate, placing his hopes on Ming Wang. Good strike, Xiao Fan. Finish off that traitor. Li Kuei. Gasps filled the air. Xiao Fan had broken through to the second-level body refinement. How terrifying. At this moment, Li Kuei had become a pariah, his betrayal igniting the fury of the students. Xiao Fan, do you think these people can prevent my hand from reaching you? Childish. Ming Wang fixed his gaze on Xiao Fan, narrowing his eyes as he weighed his options. Is that so? Look behind you. Following Xiao Fan SQ, everyone turned to see over 30 blood condensation experts hastily approaching, cutting off Ming Wang's escape route. What is happening? Where did Xiao Fan acquire such formidable warriors? They're all blood condensation level. Xiao Fan is too fearsome. As the crowd beheld this spectacle, jaws dropped in shock, disbelief washing over them. Elder Xing and Han Jiangxue both exhaled deeply, exchanging knowing glances with Xiao Fan, their anticipation palpable. Li Kuei's face turned pale, as though mourning a loss, and he stealthily began to retreat. Don't let that traitor Li Kuei escape. Charge together. Let us slay him. A voice called out, igniting the students' murderous intent. As numerous advanced class students surged forward, unleashing a barrage of martial techniques, the other elders exchanged glances, their expressions varied, yet none moved to intervene. Let it be chaotic. The principal is indifferent, Elder Xing mused. Stepping aside, and the other elders followed suit, as if they had conspired. Retreat. Ming Wang, sensing the tide turning against him, hastily commanded a withdrawal. Kill. Xiao Fan would not allow him to escape unscathed, with a single command. The battle erupted into chaos, the scene descending into pandemonium. Die for me. Damn you. I will slay you. Help. In an instant, martial techniques clashed, illuminating the skies and shaking the earth. The cries of battle, screams of agony, and desperate pleas echoed incessantly, limbs flying and blood spilling like rivers. With the god-slaying sword in hand, Xiao Fan unleashed the wind shadow technique, plunging into the fray, targeting the body refinement practitioners with lethal precision, one sword strike for each. As if slaughtering livestock, Ming Wang had been ensnared by a peak-level chi refining expert. Watching his private soldiers fall one by one, his hatred for Xiao Fan deepened to the core. Withdraw, do not linger in battle. Realizing the situation had turned against him, he issued another retreat order. While those above blood condensation level fared better, engaging opponents of equal strength to fight and retreat, his private soldiers faced dire straits. Under the onslaught of over a dozen blood condensation experts, they fell like wheat before the scythe. As Ming Wang's retreat command rang out, the morale of his soldiers plummeted, their will to fight evaporating. And they could scarcely maintain even the most basic formations. Kill. Xiao Fan forged ahead, the god-slaying sword sweeping through the ranks, severing heads with each stroke. Having broken through to the second-level body refinement, he showed no fear even in the face of peak body refinement adversaries. The students who had retreated to a distance felt their legs buckle, overwhelmed by the gruesome spectacle. Some were so terrified they lost control of their bodily functions. Collapsing to the ground, struggling to crawl away, Ming Wang, having cleared a path through the combatants, swiftly maneuvered closer to Xiao Fan. Not good. Block Ming Wang, the Shashu housekeeper shouted, having kept close behind Xiao Fan, thus avoiding immediate danger. Upon hearing this, another peak-level chi refining expert lunged forward, obstructing Ming Wang's advance. Are you joking? Our mission is to protect Xiao Fan. If he falls, we gain nothing. Cursed Xiao Fan. You cowardly turtle, if you have the guts, face me in single combat. Ming Wang shouted amidst the fray. Yet to others, his words sounded utterly ludicrous. The peak-level chi refining expert challenging a mere second-level body refinement practitioner to a duel. I challenge you to a duel, you fool. Xiao Fan roared, swallowing a yuan spirit pill before unleashing the slaughter technique. Whoosh! Endless sword chi surged forth, the clang of blades ringing sharply, as a massive shadow of a sword swept outward. Ah! Save me. No, I do not wish to die yet. Where the sword shadow passed, screams echoed, blood splattering within a radius of dozens of feet, a scene of sheer horror. Let us turn the tide. Xiao Fan sheathed his sword, unleashing the great yin fist, a tempest of energy erupting forth, wreaking havoc. Boom! The 20 or so closest Ming Wang soldiers were obliterated by a single punch, their bodies reduced to pulp, remnants scattered across the ground. Elder Xing, observing from a distance, gasped in shock as he witnessed Xiao Fan execute the slaughter technique and the great yin fist, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Meanwhile, Han Jiangxue's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her fighting spirit ignited by Xiao Fan's decisive ferocity. Xiao Fan, I will flay your skin and pull out your tendons, ensuring you suffer a fate worse than death. Ming Wang's eyes blazed with fury. Yearning to confront Xiao Fan, yet he found himself unable to break free from the fray. Is that so? The last person to utter such words to me has already met their demise. Xiao Fan spoke with conviction, referring to Li Kuei, who had been overwhelmed by the students and met his end. Ming Wang, seething with rage to the point of grinding his teeth, found himself helpless against Xiao Fan's onslaught. As time progressed, Ming Wang's 800 soldiers fell one by one, the battlefield becoming increasingly desolate. Xiao Fan withdrew from the chaos, surveying the field littered with dismembered bodies, his fury finally subsiding somewhat. Xiao Fan, you shall await my return. After the Ming Wang issued his stern warning, he led the remaining individuals away, gradually vanishing from the sight of the crowd. It was not that Xiao Fan lacked the desire to eliminate them, but rather that he was unable to do so. Although the individuals brought forth by the benevolent steward were formidable, they were not members of the Jinshi Marquis. Their mission was solely to restrain and protect Xiao Fan. Leaving all other matters aside. To this end, Xiao Fan paid an exorbitant price to sway the Xiong family, enabling him to navigate through this crisis, aside from the 5 peak washing marrow realm practitioners who belonged to the Xiong family. The other blood condensation realm fighters were surreptitiously recruited by the Xiong family, at the cost of 1 marrow-invoking pill per person. The Jinshi Marquis had also dispatched their elite members, yet these elites were merely at the body refinement realm. Chapter 42. Arrangements. Not long after Xiao Fan departed from the Hanwei Valley, the Xiong brothers informed him of the Ming Wang's unusual movements, thanks to the Xiong family's formidable intelligence network. After careful consideration, Xiao Fan ultimately negotiated the acquisition of the 5 peak washing marrow realm practitioners from the Xiong family in exchange for his assistance in refining 2,000 Yuanling pills and 20 marrow-invoking pills. He harbored no fear that the Xiong family would refuse. The allure of those 20 marrow-invoking pills was simply irresistible, just as those at the blood condensation realm could not withstand the temptation of a single marrow-invoking pill. The recruitment of the Rotund Man and the Xiong brothers proceeded with remarkable ease. As for the arrival of the Jinshi Marquis' personnel, that had all been meticulously orchestrated by Xiao Fan. With the Xiong brothers and the Rotund Man covertly executing the plan, culminating in this massacre. Your Highness, are you unscathed? The benevolent steward inquired, promptly assisting Xiao Fan in tidying his somewhat disheveled attire. His murky eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope, he finally recognized that even in the absence of the Marquis, Xiao Fan could uphold the entire Marquis. That I am fine. Instruct them to return to the Marquis. I shall make a visit tomorrow, Xiao Fan replied, casting a knowing glance at him, which the steward instantly comprehended was related to the recruitment of the Marquis. The majority of those at the blood condensation realm were solitary cultivators, making this an opportune moment for their recruitment. Thus, the battle could finally be deemed concluded. With a command from Elder Xing, all the students commenced the task of clearing the battlefield, although some were retching uncontrollably. This served as a valuable opportunity to strengthen their mental fortitude. Xiao Fan cast a glance in the direction of Han Jiangxue, only to discover that she had long since disappeared, prompting his return to his quarters. The Rotund Man and the Xiong brothers had been waiting for some time, having witnessed the entire battle and still brimming with excitement. Xiao brother, your valor is commendable. My brother and I hold you in the highest regard. Xiong Gang said, clasping his hands together, expressing his heartfelt admiration. Enough of this. I must extend my gratitude to you all, for without your support, my escape would have been exceedingly difficult. Xiao Fan responded, handing him a storage pouch containing the Yuanling pills he had previously refined. I will provide the 5 thunder talismans and escape talismans tomorrow morning, he added. Very well. We shall return to make arrangements. Tomorrow, the Xiong Merchant Association will hold a press conference. Xiao brother, would you care to join us in the festivities? Xiong Gang inquired. That I shall refrain from attending. The Alchemist Guild may take action, so do exercise caution, Xiao Fan advised. Upon concluding their conversation, the Xiong brothers took their leave. Brother, the Ming Wang may target the Jinshi Marquis. The Rotund Man remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan nodded. The Rotund Man's concerns were not without merit. However, the Ming Wang's counterattack would not come swiftly. He would not dare to act rashly until he had thoroughly assessed the Marquis's strength. Fear not. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When waters rise, we shall build our dams, Xiao Fan stated, retrieving various materials for refining minor spirit pills and his alchemical furnace, urging the Rotund Man to begin refining. Under Xiao Fan's guidance, the rotund man successfully refined a batch of minor spirit pills. Although only 2 were produced, and their quality was merely average, the achievement sent him into a jubilant leap. Excellent. Continue refining. The quality must reach the pinnacle, and do take time to consume the minor spirit pills to advance your cultivation, Xiao Fan instructed before departing the courtyard, heading towards the mission hall. Having expended 50,000 points, he exchanged for a substantial amount of medicinal materials and some talisman paper. By the time he returned to his quarters, night had already fallen. It is time to fortify the Marquise. Relying on others is not a sustainable strategy, Xiao Fan murmured as he began to set up the furnace and control the flames, fervently refining pills. Until midnight, he surveyed the various pills he had produced, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, he began engraving talismans, primarily the 5 Thunder Talismans, Escape Talismans, and Earth Shield Talismans. These were all low-tier talismans, and Xiao Fan faced no pressure in their creation. With the Yuanling pills at his disposal, he was not concerned about depleting his vital energy. As dawn broke, Xiao Fan halted his work, and the Xiong brothers arrived. He handed them 205 Thunder Talismans and 200 Escape Talismans. Finally exhaling a sigh of relief, Xiao brother, these are the materials for refining the marrow-invoking pills, all collected according to the formula you provided, Xiong Gang said, presenting a storage pouch with palpable excitement. Xiao Fan scanned the contents with his mind, confirming their accuracy before nodding in acknowledgement. The formula for the marrow-invoking pills was not a secret. The rarity lay in the scarcity of 4-star alchemists. Making the pills quite precious, Xiao Fan modified the formula slightly, ensuring that the marrow-invoking pills he refined would surpass those produced by Yuan Feng in quality while reducing costs. Very well. I shall expedite the refinement of the marrow-invoking pills, Xiao Fan replied, prompting the Xiong brothers to take their leave. Disguising himself, Xiao Fan exited the martial academy, intent on returning to the Jinshi Marquise. An hour later, he stepped into the Marquise, greeted by the sight of those blood condensation realm experts from the previous day, all awaiting the marrow-invoking pills. Fortunately, with Aunt Feng maintaining order, they remained relatively subdued, avoiding any uproar. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, the benevolent steward rushed forward, his previously furrowed brow now slightly relaxed. Your Highness, you have finally returned. What shall we do now? The steward inquired anxiously. Do not fret, old steward. Gather everyone from the Marquise in the front courtyard. I am here to elevate your cultivation, Xiao Fan instructed. The steward paused momentarily in disbelief before confusion washed over him, leaving him rooted to the spot. Do not dawdle. Hurry, Xiao Fan urged, snapping him back to reality. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the steward finally set to work. Aunt Feng, thank you. Xiao Fan turned to Aunt Feng, bowing sincerely. News of Aunt Feng's presence in the Marquise had spread long ago. Being affiliated with the Crown Prince, the Li family dared not make a move against the Marquise's interests for the time being. Too kind, you should focus on managing this group first. Aunt Feng smiled, genuinely curious to see how Xiao Fan would handle the situation, especially since those at the blood condensation realm had indeed aided him in resolving his crisis. Xiao Fan nodded, turning around to survey the crowd. Upon counting, he found over 70 individuals present. Esteemed seniors, please hold your horses. I assure you that you will be satisfied, Xiao Fan said, cupping his hands in respect before producing over 70 Yuanling pills to distribute. One to each individual. Xiao Shizi, what does this signify? Wasn't it promised that we would receive marrow-invoking pills? Indeed, we demand marrow-invoking pills. Moreover, these Yuanling pills are utterly useless. The Wandan Hall has long since removed them from the shelves. In an instant, voices rose in protest, with several individuals expressing their outrage and demanding an explanation from Xiao Fan. Please, do not rush. This Yuanling pill is not the same as the previous one. It is not only effective but also of excellent quality. The Yuanling pills are merely a bonus I am providing. Shortly, you will receive the marrow-invoking pills, Xiao Fan explained, which calmed their ire, though skepticism lingered regarding the efficacy of the Yuanling pills. For now, we shall trust you. After all, you cannot escape, they conceded, waiting patiently. If not for the Xiong brothers vouching for the availability of marrow-invoking pills, they would not have come to Xiao Fan's aid. Chapter 43, Collective Breakthrough. Before long, the personnel from the Marquise had gathered together. The vast Marquise held scarcely 200 individuals, approaching them. Xiao Fan felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing their despondent demeanor. Greetings, Your Highness, they greeted before engaging in hushed discussions. The state of the Marquise was indeed deteriorating. They wondered how much longer they could endure. Indeed, ever since the Marquise went missing, we have been unable to hold our heads high in public, came the lament. Though the murmurs were soft, Xiao Fan heard them clearly. It was reassuring to note that these individuals remained steadfastly loyal to the Marquis, as evidenced by their performance on the battlefield the previous day. Old Steward, how many perished in yesterday's battle? Xiao Fan inquired. Replying to your highness, 18 individuals were lost in battle. We currently have 66 at the body refinement realm and 120 at the chi gathering realm. The benevolent steward responded, sighing inwardly. Such strength paled in comparison to the Marquis' former glory. Ensure that all post-battle matters are handled appropriately. Let us do this. Provide a compensation of 100 gold coins to the families of those who fell in battle, and offer suitable compensation to the injured based on their circumstances. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in gratitude, nearly leaping in joy as they expressed their heartfelt thanks to Xiao Fan, especially since many had sustained injuries. The blood condensation realm practitioners began discussing amongst themselves, expressing approval for Xiao Fan's actions, their perception of the Jinshi Marquis improving as a result. Everyone, please sit cross-legged. I will now elevate your cultivation. Xiao Fan said, gesturing for silence before producing a substantial quantity of minor spirit pills and major spirit pills from his storage pouch. Upon seeing these elixirs, the crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment, nearly salivating at the sight. Are these for us? One of the cultivators at the body refinement stage rolled his throat and could not help but inquire. Indeed, as long as one remains loyal to the Marquis' residence, the Marquis will not treat you unfairly. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he instructed Steward Shan to distribute the elixirs. The cultivators at the body refinement stage should consume the great spirit elixirs, while those at the gathering chi stage should take the lesser spirit elixirs. Do not confuse the two. Xiao Fan cautioned, his peripheral vision observing the expressions of those at the blood condensation stage. And he was not disappointed as they began to discuss amongst themselves. Is the Marquis' residence in Jinshi really this extravagant? They are directly handing out elixirs. I've heard rumors that Xiao Fan is a 2-star alchemist. Can you believe it? Hiss. Many were starting to feel tempted by the Marquis' recruitment, each contemplating in their hearts. Their expressions varied. On Xiao Fan's side, those who had swallowed the elixirs began their cultivation. Xiao Fan walked among them, occasionally offering guidance. Ha, I've broken through. One of them suddenly burst into laughter, having directly advanced from the gathering chi stage to the first level of body refinement. I've broken through too. I have my day. The crowd collectively celebrated their breakthroughs, the sounds of their excited laughter echoing, causing envy among those at the blood condensation stage. Over 100 people breaking through together created a spectacle that was truly astonishing. Those at the blood condensation stage began to feel restless. They too wished to advance, but Xiao Fan delayed providing them the marrow-penetrating elixirs. Half an hour later, the majority of over 100 individuals had completed their breakthroughs, and those who did not advance still made significant progress in their cultivation. What delighted Xiao Fan even more was that 4 peak body refinement cultivators had directly ascended to the first level of blood condensation, including Steward Shan, elevating the strength of the Jinshi Marquis' residence by an entire tier. Thank you, young master, for the elixirs. Thank you, young master, for the elixirs. Everyone bowed deeply to Xiao Fan, their spirits rejuvenated. No longer despondent. As long as they devoted themselves to the Marquis' residence, there would be more surprises in the future. However, for the disloyal, death awaited. After Xiao Fan concluded, he waved his hand to dismiss them before turning his gaze towards those at the blood condensation stage. Young Master Xiao, is it our turn now? One stepped forward, a peak blood condensation cultivator with an intense need for the marrow-penetrating elixir. Yes, allow me to refine another batch, and the elixirs will be sufficient. With that, Xiao Fan took out some herbs and began preparing the furnace and controlling the flame. Young Master Xiao, do not jest. It is not to belittle you, but a 4-star alchemist is required to refine the marrow-penetrating elixir. Is it not? Indeed, to my knowledge, Yuan Feng only recently ascended to a 4-star alchemist. Faced with these doubts, Xiao Fan merely smiled. In truth, he had already refined enough marrow-penetrating elixirs the previous night. Now, refining another batch before their eyes was a deliberate act on his part. Aunt Feng also approached, stating that if Xiao Fan could indeed refine the marrow-penetrating elixir, she would not mind remaining at the Jinshi Marquis' residence. Watch closely, Xiao Fan called out in a deep voice, waving his hand as the herbs entered the furnace. With a sizzling sound, crimson flames leapt up, and under the astonished gaze of all, the herbs began to melt slowly. It seems he might actually do it. Impossible. If he can refine the marrow-penetrating elixir, I will immediately accept the Marquis' recruitment without hesitation. Me too. Hearing their discussions, Xiao Fan revealed a knowing smile. As time passed, their excitement grew. Melt for me. Xiao Fan's voice rang out, and the various herbs in the alchemical furnace began to merge, the elixir taking shape. He meticulously controlled the flames, and as the final elixir formed, he promptly increased the heat. The temperature soared, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that wafted in all directions. Wow! This scent is exquisite. Could it truly be the marrow-penetrating elixir? It must be, just from the fragrance of the elixir. My cultivation has already begun to stir collect. With Xiao Fan's command, a batch of 8 marrow-penetrating elixirs was officially completed, each one of the highest quality. That moment, everyone surged forward, eyes gleaming. Some even losing their shoes in the rush. It's the marrow-penetrating elixir, and it's of the finest quality. My heavens, young Master Xiao, please give me one. Step aside, I'm first. As they clamored, Xiao Fan knew the moment had arrived. Silence, everyone stand in order, Xiao Fan shouted, and all fell silent, instinctively lining up in several rows. What star alchemist do you believe I am? After asking, he swallowed a Yuan Lingdan, visibly restoring his vital energy. Upon witnessing this, their faces lit up with joy. Young Master Xiao is a genius, undoubtedly a 4-star. You truly have no awareness. The young master has ascended to a 4-star alchemist at such a young age. His future achievements will be immeasurable. Xiao Fan nodded, presenting over 70 marrow-penetrating elixirs on a long table. Aunt Feng, standing beside him, was equally astonished at the sight of the table filled with elixirs. Even the royal family would not be so extravagant. The miracles created by Xiao Fan were becoming increasingly numerous. Young master, I, Luosin, wish to join the Jinshi Marquis' residence. To demonstrate my loyalty. I vow by the way of heaven to never betray the Jinshi Marquis' residence. Upon hearing this, others inwardly cursed, regretting their lack of resolve, having been preempted by Luo Senator Young Master. I, Du Gujian, also wish to join the Jinshi Marquis' residence, vowing by the way of heaven to never betray the Jinshi Marquis' residence. With Luosin taking the lead, they could no longer restrain themselves and rushed to express their loyalty to Xiao Fan. Aunt Feng watched in astonishment, though she had anticipated this outcome. If Xiao Fan were still a 2-star alchemist, they might have hesitated, but now even she felt tempted. They understood the immense power of a 4-star alchemist. And with Xiao Fan's youth, they realized that holding on to this opportunity would lead them further. At that moment, Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He counted and found that a total of 36 individuals were willing to join the Marquis' residence, 6 of whom were peak blood condensation cultivators. To his surprise, they all vowed by the way of heaven, indicating he had underestimated the influence of a 4-star alchemist. Very well, I accept you. From this moment forth, you are members of my Jinshi Marquis' residence. Luosin, Du Gujian, please distribute these marrow-penetrating elixirs. Standing tall, Xiao Fan surveyed the 36 individuals, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, young master. Luosin and Du Gujian began to busy themselves, quickly entering the flow of work. Xiao Fan turned, handing Aunt Feng a wooden box containing 2 marrow-penetrating elixirs and some Yuan Lingdan. Aunt Feng, thank you for your hard work. Aunt Feng paused for a moment, and upon seeing the elixirs inside, her heart leaped with joy. Although she had broken through to the washing marrow stage, the marrow-penetrating elixirs could still aid her cultivation. Stay and assist me, Xiao Fan interrupted her, genuinely hoping Aunt Feng would remain to manage the affairs of the Marquis' residence. The old steward was already showing signs of fatigue and was becoming overwhelmed. Having him assist Aunt Feng was the best choice. As for the Crown Prince, Aunt Feng was indeed tempted. She saw Xiao Fan's potential and appreciated his character. I will handle things with the Crown Prince. You can rest easy at the Marquis' residence. Seeing Aunt Feng nod, Xiao Fan was in high spirits, calling for the old steward to arrange a grand banquet. After the feast, Xiao Fan appointed Aunt Feng as the Grand Elder, responsible for all matters concerning the Marquis' residence, with others arranged by her. Just as everyone was chatting and envisioning the future, a guard hurriedly entered. Young master, there is someone named Xionggang at the door looking for you. Xionggang, please invite him in and take him to the conference hall. Aunt Feng, Luosin, and Du Gujian, accompany me. Xiao Fan rose hastily and made his way to the conference hall, with Aunt Feng and the others following closely behind. They had just taken their seats when Xionggang rushed in, his expression somewhat flustered. Brother Xiao, my father requests your presence. Upon saying this, Xiongang's face revealed a look of guilt. Originally, they had agreed that their cooperation would be conducted in secrecy. Yet now they were inviting Xiao Fan over, clearly violating the principles of commerce. Hold on. Clarify the situation first. Xiao Fan frowned slightly, sensing an ominous premonition that he had fallen into the trap set by the Xiong family. The Alchemist Guild is causing trouble, prohibiting our Xiong family's commerce from selling Yuan Ling Dan unless Xiong Gang trailed off, lowering his head in guilt. Unless we can prove that the formula for our Yuan Ling Dan was not stolen from the Alchemist Guild. Xiao Fan articulated what he suspected he would say, inwardly sneering. Yes, Brother Xiao, I apologize. Xiong Gang's expression of guilt deepened. In truth, the Xiong family could resolve this matter by going to war with the Alchemist Guild. However, the head of the Xiong family chose to sell Xiao Fan out to minimize losses. I refuse. Tell your father to find a way. Xiao Fan flatly rejected the idea. How could he not see through the Xiong family's intentions? Brother Xiao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come. Farewell. Xiong Gang's gaze dimmed as he turned to leave slowly. Wait, Xiao Fan's voice called out, bringing Xiong Gang back to attention. Never mind, I will go with you. Xiao Fan primarily wanted to gauge Xiong Gang's attitude. If Xiong Gang continued to plead, he would refuse to accompany him. However, Xiong Gang did not persist, indicating that he too was kept in the dark. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Upon concluding their conversation, the two individuals hastily departed, untroubled by concerns for their safety, as Xiong Gang had just brought along two peak-washing Marrow Realm experts. Over an hour later, Xiao Fan arrived at the entrance of the Xiong Clan Commerce Association, which was already thronged with a multitude of onlookers. Make way, step aside, Xiong Gang shouted as he walked. Yet upon sighting Xiao Fan, rather than parting, the crowd surged forward, pointing and chattering about him. Xiao Fan, you shameless scoundrel. Not only did you steal the alchemical formulas from the Alchemist Guild, but you also sold them to the Xiong Clan Commerce Association. A familiar voice rang out, and upon closer inspection, Xiao Fan recognized it as Gu Ming Dada. Is that not Gu Ming? The one who speaks the harshest words yet suffers the most severe retribution. Xiao Fan retorted, causing Gu Ming's expression to darken instantly, his teeth grinding in rage. Clear the way for me. The two peak-washing Marrow Realm experts forged a path, allowing them to successfully navigate through the throng to the front of the Xiong Clan Commerce Association. As Xiao Fan beheld Yuan Feng and Wu Zhou in the distance, a cold smirk crossed his face. Xiao Fan, how dare you? Yuan Feng's face flushed with anger, regretting not having eliminated Xiao Fan when he had the chance at the Alchemist Guild. How could I dare? You were far fiercer when you stole my formula. The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in discussion. The most found Xiao Fan's claims hard to believe. Ridiculous. Would I steal your formula? What qualifications do you have? Truly, you speak grandly without fear of consequences. Yuan Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, the 4-star alchemist token hanging prominently on his chest, as he raised his head in haughty defiance. Enough with the nonsense. I simply ask you, do you dare to consume the Yuan spirit pill you crafted yourself? Xiao Fan raised his voice, infusing it with true energy so that all present could hear. Indeed, Chief Yuan, please demonstrate the Yuan spirit pill you concocted. Xiao Fan continued. Practical evidence is the only criterion for truth. Wouldn't you agree? At that moment, members of the Xiong family infiltrated the crowd, continuously inciting the onlookers. There might be some truth to this. Could they truly have stolen Xiao Fan's formula? One cannot judge merely by appearances. They might be quite unscrupulous. Following this uproar, more and more individuals began to doubt Yuan Feng's integrity. Preposterous. Chief Yuan has concocted countless elixirs. How could you dare to question him? It is Xiao Fan who has stolen our formula and tampered with the furnace, whether you choose to believe it or not. Wu Zhou interjected, unleashing the aura of a peak-washing Marrow Realm expert, sending those nearby flying with screams of terror. Clapping his hands suddenly, Xiao Fan smiled at Wu Zhou. What an outstanding alchemist guild. Allow me to unveil your vile facades. Xiong Gang, bring forth 2 new alchemical furnaces. Upon Xiao Fan's command, Xiong Gang swiftly produced 2 new furnaces and set them on the ground. Esteemed guests, please examine these 2 new furnaces and ascertain if there are any issues. Xiao Fan gestured, and Xiong Gang nodded, instructing the servants to present the furnaces before the crowd. As the spectators approached to inspect, they nearly dismantled the furnaces in their scrutiny, yet failed to find any discrepancies. Esteemed guests, are there any issues with the furnaces? Have they been tampered with? Xiao Fan inquired. No issues. They are both new furnaces, came the collective response. Only then did Xiao Fan direct his gaze toward the members of the Alchemist Guild. I kindly ask you to place one of the furnaces before Yuan Feng, so he may inspect it thoroughly. Following his words, the onlookers, eager for entertainment, quickly placed one of the furnaces before Yuan Feng. His face turned pale. He understood Xiao Fan's intent but could not refuse. The furnace is without problems. What does that even signify? Yuan Feng replied casually. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan beckoned, causing the other furnace to fly back to him. Yuan Feng, do you dare to publicly concoct a Yuan spirit pill using this new furnace? As Xiao Fan spoke, the crowd suddenly grasped the implications, and the atmosphere grew lively. This method is quite astute. It will soon reveal who the real thief is, the crowd murmured, now questioning whether the Alchemist Guild would dare to take action. Faced with the overwhelming tide of public opinion, Yuan Feng trembled. His fury mounting. With a resounding crash, he kicked the furnace away. Xiao Fan, you will pay for this. Yuan Feng spat defiantly before turning to leave, followed by the other members of the Alchemist Guild. Indeed, they must have stolen Xiao Fan's formula. How utterly shameless. The once revered Alchemist Guild now appeared so brazen and tyrannical, leaving many disheartened, seeing that his aim had been accomplished. Xiao Fan set up the new furnace and began the alchemical process. The crimson flames danced under his precise control, his skilled techniques dazzling the onlookers. Within a short span of time, 8 exquisite Yuan spirit pills emerged from the furnace, each a masterpiece. Young Master Xiao truly excels. I shall procure this batch of Yuan spirit pills, not so fast. Do not try to snatch them from me. The crowd clamored to purchase the pills, prompting Xiao Fan to retreat and turn to leave. Young Master Xiao, please wait. Just as he took a few steps, Xiao Fan halted and turned to face the voice. It belonged to a middle-aged man clad in splendid robes, his face round and his eyes squinted like slits. Please do speak with your eyes wide open. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man burst into laughter, unfazed. Young Master Xiao is indeed humorous. I have opened my eyes as wide as possible. Gang, why have you not introduced young Master Xiao yet? The middle-aged man said, prompting Xiong Gang to hurriedly make introductions. As it turned out, the middle-aged man was the head of the Xiong family, Xiong Ningxian, and the father of Xiong Gang, Xiong family head. Do you have matters to discuss? Xiao Fan harbored little fondness for Xiong Ningxian, having fallen victim to his schemes. I am grateful to young Master Xiao for your assistance. Thus, I wish to offer you a fortuitous opportunity. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued. Fortuitous opportunity? Pray tell. Xiong Ningxian glanced around before whispering. There has been unusual activity in the Hengduan mountain range. I have dispatched scouts, and there may be treasures awaiting discovery. Young Master Xiao might wish to try his luck. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan became somewhat skeptical, contemplating the credibility of such claims. Young Master Xiao, I have no reason to deceive you. Surely the Dean of the Martial Academy has sensed it as well. Xiong Ningxing discerned Xiao Fan's doubts and added a reassuring note. Nodding slightly, Xiao Fan clasped his hands in acknowledgement that I take my leave. With that, Xiao Fan departed, retreating to a secluded area to disguise himself before heading towards the Hengduan mountain range. An hour later, he finally exited the imperial city, gazing at the imposing Hengduan mountain range before stepping inside. The range was vast, with peaks stretching endlessly for thousands of miles. Xiao Fan remained unhurried. Once within the mountains, he found a large tree to climb and observed quietly that a whoosh echoed nearby as 2 washing marrow realm experts swiftly darted past, heading deeper into the mountains. Noting this, a faint smile graced Xiao Fan's lips, yet he remained still. Another hour passed, with over 100 individuals passing by, predominantly in the blood condensation realm, with a few in the washing marrow realm. Just as Xiao Fan was about to descend, a group of young individuals strolled leisurely towards him, chatting and laughing, all clad in matching attire, led by a peak-washing marrow realm elder in gray robes. Brother Yang, what treasure do you think has emerged? Even many peak-washing marrow realm experts have come. One inquired. I have no idea. We're just following along. Consider it a training exercise. After this exchange, the group of over 20 individuals pressed forward into the depths of the mountains. Xiao Fan leapt down and stealthily followed at a considerable distance. As dusk approached, they finally halted, setting up camp. Xiao Fan too paused, hiding behind a large tree, scanning the surroundings with a sense of familiarity. After a moment of thought, he recalled that this was indeed the territory of the lion bull beast. Though he was uncertain if it still resided here, that a roar suddenly emanated from ahead, startling the young individuals, who hastily drew their weapons. It's a second-tier lion bull beast. Do not panic, the leader called out. Upon hearing second tier, the group visibly relaxed. The lion bull beast fixated intently on the area behind them, its nostrils flaring as it exhaled hot air. Has it detected me? Truly perceptive, Xiao Fan mused internally, silently hoping the beast would not approach, for he would then be forced to reveal his presence. What is it? What is the lion bull beast staring at? Yang queried, peering back in confusion but seeing nothing. With a sudden roar, the lion bull beast lunged forward, bypassing Yang and leaping toward the very tree where Xiao Fan concealed himself. You seek death. Xiao Fan revealed himself, advancing rather than retreating, and delivered a powerful punch. Hiss! There truly is someone there. The onlookers gasped, incredulous. Is he mad? A mere second-tier body refinement cultivator dares to confront a lion bull beast head-on, amidst a cacophony of discussions. The crowd unanimously concluded that Xiao Fan was doomed to perish, with many pondering whether to extend their assistance. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Xiao Fan's fist collided with the head of the lion bull beast. A roar erupted as the creature recoiled in pain, retreating a full yard while its eyes widened in disbelief, mirroring the astonishment of Xiao Fan, who had also been sent staggering. He stumbled back over 3 yards, an intense pain radiating from his right hand. Remarkably, this was merely a strike infused with his physical prowess, devoid of any true energy. How could it be? He had actually withstood the lion bull beast's assault. Such formidable physical strength to repel the beast a yard away. The onlookers rubbed their eyes in disbelief, astonished to see Xiao Fan unscathed. Even the team leader furrowed his brows, as Xiao Fan's performance surpassed his understanding of the second level of body refinement. Beast, perish! Xiao Fan bellowed, charging forward once more, delivering another powerful punch. Chapter 46. What bravery! Xiao Fan refrained from employing true energy, intent on honing his physical form. Such an incredible opportunity was not to be squandered. The lion bull beast, thoroughly enraged, began to dig its claws into the ground, launching itself at Xiao Fan with a furious roar. Bang! The two collided, sending Xiao Fan reeling once again, though this time he scarcely retreated 2 yards. Once more, as soon as he regained his footing, he charged forward again. The lion bull beast, now even more furious, thrust its long horn toward Xiao Fan's chest. Yet, like a nimble monkey, Xiao Fan deftly evaded the attack. Landing another punch to its head, the lion bull beast was instantly knocked over, rolling several times before managing to rise, its head spinning with stars. Hiss! Who is he? How can he be so strong? Could he be of royal descent? Many began to speculate wildly. Xiao Fan, wearing a conical hat and not donning the attire of the deer hunting academy, appeared quite enigmatic. Brother Yang, I feel this person seems somewhat familiar. But I cannot place him, Su Su remarked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she attentively observed the battle as time passed. Xiao Fan had thrown countless punches, leaving the lion bull beast's head bloodied and its roars diminishing. It is time to conclude this. With that, Xiao Fan leaped onto the creature's back, relentlessly striking its head. In the ensuing chaos, the sounds of roaring echoed, and brain matter splattered, creating a scene of unparalleled brutality. Only when the lion bull beast finally collapsed did Xiao Fan pause, exhaling a long breath. Night had fallen, and he disregarded the onlookers ahead, retrieving the god-slaying sword to begin dissecting the beast. It's that sword, Su Su murmured excitedly as she rushed forward, recognizing Xiao Fan's god-slaying sword. Su Su. No. Yi Yang, realizing it was too late to stop her, hurriedly followed. Others, witnessing this, also approached, except for the team leader, who sat cross-legged, no longer paying attention to Xiao Fan. In an unprecedented gesture, Xiao Fan waved to them, a casual greeting. This young master, I recognize you. Could you please remove your conical hat? Su Su approached with a bright smile. Xiao Fan paused, glancing at the god-slaying sword in his hand, and suddenly understood. He removed his hat, revealing a chiseled face that appeared even more resolute under the soft moonlight. Su Su momentarily froze. Quickly recovering, her curiosity about Xiao Fan intensifying. Xiao Fan, is that truly you? Someone exclaimed, prompting astonishment among the crowd as they hastened to surround him, their expressions filled with intrigue. Are you certain he is Xiao Fan? He doesn't appear particularly special. Of course I'm sure. I saw him at the Xiong Clan Merchant Association this afternoon. His demeanor and courage are exemplary. Most had never seen Xiao Fan, yet his name was already legendary in the imperial city. His exploits had been woven into tales, from his governance of the crown prince to artistic exchanges, vanquishing evil spirits, battling the Li family, and confronting the Ming king, all recounted with captivating fervor. You are indeed Xiao Fan. Su Su crouched, beaming with delight, revealing adorable dimples on her cheeks. Undoubtedly, Xiao Fan confessed, recognizing that there was no point in hiding his identity. Wow, you are so valiant, Su Su exclaimed, excitedly grasping Xiao Fan's arm and shaking it enthusiastically. Her infatuation evident. Ahem, Su Su, Do mind your image, Yi interjected, his voice laced with jealousy as he glared daggers at Xiao Fan. Noticing Yi Yang's unfriendly gaze, Xiao Fan glanced at the stunning Su Su and quickly understood. Upon Yi Yang's outburst, Su Su became aware of her indiscretion, her cheeks flushing crimson. Do you have an iron pot? Xiao Fan inquired. Huh. No, we don't have one, Su Su replied, intrigued. What do you need an iron pot for? To stew meat. Are you not hungry? Xiao Fan shot her a look, feeling that the girl was somewhat slow-witted. I am hungry, but we have no iron pot, Su Su said, patting her stomach, which let out a loud grumble. Not to worry, I have a solution. Xiao Fan smiled, retrieving a Dan furnace from his storage bag, setting it up. After washing the lion bull beast's meat with clean water, he placed it into the furnace, adding some medicinal herbs. With a whoosh, Xiao Fan employed his fire control technique, the crimson flames dancing as the temperature in the furnace rose, soon releasing an enticing aroma of cooked meat. He was actually using a Dan furnace to stew meat. It was utterly audacious. Surprisingly, it smelled delicious. The onlookers swallowed hard, gravitating towards the Dan furnace filled with lion bull beast meat. Are you all this unguarded? Yi Yang remarked sarcastically, causing the crowd to retreat slightly. Su Su, however, was unfazed, nearly drooling at the mouth. How could she be cautious? Before long, the lion bull beast's meat was thoroughly cooked. Xiao Fan speared a chunk with a stick and enjoyed a hearty meal. Delicious. Absolutely delightful, he exclaimed, the meat of a second-tier demon beast proving to be a remarkable tonic, a wave of warmth surging through him. Its effects immediate. I want some too, Su Su declared, quickly grabbing a large piece and devouring it messily. Unable to resist any longer, the others exchanged glances with Yi Yang and then at the gluttonous Su Su, hesitating. If you're hungry, come and eat. This meat is nourishing. Do not miss out, Xiao Fan gestured, flaunting the fragrant piece of meat. Thank you, young Master Xiao. I will not be polite. One individual eagerly approached, soon finding satisfaction. The others could no longer hold back, rushing towards the Dan furnace to share the meat. Yi Yang's face turned beet red with anger as he retreated to the campsite, refusing to look at them. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from deep within the mountains, shaking the entire range. Everyone sprang to their feet, gazing towards the mountain depths, their faces alight with excitement. It doesn't seem like treasure, Xiao Fan murmured, hastily cleaning the Dan furnace and storing it away. Elder Lin Mo, has a treasure emerged? Yi Yang approached the team leader, bowing respectfully. It should not be out yet, but it will be soon. For everyone's safety, we shall depart at dawn, Elder Lin Mo replied before settling down. However, Yi Yang hesitated, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Fan. Snorting disdainfully, Xiao Fan, you should travel with us tomorrow. With Elder Lin Mo present, it will be much safer. Su Su tugged at Xiao Fan's sleeve, looking up at him. Xiao Fan's heart soared with joy. All his efforts had been for this very moment. Chapter 47. A heartfelt conversation. Is this appropriate? Xiao Fan feigned reluctance, yet he had already begun to stride towards their camp. Appropriate? Perfectly so. Join me in my tent tonight for a heartfelt conversation, Su Su gleefully exclaimed, quickly running to seize Xiao Fan's arm, her face brimming with anticipation. A heartfelt conversation in your tent? Xiao Fan could not help but ask, his heart racing as he beheld her exquisite visage. Oh, hurry. Let me indulge, Su Su urged, pulling him towards the tent, causing Yi Yang, who stood nearby, to seethe with jealousy. Indulge? Rest assured, I am quite adept in that regard, Xiao Fan quipped, tousling his raven locks and puffing out his chest as he entered Su Su's tent. Elder Lin Mo, Su Su has invited an outsider. You must intervene. Yi Yang could no longer contain himself, rushing to Elder Lin Mo to report. Though his voice was low, the tent's poor soundproofing ensured everyone heard him clearly. Su Su pouted and dashed outside, approaching Elder Lin Mo and bowing respectfully. Elder Lin Mo, I merely wish to hear the true stories of Xiao Fan. Is that permissible? After speaking, she stuck her tongue out playfully at Yi Yang, appearing quite mischievous. Not an issue. Go ahead. Elder Lin Mo surprisingly acquiesced, waving his hand to dismiss the others. Yay. Elder Lin Mo is truly the best. Su Su called out and returned to the tent, leaving Yi Yang in a state of bewilderment. Elder Lin Mo, but Yi Yang, your heart is unsteady. A cultivator must maintain tranquility at all times. Remember this. Lin Mo interrupted his words, and after Yi Yang had exited, he shook his head and sighed. A sleepless night passed, and the next morning, Xiao Fan emerged from the tent with a troubled expression. What a fleeting thrill. It turned out Su Su merely wished to hear his experiences, pursuing him like a mosquito throughout the night with incessant questions. Hurry up and pack. We must depart immediately, Lin Mo called out, casting a glance at Xiao Fan that revealed a hint of schadenfreude. After spending the night together, Xiao Fan learned from Su Su that they were disciples of the Qingmu Daoist Temple. Although the Qingmu Daoist Temple resided in the imperial city and was not as renowned as the Zhulu Martial Academy, its strength was formidable. For instance, among these disciples, they were merely of average standing within the Qingmu Daoist Temple, yet all were at least at the body refinement realm, none below the 5th level. The top disciples of the Qingmu Daoist Temple had already set out, likely having arrived at the location of the treasures. The Martial Academy members probably had already reached there. It was indeed a lively affair. As Xiao Fan pondered this, they had finished packing and were ready to depart. Xiao Fan, let us go, Su Su called out, prompting the two to swiftly catch up. To Xiao Fan's surprise, Yang also rushed over, squeezing himself between them, causing discomfort among the group, who dared not laugh aloud. The journey proceeded relatively smoothly, though they encountered numerous ferocious beasts. The more formidable ones were dispatched by Lin Mo with a single strike, while the less threatening ones were dealt with by the younger cultivators. After 3 hours, the number of humans they encountered increased, each at least at the body refinement realm, accompanied by elders, all brimming with excitement. Soon, they came to a halt, and as Xiao Fan focused ahead, he discovered a valley before them. Despite it being midday, the sun was absent, and the valley was shrouded in mist, resembling an ethereal realm. The surrounding peaks were teeming with people. A rough estimate suggested there were several thousand. This must be the place. We shall rest here and await the treasure's emergence, Lin Mo instructed, and the group nodded in agreement. Settling down in a cross-legged position, Xiao Fan, he actually came, truly reckless. Suddenly, a voice filled with mockery rang out nearby, and the crowd began searching for its source. Xiao Fan turned to see that the speaker was a member of the intermediate class from the Martial Academy. He did not recognize this individual, but the attire marked him as part of the intermediate class, and he was flanked by more than 30 others, led by Zhao Su. Where is Xiao Fan? The storyteller spoke of him with such wonder. I have yet to see the real person. One scoffed. You actually believe the storyteller? Nowadays, they are as common as dirt, with fierce competition. Most embellish and fabricate tales. The members of other factions in the imperial city began to discuss, and after a brief search, their gazes finally settled upon Xiao Fan. Is that really Xiao Fan? How is he only at the 2nd level of body refinement? Did we mistake him for someone else? Laughter erupted around them. The disparity from what they had heard from the storyteller was too great. We can vouch for it. He is indeed Xiao Fan, a disciple of the 6th class at Zhulu Martial Academy, while we belong to the intermediate class. The intermediate class members joined in the laughter, envious of Xiao Fan's previous prominence at the academy. Oh, I must ask, are those remarkable deeds of his true? One inquired, and the crowd's curiosity was piqued, leading to a swift silence. He merely had good fortune, flattering a fine mentor. Just look at that pretty boy's face. Favored by our tutor Han Jiangxue, who resolves all his issues. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood, laughter erupting anew. Oh, that's it. This pretty boy plays his cards well. What a case of eating soft rice. In an instant, a deluge of derision swept through the crowd, with onlookers multiplying. Faced with such overt mockery, Xiao Fan simply shook his head, not even glancing at them. To his surprise, the disciples from Qingmu Daoist Temple not only refrained from joining the ridicule but glared fiercely at those who mocked him, including Yang. Xiao Fan, quite unexpected, isn't it? One of our dojo's precepts is to refrain from mocking others, Yang explained, prompting Xiao Fan to silently commend the Qingmu Daoist Temple. He glanced at the faces of the intermediate class disciples, then at the Qingmu disciples, noting the stark contrast. Xiao Fan, are you mute? Can't you speak? One of them approached Xiao Fan, bearing a provocative demeanor. Step aside. This is the territory of Qingmu Daoist Temple, not your Deluo sect. Xiao Fan remained silent, but Su Su, seated beside him, interjected sharply. When he beheld Su Su's exquisite visage, he nearly drooled. This lovely young lady. I am Luo Mahu from the Luo sect. My father is an elder of the sect. Shall we become friends? The man's gaze roamed over Su Su, a lewd grin creeping onto his face. Get lost, Su Su shouted, and rather than angering Luo Mahu, it only ignited his desires. Quite fiery. I like that. Luo Mahu glanced at Xiao Fan sitting beside Su Su, his eyes turning icy as he stepped forward. Xiao Fan, step aside and allow me to have a proper conversation with this charming lady. Luo Mahu clenched his fist, shaking it before Xiao Fan. Get lost, Xiao Fan shouted menacingly, an aura of killing intent emanating. raising the hairs on the necks of those nearby. Xiao Fan, you're courting death. Luo Mahu was no pushover. Kicking towards Xiao Fan's chin. The one courting death is you. Xiao Fan sprang up, executing a hand strike that landed on Luo Mahu's shin. Luo Mahu yelped in pain, stumbling back, glancing at his leg, which was instantly swollen and bruised. Luo Mahu had indeed suffered a setback. He was merely careless. Did you not see? Xiao Fan had only lightly chastised him, using merely 20% of his physical strength. Otherwise, his leg would have been shattered. You dare to injure me. Today, I shall make you pay. Angered by the minor setback, Luo Mahu threw another punch at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed, and he retaliated with a punch. Still not utilizing any true energy, the two fists collided, sending Luo Mahu flying while Xiao Fan remained unmoved. How is this possible? Luo Mahu is at the 6th level of body refinement, unbeknownst to them. Xiao Fan had also refrained from using true energy. Xiao Fan, you are doomed. Luo Mahu steadied himself, drawing a black scythe and charging forward. Stop. At that moment, Lin Mo's voice rang out, his peak-washing Marrow Realm aura radiating. Luo Mahu halted abruptly, glaring at Xiao Fan, hesitating on whether to continue his assault. This is the territory of Qingmu Daoist Temple. Should you attack again, I shall not hold back, after Lin Mo's warning. He turned to look at the direction of the Deluo sect's camp, his displeasure evident. Return, the leader from Deluo sect called out, and reluctantly, Luo Mahu retreated. Xiao Fan, if you have the guts. Don T hide behind others. You, a disciple of the Martial Academy, what brings you to Qingmu Daoist Temple? At this moment, the disciples from Deluo sect began to jeer, their faces losing face due to Luo Mahu's defeat. With this remark, many began to realize the implication, their gazes shifting toward the Martial Academy's camp. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing many to lose their balance. Panic spreading among the crowd. What is happening? Is the treasure about to emerge? Someone shouted, prompting the crowd to focus intently on the valley. With another thunderous sound, a multicolored barrier slowly rose from the valley, enveloping the entire area. Charge! The treasure has appeared. The crowd surged forward, disregarding their fellow disciples. The fastest were those at the Washing Marrow Realm, darting ahead with incredible speed. Bang! Bang! The sounds of collisions echoed as those at the Washing Marrow Realm collided with the barrier, being rebuffed and letting out cries of despair. What is going on? Why can't we get in? They were perplexed, trying again only to be met with the same outcome. All those at the Washing Marrow Realm encountered the same situation, their expressions turning grim. There's an entrance over there. Charge! A disciple at the Washing Marrow Realm who discovered the entrance swiftly rushed forward, and others followed suit. Bang! Bang! Strangely, they were once again repelled. Damn it. Can Washing Marrow Realm not enter? Many halted, probing the situation with furrowed brows. At that moment, those at the Blood Condensation Realm arrived, only to be met with similar disorientation. They too could not enter. Charge! They could not get in. This was excellent news that at long last, the realm of body tempering had arrived. They plunged headlong into it, encountering no obstacles, vanishing within the barrier. An increasing number of individuals at the body tempering stage entered, and Xiao Fan found himself separated from the people of the Qingmu Daoist Temple. With a swift breath, Xiao Fan darted inside, and the scene before him instantly faded into a blank void. When his feet touched the ground, he felt a heavy sinking sensation, nearly toppling over. The weighty laws of the great Tao were overwhelming. Xiao Fan exclaimed in astonishment, steadying himself before taking in his surroundings. To his surprise, he had entered a miniature world. It seemed that the Wui continent was far from ordinary. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, gazing at the towering ancient trees around him. It was evident that he stood in a primeval forest. Wow, so many medicinal herbs. I'm going to strike it rich. Ha ha. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance, heightening Xiao Fan's vigilance as he treaded forward with heavy steps. The oppressive laws of the great Tao significantly slowed his pace. Employing his movement technique would drain far more energy than in the outside world. Similarly, using martial skills would consume even greater amounts of energy and diminish their potency. Before long, Xiao Fan arrived at the scene. Observing a figure not far away who was harvesting medicinal herbs, his brows furrowed upon recognizing that it was a member of the Deluo sect. Upon seeing the abundant herbs scattered around, Xiao Fan too began to harvest, his speed far surpassing that of the Deluo sect individual. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to pick my herbs? The man finally noticed Xiao Fan and shouted. Glaring fiercely, Xiao Fan disregarded him, continuing to gather herbs. After all, the man was merely at the 4th level of body tempering, posing no threat. You're courting death. The man charged at Xiao Fan, drawing a long sword and slashing toward him. Humph! Xiao Fan snorted coldly, sidestepping the sword while delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the man fell, his dantian shattered. You are Xiao Fan. I will kill you. The man stood up, glancing down at himself, and instantly began to wail in despair, all his previous ferocity evaporating. Xiao Fan advanced step by step, resembling a god of death, ready to take the man's life at any moment. Young Master Xiao. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll give you everything. The man finally succumbed to fear, kneeling before Xiao Fan and banging his head against the ground like a pestle. Wow, so many medicinal herbs. Just as Xiao Fan was about to deliver the fatal blow, an excited voice rang out from behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to see a student from the Martial Institute. Friend, save me. Kill Xiao Fan, and all these are yours. I'll give you all the gold coins on me. The expression of the man shifted instantly as he made a desperate dash toward the student. Knowing that the Martial Institute's members were at odds with Xiao Fan, thus daring to act so boldly, Xiao Fan, the Martial Institute student, was suddenly filled with exhilaration, his gaze fixating on the storage pouch at Xiao Fan's waist. His eyes gleaming with greed. Friend, help. The man from the Deluo sect had not finished speaking before he was kicked away, rolling on the ground in pain. Xiao Fan, I've heard you possess 50,000 points. If you transfer them all to me, you may leave safely. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's heart sneered. The newcomer was at the 7th level of body tempering, but he did not take him seriously. Continuing to gather herbs, Xiao Fan, don't be ungrateful, the student from the Martial Institute shouted, slowly approaching. If you wish to kill me, then do it. Why pretend to be concerned? Xiao Fan raised his gaze, silently regarding him, his expression devoid of any turbulence. That you're not foolish. I've changed my mind and I want to kill you immediately. I'll first disable you, then hang you from a tree, stripping you of your garments for passers-by to gawk at. At these words, Xiao Fan recalled someone. What is your relationship with Deng Gang? I don't mind telling you. I am Deng Gang's elder brother, Deng Kai. Deng Kai let out a cold laugh before striking a palm toward Xiao Fan. So arrogant. You think you can handle me with just one slap? Xiao Fan almost laughed, yet he did not underestimate his opponent, raising his left hand to block. With a thud, Xiao Fan felt a sharp pain, his expression instantly turning grave as he retaliated with a punch. To his surprise, Deng Kai dodged, retreating several steps, his own expression serious as he regarded Xiao Fan. Quite fast, Xiao Fan mused internally, astonished by Deng Kai's quick reflexes. Deng Kai's right hand trembled slightly. The fact that Xiao Fan could withstand 60% of his power left him utterly astonished. Humph, you have some skill, but unfortunately, your opponent is me, Deng Kai declared, his figure flickering as he appeared behind Xiao Fan, delivering a punch aimed at the back of his head. Seeing Xiao Fan remain motionless filled him with joy. With a whoosh, his fist pierced through Xiao Fan's head. Yet there was no blood, no sound, as if it had struck air. Not good. It's an afterimage. Deng Kai realized the peril too late. As he attempted to retreat, a sudden pain struck his head, leaving him dazed as a tremendous force sent him flying. A scream erupted as his head remained in a daze. Xiao Fan's punch having left him disoriented. Playing with movement techniques against me? Yuri still too inexperienced, Xiao Fan remarked, vanishing from his previous spot as he delivered a kick toward the still falling Deng Kai. With a thud, Deng Kai was sent flying once more, finally regaining his senses. The pain radiating from his head and chest caused him to grit his teeth, several ribs broken. More terrifyingly, before he could stabilize himself, Xiao Fan's fist arrived, granting him no chance to unleash his martial skills. With a resounding thud, Xiao Fan's fist struck his forehead, sending the newly recovered Deng Kai back into a daze, utterly humiliated. I initially thought you were a worthy opponent. Now it seems you are not. With that, Xiao Fan employed his movement technique, thrusting a full-force punch toward Deng Kai's brow. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as brain matter splattered. Deng Kai breathed his last, his head obliterated by Xiao Fan's strike. Xiao Fan surveyed his surroundings, noting that the man from the Deluo sect had already fled. He made no effort to pursue. The man, stripped of his cultivation, would soon fall prey to others or to demonic beasts. After swallowing a Yuan Ling pill, Xiao Fan hastily gathered the remaining herbs, finally exhaling a long breath. He took a moment to regulate his breathing, casually choosing a direction, advancing cautiously. In such a dense primeval forest, Danger lurked at every corner, and he dared not let his guard down. Dada. Save me. Help. A faint cry for help suddenly pierced the air from afar, prompting Xiao Fan to activate his movement technique and rush over. Moments later, he slowed his pace, proceeding cautiously while consuming another Yuan Ling pill. The energy expenditure from employing his movement technique was substantial. Xiao Fan aimed to maintain his peak condition. Upon witnessing the scene ahead, a chill ran down his spine. Countless black creatures were gnawing on a living person, the sight gruesome. The individual was none other than the Deluo sect member whom Xiao Fan had incapacitated. His cries for help grew weaker, fading into silence. These are poison spirit ants. Xiao Fan nearly gasped in shock. Had it not been for his extensive knowledge from his previous life, he might not have recognized these lethal creatures. Poison spirit ants are highly venomous, typically dwelling in swarms, feasting on medicinal herbs, and their speed is remarkable. Moreover, they possess the ability to fly in mere moments. The Deluo sect member was reduced to a mere skeleton, his flesh and blood consumed by the poison, dead beyond resurrection. This is a situation to avoid. Retreat, Xiao Fan thought to himself, cautiously lifting his foot, ready to step back when he froze in place. His gaze was locked onto a layer of black creatures on the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Unbeknownst to him, the ground beneath his feet was already swarmed with poison spirit ants. Encircling him, strangely, these ants did not attack Xiao Fan. They merely crawled around him incessantly. What is happening? Xiao Fan pondered this perplexing situation, yet he dared not move, his back drenched in sweat. He frantically calculated his chances of escape should these creatures decide to strike. Buzzing! Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from ahead, and Xiao Fan focused his gaze, spotting a golden poison spirit ant swiftly approaching. Not good. It's the ant queen. At last, Xiao Fan understood why the poison spirit ants had yet to attack him. It was because the queen had not arrived, and without her command, they were hesitant to act. Sure enough, upon the queen issuing a sharp call, the poison spirit ants surged toward Xiao Fan in unison. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed as he unleashed his energy. Fire, come forth, he shouted, employing the fire control technique. Flames erupting around him like a torrential storm. Sizzle, a foul odor wafted through the air, inducing nausea. Xiao Fan felt excruciating pain at his ankles. Glancing down, he was alarmed to see his ankles swarmed with poison spirit ants, gnawing relentlessly. Xiao Fan's body jolted as he unleashed his energy, sending them flying. With a whoosh, he intensified the flames, creating a fiery circle around himself. Yet those poison spirit ants, undeterred by danger, charged forward recklessly. Some were burned alive, while others managed to breach the fiery circle, leaping toward Xiao Fan. Damn it! Faced with these fearless creatures, Xiao Fan could think of no other solution but to continue his fiery assault. His gaze shifted toward the poison spirit ant queen in the distance. Noticing her fixated on the storage pouch at his waist, out of course, the medicinal herbs, Xiao Fan suddenly recalled and swiftly produced a handful of medicinal herbs, casting them away. Buzzing, indeed, the poisonous spirit ants altered their course, flocking towards the herbs. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Fan finally relaxed, though a small patch of his feet had already begun to rot. Nonetheless, it was not a grave concern. Let us go, as he intended to employ his movement technique. He noticed that the queen ant, accompanied by a large swarm of poisonous spirit ants, had encircled him in an instant. Steeling himself, Xiao Fan activated his wind manipulation technique and dashed forward, breaching the densely packed circle of poisonous spirit ants. The number clinging to him increased, incessantly gnawing at his flesh. Damn it! Xiao Fan gritted his teeth in pain, his hands flailing to swat the layers of ants off his body. However, the relentless pursuit of the ants from behind was unyielding. If this continued, his demise was inevitable. Don't you want the medicinal herbs? Here, take them all. He tossed another handful of herbs, successfully diverting a portion of the ants. Observing this, he threw out another handful. Yet the queen ant remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing him. Queen ant, do not be too greedy, Xiao Fan shouted as he continued to run, swallowing a Yuanling pill to hasten his speed. Chapter 50. The sect ruins. No matter how fast he ran, he could not evade the queen ant's relentless tracking. Furious, a bold idea surged in his mind. Chaos world, open for me. As his voice fell, he felt a sudden stir in his abdomen, and an entrance materialized before him. Filled with joy, Xiao Fan willed the entrance to expand. Gather! A powerful suction emerged, drawing the poisonous spirit ants into it in a tumultuous wave, a dark mass consuming them. Once all the ants were drawn in, Xiao Fan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Fortunately, the chaos world can absorb living beings. Otherwise, I would be in grave trouble. After a brief moment of recuperation, he focused his thoughts on observing the chaos world. He was astonished to see a cluster of black poisonous spirit ants docilely nestled beneath the origin tree. Transforming his consciousness into his physical form, he approached without facing any aggression from the ants, which was quite remarkable. Suddenly, the queen ant soared towards Xiao Fan, startling him into retreating a few steps. The queen paused momentarily before gliding closer. No hostility, Xiao Fan speculated. Choosing to stand his ground, the queen gently landed on his arm, nuzzling against him while emitting cheerful chirps. "Do you wish to stay here?" Xiao Fan inquired. The queen nodded, astonishingly comprehending human speech. Seeing her behavior, Xiao Fan recalled a legend he had heard in his past life. It was said that the origin tree concealed the secret to immortality. Finding it would unveil the mysteries of everlasting life. Could this legend be true? Xiao Fan pondered, casting a glance at the origin tree ahead. A bitter smile escaping him. The path to immortality was still far beyond his reach, and such thoughts were premature. With this in mind, he turned to the queen ant, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Staying here is acceptable, but when I require your assistance, you must aid me." "Understood?" Upon hearing this, the queen immediately nodded in agreement, prompting Xiao Fan to retreat with satisfaction. He finally exhaled in relief, with the poisonous spirit ants under his command. He had gained an additional trump card that it was time to depart from the forest. After muttering to himself, he chose a direction and proceeded onward. The primal forest was terrifying, and he was acutely aware that even more fearsome entities lurked within. He treaded cautiously. In the small world, there was no concept of time, and after what felt like an eternity, Xiao Fan finally emerged from the primal forest upon seeing a stretch of hills before him. His spirits lifted, and he leisurely climbed to a vantage point to survey the horizon. There are people over there on a distant hillside. Several figures were moving swiftly. After a moment's thought, Xiao Fan donned a conical hat and employed his movement technique to glide towards them. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Fan found himself behind them. As he discerned their attire, he nearly burst into laughter. "Members of the Li family? Excellent," Xiao Fan mused, quickening his pace to catch up. "Friends ahead, wait for me," he shouted, feigning exhaustion as he panted heavily. Upon hearing his call, the 4 members of the Li family halted and turned to face him, daring to follow, even as a mere second-tier body refinement practitioner? "Truly reckless," one remarked, displaying a fierce countenance as he glanced at his companions. Just as Xiao Fan approached, he suddenly stopped and inquired, "You are from the Li family, correct? Why has young Master Li not come? I have searched for him at the martial academy for quite some time, yet I have not seen him this." The expressions of the 4 softened. "We are all young Master Li's companions." "Which young Master Li do you speak of?" one of them asked. "Li Junbai, of course. I am his close friend. It has been ages since I last saw him, and I miss him dearly." As Xiao Fan finished speaking, he nearly succumbed to laughter, thankful for his hat's concealment of his expression. Among them was a peak body refinement practitioner. Eliminating them would not be a simple task. He would need to find an opportune moment. It must be that damned Xiao Fan. Severing his arms was not enough. "Why are you wearing a hat?" One individual suddenly realized and questioned Xiao Fan. "It's a long story that I encountered a venomous insect, and their bites left me covered in wounds, particularly on my face. That I truly do not wish to offend you all." After saying this, Xiao Fan pulled up his clothing to reveal the injuries on his feet. Enough! Put that away. It's revolting," one exclaimed, swiftly turning away and stepping back, distancing himself from Xiao Fan. Lowering his clothing, Xiao Fan clasped his hands together, addressing them, "Esteemed friends, might you allow me to accompany you? Should we discover any treasures, there is no need to share. They are all yours." The 4 pondered briefly and, considering their connection to Li Junbai, nodded in agreement. Delighted by their acquiescence, Xiao Fan felt elated. He had finally infiltrated their ranks, and the 5 of them resumed their journey. Through their conversation, Xiao Fan learned their names and uncovered a particularly valuable piece of information. Members of the Li family had discovered a sect's ruins, and one of them had conveyed a message using a communication talisman, instructing them to proceed to a designated location. Xiao Fan silently lamented the wealth of the Li family, possessing such talismans as communication and positioning. After an undetermined duration, their pace slowed, sweat soaking their brows. "Senior brother Li Ming, are we close?" Xiao Fan inquired. Li Ming, pleased with Xiao Fan's demeanor, glanced at the positioning talisman and replied, Almost there. Hold on a little longer. Everyone nodded in agreement. Their continuous travel had been taxing, leaving them breathless. Approximately an incense stick's worth of time later, they finally spotted other humans and the ruins of the sect. Outside the ruins, a protective formation was in place, surrounded by over 100 people. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow as he beheld the grandeur of the sect. It was significantly larger than the Zhulu Martial Academy. With remarkably intact structures, albeit overrun with wild grass and vines, the protective formation remained active, yet the place was deserted. It was perplexing, Xiao Fan mused to himself, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, and followed Li Ming as they approached. Surrounding them, groups of people were discussing strategies to breach the formation. As Xiao Fan surveyed the scene, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, though she was disguised as a man. He recognized her at once. It was Yingwan accompanied by 5 guards. She seemed safe enough, so Xiao Fan refrained from approaching to disrupt her. Xiang Yuan has arrived. Young Master Xiang, please breach this formation. There must be treasures within. A resounding voice echoed, igniting excitement among the crowd as they turned their attention to the newly arrived Xiang Yuan. Chapter 51. Entering the ruins, Xiang Yuan gradually approached the formation. Scrutinizing it intently, his brow furrowed, though it soon relaxed. Young Master Xiang, what do you think? Is it possible to breach this formation? The crowd incessantly inquired, placing their hopes on Xiang Yuan. The Xiang family was renowned for their expertise in formations, and Xiang Yuan was the most gifted among them. Their reaction was entirely understandable. It is worth a try. Everyone, step back 10 paces. This formation possesses great power, and I fear for your safety, Xiang Yuan commanded. A glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, though Xiao Fan caught it clearly. Upon hearing this, the crowd retreated 10 paces, confident that once the formation was breached, the distance would not hinder them. Satisfied with their compliance, Xiang Yuan nodded, beckoning his family members to assist him in dismantling the formation. Senior brother Li Ming, I must relieve myself, Xiao Fan declared, then dashed out, taking a wide arc to reach the opposite side of the ruins. Having grasped the formation structure, he began to devise a plan. Breaching the formation was impossible, but this was a protective formation. He could open it, Xiao Fan murmured to himself, sensing that Xiang Yuan harbored similar thoughts, which led them to retreat 10 paces. Did he wish to monopolize the treasures within the ruins? Such aspirations were rather fanciful. Xiao Fan's heart was filled with derision. After Xiang Yuan attempted to activate the formation, he would enter first, reactivating it to bar everyone else from entry. With this thought, Xiao Fan's hands moved gracefully through the air, etching intricate symbols. As a formation seal gradually materialized, go, with the utterance of his command. The seal swiftly merged into the grand array. A hum resonated as the array emitted an unusual sound, an invisible energy radiating outward, but tranquility soon returned. What was happening? Truly, Xiang Yuan was impressive, achieving progress so rapidly. The disturbance in the array was felt by everyone else, who mistakenly attributed it to Xiang Yuan's prowess. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan stood bewildered, still engrossed in his research. Why had the array suddenly produced such a noise? On Xiao Fan's side, he continued to inscribe several more formation seals, each one penetrating the grand array. The unusual sounds intensified yet again, only to settle back into silence quickly, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. Finally pausing, Xiao Fan swallowed a Yuan Lingdan and advanced several paces further. This is the spot, he muttered, gently placing his hands upon the array's chin position, allowing his consciousness to delve into the internal fluctuations of the grand array. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Xiao Fan sensed trouble and quickened his perceptive pace. Who goes there? What are you doing? Came a familiar voice, to which Xiao Fan paid no heed. The footsteps grew closer, and upon glancing back, he saw Luo Mahu rushing over with several companions. Xiao Fan? Excellent. Ha! Luo Mahu finally recognized Xiao Fan by his attire and burst into laughter. Open. At that moment, Xiao Fan pressed down with both hands, and the grand array vanished in an instant. Run? As his words fell, his figure darted inside. Xiao Fan, don't run. Seeing this, Luo Mahu shouted and hurried to pursue. Rise, Xiao Fan called out in a deep voice, unleashing a formation seal that reignited the protective array. Bang! Bang! Luo Mahu and the others collided directly with the grand array, sent flying back. What the hell is going on? Luo Mahu bellowed, his teeth clenched in frustration upon witnessing Xiao Fan vanish from sight. On the other side, everyone saw Xiang Yuan bolt inside, their excitement propelling them forward at top speed. However, the Grand Array suddenly reactivated, leaving them dizzy and cursing loudly. Xiang Yuan, you despicable scoundrel. Do you wish to feast alone? Damn you, Xiang Yuan. I swear I will not let you escape. They believed Xiang Yuan had opened the array, only for him to reactivate it after entering, hoarding its treasures for himself. Xiang Yuan, equally perplexed, had merely been investigating methods to break the array when it unexpectedly vanished. He paid little mind to anything else and dashed inside, only to find the array reactivated, resulting in the earlier chaos. Meanwhile, Luo Mahu and his group attacked the Grand Array with all their might, yet it merely trembled slightly, proving impossible to breach. I am furious. Xiao Fan, just wait, Luo Mahu declared, proceeding to search for the entrance. Soon, they arrived at the main entrance of the ruins, overhearing the crowd berating Xiang Yuan, causing his brow to furrow in contemplation. He seized one person and inquired, did Xiang Yuan open this array? The individual hesitated, initially ready to retort, but upon recognizing Luo Mahu, he deflated that it was him. We witnessed it with our own eyes. Nonsense. This array was opened by Xiao Fan, and he reactivated it. Xiang Yuan merely took advantage of the situation, attempting to consume it all for himself. After speaking, Luo Mahu discarded the individual, feeling somewhat relieved. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur, most unwilling to believe that Xiao Fan could have activated the array. Luo Mahu, is this true? Li Ming asked. Absolutely true, right over there. We saw it happen, Luo Mahu responded. With Luo Mahu's confirmation, the crowd began to believe, redirecting their anger towards Xiao Fan, their curses growing louder. Damn that Xiao Fan. How dare he? I will kill this pretty boy. At that moment, not far away, Ying Wanner's eyes sparkled with intensity as she fixated on the ruins, Xiao Fan's imposing figure etched in her mind, refusing to fade away. Everyone, waiting idly is not a solution. Let us unite our efforts to assault the array. We can surely break through, Li Ming shouted. Upon hearing this, the crowd agreed, promptly organizing themselves to commence their assault on the Grand Array. On Xiao Fan's end, after entering the ruins, he dashed forward, searching several structures yet finding nothing of worth. I refuse to believe it. I shall continue my search. Employing his skills, Xiao Fan arrived at a palace. But upon stepping inside, he quickly retreated. Producing the god-slaying sword, he cleared away the vines obscuring the plaque, revealing two prominent characters, Pharmaceutical Hall. Upon recognizing these characters, Xiao Fan was elated and hurried inside. Just then, Xiang Yuan happened to arrive, spotting Xiao Fan's silhouette, his fury igniting. Stop right there. The treasures inside are mine, all mine, he shouted, rushing in at full speed. Xiao Fan had no time to heed him. Upon entering, he began to collect everything he could see into his storage pouch. Xiang Yuan finally caught up, witnessing Xiao Fan's actions, his face reddening with rage. Stop it. Who gave you permission to take my belongings? He roared again. Bah, do you still have the audacity to speak? Without turning back, Xiao Fan cursed and continued his collection. You will regret this. Die? Xiang Yuan slashed at him, but Xiao Fan swiftly dodged the attack and continued to gather. A cauldron. Chapter 52. Surrounded, Xiao Fan suddenly halted, his gaze captivated by a brown three-legged cauldron ahead. Xiang Yuan also paused, entranced by the sight of the cauldron, nearly drooling. With a rush, Xiao Fan turned and threw a punch. Puff! The unsuspecting Xiang Yuan was sent flying by the force of his blow. Collect! Xiao Fan waved his hand, intending to stow the cauldron in his storage pouch, but no matter how he tried, the cauldron remained immovable. What is going on? Is it too heavy? Xiao Fan pondered, yet now was not the time for contemplation, as Xiang Yuan, sword in hand, charged at him like a madman. Die! He shouted, unleashing a sweeping sword strike aimed at Xiao Fan. Humph! Holding the god-slaying sword, Xiao Fan swung it forward with intensity, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Boom! The two forces collided, producing a deafening sound. Both equally matched in strength, Xiao Fan's expression grew serious. Xiang Yuan's cultivation level was at the 8th stage of body refinement, vastly stronger than Gu Ming. Who exactly are you? Why are you here? Xiang Yuan inquired, raising his sword, ever ready to launch another assault. Before Xiao Fan could respond, a resounding crash echoed from outside, causing the Grand Array to tremble violently. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, realizing that those outside had united to attack the Grand Array. I am your grandfather, dear grandson. Kneel and offer tea, Xiao Fan shouted, tossing two thunderbolt talismans before retreating behind the cauldron. Boom! Xiang Yuan was engulfed in the explosion, emerging from the dust looking like a beggar. Seeing this, Xiao Fan prepared to throw two more thunderbolt talismans. Damn it, Xiang Yuan instinctively stepped back. However, Xiao Fan did not throw the talismans. Instead, he opened the chaos world and stowed the cauldron inside. As the cauldron entered the chaos world, Xiao Fan felt a heaviness in his abdomen, cold sweat pouring down his face. Fortunately, the chaos world held firm against the burden. A thought crossed his mind, and he leaped through the window, escaping. I will kill you. Xiang Yuan realized he had been duped, shouting in madness as he gave chase. Boom! The grand array erupted in another thunderous noise, shaking even more violently. Stop right there. Xiang Yuan relentlessly attacked Xiao Fan, but each strike was deftly avoided. Xiao Fan, now infuriated, halted and fixed his gaze on Xiang Yuan. Are you not tired? Do you truly think I fear you? Brandishing his sword, Xiao Fan stood firm, a murderous intent radiating from him. The god-slaying sword humming ominously. What bold words! You, a mere second-stage body refiner, shall surely meet your demise today. Xiang Yuan swung his sword, sending a shadowy blade crashing down toward Xiao Fan, clearly employing a formidable sword technique. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed, and he swung the god-slaying sword fiercely, killing style, slay. As the sound descended, a terrifying sword aura surged forth, stirring countless fallen leaves, while a colossal shadow of a sword cleaved through the air. Boom! The two forces collided, producing a deafening roar, and the shockwave rippled outward like ripples on a pond, reducing countless vines to mere fragments. Under the onslaught of Xiao Fan's killing technique, Xiang Yuan's attack was instantly obliterated. With endless sword energy still surging forth, Xiang Yuan's anguished scream echoed, revealing a deep wound on his chest that exposed bone. Xiao Fan, too, was not unscathed. Executing the killing technique here had consumed a significant portion of his true energy in just one strike. He hastily swallowed 2 Yuanling pills, regaining some color in his face. Boom! The protective array was shattered. Charge! At this moment, the protective formation of the sect was finally breached, and the outside forces rushed in. Kill! Xiao Fan employed the wind control technique, striking towards Xiang Yuan's neck with a single sword swing. Xiang Yuan was taken aback and quickly raised his sword to block. Clang! Sparks flew as Xiang Yuan was knocked back several yards, the wound on his chest splitting further, blood gushing forth. Damn it! Who are you? Xiang Yuan retreated step by step, his gaze towards Xiao Fan filled with terror. Xiao Fan, slightly surprised, noted that Xiang Yuan had managed to block his strike while he was executing the wind control technique. Young master, we have arrived. Just as Xiao Fan was about to strike again, several members of the Xiang family rushed over. Forget it. I'll spare your life for now. After speaking, Xiao Fan swiftly evaded. Young master, are you all right? The Xiang family members, upon seeing Xiang Yuan's grievous wound, displayed expressions of disbelief. Quick, help me leave. This place is not safe, Xiang Yuan commanded, and though the others were reluctant, they complied. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan continued to weave through the buildings, seeking a hidden pavilion or similar palace. Xiao Fan, stop right there. A familiar voice called from behind. Without even glancing back, Xiao Fan pressed on. Luo who, realizing this, quickly chased after him, accompanied by the members of the Deluo sect. Xiao Fan, leave behind the treasures you obtained, and I might consider sparing your life. Luo who shouted while pursuing, but his call attracted the attention of those around, who began to follow suit. Especially the Li family members, upon hearing Xiao Fan's name, rushed forward recklessly, abandoning their search for treasures. Consequently, an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded within the ruins. Everyone surrounded Xiao Fan, and no one bothered to scavenge for treasures anymore. A bunch of lunatics, utterly irrational. Xiao Fan cursed under his breath, breaking through towards the area with fewer people. Xiao Fan, you cannot escape, Luo who shouted, encircling him with the Deluo sect members. Observing this, Xiao Fan altered his direction once more, but the encirclement was rapidly closing in. Just as he pondered how to break free, he suddenly spotted Li Ming in the distance, prompting a bold idea. Acting on impulse, he swiftly made his way towards Li Ming, using the buildings for cover. Seeing your brother Li Ming, Xiao Fan is over there. Xiao Fan called out, reaching Li Ming's side, pretending to be breathless. Li Ming merely nodded, displaying no suspicion, and led the Li family members in pursuit of the direction indicated by Xiao Fan. Sighing in relief, Xiao Fan turned to leave. Him, Xiao Fan, why did you let him go? Luo who suddenly bellowed, seeing Xiao Fan depart from Li Ming's group, his fury palpable. What? Li Ming quickly grasped the situation, his eyes ablaze with rage as he turned to chase after Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, I will have you skinned alive. The very thought of Xiao Fan having mingled within his ranks filled him with fury. Ignoring such unconstructive threats, Xiao Fan bolted towards the ruins exit. Xiao Fan, you cannot escape. To his astonishment, Xiang Yuan appeared before him, gesturing for the members of the Xiang family behind him to unleash their martial techniques, blocking Xiao Fan's path. Damn it, Xiao Fan muttered, swiftly dodging. Chapter 53. The Breath of Rejuvenation. Boom. Their attacks all missed, crashing into the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. An eye for an eye. Poison spirit ants. Go. Coming to a halt, Xiao Fan released the poison spirit ants from the chaotic realm. Before the dust settled, no one knew from whence the poison spirit ants had emerged. Buzzing, thousands upon thousands of poison spirit ants surged through the swirling dust, descending upon the members of the Xiang family. What the hell are those? Xiang Yuan exclaimed, retreating quickly, but the poison spirit ants were faster, soon overwhelming them, relentlessly biting. Save me. Xiang Yuan was the first to fall victim, his body covered in poison spirit ants. And with his injuries, he could not escape. The others, hearing his cries, were filled with indignation. I can hardly save myself. Why should I save you? It's all your fault for turning back. In an instant, the air was filled with screams, causing the others to retreat in fear. What are those things? They're terrifying. God knows. But why aren't they attacking Xiao Fan? Everyone stood still, watching the Xiang family members being assailed by the poison spirit ants. Not one dared to lend assistance. With a final scream, Xiang Yuan's life extinguished. That moment, Xiao Fan executed his technique and swiftly dashed away. Don't let him escape. They're just a bunch of pesky insects. Everyone attacked together. Li Ming was the first to react, leading the Li family members in encirclement, unleashing martial techniques to block Xiao Fan's path. Seeing this, the others grew emboldened, launching indiscriminate attacks against both Xiao Fan and the poison spirit ants. What to do? Xiao Fan dodged continuously as the poison spirit ants were battered to pieces by their martial techniques, while the Xiang family was utterly shattered under the onslaught. Haha, Xiao Fan, how does it feel? Luo Mahu laughed uproariously, reveling in Xiao Fan's predicament as he was besieged. At this point, Xiao Fan had already sustained multiple injuries, his body battered, faced with the onslaught of over 100 individuals. He could hardly evade, his true energy severely depleted. Grabbing a handful of Yuanling pills, he prepared for a desperate fight when Ingwaner, accompanied by her guards, suddenly charged over. Quick, don't come over, Xiao Fan shouted. Worry etched on his face. However, Ingwaner ignored him, swiftly arriving at Xiao Fan's side under the protection of her guards. You shouldn't have come. Xiao Fan sighed at the sight of Ingwaner before him. You must come with me, Ingwaner insisted resolutely, grasping Xiao Fan's hand as they slowly moved outward, shielded by 5 guards. Damn it. Who are they? Luo Mahu seethed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet he was powerless to act. Everyone attack at once, don't scatter, give them no chance to evade, reduce them to dust. Li Ming shouted, and everyone nodded, preparing for a new wave of assault. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Fan grasped Ingwaner's hand and executed the wind control technique, swiftly darting out. Now's our chance, hurry, Li Ming shouted, unleashing over 100 different martial techniques simultaneously. Boom, the thunderous sound erupted. The stone floor beneath them shattered in an instant, and a terrifying shockwave rippled outward like waves. Xiao Fan, pulling Ingwaner, had already dashed over 10 yards, but was still struck by the shockwave, causing him to spit blood. The guards around them, however, perished in that wave of attack. Boom! The ground suddenly caved in, and before Xiao Fan and Ingwaner could regain their footing, they fell through, wisps of faint red gas wafting up from the collapse. What is happening? What is that stuff? Luo Mahu rushed forward, followed closely by the others from the Deluo sect. The members of the Li family mirrored their actions, quickly converging at the mouth of the large hole. The faint red gas continued to emanate, accompanied by a delicate fragrance that was quite pleasant. They leaned in to investigate, but below was shrouded in a mist, making it impossible to see clearly. And they dared not jump down. A sudden groan from the side interrupted their inquiry. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, discovering one of the disciples from the Deluo sect making suggestive gestures towards Luo Mahu, continually tearing at his garments. Don't come over. Luo Mahu's heart raced, his blood surging, his face flushed as he found himself torn between refusal and acceptance. Gradually, the two began to embrace and rub against each other. Repugnant sounds echoing in the air. That moment, not just the two of them, But everyone inhaling that faint red gas was engaged in similar acts, creating an exceedingly inappropriate scene. Those watching from a distance fled in horror, retreating far before turning back to witness the shocking spectacle. Below ground, Xiao Fan was also in a difficult position. He was tightly embraced by Ying Wanner, unable to push her away no matter how hard he tried. As he fell, he had already seen the faint red gas, but upon entering his body, it was completely resolved by the origin tree. However, Ying Wanner could not dispel it, continuously tugging at her garments, ultimately clinging tightly to Xiao Fan in demand. Why is there a breath of rejuvenation here? Xiao Fan, well-versed and knowledgeable, swiftly recognized the nature of the gas surrounding him, with a resigned glance at his surroundings. He soon comprehended that beneath the ground lay rows of cultivation chambers, and not just any chambers, but those specifically designed for dual cultivation. What to do? As he gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, his blood surged, and with her incessant provocations, he found himself ablaze with desire. No, absolutely not. Xiao Fan bit down on his tongue, and his mind became considerably clearer. He could not take advantage of her vulnerability. Moreover, the situation above remained unclear, leaving him with no inclination to entertain thoughts of romantic entanglements. After much contemplation, he recalled the origin tree. If it could help him dispel the rejuvenating energy, it should also assist Ying Wanner in doing the same. With this thought in mind, Xiao Fan's consciousness entered the chaotic realm, addressing the origin tree. Can you help her dispel the rejuvenating energy? Upon finishing his inquiry, Xiao Fan quietly observed the changes in the origin tree. The leaves of the tree swayed gently, and suddenly, a branch extended from Xiao Fan's body, directly piercing into Ying Wanner's form. Mere moments later, the branch retracted back into the chaotic realm, and Ying Wanner's gaze gradually returned to clarity. Ah! An awakened Ying Wanner suddenly exclaimed, hastily releasing her embrace around Xiao Fan and retrieving a fresh garment to clothe herself. She sought a crevice to hide herself, desperate to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. Are you all right? Xiao Fan inquired. Ying Wanner nodded slightly, avoiding his gaze. Yes, I am fine. Thank you for your assistance. Xiao Fan offered his gratitude with a respectful gesture, deeply moved by Ying Wanner's selfless act of saving him. No need for thanks, Ying Wanner replied, slowly approaching him as if having made a momentous decision, resting her head against his chest. Chapter 54. All must die. Xiao Fan sensed Ying Wanner's affection, and a silent sigh escaped his lips. The delicate beauty stood before him, within his reach, yet he could not indulge. His vendetta remained unavenged. How could he dare to contemplate romantic affairs? He had yet to attain the great path. Everything felt ephemeral, like mere fleeting illusions. A repugnant sound echoed from the ground, startling Xiao Fan and causing his eyes to gleam with cold determination. What an opportune moment, he thought to himself, gently pushing Ying Wanner aside, saying, I must make my way out now. Close your eyes and stay close to me. Before Ying Wanner could respond, he grasped her hand and swept outwards, utilizing the walls of the cultivation chamber. Xiao Fan propelled himself upwards, bursting forth from the ground. Upon witnessing the scene around him, despite his mental preparation, he was still revolted. Members of the Deluo sect and the Li family were coupled, engaged in unspeakable actions. Kill. After placing Ying Wanner aside, Xiao Fan wielded his god-slaying sword and swiftly advanced. In an instant, heads rolled, blood spattered, and anguished cries filled the air. Under the influence of the rejuvenating energy, they remained in a euphoric state, devoid of combat capability. Within mere moments, Xiao Fan had dispatched a dozen foes, as though slaughtering swine and hounds. Let us go. Seeing the situation favorable, he seized Ying Wanner and swiftly vanished from the sight of the crowd. What is happening? Xiao Fan is still alive, they murmured, astonished. He has slain them all. Terrifying. Pursue him. He surely possesses treasures. The distant onlookers debated amongst themselves. Some pursued, while others remained behind to scavenge the remnants. Upon emerging, Xiao Fan chose a direction and ran tirelessly. He continued until Ying Wanner, breathless, prompted him to halt. Swallow this. Xiao Fan produced a Yuan Ling pill and offered it to Ying Wanner. At this moment, he began to survey their surroundings, realizing they had entered a mountainous region. Young Master Xiao, where are we headed? Ying Wanner inquired, her complexion having regained some color after consuming the Yuan Ling pill. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to rely on Xiao Fan as her pillar of support. One step at a time, Xiao Fan replied, making his way towards a towering mountain, and Ying Wanner hurriedly followed. After half an hour, he finally discovered a cave nestled halfway up the mountain. Let us rest here for a moment, Xiao Fan declared, leading Ying Wanner inside. and igniting a campfire, after setting up an illusion array at the cave entrance. He sank down with a sigh of relief. It is time to assess my gains. Xiao Fan glanced at his bulging storage pouch and the items within the chaotic realm, a smile finally gracing his face. With a wave of his hand, he emptied the contents of the pouch onto the cave floor. Ingwaner gaped in astonishment at the array of items scattered about, curiosity driving her closer. Xiao Fan surveyed the heap of seemingly useless trinkets and shook his head in disappointment. He rummaged through the pile until he unearthed 3 ceramic vials and several pill recipes. These recipes are of no immediate use. Seeing the high-grade materials listed, Xiao Fan decided to store them away. The ingredients required for these recipes were too advanced to be substituted with common ones for the time being. Subsequently, he opened the 3 identical vials, pouring out their contents. "These are strengthening pills," Xiao Fan exclaimed with delight, admiring the 6 plump and radiant pills, a grin spreading across his face. "What is it?" Ingwaner asked, intrigued by his reaction. "Nothing, just some strengthening pills." "Here, take 2. After speaking, Xiao Fan filled 2 of the pills into a ceramic vial and handed it to Ingwaner. "What are the effects of this pill?" Ingwaner inquired. "This pill can be consumed repeatedly. Each one strengthens the body and elevates one's cultivation by a minor realm." Upon hearing Xiao Fan's explanation, Ingwaner beamed with joy like a child. This was a gift from Xiao Fan, and she vowed to treasure it dearly. Xiao Fan then retrieved items from the chaotic realm, including the alchemical cauldron. Yet aside from the cauldron, he failed to find anything of worth. The Qian Coin cauldron? Xiao Fan read the 3 large characters at the base of the cauldron, his heart racing with astonishment. This was one of the legendary 9 cauldrons. How could it be here? His surprise was mingled with confusion. He could not fathom it, and simply shook his head. There are actually 2 brown pills in the Qian Coin cauldron, Xiao Fan muttered, retrieving the 2 pills to examine closely. "What kind of pills are these?" Ingwaner, curious, approached him, drawn by the delightful fragrance emanating from the pills. "I do not know, but I can sense their potent energy." Xiao Fan was not speaking idly as he inhaled the aromatic scent. His inner energy began to surge. After dividing 1 pill with Ingwaner, he stored the Qian Coin cauldron back into the chaotic realm. "Can I swallow this?" Ingwaner asked, eyeing the brown pill in her hand. I am not sure. You probably can. I was just about to try." After saying this, Xiao Fan swallowed the brown pill whole. Boom! As the pill entered his stomach, a powerful energy erupted within him, surging through his meridians, organs, and limbs. This energy rampaged through his body, resisting his attempts to harness it. Seeing Xiao Fan consume the pill, Ingwaner followed suit, experiencing a similar reaction, her brow furrowing tighter with each passing moment. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Fan felt a heat wave wash over him. His blood surged, and he found himself bleeding from his nose. What on earth was this cursed pill? Xiao Fan lamented in despair. He had repeatedly sought the origin tree's help to dispel the pill's effects, yet the tree remained unresponsive. Just as he was at his wit's end, Ingwaner suddenly let out a delicate cry not far away. The sound causing Xiao Fan to lose his reason. In a frenzy, he tore off his garments and lunged towards her. Ingwaner reciprocated, and the 2 pressed tightly against one another, igniting flames of passion that blazed ever hotter. As Xiao Fan delved deeper, they surrendered to their primal instincts, intertwining their energies, their breaths rising in intensity. Boom! Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Fan shattered through the barrier of the 3rd level of body refinement, his aura continuing to surge. Hours later, Xiao Fan finally came to a halt. The energy within him finally expended. He gazed at Ingwaner, who had just drifted into slumber beside him, his heart filled with myriad emotions. He had successfully broken through to the 4th level of body refinement, while Ingwaner benefited even more, having surpassed 3 minor realms to reach the pinnacle of body refinement. Not bad. Xiao Fan, experiencing this for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim, feeling quite pleased. He settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to solidify his cultivation. Time passed, and eventually, Ingwaner awakened, just as she opened her mouth to speak. Xiao Fan silenced her with a gesture, and they embarked on yet another passionate encounter within the cave, where springtime lingered. Chapter 55. Encountering fellow disciples several hours later, they finally paused. Xiao Fan gazed at the perfect form in his embrace, the weight of responsibility settling upon his shoulders. "Young Master Xiao, I am a man of responsibility." Ingwaner attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Fan, leaving her both amused and exasperated. "Yes, I was going to say my royal brother has sent word." With warmth in her heart, she produced her communication talisman. What is it? Has your royal brother entered the small world as well? Xiao Fan inquired. He finds himself trapped within a cave. What shall we do? Ingwaner, displaying a hint of anxiety, hastily rose to don her garments. Xiao Fan mirrored her actions, for how could he remain indifferent in the face of his future brother-in-law's plight? Do we have a locator? Xiao Fan asked. Yes, though it may not be entirely accurate. Take a look, Ingwana replied as she handed the locator to him. Upon inspecting it, Xiao Fan's brow furrowed deeply. The information was not merely inaccurate, it was exceedingly vague, providing only a broad area without specific coordinates. Well, better than nothing. Let us proceed. With that, Xiao Fan dismantled the illusion array outside the cave, and the two swiftly made their way northward. Are you not going to disguise yourself? Ingwaner expressed her concern, aware that news of Xiao Fan's acquisition of treasures must have spread, and she understood the peril of possessing such wealth. Indeed, rumors had circulated throughout the small world, proclaiming that Xiao Fan had obtained countless treasures from the entire site, including pills and martial techniques. Now, most were in search of Xiao Fan, with the quest for other treasures relegated to a secondary concern. For the probability of obtaining something from Xiao Fan was considerably higher, there is no need. Should anyone dare to approach, they shall meet their end, Xiao Fan stated, fully aware of her worries, yet feeling no need to hide anymore. At least not within this small world. Ingwaner nodded in agreement, falling silent. 2 hours later, they paused to rest briefly. As they ventured further north, the temperature dropped, and the mountains loomed ever larger. A biting wind howled, and snowflakes began to fall, prompting Ingwaner to tighten her clothing against the chill. Let us continue. Your royal brother should be trapped in the snow-covered mountains ahead. Xiao Fan glanced at the locator. They had entered the marked area, and he estimated that the prince was indeed in the mountains ahead. Friends ahead, please wait for us. Just as they were about to proceed, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Xiao Fan turned to see a group of over 10 students from the Martial Academy's intermediate class. Xiao Fan, how splendid! You dare to show yourself. One of them exclaimed at Ha. Truly, we have searched high and low for you. And now you appear without effort. They quickly approached, encircling Xiao Fan and Ingwaner. Xiao Fan surveyed the scene, a cold smile creeping across his face. Esteemed colleagues, what guidance do you offer? Who is your colleague? Spare us the jest, one scoffed. Xiao Fan, your greed knows no bounds. You possess the treasures of the ruins yet still dare to covet the Millennium Cold Ice Marrow. Millennium Cold Ice Marrow, Xiao Fan mused internally, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. What do you intend to do? He feigned trepidation, his gaze darting nervously. You know fear. During our time at the academy, you were rather arrogant, were you not? Alas, if Senior Li Junyue were here, he would ensure your demise. Upon hearing that Li Junyue was unable to join them, Xiao Fan's heart sank. It indicated that Li Junyue had advanced beyond the body refinement stage. Kill him, and we shall divide the treasures. What say you? The leader suggested, casting a glance at his comrades, a fleeting shadow of malice crossing his eyes. We shall heed Senior Xiaopeng's counsel. The group murmured in agreement, for Xiaopeng possessed the highest cultivation. Having reached the peak of the body refinement stage, after their hasty discussion, they began to draw their weapons, yet none made the first move. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ingwana shouted. Regaining her composure, upon witnessing her transformation, the group halted, their eyes scanning her figure in awe. Once Ingwana resumed her feminine form, her beauty was ethereal, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Untouched by the mortal realm. Good heavens, she is the third princess. What shall we do? To kill or not to kill? The group's eyes shifted toward Xiaopeng, who held a unique status as the son of Zhao Su. Xiaopeng, captivated, could not tear his gaze away from Ingwaner, his eyes glinting with predatory desire. I have heard tales of the third princess's beauty, and now that I behold her, it is indeed true. If I could but savor her charm, I would die without regret. He exhibited no fear, his words lacking the respect they warranted. How dare you? When I emerge from this, you shall answer for your insolence. Ingwana retorted, her face flushed with anger, rendering her even more alluring in Xiaopeng's eyes. Ha! Truly, a Navi little beauty. Friends, let us first slay Xiao Fan and then indulge in the third princess. Upon hearing this, the others hesitated. Success would grant them both treasure and beauty, while failure would surely spell their doom. Yet, amid these desolate mountains, few could resist such temptation. They failed to notice that Xiao Fan's fury had reached its zenith. His eyes ablaze, the god-slaying sword vibrating ominously. In his eyes, they were mere corpses awaiting their fate. Commence! Let the slaughter begin! Zhao Peng commanded, his anticipation palpable. Seeing the agreement among the group, Zhao Peng's heart swelled with joy. Very well. You distract the third princess and do not allow her to escape. I alone shall deal with Xiao Fan. With that, he unsheathed his sword and advanced step by step towards Xiao Fan. While the others encircled Ingwaner, Xiao Fan, prepare to die. He bellowed, swinging his sword with deadly precision towards Xiao Fan's head. Foolish wretch, Xiao Fan moved, his vital energy surging forth as the god-slaying sword descended with ferocity. With a resounding clash, Zhao Peng's sword shattered upon impact. Before Zhao Peng could comprehend his peril, Xiao Fan's blade was upon him once more. How is this possible? Zhao Peng thought, retreating in a frenzy. You dare to challenge my speed? You are woefully inadequate. Utilizing the wind shadow technique, Xiao Fan swiftly closed the distance, the god-slaying sword striking again. A pain scream erupted from Zhao Peng as one of his arms was severed. Blood gushing forth. How could this happen? Panic ensued among the onlookers. Will you not assist me? If I perish, you shall all share my fate. Zhao Peng hollered through gritted teeth, enduring the agony. His cry proved effective. As the group began deliberating on who might best assist him, Zhao Peng, on the verge of tears, lamented that even in this dire moment, they still hesitated. Xiao Fan scoffed, consuming a spirit essence pill before vanishing once more. Ah! Another arm flew from Zhao Peng's body, for against Xiao Fan's unleashed power, he had no means of resistance. Chapter 56. A bunch of rubbish. Zhao Peng writhed in agony, stripped of his earlier arrogance. Capture the third princess, quickly, he urged, still somewhat lucid, recognizing that his only chance of salvation lay in controlling her, thus deterring Xiao Fan. His urging, the surrounding individuals finally sprang into action. Dawaner, break through and hold on for a moment. Xiao Fan shouted, and upon hearing her name, Ingwaner paused, warmth flooding her heart. All right, be careful, she replied, drawing her sword to engage in the fray. Xiao Fan held little concern, confident in her prowess as a peak body refinement practitioner. She could withstand for a while if the poison spirit ants were still around. They could have aided her, but alas, they had been scattered during the battle at the ruins, and he knew not how many had survived. Now, it is your turn. Xiao Fan unleashed his technique, the god-slaying sword lunging forth. With both arms lost, Zhao Peng could only flee desperately. Yet how could he outrun Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan, you fiend, my father will not let you escape. He cried, his voice echoing in despair as the god-slaying sword pierced his dantian, crippling his cultivation. Enough of your prattle. With a swift motion, Xiao Fan severed Zhao Peng's legs. Zhao Peng's screams abruptly ceased as he succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Xiao Fan gripped his neck, hoisting him aloft as he advanced toward another battlefield. The assailants surrounding Ingwaner halted, retreating upon witnessing Zhao Peng's gruesome fate. Ingwaner dashed to Xiao Fan's side. Promptly retching from the gruesome scene, the my woman shall not be touched by the likes of you. With that, Xiao Fan discarded Zhao Peng's bloodied upper half at their feet. Xiao Fan, you slay your fellow disciples without fear of retribution from the academy? Indeed, we shall report this to the law enforcement hall and ensure you face justice. The group, each taking turns to voice their righteous indignation, echoed their claims. Silence. A pack of garbage, Xiao Fan retorted, employing the wind shadow technique to swiftly engage. Wielding the god-slaying sword in a frenzy of slaughter. I do not wish to die. Save me. In an instant, heads rolled and blood splattered. Though they were numerous, their highest cultivation was merely at the 8th level of body refinement. And Xiao Fan feared them not. In just half a quarter of an hour, the cries of agony ceased, and they lay lifeless upon the ground. At this moment, Ingwaner covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her nausea. Unaccustomed to the brutality of the scene, Xiao Fan approached, gently patting her back and enveloping her in an embrace. It is over. Xiao Fan spoke softly, and Ingwaner leaned her head against his chest. A wave of unparalleled security washing over her. After a moment, they released each other, and Xiao Fan retrieved some water from his storage bag, splashing it onto Zhao Peng to bring him back to consciousness. Alas, as soon as Zhao Peng awakened, he fainted again, and after several such episodes, he finally breathed his last. At that moment, large snowflakes fell like goose feathers, and the temperature continued to plummet. Xiao Fan took Ingwaner's hand and strolled forward at a leisurely pace, drawing ever closer to the snow-capped mountain. The snow on the path was deep, severely hindering their progress, and it took them a full 3 hours to reach the foot of the mountain. At the base of the snow mountain lay a flat expanse, thickly blanketed in snow, yet many individuals sat cross-legged, recuperating. Numerous others arrived from all directions, united by a singular goal, the legendary everlasting ice essence. Xiao Fan? A voice called out, and several heads turned in his direction. Indeed, it was him. Quickly notify the Deluo sect and the Li family. Many began to move, some encircling Xiao Fan, while others dashed off to inform others. Xiao Fan remained remarkably calm, scanning the area and unexpectedly spotting familiar faces. Xiao Fan, you must leave at once, Su Su shouted as she rushed over with members of the Qingmu Taoist school. Yi Yang among them. Xiao Fan, taken aback yet not entirely surprised to see them, heard Yi Yang's voice urging, "Aren't you afraid for your life? Why do you hesitate?" Although he regarded Xiao Fan as a rival, he admired his courage, clearly distinguishing between personal feelings and the matter at hand. "Thank you for your concern, but I have a small request. Might you allow her to join your ranks and protect her as best as you can? I promise to reward you handsomely afterward." Xiao Fan inclined his head towards Ingwaner, who at that moment had resumed her guise as a young man, unbeknownst to them that she was the third princess. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Su Su readily agreed, and the others voiced no objections. "Thank you." Upon concluding his plea, Xiao Fan produced several thunder talisman and escape talismans, placing them in Ingwaner's hands before gently pushing her away. "Young Master Xiao." Ingwaner hesitated, then returned to him, whispering, "When you said I was your woman, was that sincere?" With that, she lowered her head, her cheeks faintly flushed. "Indeed, I have always said that I am a responsible man. Furthermore, regarding your royal brother's affairs, leave them to me." With that, Xiao Fan gently pushed her away once more, turning and striding towards the snow mountain without awaiting her response. "Xiao Fan, halt." At that moment, the Li family arrived, brandishing weapons and surrounding Xiao Fan. "Haha, it truly is Xiao Fan. What audacity." Meanwhile, members of the Deluo sect also arrived. "State your name." "I do not slay the nameless," Xiao Fan bellowed, wielding the god-slaying sword, exuding an aura of menace. "Humph, quite the bravado. Allow me to clarify your fate. I am Li Ning of the Li family. Li Ning, at the peak of the body refinement realm, was eager to pounce on Xiao Fan, coveting his treasures. However, with members of the Deluo sect also present, he knew he had to tread carefully, aware of the old adage about the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird waits in the shadows. "And you?" Xiao Fan pointed at the leader of the Deluo sect. "Why should I tell you? You killed my brother. I, Luo Maha, will have you skinned alive." Xiao Fan was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering whether Luo Maha's sanity was in question. Li Ning, if you can slay Luo Maha, I will willingly surrender my treasures to you. What say you? Xiao Fan concluded, grinning at Li Ning to his surprise. Li Ning hesitated, but upon reflection, his fury ignited. "Xiao Fan, how dare you sow discord? Everyone, seize him, kill him." With a wave of his hand, Li Ning launched the first assault. Members of the Deluo sect followed suit, eager to prevent the Li family from claiming the first strike. "Farewell, enjoy your game." With that, Xiao Fan unleashed a massacre technique, sword shadows flying, blood and flesh scattering. A cacophony of screams erupted as Xiao Fan carved a path through the chaos. With a swift application of wind manipulation, he darted away. How is this possible? What sword technique is this? Xiao Fan had only this one strike left. His vital energy was waning. Charge. At this moment, save for those from the Qingmu Taoist school, everyone else pursued him. Chapter 57. The snowman Xiao Fan raced up the snow mountain, and those in pursuit hesitated, their faces betraying fear. Chasing him is perfect. He can clear the path for us. Li Ning led the Li family in pursuit, with the Deluo sect not far behind. Witnessing this, the others followed suit, over 200 individuals braving the thick snowfall as they ascended the mountain. Xiao Fan glanced back, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Let me give you all a thrill," he murmured, swinging the god-slaying sword and striking at the snow behind him. Boom! A vast expanse of snow cascaded down, tumbling toward the mountain's base. The terrifying scene unfolded as what was once a mere blanket of snow transformed into a raging avalanche. Not good. Retreat. The Li family and Deluo sect members, having pursued the fastest, were suddenly engulfed by the swirling snow, their legs turning to jelly as they rolled down. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to the avalanche, and soon they were buried, their cries swallowed by the whiteout. Xiao Fan, underestimating the avalanche's might, found himself swept away, rolling helplessly before being completely submerged. Once silence fell, the fortunate survivors dared not venture further up the mountain, nor did they attempt to rescue anyone. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan ground his teeth, his body prone, the weight of the snow on his back feeling like 1,000 pounds. How careless of me. I shall not employ this trick again. Regret washed over him as he realized that in attempting to thrill his pursuers, he had ensnared himself as well. While contemplating his escape, he suddenly felt a stirring in the snow ahead. What could that be? Alarmed, he remained motionless, keenly attuned to the movements before him that a rustling sound reached his ears. And something began to burrow through the snow, allowing him to slightly raise his head. As he squinted, he saw two petals pushing upwards. Whose rear end is this? Xiao Fan finally discerned the source. Feeling a mixture of disdain and inspiration, he quickly began to dig through the snow beneath him, creating a space for his arms to move. With the god-slaying sword in hand, he aimed at the protruding petal and thrust it forward with force. He witnessed the petal clench suddenly, a muffled cry escaping, as its owner kicked out. Boom! The individual burst forth from the snow, propelled by the unexpected force. Damn it! Who just violated my rear? Li Ning shot up, clutching his backside, hopping about in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Fan swiftly extricated himself, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of Li Ning's predicament. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, others emerged from the snow, witnessing Li Ning's antics. Curiosity piquing as they saw him hopping around, hands clutched behind him. Li Ning, are you insane? You just stepped on me. Luo Maha, having just surfaced, found himself on the receiving end of Li Ning's frantic jumps, leaving a large footprint on his head. Li Ning, in his agitation, let down his guard, and an unexpected yellow substance erupted forth, freezing midair before it could touch the ground. Everyone instinctively covered their noses, staring in disbelief at the shocking scene. What the hell? You just relieved yourself in public. Get out of here. Luo Maha kicked him aside, finally suppressing his disgust. Ha! Xiao Fan could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. However, his mirth drew everyone's attention, and they began to encircle him. Seeing this, Xiao Fan turned on his heels and fled, once more heading up the mountain. Xiao Fan, don't run. Leave behind the treasures, and I might spare your life. Luo Mai shouted, not out of kindness, but from fear that Xiao Fan might escape to a more perilous area. Xiao Fan glanced back at the 200 pursuers. Even with his strength, he dared not confront them directly. You can keep your life, he retorted, quickening his pace. Luo Ma's face flushed with rage, matching Xiao Fan's speed as he gave chase, after half an hour of pursuit. Most of the crowd was exhausted, yet Xiao Fan remained full of energy. His dantian, a microcosm of the entire chaotic world, allowed him to store far more vital energy than those of the same realm. Besides, with his Yuanling pills, he was untroubled by energy depletion. Why are there so many corpses? Xiao Fan slowed, eyeing the bodies nearly hidden by the snow, a chill running down his spine, judging by their attire. They were disciples from various factions that had ventured in from the outside world, including students from the martial academy. As he proceeded, his unease deepened, and he steeled himself, realizing that the everlasting ice essence must have been discovered by them. Yet, how did they all perish? Xiao Fan glanced back, noticing that his pursuers had halted not far behind, too fearful to advance a single step. How peculiar, he muttered to himself, beginning to examine the corpses strewn across the ground. Upon witnessing the gruesome state of the bodies, he could not help but gasp in horror. Each of the dozens of corpses had been systematically deprived of their hearts, without exception, and all had succumbed to a single lethal strike. These are the royal guards. The crown prince must be nearby. Turning over a rigid corpse, he discerned its attire and reached his conclusion. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air reached him. Causing Xiao Fan's heart to race, he swiftly raised his head and employed his wind manipulation technique, dodging to the right at breakneck speed. Snowmen? At long last, he recognized the newcomers. Over 20 snowmen had come to a stop, baring their teeth at him. These creatures were unnaturally white, their skin as smooth as snow, their hair a ghostly white, and their claws long and sharp, resembling those of a gorilla. Xiao Fan cast a glance at the nearby Luo Mahe and others, discovering they had not retreated but were lying low, patiently waiting. So, you were all aware of the snowmen beforehand. No wonder no one dared venture up the mountain. Xiao Fan mused to himself, swallowing a spirit pill as he braced for confrontation with the snowmen. The snowmen suddenly sprang into action, charging towards him with incredible speed. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted. Their velocity rivaled his own wind manipulation technique. Their claws drew dangerously close. He swung his sword downward. With a sickening thud, one of the snowman's hands was severed. Gak! The snowman shrieked in pain. uttering a language incomprehensible to normal humans. Xiao Fan finally gauged the snowmen's strength. They were roughly equivalent to a typical human's body-refining realm. The truly terrifying aspect was their astonishing speed and overwhelming numbers, rendering defense nearly impossible. We must retreat, Xiao Fan swiftly resolved, employing his wind manipulation to dart toward the direction from which the snowman had come. Gak! The snowman erupted into a cacophony of cries, pursuing him fervently. Chapter 58. Within reach at that moment, the more than 200 individuals lying in wait not far away finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Beginning to murmur among themselves, should we continue the chase? Under these circumstances, Xiao Fan is surely doomed. Why chase? I shall remain here and observe the situation. No one dared to take the risk of advancing, including Luo Maha. Gentlemen, what is the situation? A voice suddenly came from behind, startling them and almost triggering another avalanche. The crowd simmered with anger, but their ire subsided upon realizing it was Li Ning. Clad in fresh attire, his wounds seemingly treated, he approached with gritted teeth, accompanied by members of the Li family. Li Ning, are you out of your mind? Don't endanger us. Luo Maha felt an overwhelming urge to kick him down the mountain. Though he could not fathom why he felt this way, he simply found him insufferable. What on earth is happening? Can someone explain it to me? Li Ning did not take offense. Instead, he crouched down, his eyes darting around. Keep your voices down. Luo Maha recounted the events to him, fearing that Li Ning might inadvertently attract the snowman. After much deliberation, they unanimously resolved to lie in wait if Xiao Fan perished. They would then devise a plan to attack the snowman, seize the Millennium Ice Marrow, and conveniently claim the treasures on Xiao Fan's person. Should Xiao Fan survive, they would intercept him here, ready to kill and plunder. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan had barely darted away when he spotted an opening. The cave's mouth stood over 20 snowmen, forming an impenetrable barrier. The crown prince must be inside, Xiao Fan thought to himself, opting not to approach the cave, but rather to circumvent it. Gak! The relentless snowmen pursued him, their cries echoing around him. Growing increasingly agitated, Xiao Fan hurled several thunder talismans behind him. Boom! Explosions erupted, sending countless snowflakes swirling into the air, and a massive chunk of snow tumbled down. The avalanche began anew. Gak! The snowman retreated in a frenzy, rushing towards the cave. I command you to stop your incessant gaking, Xiao Fan muttered, running a little further before stopping to dig a snow burrow and conceal himself. After swallowing another spirit pill, he began to contemplate his next move. Charging in recklessly would be too perilous. A well-thought-out plan was necessary. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, realizing the number of snowmen was unknown, and there could be even more formidable foes lurking. Eureka! An idea struck him, and he exhaled in relief. He retrieved a stack of talisman paper and began to inscribe symbols, a faint smile gracing his lips. Half an hour later, 30 Earth Escape talismans were finally completed. Xiao Fan cautiously ventured out, scouting the area multiple times before selecting a suitable spot for his escape. It's all up to you now. He took out one of the Earth Escape talismans and activated it swiftly. Whoosh! Xiao Fan felt his body lighten, immediately burrowing beneath the ground as the soil parted before him, the pressure around him mounting. Moments later, he activated another talisman and continued his descent. It wasn't until he had activated 10 Earth Escape talismans that he was jolted by a hard rock, causing him to feel dizzy. Xiao Fan drew his god-slaying sword, digging fervently, but making little headway, his brow furrowed into a tight line. Time for a gamble, he decided, retreating several paces and hiding around a corner before retrieving 2 thunder talismans. Do not disappoint me. Xiao Fan steadied himself and hurled the 2 talismans. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded. The hard rock remained intact, but the surrounding soil was blasted away. The rock, deprived of its support, began to topple. Xiao Fan felt the ground beneath him give way, and he plummeted downwards. That hurt like hell. Upon landing, Xiao Fan scrambled to his feet, quickly surveying his surroundings. Indeed, it was a cave, he muttered in delight. Simultaneously, the snowmen inside the cave heard the commotion and rushed towards the source of the sound. Xiao Fan, hearing the approaching footsteps, realized the urgency of the situation and was about to enter one of the passages when he spotted a hand breaking through the soil. Moments later, a familiar figure emerged from the earth, wiping the dirt from his face. The Crown Prince, Xiao Fan exclaimed, rushing over to pull him free from the muck. He had no idea why Ying Jie was here. But now was not the time to inquire. Xiao Fan, I finally see a normal human being. Sob. Jie, astonished, disregarded the dirt covering him and embraced Xiao Fan. Weeping uncontrollably, Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. He intended to comfort him, but the increasingly loud footsteps made him anxious. Crown Prince, stop crying. Take these Earth Escape talismans and burrow out in that direction, that I have matters to attend to. Take care. Xiao Fan pushed Jie away, stuffing 10 Earth Escape talismans into his hands, directing him towards safety before exhaling in relief. And you? We should leave together. Jie, deeply moved, was reluctant to part ways. I have my own methods. You must hurry. They are coming. Xiao Fan urged, pushing him away and activating an Earth Escape talismans for him, watching as Jie quickly vanished into the passage. Gak. At that moment, the snowmen finally arrived, their fury ignited by the destruction of the cave. Whoosh! Xiao Fan's form flickered, darting into one of the passages. This passage was narrow, barely accommodating 2 people at a time, but Xiao Fan was not overly concerned. Gak! The snowmen split into 2 groups, pursuing Xiao Fan. Due to the confined space, their speed was significantly hindered as he ran. Xiao Fan searched for the Millennium Ice Marrow, feeling the cold seep through him. His back drenched in sweat. Xiao Fan murmured softly as his vision suddenly opened up before him, revealing a cavern several dozen feet wide, exuding an unbearable chill, in the center of the cave. A circular ice bed over half a foot in diameter lay before him. Upon it rested a piece of ice marrow the size of a bowl, radiating astonishing coldness. Indeed, it is the Millennium Ice Marrow. Xiao Fan rejoiced, darting forward to collect the marrow into his storage bag. Gak. The maddening sounds returned, and Xiao Fan surveyed his surroundings, sensing impending doom. All escape routes were blocked by the snowmen. There was no way to break free. The snowmen surged forth from both sides, dozens of sharp claws reaching for him. Kill! He shouted, wielding his god-slaying sword as he unleashed his lethal technique. Boom! The overwhelming sword energy shattered the ice within the cave into fragments. The sword shadows whistling through the air, causing a multitude of snowmen to collapse. If not now, then when? Xiao Fan swiftly activated a ground escape talisman, his body vanishing rapidly beneath the earth. The snowman, seething with rage, glared at the empty ice bed before casting a glance at the spot where Xiao Fan had disappeared, frantically rushing towards the cave entrance. Chapter 59. The unending slaughter. Xiao Fan's subterranean escape proceeded relatively smoothly. He activated 10 ground escape talismans in succession before emerging into a snowy expanse. With a powerful push of his legs, he collided with something, akin to the sound of an egg shattering. Xiao Fan burst forth from the ground. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Upon closer inspection, he saw Li Ning, clutching his groin, rolling in agony on the snow, his face contorted in pain and cries echoing around him. What a coincidence! Xiao Fan was equally astonished. His collision had rendered Li Ning incapable of manhood. What just happened? Luo Mahe, having just regained his senses, looked at Xiao Fan's retreating figure, feeling an unsettling familiarity. His shout drew everyone's attention to the unfolding chaos. The onlookers furrowed their brows at the sight of Li Ning writhing on the ground, perplexed by the bizarre turn of events. Damn you, Xiao Fan, you shattered my... I'll kill you. Li Ning finally recognized his assailant, attempting to rise for retaliation, but the excruciating pain rendered him powerless. Is it possible that could break? Luo Mahe mused, observing the blood pooling beneath Li Ning, while the crowd remained momentarily stunned, discussing the absurdity of the situation. Li Ning, did you break your egg? Luo Mahe interjected with a grin, relishing the spectacle. Upon hearing this, Li Ning's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer rage. Laughter erupted from the crowd, inciting fury among Li Ning's family. Kill Xiao Fan. Avenge Li Ning, they cried, rushing forth with weapons drawn, unleashing their martial prowess. All members of the Luo sect, follow me. Don't let the Li family steal the show. Luo Mahe commanded, leading his followers into the fray. Suddenly, a chilling sound reverberated, followed by the ominous rush of several hundred snowmen approaching rapidly. Run! Xiao Fan immediately activated his wind control technique, darting down the mountain, narrowly evading the first wave of assault. Boom! Various martial techniques struck the snow-capped mountain, causing it to tremble, and countless snow blocks began to cascade down, heralding an unprecedented avalanche. The snowmen are coming. Flee for your lives. Panic ensued as everyone abandoned thoughts of the avalanche, desperately scrambling down the mountain, many tumbling headlong. Yet the fury of the snowmen reached a fever pitch, charging out at breakneck speed, indiscriminately slaughtering all in their path. Screams filled the air as beating hearts were brutally extracted from their hosts. The horror escalated as the snowmen consumed the still-pulsing hearts, painting the scene in grotesque bloodshed. "Help me, damn snowmen, I'll fight you." Chaos ensued, with some fleeing while others began to resist, but the massive avalanche loomed closer, burying many beneath the mounting snow. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan had distanced himself significantly, glancing back at the hundreds of snowmen behind him, a chill creeping down his spine. "Xiao Fan, did you acquire the ancient ice marrow?" Luo Mahe called out from a short distance behind, eyeing Xiao Fan as if he were a walking treasury. "Perhaps you should worry about your own life," Xiao Fan retorted, quickening his pace to widen the gap between them. "I'm infuriated. Just you wait," Luo Mahe shouted, hastening his own speed, only to misstep and tumble down the slope. Before long, Xiao Fan finally spotted figures at the foot of the mountain, though the snowmen showed no signs of slowing. It was then he grasped the severity of the situation. "Su, flee quickly." Xiao Fan infused his voice with energy, calling out to the bottom of the mountain, "T the base." Su, meditating, perked up at the sound and promptly looked up at the mountain. "This is bad. Run," she exclaimed urgently, springing to her feet. The others from the Qingmu Taoist sect, including Ying Wan'er, noticed the unfolding chaos and began their retreat. Seeing them escape brought Xiao Fan a measure of relief. Yet he had underestimated the snowmen's speed. Their wrathful charge was swifter than his own. Time was running out. They would all perish soon, unable to outlast the relentless advance of the snowmen. Rather than succumb to such a dismal fate, Xiao Fan resolved to fight back. He swallowed a handful of Yuanling pills, enhancing his speed significantly. Moments later, he finally reached the base of the mountain. Pausing for a breath, sword drawn, screams erupted as a portion of the snowmen also descended. Engaging the Deluo sect members in battle, with a swift motion, Xiao Fan dashed forward, brandishing his last 10 or so 5 thunder talismans, casting them into the fray. Boom! An explosive detonation resounded, unleashing a torrent of lightning that sent thick snow swirling into the air. As the snow settled, a massive crater emerged, filled with both humans and snowmen. The cries of the injured mingled with the chilling cause of the snowmen. Xiao Fan's explosion had claimed the lives of over 20 snowmen, alongside several unfortunate humans. "Xiao Fan, you want to die a good death," Luo Mahe shouted in disbelief, unable to fathom Xiao Fan's indiscriminate assault. "Did you ever consider this when you were slaughtering me?" Xiao Fan sneered, devoid of any guilt. More snowmen surged down the mountain, bypassing the others to charge directly at Xiao Fan. "Kill!" Xiao Fan brandished his god-slaying sword, rushing forward. With each swing, he severed heads from the snowmen. In mere moments, he had dispatched several of them. Alas, the sheer number of snowmen was overwhelming. They pressed in from all sides, encircling him. Xiao Fan grimaced, calculating that at least 200 snowmen were now attacking him. With more snowmen pouring in, his survival seemed increasingly bleak. Great Shift Fist, he unleashed a powerful punch, the force shattering a dozen snowmen in an instant. Yet the gap he created was swiftly filled by more snowmen. Swallowing another Yuanling pill, he unleashed his killing technique. Once more, over 10 snowmen fell, but the encirclement remained unbroken. What to do? Xiao Fan's mind raced, desperately seeking an escape route as his injuries mounted and his supply of Yuanling pills dwindled. Suddenly, a claw pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth. "Get away from me!" Xiao Fan roared, sending the offending snowman flying with a single punch, narrowly avoiding having his heart ripped out. The frenzy among the snowmen grew. Some clawed at his back, others at his head, while a few even resorted to biting him. "Get off!" He thrust them away once more, but they continued to swarm, an endless tide of attackers. Chapter 60. The struggle for survival. Xiao Fan began to falter. His energy was nearly depleted, and with all his Yuanling pills consumed, he found himself unable to replenish his strength. Most of the snowmen focused their assault on him, allowing others to catch their breath, abandoning thoughts of treasure as they fled the scene. Suddenly, a towering snowman approached, launching a powerful punch at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, advancing rather than retreating, delivering a punch of his own. Boom! Their fists collided, and Xiao Fan was sent reeling backward, his arm numb and blood gushing forth. "The Snowman King," Xiao Fan muttered, sensing impending doom as he fell. Several claws plunged into his back. The pain surged, and he quickly drew his god-slaying sword, slashing backward with all his might. Several snowmen were cleaved in two, painting the scene in horror. Yet another torrent of blood erupted from Xiao Fan's mouth. his strength waning rapidly. Was he truly to perish? Reluctance gripped him, but as he beheld the approaching Snowman King, he realized he had no strength left to fight. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from above, shaking the earth itself, causing Xiao Fan to lose his footing and crash into the snow that he watched as the Snowman King charged toward him, claws outstretched, aiming for his heart. Boom! Another resounding crash shook the ground, and Xiao Fan felt darkness envelop him. When he landed again, he found himself in a valley within the Hengduan Mountains. Recognizing the familiar laws of the Tao, he finally exhaled in relief as the small world closed. Transporting them all out. That was close. My life nearly slipped away, Xiao Fan murmured to himself, rising to his feet and surveying his surroundings, his heart tightening. Surrounded by those in the blood condensation and marrow-cleansing realms who had been unable to enter the small world, they rushed forward to inquire about their younger kin. Xiao Fan stepped forward, avoiding their gazes. Xiao Fan, stop right there. Luo Mahe's voice rang out, revealing he had also survived, emerging from the small world. Seeing Xiao Fan attempt to leave, he immediately pursued, blocking his path. Get out of my way. Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy as he charged forward without hesitation. You actually survived in there. Splendid. Hand over your treasures, and I may spare your life. Luo Mahe stood his ground, bracing himself against Xiao Fan, for his own energy was nearly depleted. Elder Chao Yong, Xiao Fan has slain disciples of our Luo sect and plundered their belongings. Capture him at once. He may possess the fabled ice essence of 10 millennia. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd brightened with greed. 10 millennia of ice essence. Even those at the pinnacle of the cleansing pulse realm could hardly resist such temptation. With a swift motion, Chao Yong lunged forward, his massive hand reaching for Xiao Fan. Yet, with a sudden thud, Lin Mo of the Qingmu Daoist Hall blocked that hand and obstructed Chao Yong's path. Lin Mo. What is the meaning of this? Chao Yong narrowed his eyes as he pressed forth with the oppressive aura of the peak cleansing pulse realm. I seem to hear other voices. The words of your Luo sect disciples are untrue. Lin Mo replied, waving his right hand dismissively, causing the oppressive energy to dissipate into nothingness. To kill disciples of our Luo sect is a death sentence. Does the Qingmu Daoist Hall truly intend to oppose us? Chao Yong stated, glaring fiercely at Lin Mo, prepared to strike at any moment. Xiao Fan has slain my Li family kin. His life belongs to us. All of you, stand aside. Suddenly, a voice interjected, interrupting their heated exchange. Li Tao, you have a clever scheme. What if I refuse? Chao Yong chuckled coldly to himself, fully aware of their intentions to capture Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, did you not kill my son Zhao Peng? Zhao Su also approached, though he dared not take action due to the lack of evidence. Others encircled them, each seeking to claim a share of the spoils. Xiao Fan regarded their avaricious expressions, refusing to utter a single word. Even if it meant destroying the 10 millennia of ice essence, he would not yield. Not far away, Ying Wanner and Ying Jie attempted to rush forward but were forcefully pulled back by their leader. Retreating from the valley. Su Su and the others were filled with concern, but could only hope that Elder Lin Mo could withstand the pressure. Xiao Fan, are you mute? Did you not kill my son? Zhao Su bellowed. Indeed, I merely dispatched a worthless fool. Xiao Fan replied fearlessly, facing Zhao Su head-on. You have quite the audacity. Prepare to die. Zhao Su could no longer contain his rage and struck out at Xiao Fan. The pain of losing his son had driven him to madness. Humph, do you take us for fools? Chao Yong similarly unleashed a palm strike to intercept Zhao Su's attack. Chao Yong, why do you block me? Zhao Su's frustration flared, yet facing Chao Yong, he lacked the confidence of victory. It is quite obvious. His life belongs to my Luo sect, Chao Yong replied, hands raised in a gesture of indifference. His determination to capture Xiao Fan unwavering. His life belongs to my Li family. In the ensuing chaos, arguments erupted among the gathered, the prominent figures of the peak cleansing pulse realm red-faced with heated contention. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, realizing that if they attempted to forcibly capture Xiao Fan, he would be powerless to intervene. Enough. You are all a bunch of despicable scoundrels. Even if I must destroy my treasures, I will not hand them over to you. Xiao Fan shouted, his energy revitalized. Laughter erupted from the crowd, their faces twisted in mockery. Before us, you stand no chance, Chao Yong declared, extending his hand once more toward Xiao Fan. Humph, Li Tao scoffed, mimicking the action. Simultaneously, Zhao Su became increasingly frantic, hurling a folding fan aimed straight at Xiao Fan's neck. He was intent on avenging Zhao Peng. The treasures on Xiao Fan's person now of secondary importance. Lin Mo weighed his options and ultimately chose to remain an observer at that moment. Xiao Fan's eyes blazed with fury, his energy surging. Great diagrams fist. With his voice echoing, a tempest arose, sands and stones swirling violently as a colossal fist shadow roared forth. He could not remain idle. Even if death awaited him, he would fight. Boom! The fist shadow was effortlessly shattered by Chao Yang's palm, failing to create even a ripple. Humph! You are but a mantis blocking a chariot. Die! Chao Yang's hand continued its advance toward Xiao Fan that instant. Zhao Su's fan struck true, aimed unerringly at Xiao Fan's throat. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted in alarm. His energy was spent, and he could only summon the Qianquan Ding to shield himself. Bracing for his impending demise, with a thunderous crash, all attacks were absorbed by the Qianquan Ding, yet its luster dimmed significantly. Seeing the Qianquan Ding heightened their fervor, greed evident in their expressions. What a fine vessel! It shall be mine, Li Tao exclaimed, launching himself toward the Qianquan Ding. You want the ding? I desire the 10 millennia of ice essence. Chao Yong also surged forward, albeit with different targets in mind. I only seek his life, Zhao Su shouted, sending his fan flying once more. Enough of this nonsense. Suddenly, a deafening voice reverberated, and a colossal hand descended from above, striking toward them in an instant. All fell silent. The valley echoed only with the howling winds. Who dares? Chao Yong and the others felt a tremendous pressure, terror gripping their hearts. Unable to lift their heads, the onlookers, sensing the danger, desperately retreated, scrambling up the mountainside. Boom! The massive hand finally descended, shaking the valley as if an earthquake had struck, dust rising to obscure the sky. The surrounding peaks trembled perilously, on the brink of collapse. Eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd was rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. As the dust settled, a gigantic palm imprint marred the ground, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Within the imprint, Chao Yong and Li Tao lay motionless, yet still breathing, their energy centers shattered, whether by design or happenstance. Zhao Su emerged relatively unscathed, scrambling away from the scene. Xiao Fan remained unscathed, sheathing the Qianquan Ding and gripping the god-slaying sword, searching for the source of the attack. Yet, no matter how he looked, he could not locate the individual responsible. What manner of power is this, so fearsome? A master had intervened, one who transcended the cleansing pulse realm. As this realization dawned, the crowd erupted in fervent excitement. Someone who surpassed the cleansing pulse realm. That was a realm beyond their reach. Han Shu, you old cur, do you think my Li family is without defenders? Another resounding voice thundered, summoning a fireball the size of a small mountain, hurtling toward the distant mountaintop. Han Shu, the dean of the martial academy, he has chosen to intervene for Xiao Fan. Fear gripped the crowd as yet another figure of transcendent might emerged. Whispers filled the air, cautioning against offending such unreachable beings. Humph! A disdainful snort followed, and a massive water column erupted, scattering the fireball into oblivion. Subsequently, an unseen energy enveloped Xiao Fan, lifting him effortlessly into the air, whisking him away from the crowd's sight. Control your people. If this happens again, I will kill. Han Shu's voice echoed, and once more, tranquility enveloped the valley. It was not until several breaths had passed that the crowd dared to breathe normally, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating them. In truth, 3 presences had transcended the cleansing pulse realm. In addition to Han Shu and the Li family's ancestor, the elder of the Deluo sect had also arrived, unbeknownst to the others. Ancestor, please avenge the disciples of my Li family by slaying Xiao Fan. Li Ning shouted at the heavens, his excitement causing the wound in his groin to reopen, gritting his teeth in agony. Miraculously, he had survived. After being buried in snow, he feigned death until he was finally extracted. Many onlookers found humor in Li Ning's plight, laughing uproariously as they recounted his tale to one another. Enraged, Li Ning fainted from the embarrassment, his pleas falling on deaf ears. Members of various factions began to depart, many having gained fortuitous encounters and treasures, their cultivation levels significantly enhanced at a quarter of an hour later. Xiao Fan's feet touched the ground. He had returned to the Martial Academy's residence. With a sigh of relief, he set up an illusion array before collapsing into the yard, utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. He had been on high alert without a moment's respite. Gradually, sleep overtook him. A figure appeared beside him, deeply moved by his battered form. She produced a pristine handkerchief, gently wiping the blood from his body and applying healing ointment before departing. Once she had left, The portly companion rushed in, carefully carrying Xiao Fan into the room. Meanwhile, the origin tree continuously emitted healing energy, swiftly mending Xiao Fan's wounds. In truth, the origin tree had been healing him all along. But with his old injuries compounded by new ones, he had suffered too frequently. The following day, Xiao Fan awoke, slowly rising to stretch his limbs. The recovery is quite satisfactory. He was pleased with the healing power of the origin tree, mainly because his injuries were not severe, allowing for a rapid recovery. "Brother, you are finally awake." The portly companion entered, astonished to see Xiao Fan moving about. "What? Is there something wrong with me?" Xiao Fan inquired. "No, it's just that your recovery ability is unparalleled." The plump fellow was filled with envy and joy for Xiao Fan. Subsequently, the two engaged in a conversation about the matters within the small world of the Hengduan Mountains, leaving the plump man utterly astonished. "How long have I been gone?" "Not a moment more or less. Precisely 10 days. Xiao Fan nodded. In the small world, the passage of time was imperceptible, and it turned out that a full 10 days had elapsed in the outside world. During these 10 days, the plump man's alchemical skills had significantly improved, and he faced no difficulties in concocting the Yuanling pill. "Here, take this. From now on, the task of refining Yuanling pills for the Xiong family will be entrusted to you," Xiao Fan said, presenting a selection of herbs for the potion. He had initially considered giving the plump man a strengthening pill, but the latter's cultivation level was merely at the qi gathering stage, rendering him incapable of withstanding the potency of the pill. The sight of the bountiful herbs nearly made the plump man's mouth water. By the way, brother, the Martial Arts Academy's grand competition is the day after tomorrow, and participants can compete across levels. Don't miss it," he reminded, before hastily departing to refine the pills. Competing across levels? Intriguing. After muttering to himself, Xiao Fan closed the door, producing 2 strengthening pills and swallowing them. As the pills took effect, a torrent of heat surged through the chaotic world. 2 streams of energy were absorbed by the origin tree, which then returned 2 droplets of energy liquid the size of a thumb. As the energy liquid dripped down, it forcefully surged through his meridians and permeated his flesh. How delightful! Xiao Fan couldn't help but moan, finding the effects of the 2 strengthening pills easily bearable and rather pleasant. At that moment, his flesh emitted a sizzling sound, as if it were boiling. Impurities within his body continually erupted from his pores, releasing an incredibly foul odor. He appeared flushed, akin to a finely forged sword, purging impurities and refining his essence. More importantly, Xiao Fan's aura surged upward, the threshold of the 5th level of body refinement becoming apparent, which he forcefully suppressed. Recently having broken through, he sought to solidify his foundation rather than rush into another breakthrough. An hour later, Xiao Fan finally opened his eyes, surveying himself with satisfaction. His physical strength had more than doubled. With sheer physical prowess, he could easily defeat someone at the 8th level of body refinement. Should he utilize his true energy, he would be invincible against those below the blood condensation stage. As for lower-level blood condensation practitioners, he had yet to test himself against them, making it difficult to gauge. "Xiao Fan, come out. Xiao Fan, you killed your fellow disciples in the Hengduan Mountains. Come out and face your doom." The commotion outside abruptly intensified, causing Xiao Fan to furrow his brow. However, upon reflection, he realized it was likely Zhao Su or the Li family behind this. With this thought in mind, Xiao Fan stepped outside, only to find numerous familiar faces glaring at him. At the forefront stood 10 intermediate class students who had previously entered the small world, their expressions filled with fury directed at Xiao Fan. Chapter 62. Do you dare to fight? Behind them were also intermediate class students, all incited by their anger. Xiao Fan roughly estimated the crowd to number at least 100, creating an imposing spectacle. Even more spectators gathered, surrounding Xiao Fan's courtyard to the point of being impenetrable. "Xiao Fan, I ask you, did you kill Zhao Peng and several other fellow disciples?" the leader demanded loudly. Though he did not believe that Xiao Fan had personally slain them, considering Zhao Peng was a peak body refinement practitioner, his inquiry was indeed reasonable. Normal individuals would not assume Xiao Fan capable of killing a peak body refinement practitioner. Thus, framing it as having caused their deaths seemed more credible. "Senior Chiolei, stop wasting words with him. Just take him to the law enforcement hall." "Exactly. We must ensure that the law enforcement hall punishes him with the death penalty. Otherwise, we will cause a riot there." The crowd began to strategize, as if an invisible hand was urging them to voice these sentiments. "Have you finished your chatter? Get lost," Xiao Fan shouted in a low voice. his eyes glinting with cold light. How audacious! Who gave you the courage to tell us to leave? The one named Xiao Lei took a few steps forward, unleashing a torrent of peak body refinement energy aimed at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan scoffed internally. A mere peak body refinement practitioner thought to pressure him with mere aura. At this moment, he remained eerily calm, standing still and completely disregarding Xiao Lei's oppressive energy. Humph. Let us see how long you can endure. Kneel before me, Xiao Lei shouted, intensifying his pressure. Yet, Xiao Fan remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. The onlookers, astonished by Xiao Fan's demeanor, began to murmur among themselves. What is happening? Impossible. He must be internally injured, putting on a brave front. Xiao Lei's anger flared. As a peak body refinement practitioner, he could not compel Xiao Fan, who was merely at the 4th level of body refinement, to kneel. Xiao Fan, I give you one last chance. Will you come with us willingly? Or shall we force you? Xiao Lei declared, brandishing his long sword as he advanced step by step. With each step he took, his followers moved forward in tandem, closely following Xiao Lei's lead. Enough of this nonsense. Let us get to it. Xiao Fan showed no signs of fear, standing quietly as he awaited their next move. Arrogant. Today I shall make you pay. Xiao Lei lunged forward, thrusting his sword viciously toward Xiao Fan's abdomen. Xiao Fan's figure flickered, effortlessly evading the attack in an instant. He retaliated with a powerful punch that landed squarely on Xiao Lei's chest. Xiao Lei let out a pained scream, flying backward accompanied by the sound of cracking ribs. The crowd gasped in disbelief at the sight of Xiao Lei's defeat, collectively inhaling sharply. Impossible. How did Xiao Fan manage that? So fast. It must be that elusive movement technique. Xiao Lei regained his footing, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Xiao Fan, you dare to injure me. Hearing this, Xiao Fan nearly burst into laughter, perceiving Xiao Lei as a fool. Should I have simply stood there for you to hit me? How ridiculous, Xiao Fan retorted coldly, refraining from further aggression. Then let me show you who is truly foolish. Enduring the pain in his chest, Xiao Lei raised his long sword and swung it at Xiao Fan. Come at me. Xiao Fan executed his wind manipulation technique, dodging the attack and positioning himself behind Xiao Lei, delivering another punch. Xiao Lei cried out again, crashing forward in a heap, his back breaking upon impact. Hiss! Another sneak attack. Xiao Fan is truly shameless. Damn it. How can he possess such formidable movement techniques? Who can enlighten me? Xiao Lei lay motionless on the ground, realizing he could not rise due to his shattered spine from Xiao Fan's blow. Why aren't you all making your move? Surround him. He won't escape. Xiao Lei rolled on the ground in agony, shouting at the others. Indeed, let us all attack together, even if he has extraordinary movement skills. It will be futile. All right, let us go. Many nodded in agreement, drawing their weapons as they charged forward. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, observing the 20 or so assailants approaching, a murderous intent surging within him. Halt! Just as tensions escalated, a voice interrupted their advance. Elder Xing soared into the scene, positioning himself directly between them. Elder Xing, it's Elder Xing. Elder Xing, Xiao Fan has been harming his fellow disciples in the Hengduan Mountains. Why has the law enforcement hall not punished him? Indeed, he has harmed over 10 disciples. If the law enforcement hall does not impose the death penalty, where is the law? The crowd pressed Elder Xing, each voice clamoring for justice. Silence. Elder Xing raised his hands to quell the uproar, asking, You claim Xiao Fan has harmed his fellow disciples. Do you have evidence? With this question, an abrupt silence fell over the crowd, as they exchanged glances, seemingly realizing they lacked evidence. Seeing this, Elder Xing's eyes turned cold. Since there is no evidence, you are merely slandering him. How can we discuss the law? The scene erupted into chaos. Elder Xing, he confessed it himself. Yes, I heard it with my own ears. Xiao Fan admitted to killing Zhao Peng. Upon hearing this, Elder Xing turned to Xiao Fan and inquired, Is this true? Yes, I merely dispatched a piece of trash. Xiao Fan's response elicited triumphant smiles from the crowd. Elder Xing, did you hear that? He said precisely that yesterday. Impose the death penalty on Xiao Fan. Impose the death penalty. They began to chant, and passers-by, unaware of the circumstances, joined in the clamor. The crowd grew larger, even including advanced class students. Silence. Elder Xing once more pressed his hands down, casting a complex gaze at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was saved by the dean. What crime could he possibly have? Even if he did, could the law enforcement hall punish him? Xiao Fan merely stated he killed a piece of trash. He did not claim to have killed Zhao Peng. Nor did he assert harm against his fellow disciples in the absence of evidence. Let it go. After Elder Xing's declaration, the crowd stood in bewilderment, at a loss for how to counter. Elder Xing is being exceedingly biased toward Xiao Fan. This cannot be right. We cannot accept this. A sudden voice emerged, and a figure slowly materialized before the crowd. It's Senior Lu Yu. He has arrived as well. Senior Lu Yu, a fifth-rank genius of the intermediate class, was indeed a formidable presence. The crowd beheld Lu Yu. A wave of excitement surged through them, accompanied by a collective sigh of relief. Elder Xing cast a glance at Lu Yu and remarked, "The law enforcement hall upholds fairness and justice. Without evidence, there is no need for further discussion." With that, Elder Xing gestured for the crowd to disperse, fearing the recurrence of the tragic events that had transpired before the task hall. Lu Yu shook his head, directing his gaze toward Xiao Fan, surveying him several times before stating, "So, you are Xiao Fan? Quite unimpressive. Fifth on the intermediate class genius list. Rather ordinary." Xiao Fan replied with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's anger ignited. Do you dare to fight? Chapter 63. If you wish to battle, then let us battle. Lu Yu's expression turned frosty, as the fifth-rank genius of the intermediate class. He found the term ordinary intolerable. Was Senior Lu Yu issuing a challenge? Such a forthright character. I find it quite endearing. Many female students exchanged glances, and had it not been for the crowd, they would have rushed forward. Elder Xing momentarily hesitated. Such challenges were commonplace in the martial academy, and he could not intervene. Not interested, Xiao Fan stated, turning to depart, not out of fear, but genuine disinterest. You are afraid. You lack the qualifications for the dean to intervene on your behalf. Lu Yu's expression turned icy. Upon hearing that the dean had rescued Xiao Fan in the Hengduan Mountains, jealousy surged within him. Not only he, but most of the students on the genius list shared the same reaction. Indeed, Xiao Fan, you lack the courage to fight. What right do you have to receive the dean's attention? I refuse to accept this. The martial academy is unjust. Xiao Fan paused, finally grasping the reason behind Lu Yu's presence here. It was envy that had prompted this confrontation. What else do you wish to say? Xiao Fan inquired. I wish to say that you are nothing but a waste. You were once, and you still are. This statement garnered the agreement of the crowd. Xiao Fan, you merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity, acquiring an impressive movement technique. You are nothing more than that. Indeed, had he not possessed that technique, I could have easily defeated him with a single punch. Let us not be too harsh. I have heard that Minter Han treats him like a treasure. In an instant, a deluge of derision erupted, overwhelming Elder Xing to the point where he had to seal off his hearing. A bunch of rubbish, Xiao Fan coldly remarked. Who do you call rubbish? The term ignited the collective fury of the crowd, who surged forward, eager to unleash their wrath upon Xiao Fan. Stop. Lu Yu astonishingly blocked their path. And although the crowd was puzzled, they ceased their advance. That I alone am sufficient to deal with him. Xiao Fan, do you dare to fight? Lu Yu stepped forward once more, reiterating his challenge. If you wish to fight, then I shall oblige. What is there to fear? Xiao Fan also advanced a few steps, his fighting spirit soaring. Excellent. Senior Lu Yu, crush him. Senior Lu Yu, kill him. Avenge our fallen comrades. The atmosphere grew charged with excitement as news of the impending duel between Lu Yu and Xiao Fan spread rapidly throughout the martial academy, drawing a throng of students eager to witness the confrontation. A battle of life and death. Do you dare? Lu Yu shouted, elevating the tension to its zenith. As you wish, Xiao Fan replied, unperturbed, his expression eerily calm. The crowd retreated, clearing a sufficiently large space for their duel. Elder Xing remained silent, tacitly permitting the life and death struggle between them. Moments later, several elders and mentors swooped in, taking positions above to observe. Commence. Lu Yu could hardly contain his anticipation as he stepped forward, his true energy surging forth. Such a concentration of true energy. Senior Lu Yu has already stepped into the blood condensation realm. Indeed, he was a genius, exceedingly formidable. Just as the spectators were marveling, Lu Yu made his move. With a swift motion, a massive fist imprint shot forth, hurtling toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, yet a thrill coursed through him as the fist imprint approached. He propelled himself forward, channeling all his physical strength into a punch. With a thunderous impact, Xiao Fan was sent hurtling backward, landing 10 paces away. Senior Lu Yu is magnificent. Senior Lu Yu is truly powerful. The crowd erupted in cheers as they reveled in Xiao Fan's dismal fate. Rising to his feet, Xiao Fan's right hand trembled slightly. His sleeve had been shredded by the force of the punch. revealing a robust arm. Elder Xing furrowed his brow. Xiao Fan had not utilized any true energy. Such audacity was quite remarkable. Although Lu Yu had successfully repelled Xiao Fan, he found no joy in his victory. An unsettling feeling hung in the air, yet he could not pinpoint the source. Again, Xiao Fan charged forward once more. Without employing his movement technique, and launched another punch. "You are courting death," Lu Yu murmured, excitement bubbling within him as he mirrored the action with a punch of his own. With no surprise, Xiao Fan was again sent flying. Landing 8 paces away, he quickly sprang back up and attacked again. This sequence repeated several times before he finally paused. Xiao Fan's relentless approach thoroughly incensed Lu Yu, who abruptly drew a long knife from his waist. The Blood Blade. Lu Yu has summoned the Blood Blade. The crowd gasped. The Blood Blade was a spirit weapon, and Xiao Fan was undoubtedly doomed. Whispers filled the air, revealing their familiarity with the fearsome weapon. With the Blood Blade drawn, heads shall roll. Xiao Fan. To perish beneath the Blood Blade is indeed an honored. Lu Yu raised the Blood Blade high, the sunlight refracting off its surface, casting a terrifying red glow. 9 revolutions, Chain Blade. As Lu Yu's voice fell, he unleashed a series of 9 consecutive slashes. The air crackled with the ferocity of the blade's aura as 9 blade shadows surged toward Xiao Fan. Grasping the Godslayer's sword, Xiao Fan's clothing rustled under the onslaught of the blade's energy. Killing style. Slay the man. He swung his sword, the energy surging forth with an ear-piercing shriek, and a colossal sword shadow tore through the air. Roaring forth, with a tremendous crash, the sword shadow collided with the 9 blade shadows, obliterating them in an instant, sending debris flying and dust swirling, engulfing the battlefield. A piercing scream echoed, prompting the crowd to squint and peer through the haze. Though the scene remained obscured, surely Xiao Fan must have perished. The battle was over. Good riddance. That pretty boy deserved it, they thought. Just as the crowd's excitement peaked, the battlefield gradually cleared, revealing the 2 figures. Xiao Fan stood resolute with his sword, his expression devoid of any emotion. In stark contrast, Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, blood trickling down his arm drop by drop. What just transpired? Who emerged victorious? It must be Senior Lu Yu. Did you not see the blood on the Blood Blade? The crowd erupted in cheers, but moments later, to their astonishment, Xiao Fan not only remained standing but turned to walk away. "Why do you not kill me?" Lu Yu asked, his eyes losing their luster. Filled with sorrow, Xiao Fan paused briefly before replying. "The path to enlightenment is long. You may traverse it further." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu seemed to grasp something profound, his aura rising incrementally. "What is happening? Can anyone enlighten me? Can you not see? Senior Lu Yu is on the verge of a breakthrough. The fight is over." The crowd surprisingly accepted this assertion, revealing expressions of reluctance yet feeling utterly powerless. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yu successfully advanced to the blood condensation realm, his spirit soaring. He bowed to Xiao Fan, saying, "I am forever grateful. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Chapter 64. In the company of a beauty, what on earth had Xiao Fan done to provoke such a response from Senior Lu Yu? How could this be? Impossible. I refused to believe it. The crowd was incensed, especially those intermediate class students who had instigated the conflict. Their teeth clenched in fury as they departed in droves. The scene gradually returned to tranquility, with only the remnants of battle scattered about. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao Fan was approached by Fatty and the Xiong brothers, who rushed forward to inspect him. They had witnessed the battle firsthand. Though they could not push through the throng to lend their cheers, their voices drowned out by the cacophony. "Bro, are you all right?" Fatty inquired. "I'm fine. No need for concern," Xiao Fan reassured him, then turned to the Xiong brothers and asked, "How has business been lately?" The Xiong brothers exchanged glances, still feeling guilty about previous events. "Thanks to you, Brother Xiao, things are going quite well," Xiong Gang replied, pausing before continuing. "We have come to apologize for our earlier behavior." With that, he produced a storage pouch and offered it to Xiao Fan. "Brother Xiao, this is our compensation for you. I hope you will not look down upon it." Xiao Fan glanced within, discovering 50,000 gold coins. Yet he pushed it back. "There is no need for this. The fault does not lie with you." Afterward, he retrieved 20 marrow-clearing pills and handed them to Xiong Gang. These were the pills he had promised to concoct for the Xiong family. Prepared in advance, he simply had not intended to deliver them so soon. The Xiong brothers were overwhelmed with excitement as they carefully accepted the 20 pills. "Brother Xiao, your magnanimity humbles me, I assure you." Such incidents will never occur again. As Xiong Gang concluded his words, the two brothers respectfully clasped their hands towards Xiao Fan and withdrew. Xiao Fan shook his head, having initially hoped that the Xiong family would earn him some gold coins. But now he had abandoned that thought. Fatty, after you finish refining the 2,000 yuan Ling pills for the Xiong family, cease your efforts. Currently, there remain 1,500. Push yourself harder. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Fatty nodded and hurried back to concoct pills. Rarely finding himself at leisure, Xiao Fan began to ponder the matters ahead. The number of those wishing to kill him was overwhelming. The Li family, the Ming Wang, the Alchemist Guild, and Zhao Su among others. The talented students from the Martial Academy were equally watching him with hawkish eyes. Moreover, the news of the 10,000-year-old ice essence had leaked. Regardless of whether he possessed it or not, there would undoubtedly be those who coveted it. With this in mind, Xiao Fan's gaze hardened. He resolved to grow stronger while simultaneously fortifying the power of the Jinshi Marquiate. None of this could be achieved without resources, and the Xiong family could not sustain a long-term partnership. They could only be utilized, effectively severing that path to wealth. Shaking his head and exhaling slowly, he was soon met with a cacophony from outside. Your Highness, where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you. Your Highness, do you have a partner? Look at my figure. Am I acceptable? Third Princess, you are my idol. The voices grew nearer, and Xiao Fan chuckled as he stepped outside. Indeed, he saw Ying Jie and Ying Wanu approaching slowly, followed by a large crowd, chattering incessantly. Xiao brother, my apologies for the unannounced visit. Ying Jie clasped his hands together with a beaming smile. Ying Wanu also gave a slight bow. Her cheeks flushed as she caught sight of Xiao Fan's handsome and resolute visage, seemingly recalling something. Let us not stand on ceremony. Come inside and speak. Xiao Fan casually draped an arm over Ying Jie's shoulder and boldly walked into the courtyard. Ying Wanu paused for a moment before following suit. What is their relationship? Can anyone enlighten me? The onlookers were filled with indignation, harboring not envy but boundless jealousy. Inside the courtyard, the three settled down. Xiao brother, thank you for your timely rescue. Ying Jie spoke first, once again clasping his hands in gratitude. See, we are growing distant again. It was merely a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. Xiao Fan held a favorable view of Ying Jie's character, as he at least understood gratitude and bore no airs. Very well. I shall refrain from saying more. Should you need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. After saying this, Ying Jie exchanged a significant glance with Ying Wanu and stood up. Imperial sister, did you not mention wanting to visit the Martial Academy's trading market? Allow Xiao brother to accompany you for a stroll and broaden your horizons. Oh. Ying Wanu finally snapped back to reality and cast a grateful look towards Ying Jie. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, feeling as though Ying Jie was aware of something, but he had no evidence to substantiate his suspicion. Xiao brother, is that acceptable? Seeing Xiao Fan remain silent, Ying Jie inquired again. Of course, I would be delighted. Xiao Fan momentarily hesitated before realizing he did not even know the location of the Martial Academy's trading market, as he had never been there. That is splendid. I shall take my leave. You two continue. With that, Ying Jie turned and departed. Xiao Fan and Ying Wanu stood to see him off, and once he had walked far enough away, Ying Wanu turned and nestled into Xiao Fan's embrace. Xiao Fan inhaled the refreshing fragrance emanating from her and felt a stir within, which he managed to quell. I missed you. Ying Wanu's delicate voice reached his ears, sending a wave of warmth through him. Just as the two were lost in their affections, Fatty unexpectedly barged in. Brother. Fatty froze at the sight before him, his mouth agape in astonishment. I didn't see anything. Please, continue. No, just continue your conversation. After regaining his composure, he turned to leave. Wait, Fatty, tell me the location of the trading market. Xiao Fan called after him. While Ying Wanu finally loosened her grip and stood awkwardly to the side, Fatty turned back, producing a map of the Martial Academy from his waist, and handed it to Xiao Fan before hastily departing. Young Master Xiao, just call me by my name. Addressing me as Young Master Xiao feels too formal. Xiao Fan interrupted her, gently pinching her delicate nose. Then I shall call you a Fan. We must differentiate you from others. Ying Wanu chuckled softly and once again nestled into Xiao Fan's embrace, appearing sweet and endearing. Very well. Let us head to the trading market. Xiao Fan kissed her forehead and led her outside. He glanced at the sky. The sun was setting, making it an opportune time for a stroll. The two skilled protectors trailing behind Ying Wanu maintained a respectful distance, ensuring they did not intrude upon their moment. Following the directions on the map, Xiao Fan made his way, drawing the attention of numerous students along the path. When they saw Ingwaner and Xiao Fan walking together, disbelief flashed across their faces. With jealousy evident in their expressions, Xiao Fan truly possesses remarkable skills. I heard he is entangled with Minterhan, and now he seeks to ensnare the third princess. No, my goddess is being ensnared by that scoundrel. The passing students murmured among themselves. Though their voices were hushed, Xiao Fan and Ingwaner heard them clearly. Xiao Fan merely shook his head, unperturbed, as he leisurely walked along the shaded path with Ingwaner. Xiao Fan, just wait. In the distance, Li Junbai seethed inwardly, turning to head towards the advanced class area. Chapter 65. The mysterious branch. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan and Ingwaner finally arrived at the trading market. The market was not large. It was merely a street approximately 2 miles long, lined with shops, taverns, and numerous stalls. A steady stream of students entered and exited, the street bustling with life, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out and haggling. Let us enter. Xiao Fan glanced at Ingwaner, who nodded and donned a veil that he smiled, appreciating her choice, as it spared them many unnecessary troubles. Do not miss out on this opportunity. Genuine Yuan Ling pills. Sourced directly from alchemists, affordable and high quality. As they entered the market, they heard enticing sales pitches, particularly one that caught Xiao Fan's attention, his eyes gleaming with interest. Let us take a look. He took Ingwaner's hand, and they swiftly approached the stall. To his surprise, there was quite a crowd of buyers, and the goods were soon sold out. Friend, do you have any left? I would like to purchase one as well. Xiao Fan squeezed through the throng but found himself empty-handed. Xiao Fan, the stall owner, recognized him instantly, abandoning his stall and attempting to flee. Do not run. Xiao Fan seized him, his eyes turning icy as he revealed a frosty demeanor. What do you want? The stall owner regained his composure yet still dared not meet Xiao Fan's gaze. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, be at my residence tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you know the Xiong family's methods. After saying this, Xiao Fan released him, committing his appearance to memory. The stall owner wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his eyes darting nervously. Yes, I will heed young Master Zhao's words. His demeanor shifted to one of submission. His back already drenched. Begone. Xiao Fan waved his hand, and the stall owner finally breathed a sigh of relief, disappearing down the street. Are you not concerned he may not come to find you? Ingwaner, though uncertain of Xiao Fan's motives, inquired curiously. He will come. As he spoke, Xiao Fan revealed a knowing smile. Ingwaner nodded, seemingly understanding yet not probing further. The two continued their exploration, discovering an array of merchandise, though mostly consisting of talismans and weapons, and Xiao Fan found nothing particularly noteworthy at the moment. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Fan suddenly halted, feeling a tremor from the origin tree within him. What is happening? He wondered silently, his consciousness instantly plunging into the chaos realm, where he discerned a branch of the origin tree pointing towards a stall on his left. Have you discovered a treasure? Xiao Fan asked. The branch swayed up and down a few times, confirming his suspicion. Overjoyed by the confirmation from the origin tree, Xiao Fan could hardly believe its extraordinary powers, capable of sensing treasures. He approached the stall and, upon examining the items displayed, the elderly man stroked his long white beard, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he gazed at Xiao Fan. It makes sense. I was indeed hasty. But what about this branch? Xiao Fan inquired again. 20,000. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan was momentarily speechless, and in a fit of anger, he hastily tossed down 2,000 gold coins, seized the branch, and turned to leave. You dare to take my belongings and leave with that branch? Just as Xiao Fan had taken a few steps, he was intercepted by two individuals. Li Junbai. Upon recognizing the newcomers, a cold sneer surfaced within him. Beside Li Junbai stood a student clad in the attire of an advanced class, with shifty eyes and a rather sinister appearance. The commotion drew the attention of passing students, who paused to witness the unfolding spectacle. Isn't that Xiao Fan? Truly a troublemaker, daring even to provoke Tian Shu of the advanced class. That cannot be said. Xiao Fan has already purchased that branch. He has done nothing wrong. The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet none dared to question Tian Shu, their discussions revolving solely around Xiao Fan. Make way. Xiao Fan ignored them, stowing the branch away and charging forward with Ingwaner by his side. Oh, quite courageous, but alas, you lack the strength. Tian Shu remained steadfast, releasing a pressure characteristic of the first level of blood condensation, directed at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment, then pulled Ingwaner behind him, shielding her from the oppressive force. Haha, Xiao Fan, weren't you quite arrogant? Why not leave now? Li Junbai, relishing in Xiao Fan's predicament, began to mock him. Then watch me walk away. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan unleashed a formidable aura of the fourth level of body refinement, clashing equally against Tianshu's force. How is this possible? Li Junbai's expression darkened, an overwhelming sense of defeat welling up within him. The surrounding students gaped, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, reluctant to accept the reality before them. The strength of Xiao Fan was most palpable to Ying Wanner, who felt a surge of safety emanating from his towering figure. Press forward, Xiao Fan shouted, unexpectedly taking 2 steps forward. Impossible. Did Tianshu hold back? Tianshu, increase your output. Ruthlessly subdue Xiao Fan. The collective cries reached Tianshu, who bore a heavy heart. He had never anticipated Xiao Fan's formidable prowess. Overreaching, retreat. Gritting his teeth, Tianshu summoned all his strength, pushing his aura forward. Humph! Xiao Fan scoffed coldly, his body remaining as immovable as a mountain, both men locked in a stalemate. Xiao Fan, I offer you a chance. Hand over that branch with both hands. Or do not blame me for being impolite. Upon uttering this, Tianshu retracted his aura, preparing to strike. Haha! Xiao Fan suddenly erupted in laughter. He had been seeking a low-level practitioner to test his skills. And now one had presented itself. You desire the branch. Let us see if you possess the capability. With that proclamation, derisive laughter erupted from the crowd. Xiao Fan, have you lost your mind? I advise you to surrender the branch to avoid suffering. Indeed, Tianshu merely let you off lightly. Do you think you can contend now? Chapter 66. Cultivating both inner and outer strength. Xiao Fan had grown accustomed to such unworthy taunts, yet Ying Wanner was infuriated. All of you, leave me be. Ying Wanner suddenly shouted, plunging the surroundings into silence as all eyes turned to her. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing her indignation warmed his heart, though. This girl has quite the spirit. Indeed, though veiled, one can see her figure is nothing short of perfect. Hush, do not speak recklessly. Some students who had followed along recognized her as the third princess and dared not utter a word. Ying Wanner, her face flushed with anger, had intended to call upon 2 powerful allies, but Xiao Fan had restrained her. Xiao Fan, prepare to meet your end. As the statement fell, Tianshu's right hand swiftly reached for Xiao Fan's storage pouch at his waist. Come at me. Rather than retreating, Xiao Fan advanced, pulling out the god-slaying sword and striking down fiercely. Tianshu chuckled coldly internally, employing his movement technique to suddenly change direction and evade Xiao Fan's attack. He then transformed his claw into a fist, launching a powerful blow toward Xiao Fan's forehead. Whoosh! Xiao Fan's figure flickered, vanishing in an instant. Tianshu's punch met only air, and he grew tense. He had heard of Xiao Fan's formidable speed but had been skeptical. Now, experiencing it firsthand, he understood. Humph! Tianshu scoffed, sensing a chill at his back. Swiftly dodging to the right, Xiao Fan's sword slashed through the air, failing to achieve its mark. This is rather interesting. Tianshu's excitement surged, his battle spirit igniting fervently. Haha, Xiao Fan has finally met his match. Indeed, relying solely on speed will lead to no future. The crowd's jeers echoed, inciting Ying Wanner to stomp her feet in frustration. Xiao Fan, did you ever imagine? I possess formidable speed too. Your advantage has been nullified. Upon concluding his words, Tianshu brandished his long knife high above his head, sky-breaking blade. He shouted, bringing the knife down forcefully. Unleashing a wave of blade energy, Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip as the true energy from the chaotic world surged forth, and he unleashed the god-slaying sword with a thunderous strike. Slaughtering technique, slay, confronting Tianshu, who was at the first level of blood condensation. Xiao Fan exerted all his strength this time. Boom! The endless clash of sword and blade energy erupted in a catastrophic collision, unleashing waves of destructive force that radiated outward. Bystanders were sent sprawling, the less experienced students spitting blood from the overwhelming impact, while nearby stalls were overturned, plunging the scene into chaos. Moments later, the battlefield settled into silence, and everyone scrambled to their feet, gazing at the confrontation. The 2 figures stood quietly, neither speaking, blood streaming down their bodies. Hiss! Who has emerged victorious? Must it be asked? Surely it is Senior Tianshu. Cough. Xiao Fan felt a bitter taste in his throat, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. Ying Wanner attempted to step forward, but was halted by his gesture. Haha, I told you. Without the advantage of speed, Xiao Fan is nothing. Senior Tianshu. Finish him. Finish him. The crowd began to chant, eager for Tianshu to eliminate Xiao Fan, indifferent to the fate of either. Cough. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Tianshu too coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion instantly waning. Let us go. he called to Li Junbai, swiftly turning away without a backward glance. The crowd fell silent, disbelief etched on their faces as they watched Tian Shu retreat, momentarily at a loss. What just happened? Could it be that Xiao Fan won? Impossible. Surely Senior Tian Shu was already injured. Xiao Fan disregarded the murmurs, taking Ingwaner and departing the trading square. At that moment, the white-haired elder emerged from an unknown location, observing Xiao Fan's retreating figure with a nod of approval. Quite impressive. No wonder Xiao Hanzi chose to intervene on your behalf. With that, he vanished into thin AI, or as they traversed the path. Li Junbai's ire grew with each step, his gaze increasingly disdainful toward Tian Shu. Tian Shu, what do you mean by this? My brother tasked you with eliminating Xiao Fan, not with posturing. Li Junbai hastened to catch up, reprimanding Tian Shu. Tian Shu remained silent, quickening his pace to distance himself from Li Junbai. Tian Shu, are you deaf? Answer me. Li Junbai pursued, his voice rising, ringing in Tian Shu's ears like a cacophony. Slap. Tian Shu suddenly struck out, sending Li Junbai flying, his left cheek instantly swelling. Annoying. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for a favor owed to your brother, would I even bother? Tian Shu's mood had soured, and after being chastised by Li Junbai, his anger boiled over. It was not that he was unwilling to eliminate Xiao Fan. He simply found it impossible. Tian Shu, how dare you strike me? I am a member of the Li family. Li Junbai struggled to rise, now akin to a dog without its limbs. The Li family? I, Tian Shu, stand alone. I fear no threats. With that, Tian Shu strode away, leaving Li Junbai in a state of disarray. Xiao Fan returned to his dwelling as dusk fell, having consumed a healing elixir, his injuries no longer a concern. Ingwaner, however, resolved to stay the night under the pretense of caring for him. Ah Fan, please heal. I shall not disturb you. Ingwaner seated herself nearby, her doe-like eyes never leaving Xiao Fan, brimming with tenderness. Xiao Fan nodded. Healing was unnecessary, and he simply tossed the branch into the chaotic world. Whoosh! The origin tree swayed, and a root suddenly extended, dragging the branch down into the earth. Instantly, the entire origin tree trembled, as if expressing its joyous exultation. Could it be that this branch belonged to the origin tree? Xiao Fan made a conjecture. Moments later, the origin tree ceased its vibrations and began to grow at an astonishing pace. Xiao Fan watched in awe, nearly gasping in astonishment, as the origin tree ascended rapidly, causing the chaotic world to expand alongside it. It took a full time before the origin tree finally halted its growth. This moment, describing the origin tree as a colossal entity blocking out the sun would not be an exaggeration. Even with Xiao Fan's extensive experience, he was taken aback by the sight before him. He estimated it to be at least 50 zhang tall, rendering humanity utterly insignificant in its presence. What astonished Xiao Fan even more was the tree's ability to autonomously absorb external spiritual energy, transforming it into energy liquid to feed back to him. In essence, the origin tree had established a cultivation system within the chaotic world, perpetually functioning to aid him in enhancing his strength, internal and external cultivation. Xiao Fan was euphoric. Even if he refrained from practicing, the origin tree would propel him forward. What would happen if I cultivated simultaneously? Prompted by this thought, Xiao Fan immediately activated the chaotic opening technique. With a whoosh, spiritual energy from all directions surged towards him, flooding into his body with fervor. Under the enhancement of the chaotic opening technique, the speed at which the origin tree absorbed spiritual energy intensified. Boom! The door to the 5th stage of body refinement was ruthlessly shattered, and his aura soared wildly. Chapter 67. Earthquake and tremors inside the room. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were extraordinarily intense. Ingwaner observed Xiao Fan quietly, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. It was not until the early hours of dawn that Xiao Fan finally opened his eyes. Having firmly established his cultivation at the peak of the 5th stage of body refinement. Off Fan, Ingwaner softly called out, exuding a delicate fragrance as she shyly nestled into Xiao Fan's embrace. A surge of warmth coursed through Xiao Fan, and the two became entwined, surrendering completely to their instincts. Basking in the infinite joys of spring, the rhythmic sounds of their passion continued for over an hour. Until suddenly, with a resounding crash, they both fell to the ground. The plump man next door was startled awake, fearing a night raid by enemies. Upon hearing the continued rhythmic vibrations, he finally relaxed, secretly giving Xiao Fan a thumbs up. The bed has collapsed, Ingwaner gasped, reminding the still fervently engaged Xiao Fan. The bed may have fallen, but the joy must not cease. It was only at dawn that they finally ceased their activities. Both satisfied, after a moment of adjustment, Ingwaner reluctantly departed. Xiao Fan gazed at the collapsed wooden bed, shaking his head in resignation, but a sturdier bed was in order. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. He chuckled and stepped out, only to find the vendor who had sold him the Yuan Ling Dan the previous day entering with great reverence. "You've met young Master Xiao," Yushi said, bowing low while his heart raced with trepidation. "Yushi, you should be damned." Xiao Fan regarded him with a calm expression, betraying neither joy nor anger. Yushi's heart tightened, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Yet he did not plead for mercy. "I admit, I replicated your Yuan Ling Dan. If you wish to kill me, then do it," Yushi stated, having resigned himself to his fate, knowing he was merely at the second stage of body refinement and could not escape. Moreover, with the Xiong family behind him, his demise would be all too easy. "Tell me, how did you come to understand the crafting of Yuan Ling Dan?" Xiao Fan inquired. Yushi steadied himself and replied, "That day you crafted it at the Xiong Merchant Guild. I happened to witness it. I returned and studied it for quite some time before managing to produce some semi-finished products." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan finally understood, feeling quite pleased with his talent for alchemy. "Leave. Whether you live or die depends on your own fortune," Xiao Fan declared, gesturing for him to go. Yushi was momentarily stunned, then hesitated, wanting to leave but feeling uncertain. Although he was not afraid of death, living was certainly preferable. "Young Master Xiao, please show me a path to survival. If I can escape this calamity, I shall surely pledge my loyalty to you." Yushi bowed once more, beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Xiao Fan feigned difficulty while internally rejoicing, thinking that Yushi's awareness was not lacking. There is indeed a way to survive. "But it depends on your willingness," Xiao Fan said, flashing a mysterious smile as he awaited Yushi's response. With a thud, Yushi knelt before him, stating, "If young Master Xiao can spare my life, I vow to swear an oath to heaven, pledging eternal loyalty to you." "All right, rise. There are empty rooms here. You may stay for now. Remember, do not sell those semi-finished products again." After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yushi expressed his gratitude profusely, his anxious heart finally at ease. After arranging for Yushi, Xiao Fan closed the door and took out the ancient ice marrow. The moment the ice marrow was revealed, the temperature around plummeted, instantly freezing all liquid in the courtyard into ice sculptures. The plump man and Yushi trembled from the cold, stepping out of their rooms, bewildered by the sudden change. Xiao Fan glanced at the ancient ice marrow, shook his head, and stowed it back into the chaotic world. "My cultivation is currently too low. Refining it poses significant dangers. I shall wait until later." Xiao Fan muttered, not that he could not refine it, but rather he wished to maximize the ancient ice marrow's effects. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from the back mountain of the Martial Academy, causing the entire institution to tremble, with numerous halls collapsing and cracks appearing in the ground. "What is happening?" Xiao Fan dashed outside, his brow furrowed. At that moment, all the students were in a panic, fleeing in all directions, believing a great catastrophe had befallen them. "Run! The Martial Academy is doomed. Get out of my way, let me go first." The Martial Academy was thrown into chaos, with some seizing the opportunity to commit murder and theft. The sounds of screams and desperate escapes echoing throughout. "Brother, what should we do?" The plump man and Yushi approached Xiao Fan, both filled with terror. "Do not panic. Find a place to hide. I will go take a look," Xiao Fan instructed, employing his agility to dash towards the back mountain. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed, shaking the ground even more violently. Rows of buildings collapsed, ancient trees were uprooted, and dust filled the air, as if the apocalypse had descended. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Fan was astounded and quickened his pace. Half an hour later, he spotted figures ahead and slowed down. As Xiao Fan drew closer, a formidable aura pressed down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. He steadied himself and resolved to investigate further. Quickly reinforced the seal. "Everyone, lend me your strength," a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Fan recognized it as the academy director's voice. After passing through a thicket, his vision cleared. Before him stood a group of students adorned in advanced class attire, with the academy's higher-ups gathered around a large, ancient well, about a yard in diameter, their hands continuously forming seals. Boom! Another tremendous explosion erupted, causing water from the ancient well to surge forth violently, a ferocious aura emanating outward, flinging everyone away. "Not good. The seal is unstable," an elderly man with white hair shouted, stabilizing himself before flying back towards the well. "Is that him?" Xiao Fan instantly recognized the elder as the vendor who had swindled him out of 20,000 gold coins the day before. Little Han, come quickly to assist, the elder yelled while flying. His hands still forming seals, rapidly casting a barrier to seal the well's opening. Han Shu also flew over, casting a barrier, saying, "Director, the seal may not hold." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged anxious glances, fear evident on their faces. Xiao Fan realized that something formidable was sealed beneath the ancient well, and as the seal weakened, it was about to break free. Even if we cannot hold it, we must try. Otherwise, the entire imperial city will face annihilation. The director squinted, approaching the well's edge. Peering through the barrier, he saw a widening crack the size of a bowl in the seal below. He began inscribing formations, attempting to mend the crack, but his movements were too slow. And he feared it would be too late. Han Shu performed the same actions, so much so that when Xiao Fan approached, they failed to notice him. "Xiao Fan," Han Jiangxue called out, instantly shocking everyone. At her exclamation, all eyes turned to Xiao Fan. Disbelief etched on their faces. Is he out of his mind? A mere fifth stage of body refinement dares to approach the well? Who knows? Perhaps he seeks the spotlight. The advanced students began to murmur among themselves, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Chapter 68. Repairing the seal. Xiao Fan, you need to retreat. Han Jiangxue urged again, her tone tinged with urgency. Even she, at the pinnacle of the cleansing marrow realm, dared not approach. If the seal were to be impacted again, Xiao Fan would be gravely injured, if not killed. However, Xiao Fan did not retreat. Instead, he turned to Han Jiangxue, offering her a reassuring glance. At that moment, among the advanced students, a fierce gaze fixated on Xiao Fan, belonging to none other than Li Junyue. At the edge of the ancient well, Xiao Fan leaned over, finally catching sight of the seal below. His gaze sharpened, comprehending the entire structure of the sealing formation, continuously running simulations in his mind. Xiao Fan, the academy director, and Han Shu finally noticed him, astonished yet furious. "Xiao Fan, quickly retreat. It's dangerous here." Han Shu called out, yet he could not afford to be distracted. Still engrossed in inscribing the array, Xiao Fan appeared oblivious, his eyes shut as he incessantly deduced. Ha! Who does he think he is? Looking at his demeanor, it seems he genuinely wishes to assist. Merely a bid for attention. Let us see how he meets his demise shortly. The advanced class students began to mock, convinced that Xiao Fan was doomed. Han Jiangxue, in a frenzy, stomped her feet, disregarding her own safety as she swiftly rushed over. Boom! The sound of a collision suddenly echoed, and those present, seasoned by experience, hastily retreated. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, about to withdraw. When Han Jiangxue seized him and quickly pulled him back, there was no time left. Upon finishing his words, Han Shu abandoned the array inscribing and retreated as well. That terrifying aura surged forth once more, catching the old dean off guard as he was violently thrown back, blood spewing from his mouth. "Old dean!" Han Shu exclaimed, astonished that the old dean did not retreat, but remained at the well's edge. Continuing his array inscribing. "Cough, cough. I'm fine. Quickly, continue inscribing the array." With that, they flew back to the well's edge, resuming their task. "Thank you, Han Mentor." Xiao Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing he had been too reckless. Had it not been for Han Jiangxue, he would have either been dead or gravely injured. Humph! Han Jiangxue huffed, choosing to ignore him, clearly irked. Xiao Fan, oblivious to her mood, resumed his deductions. Nearby, Li Junwei lamented the missed opportunity, thinking it a pity that Xiao Fan had escaped calamity, a sentiment echoed by the other students who envied Xiao Fan for having Han Jiangxue as a mentor. Soon, Xiao Fan finally exhaled, swiftly heading back to the entrance. Han Jiangxue hesitated, her face flushed with frustration, and could only follow him. "Why are you here again, Shuai? Hurry, throw him out." Han Shu, seeing Xiao Fan approach once more, was instantly furious, his beard bristling. Han Jiangxue, feeling helpless, once again lifted Xiao Fan. "Wait, I have a method to mend the cracks in the sealing array." The moment those words escaped his lips, the advanced class students erupted into laughter. "How ridiculous! Xiao Fan, who gave you the audacity? Such arrogance! If you can mend the ceiling cracks, I'll cut myself right here." Their derision grew increasingly outrageous, and the elders could scarcely bear it, yet they were powerless to intervene. "Is that so? If I can mend the ceiling cracks, where will you cut yourself? Be specific," Xiao Fan retorted, his anger flaring as he tirelessly deduced while those idle individuals continued their mockery. "If you can mend it, I'll cut a chicken right here in Linzhou." Satisfied, one student replied. "Ha ha ha." As laughter echoed around, they remained blissfully unaware of the dire consequences of the seal's rupture. Satisfied? Then watch closely. Xiao Fan turned, his hands forming intricate gestures. And moments later, he extended his finger like a sword, carving in the air. You cocky brat. Do you have confidence? Han Jiangxue inquired. I don't know, but I'll give it a try. Xiao Fan's response left Han Jiangxue in a dilemma. Bring him back. What if he truly has a method? If I don't, he might die. Just as she hesitated, a complete array seal materialized before Xiao Fan. Good. Continue. Han Jiangxue was taken aback, deciding to let Xiao Fan proceed. Both Han Shu and the old dean noticed the array seal, momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances with Xiao Fan. The other elders were equally astonished. The array seal Xiao Fan inscribed was profound and remarkably complete. Leaving them feeling embarrassed, the students quickly closed their mouths, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, hoping to see more clearly. Impossible. He is just scribbling, the student named Linzhou shouted, lacking comprehension of array seals and unable to discern their intricacies. Indeed, a mere insignificant insect, unaware of its own peril. Amidst such futile taunts, Xiao Fan chose to ignore them, pressing down with his sword-like finger. Go. As his voice fell, the array seal instantly plunged into the well's mouth. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Yet before the array seal could fully enter the seal, it was shattered into pieces. The well's water erupted once more, and that ferocious aura surged back. The crowd, witnessing this, retreated yet again to evade the violent energy. The four individuals at the well's edge could only gaze at the array seal, realizing it was too late to withdraw. What to do? Xiao Fan's mind raced, and suddenly he devised a plan. With a flick of his right hand, the Qian Kuan Ding appeared before him, and he pulled Han Jiangxue closer. Boom! The fierce aura collided with the Qian Kuan Ding, sending them and the ding reeling back for several dozen feet. Xiao Fan tasted blood in his throat and spat it out. Thankfully, the Qian Kuan Ding shielded him, or he would have surely perished. The old dean and Han Shu were also shaken, coughing up blood. But their high cultivation kept them alive. Han Jiangxue, however, remained unscathed, sighing in relief upon seeing Xiao Fan was unharmed. What is that ding? So sturdy. Truly a remarkable ding. The students who had retreated rushed back, their faces alight with greed upon seeing the Qian Kuan Ding. Crack! The Qian Kuan Ding suddenly emitted a strange noise, a crack appearing, causing Xiao Fan immense pain that he couldn't spare another glance, and hastily returned it to the chaotic realm. Then he rushed to the well's edge, witnessing the crack had widened significantly, and he quickly resumed inscribing the array. This time, he worked much faster, swiftly completing a complete array seal, which immediately sank into the seal. Buzz! An unusual sound resonated from the seal, glowing a blood-red hue, but soon dimmed. See, he is just spouting nonsense. Truly a bid for attention, utterly devoid of skill. The crowd erupted in mockery once more. In stark contrast, Han Shu and the old dean were instantly exhilarated, their astonishment lingering. Xiao Fan continued inscribing array seals, one after another. Buzz! The structure of the seal began to rearrange, and the crack gradually healed. Suddenly, a crimson light shot into the sky, lasting a full 10 breaths. Chapter 69. Cut. Gradually, the crack in the seal completely healed, the red light faded, and the ancient well returned to tranquility, the ominous aura dissipating without a trace. Han Jiangxue finally exhaled a long breath, her chest heaving, her earlier tension evident. It's done. Han Shu exclaimed excitedly, turning to Xiao Fan, his satisfaction growing with each moment. Young lad, you have a bright future. Pausing, he addressed the crowd. Xiao Fan has repaired the ancient well seal. Achieving a great feat, the Martial Academy rewards merit, and the specifics of the reward shall be discussed and announced later. You may all return. As soon as these words were uttered, the scene erupted into chaos, particularly among the advanced class students, who voiced their doubts. How is that possible? I don't believe it. Linzhou shouted, his face contorted in disbelief. Is the dean mistaken? This is beyond what Xiao Fan could accomplish. Upon hearing such remarks, Xiao Fan couldn't help but smirk internally, his gaze fixated on one individual. Linzhou, it's your turn to face the consequences. This. Silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes shifting towards Linzhou. The confidence he once exuded had evaporated, his eyes darting nervously. Are you speaking to me? Linzhou retorted coldly. Yes, I have indeed mended the cracks in the seal. You should cut yourself now, Xiao Fan insisted. His tone firm as he advanced step by step. Linzhou glanced at the crowd, finding no ally to speak up for him, only faces that seemed to enjoy watching him squirm. What are you? How dare you shout at me? Linzhou scoffed, disdain etched on his face. Cut a chicken. Impossible. Linzhou, Will you cut yourself, or shall I assist you? Xiao Fan, growing weary of idle chatter, decided it was time for decisive action. You seek death. Lin Zhou was seething with rage. How could he endure such treatment from a mere fifth level of body tempering? With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike, a manifestation of his true energy whistling forth. A single palm strike is all you think will subdue me. Such arrogance. Xiao Fan muttered to himself, delivering a punch that shattered the palm imprint in an instant. This is impossible. A fifth level of body tempering actually countered Lin Zhou's strike? Surely, I must be mistaken. The spectators, their faces contorted in astonishment, found their perceptions shattered and their beliefs reset by Xiao Fan's display. Without pausing, Xiao Fan summoned the chaotic energy of the world, gathering it into his right hand. He clenched his fist tightly and unleashed a ferocious blow, the sheer force of his intent unleashing a tempest, as a substantial imprint of his fist surged towards Lin Zhou with the might of thunder. Instantly, Lin Zhou's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, drawing forth a large brown axe and striking down violently. Boom! The two forces collided. To Lin Zhou's shock, the axe slipped from his grasp, and the immense fist imprint struck his body squarely. A scream escaped his lips as he was sent staggering back 2 yards, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hiss! What kind of monster is Xiao Fan? Lin Zhou merely underestimated him. What is so surprising about that? The senior students exchanged remarks, each refusing to acknowledge Xiao Fan's might. Not far away, Liyu's eyes bulged in disbelief. He had thought he understood Xiao Fan's strength. But the reality was far beyond his expectations. Xiao Fan's prowess could not be measured by ordinary standards. This was his conclusion. Xiao Fan, I will see you dead. Lin Zhou had succumbed to madness. Wounded by a mere fifth level of body tempering, he found it unbearable. Retrieving his axe, his eyes blazed with fury, ready to unleash a devastating blow. With a thunderous voice, he declared, "Heaven-shattering axe." The axe came crashing down, sending a colossal imprint slicing through the air towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened as he invoked the wind shadow technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. Lin Zhou, having lost his target, realized it was too late to retract his attack. Boom! The axe imprint slammed into the ground, sending dirt flying and leaves scattering in all directions. Suddenly, Lin Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing danger, and he swiftly dodged forward, Xiao Fan, unfazed by the missed strike, continued his pursuit, employing the wind shadow technique. The god-slaying sword was swung, but was met by Lin Zhou's axe, and thus they engaged in a fierce exchange. Their battle escalating to a boiling point where neither could gain the upper hand. Lin Zhou became increasingly astonished. He had aimed to exhaust Xiao Fan's true energy through prolonged combat, yet despite the duration of their clash, no effect was evident. Brother Xiao, I shall aid you. Lu Yu seized the opportunity, brandishing a blood-stained blade and launching a surprise attack from behind Lin Zhou. Startled, Lin Zhou propelled himself upward, his upper body arching back like a drawn bow. Xiao Fan, noticing Lin Zhou's vulnerable position, his eyes gleaming with intent, flickered into action with the god-slaying sword. With a sound akin to a squelch, a severed appendage flew forth, landing squarely upon a female student's shoulders. Ah! The student, realizing what had occurred, shrieked in horror, her face flushed with embarrassment as she flailed her limbs in distress. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou, having just regained his footing, was oblivious to his newfound predicament until he felt a sharp pain below. What is happening? Lin Zhou muttered, glancing down only to faint from shock. Witnessing the success of his scheme, Xiao Fan exchanged a grateful look with Lu Yu before departing the scene. Carry him back and see if he can be reattached. Han Shu commanded, and the elder from the pharmacy promptly sprang into action, prompting the others to gradually disperse, by the time Xiao Fan returned to his abode. The afternoon sun had already begun to wane. Observing the ruins of his courtyard, he could only helplessly raise his hands in resignation. The elders and instructors of the martial academy commenced comforting the students, swiftly mobilizing efforts to reconstruct the fallen structures and mend the fissures in the ground. Before long, a steady stream of craftsmen began pouring into the martial academy, their speed astonishing. After this battle, Xiao Fan had gained much. However, with his residence in shambles, he sought a secluded place to reflect. As he wandered, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the cold Moon Valley. Chapter 70. Plunging into a gentle embrace, Xiao Fan cast a glance at Cold Moon Valley, but chose not to enter, instead opting to circle around. Soon, he discovered a flat area midway up the mountain and settled down to meditate. He continued his practice until nightfall, at which point he retrieved the god-slaying sword. preparing to cultivate the second form of the slaughter sword technique. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water echoed from below, causing Xiao Fan to furrow his brow in caution. He descended slowly, and after traversing several dozen paces, the sound of the water grew increasingly clear. Parting the tall grass ahead, he looked up and was momentarily stunned. Before him lay a steaming hot spring, where a beautiful maiden reclined, her head resting against the edge of the pool. Lost in blissful enjoyment, her snow-white skin, alluring curves, and strikingly beautiful face, bathed in the ethereal moonlight, were captivating beyond measure. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Fan felt warmth rising in his nose, and blood began to trickle down. "Who goes there?" the maiden in the spring called out, startling Xiao Fan, causing him to slip and tumble forward. With a splash, he plunged into the pool, sending water splattering everywhere. His head landed directly on the maiden's bosom, his face wedged perfectly in between. The maiden's body softened, a tingling sensation coursing through her, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Regaining her composure, she bit her tongue to clear her head, then forcefully pushed upward with her knee. "Ah!" Xiao Fan sprang upright, hands clutching his lower body, wailing in agony. The maiden steadied herself, swiftly donning a bathrobe. With a flick of her wrist, her sword flew forth, aimed at Xiao Fan. "Han Minter, it was not intentional." Xiao Fan shouted, and only then did the sword halt in its advance, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Xiao Fan." Han Jiangxue quickly dried her body with her true energy, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Upon realizing her expression, Xiao Fan instinctively retreated, turning to flee. "You little brat, you won't escape." Han Jiangxue sheathed her sword and darted after him, capturing Xiao Fan in mere moments. "Please, Han Minter, stop, it hurts." The valley echoed with his cries for mercy. "Help! Murder!" Yet no matter what Xiao Fan pleaded, Han Jiangxue showed no signs of relenting. "Shout all you want. No one will come to save you. No matter how hoarse your throat becomes," she taunted with a wicked grin. Relishing in his plight, after a quarter of an hour, she finally ceased her assault, gazing down at Xiao Fan with a beaming smile. Lying on the ground, Xiao Fan felt utterly humiliated, having been bested by a woman. "Now, tell me, what brings you here?" Han Jiangxue inquired. "My residence collapsed, and I merely sought a secluded place to cultivate that I truly did not intend to intrude upon your bathing," Xiao Fan explained, primarily because he was unable to fight back. Otherwise, he would have deemed an explanation unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she had perhaps been a bit too harsh. "You may stay in Cold Moon Valley for tonight. Tomorrow is the grand competition at the Martial Academy, and I believe you could participate even at a higher level." After uttering this, she hoisted Xiao Fan and headed towards Cold Moon Valley. They soon arrived at Cold Moon Valley, and after depositing Xiao Fan, Han Jiangxue retreated to her quarters. Xiao Fan attempted to follow, but was unceremoniously kicked out. "You little brat, go find your own room." Han Jiangxue's voice rang out as the door slammed shut. With no intention of sleeping, Xiao Fan stepped into the open space and retrieved the god-slaying sword once more. His attack methods remained too singular. It was time to comprehend the second form of slaughter. With that thought, he closed his eyes, allowing the mental techniques of the second form to manifest within his soul sea. Visualizing a small figure, he tirelessly practiced within the soul sea, drawing the sword, retracting it, and summarizing his findings. Again and again, he sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the cause. After an hour, he paused and opened his eyes. Gripping the god-slaying sword, his true energy surged into it, causing it to hum with power. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a torrent of sword shadows, the air thick with sword energy. Crack! A nearby tree was cleaved in two. "No, it's merely energy. There is no momentum," Xiao Fan murmured, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "Momentum can be a form of energy, a direction, or even a source of power." He pondered incessantly until a sudden enlightenment washed over him. "I understand." With renewed determination, he raised his sword, a resonant sound echoing as the sword energy enveloped the blade. "The slaughter's second form." Soul-rending as the words left his mouth, the god-slaying sword was thrust forward with unparalleled might. A colossal sword shadow racing forth. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a nearby hill was flattened, trees bursting apart, reduced to splinters by the onslaught of sword energy. Just then, Han Jiangxue emerged, her heart seized with shock upon witnessing the scene before her. Xiao Fan finally exhaled a long breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had finally achieved a minor success in the second form of slaughter. All right, if this continues, Cold Moon Valley will be utterly destroyed. Han Jiangxue was not merely concerned about Hanwei Valley. Rather, she understood that mastering sword techniques required patience and a methodical approach. Xiao Fan nodded thoughtfully, settling into a cross-legged position to regulate his breathing. Even the minor killing technique had depleted a third of his true energy, a considerable expenditure. Since his breakthrough to the pinnacle of the fifth layer of body refinement, his capacity to store true energy had grown exponentially, allowing him to unleash the grand killing technique 5 times in succession. It was evident that if he were to cultivate the killing technique to mastery, he would likely only be able to employ it twice. As dawn broke, Xiao Fan departed from Hanwei Valley and made his way to his residence. The martial academy had been rejuvenated, all the collapsed buildings and palaces rebuilt, and the fissures in the ground had been mended. Such remarkable speed, truly befitting of the martial academy, Xiao Fan thought to himself, filled with admiration that he hastened his pace, for the martial academy's grand competition was about to commence. What is there to rush for? My excellence is undeniable. They would not dare begin without me. Around him, the other students hurried along, their faces alight with excitement. Observing this, Xiao Fan quickened his steps, and upon returning to the courtyard, he found the plump boy and Yoshi waiting with keen anticipation. Brother, you've finally returned. The chubby boy's anxious heart was at last at ease. Young Master Xiao. Yoshi bowed respectfully, his demeanor earnest and deferential. You may simply call me by my name. There's no need for such formalities. Hearing this, Yoshi was touched, realizing that Xiao Fan regarded him not as a servant, but as a friend. The Martial Academy's grand competition is about to begin. Let us proceed. Xiao Fan gestured, and the three of them exited together. Half an hour later, they arrived at the front square of the Martial Academy, which was already teeming with people. The chubby boy remained in the junior class area, while Xiao Fan and Yoshi advanced towards the intermediate class zone. Xiao Fan, what business does he have in the intermediate class area? Someone remarked, and a multitude of gazes turned towards Xiao Fan, silence enveloping the crowd. Xiao Fan, you should leave. This is not the junior class. Indeed. Who do you think you are? Return to your position as a pretty boy. Laughter filled the air, but Xiao Fan remained unfazed, slowly walking up to the high platform to inscribe his name. An elder overseeing the intermediate class competition noted Xiao Fan in the roster, his expression largely impassive. He then rose and addressed the crowd. From junior class 6, Xiao Fan is participating in the intermediate class competition. At this announcement, the crowd erupted into a clamor, voices of dissent rising in unison. Elder, he lacks the qualification to compete in the intermediate class. Junior class 6 is notorious for being a class of failures. Are we to compete against a failure? The crowd grew increasingly outrageous, yet no matter how they protested, the elder on the platform paid them no heed. Humph, Xiao Fan, I hope you do not cross paths with me. Otherwise, I shall surely incapacitate you. Are you frightened, Xiao Fan? They realized they could not alter the situation and resorted to threats to vent their frustration. Xiao Fan found a spot to sit cross-legged and began to meditate. Ignoring the noise around him, news of his participation in the competition quickly spread to the advanced and junior classes, inciting further commotion. At that moment, in the heart of the advanced class area, Li Junwei whispered a few words to a companion. That person swiftly departed, stealthily making their way to the high platform in the intermediate class, clutching a bulging storage bag. Soon after, Zhao Su approached the center of the high platform and cleared his throat. Young ones, do you see the 10 arenas behind you? That is where you shall fight fiercely. Each ranking will affect your future. The top 20 will enter the new genius list of the intermediate class. He then began to elaborate on the rules, filling the air with a plethora of words. It was only when he spoke of the rewards for the intermediate class competition that Xiao Fan's interest was piqued. The top 20 will have the opportunity to select a martial technique from the scripture hall, and each will receive a blood cleansing pill. The top 3 will receive an additional personal guidance session from the Grand Elder. The first place will not only receive all the aforementioned rewards, but will also gain the privilege to participate in the 100 Clans Exchange Conference in half a month. As Zhao Su concluded. The crowd erupted into excitement, each student eager to showcase their abilities. I must obtain a blood cleansing pill. I aim to break through to the condensed blood realm. Dream on. They primarily discussed the 100 Clans Exchange Conference, from which Xiao Fan learned that it was a gathering of all sects and factions within the Great Ing Kingdom. This exchange was held once every 3 years, a grand event that offered a remarkable opportunity for exposure and enlightenment. Before long, the students began to draw lots. Xiao Fan was the last to draw, and to his surprise, he received the number 1 lot. According to the rules, those who drew the same number would face each other, with battles proceeding in the order of the numbers drawn. Brother Xiao, what number did you draw? Yoshi hurried over to inquire. Number 1. That's bad. I just heard that Qin Dong, who placed 4th in the last competition, also drew number 1. Yoshi's face clouded with worry, for Qin Dong had long been capable of advancing to the advanced class but remained in the intermediate class solely for the sake of this competition's rewards. Not only Qin Dong, but the top 5 from the previous competition, except for Lu Yu, had similarly refrained from advancing to the advanced class, all to vie for a spot in the 100 Clans Exchange Conference. If they were to promote to the advanced class, they would become ordinary members and entirely miss the opportunity for the exchange. Numbers 1 to 10 quickly take the stage, Zhao Su declared, casting a chilling glance at Xiao Fan. A fleeting glimmer of malice in his eyes, Xiao Fan smirked inwardly, making his way towards the arena, and the others followed suit. Qin Dong was the first to leap onto the stage, surveying the crowd before calling out. "Who is number 1? Step forward." The crowd, upon seeing Qin Dong, buzzed with excitement as they sought the other number 1. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes and approached at a measured pace. Could it be Xiao Fan? You guessed correctly. With the other competitors in place, number 1 can only be him. As Xiao Fan drew near, he propelled himself onto the stage with a powerful leap. Haha, it truly is Xiao Fan. Facing Qin Dong, he is doomed. Surely not. In previous competitions, killing was not permitted, was it? That was in the past. Elder Zhao Su just now did not mention any restrictions against killing. Once this was said, the crowd's mixed emotions surged, oscillating between excitement and dread. On the stage, upon seeing Xiao Fan, Qin Dong's smile was radiant. 5th layer of body refinement. Who granted you the audacity? 1st layer of condensed blood. Quite mediocre. Xiao Fan stood calmly, his expression one of disdain, exchanging barbs with Qin Dong. Humph, I hope your bravado persists. Qin Dong was evidently incensed, his aura surging as he could not tolerate Xiao Fan's contempt. Die. With a swift motion, Qin Dong unleashed 5 long needles that shot towards Xiao Fan, each one lethal and merciless. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed, pupils constricting as he activated the wind shadow technique and darted to the side, evading the needle assault. Hiss. Xiao Fan managed to dodge Qin Dong's renowned technique. What of it? It relies merely on that movement technique. Besides, this is just the beginning. The crowd buzzed with trepidation upon hearing about Qin Dong's needle techniques. An eye for an eye, Xiao Fan declared, employing the wind shadow technique, his form vanishing from sight. I strike. He lunged with his sword towards Qin Dong's heart, his speed unparalleled. Qin Dong was taken aback, quickly veering to the side in an attempt to evade Xiao Fan's strike. With a soft thud, the god-slaying sword struck his left arm, though the wound was shallow. Qin Dong staggered back, creating distance, his demeanor instantly serious. How is this possible? Qin Dong is injured. He had let his guard down. Otherwise, Xiao Fan would not have had the chance. Qin Dong, be wary of his movement technique. Eliminate him. The crowd began to rally for Qin Dong, the atmosphere growing ever more electrifying. That I still underestimated you. But you have no more chances left. After asserting this, Qin Dong unleashed a torrent of true energy, sending 10 long needles flying towards Xiao Fan in an instant. With nowhere to hide, Xiao Fan swiftly brandished the god-slaying sword. Clang, 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 sparks flew as the incoming needles fell, yet one needle still managed to pierce through. Thud, it struck his right upper arm, fortunately only grazing him. Ha! Qin Dong suddenly burst into laughter, viewing Xiao Fan as a dead man. Xiao Fan glanced at the wound, only to find it beginning to rot, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain that it's poisoned. He murmured, the toxin infiltrating his body, coursing through his meridians and into the chaotic world. It's over. Within a quarter of an hour, you shall meet your demise. Qin Dong observed Xiao Fan with a sadistic delight, relishing the sight of another's desperate struggle. At that moment, Zhao Su atop the platform finally allowed a smile to grace his face. If Xiao Fan were to perish, he would find no rest. The crowd erupted in cheers, many continuing to mock Xiao Fan with incessant jibes. Xiao Fan, weren't you so arrogant? Why the silence now? A fool who knows not his own limits. Xiao Fan remained unperturbed. He turned his gaze inward and discovered that the toxins, upon entering the chaotic realm, had been completely neutralized by the origin tree. Yet, that was not the end of it. The roots of the origin tree extended throughout his body, eradicating all the toxins that had invaded him. Only then did Xiao Fan breathe a sigh of relief, masking his true feelings with a facade of agony. Xiao Fan, how does it feel to be afflicted by corpse poison? Do you enjoy it? Qin Dong observed him with a sinister glint in his eyes, occasionally hurling a derisive comment. As time progressed, the other arenas concluded their battles, none resulting in death, with most encounters merely grazing the surface, leaving only a few injured. Soon, another batch of students took to the stage, and the battles erupted anew. Yet the atmosphere around Xiao Fan was eerily still. What could be the matter? A quarter of an hour had passed, and Xiao Fan appeared entirely unscathed. Was the toxin insufficient? The crowd began to murmur. The events they anticipated had not transpired, and anxiety gnawed at them. Qin Dong narrowed his eyes, increasingly unsettled, as he retrieved a long needle from his person for inspection. There was no issue with the corpse poison. So what was truly happening? Just as he prepared to strike again, a powerful fist hurtled toward his head. Impossible! Qin Dong shouted in surprise, but by the time he reacted, it was too late. With a thud, he was sent flying, tumbling across the arena. Did I see that correctly? Wasn't Xiao Fan afflicted by corpse poison? How could he be so vigorous? Who knows? Perhaps Qin Dong simply forgot to poison him. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Having landed a solid punch, Xiao Fan did not pause. He executed his movements with agility and struck again. A pained scream escaped Qin Dong as he was knocked down again. His head slamming against the arena floor, blood spilling profusely. He had not even had the chance to defend himself before Xiao Fan was upon him again, raining down blows upon his head, leaving him dazed and utterly defenseless. Hiss. Xiao Fan proved to be cunning indeed. Having discovered Qin Dong's vulnerability, it was evident that Qin Dong was not adept at close combat, and he found himself in dire straits. Many astute spectators quickly discerned Xiao Fan's tactics on the arena. Xiao Fan continued his relentless assault, and it was only when he had utterly crushed Qin Dong's skull that he ceased. Qin Dong, feeling utterly humiliated, did not even have the opportunity to concede before his life was extinguished. The crowd watched in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock, the impact of what they witnessed lingering in the air. A mere first-layer blood condensation realm practitioner had been slain by a fifth-layer body refinement practitioner. Who would believe such a feat? Yet Xiao Fan had accomplished it. Murder. Xiao Fan has committed murder. A voice cried out, drawing the attention of all the students in the intermediate class to Xiao Fan's arena. Hiss, how terrifying. He had actually killed Qin Dong. How did he manage that? Amidst their astonishment, the crowd was rife with confusion, unable to accept that Xiao Fan could have slain Qin Dong. The referee instructor was momentarily taken aback, uncertain how to proceed, and could only cast his gaze toward the high platform. Suddenly, Zhao Su descended swiftly to inspect Qin Dong's lifeless form, a frosty expression gracing his features. Xiao Fan, how dare you take a life? I merely acted within the confines of the rules. Do you have any objections? Xiao Fan retorted before turning to leave the arena, leaving Zhao Su's face flushed with fury. Zhao Su had not anticipated that Xiao Fan had grown to such an extent. His inner trepidation intensified, realizing that given time, he would not be able to contend with Xiao Fan. Humph! Zhao Su snorted coldly, retreating back to the high platform, whereupon the referee instructor declared Xiao Fan the victor. Xiao Fan returned to his original position to recuperate. His energy expenditure had not been substantial, primarily due to Qin Dong's lack of proficiency in close combat and his pitifully weak physique, which had allowed for such an easy victory. With over 2,000 students in the intermediate class, the first round of matches had taken a considerable amount of time. Xiao Fan remained unhurried, persistently delving into the intricacies of the slaughter technique in his soul sea. Should he master the slaughter technique to its fullest extent, his strength would see a significant enhancement as time marched on. The first round concluded, and the second round of draws commenced. Xiao Fan, once again, was the last to draw, and upon glancing at the result, his brow furrowed instantly. Another number one? He could hardly believe the coincidence but chose not to dwell on it, promptly leaping onto the arena and affixing the number plate to his person. Xiao Fan is number one again. What a stroke of luck. Hush, it has nothing to do with us. Many students had begun to perceive the underlying patterns, stifling their laughter and refraining from voicing any doubts. Moments later, another number one appeared, taking to the stage. Wow, it's Kun Huatai. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fan's fortune is truly remarkable, encountering the third on the genius list. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, Xiao Fan cast a cold glance at Zhao Su on the high platform. And indeed, he caught sight of the ferocity in his gaze. Xiao Fan, shall we settle this with a single blow? Kun Huatai proposed, casting a disdainful look toward Zhao Su. That suits me. Bring it on. Xiao Fan sensed no murderous intent emanating from Kun Huatai, which left him somewhat astonished. You should be cautious, Kun Huatai advised, steadying himself as he began to weave hand seals. Flying dragon emerges from the sea. As his voice resonated, he struck forth, unleashing a tempestuous gale, a colossal palm imprint morphing into a green dragon that surged toward Xiao Fan. Palm technique. Xiao Fan's expression turned grave as he summoned all his strength. the true energy of the chaotic realm surging forth. Great evolution fist. He unleashed a punch, the intent radiating outward, the massive fist imprint cleaving through the air like a ravenous beast, lunging forward. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar. The shockwave rippling outward like a pebble cast into a pond, the arena collapsing in an instant. Cries of agony erupted from below the arena as nearby students were flung away, crashing violently to the ground. As the dust settled, two figures emerged from the wreckage. Xiao Fan stood resolutely, while Kuan Huai knelt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I never expected I would still lose. Kuan Huai shook his head, his expression devoid of despair, instead imbued with an indomitable spirit. Xiao Fan had shattered his preconceived notions, challenging his understanding and illuminating the depths of his own frailty. I concede. Xiao Fan offered a respectful nod. You should be wary. The challenges ahead will be even greater, Kuan Huai warned. Xiao Fan acknowledged with a nod, comprehending the implication, yet he remained unfazed. In this match, Xiao Fan emerged victorious, as the referee instructor announced the results. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of queries, questioning whether Kuan Huai had thrown the match. Kuan Huai, why did you hold back? What benefit is there for you in Xiao Fan's victory? You've truly let us down. A barrage of inquiries flooded the air, yet Kuan Huai remained unfazed, offering no explanations, simply retreating quietly. By the afternoon, the second round of matches finally concluded, leaving just over 500 participants. Yu Shi, having lost in the second round, was eliminated but sustained only minor injuries. He approached Xiao Fan, his eyes filled with reverence. Yu Shi, go check on the fat one, Xiao Fan instructed. The fat one was in the junior class area. Should anything occur, Yu Shi could lend assistance. After Yu Shi departed, Xiao Fan approached the draw, once again being the last to go. Upon seeing the term, Xiao Fan's brow furrowed, and upon noticing Elder Xing on the high platform, he understood immediately. Well, I suppose that grants me some peace. Xiao Fan returned to his spot, continuing his recuperation while persistently working through the slaughter technique in his soul SEA. As evening approached, the third round of matches concluded with only 200 participants remaining, and the victors continued to draw lots. Another number one, Xiao Fan had consistently drawn last, always landing either a number one or a bye. He was indifferent to it now. This time, he faced an opponent of peak body refinement realm, whom he dispatched with a single punch, leaving the audience bewildered. Entering the fourth round, the numbers dwindled rapidly, and the matches flowed one after another. Xiao Fan effortlessly dispatched each opponent with a single strike, cleanly and efficiently, charging through to the top three, undefeated, like a force of nature. What manner of creature is Xiao Fan? Most could not withstand even a single strike from him. He had not even resorted to showcasing his martial skills. Below the blood condensation realm, he was invincible. The crowd buzzed with speculation, moving from confusion to astonishment, then to numbness. The impact Xiao Fan had on them was monumental, wholly upending their perceptions and crafting a multitude of miracles. Come forward to draw lots. The referee instructor beckoned them, his expression amiable. He dared not offend these future stars of the martial academy. Xiao Fan drew last again, and upon inspecting the result, he found it was yet another bye. The other two would battle first, the victor subsequently facing Xiao Fan. Should they win again, the first place would be determined, while the remaining two would contest for second and third. Xiao Fan was indeed fortunate to have drawn a bye once more. Yet it was futile. Lin Jiang and he were the top two on the genius list, both peak practitioners of the first layer of blood condensation realm, and Xiao Fan was not their match. The crowd resumed their discussions, casting doubtful glances at Xiao Fan. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Fan had already faced off against a peak-level practitioner of the blood condensation realm. What they deemed impossible posed no challenge for him. Lin Jiang and Shang He quickly engaged in combat, one wielding a sword and the other a knife, clashing repeatedly in a contest that appeared evenly matched. Lin Jiang, it is impossible for you to defeat me easily. How about we strike a deal? Shang He proposed, his eyes glinting as he glanced at Xiao Fan not far away, revealing a knowing smile. Speak. Lin Jiang, intrigued, urged him on. I am willing to concede, but in return, I desire the essence-infused pill you possess, Shang He stated, fixating his gaze on Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang hesitated. If he agreed, he could conserve considerable energy to contend with Xiao Fan, thus ensuring his victory. Very well. He quickly made his decision, tossing a wooden box toward Shang He. Shang He caught it, and, upon scanning its contents with his mind, his face broke into a broad smile. Judge, I concede, he declared loudly, stepping down from the arena. What just happened? They barely exchanged a few blows before one conceded. The spectators speculated, most unable to grasp the rationale behind such a decision. Had it been them, they would never have surrendered. Xiao Fan, step up, Lin Jiang called out. Not so fast. You should first recover to your peak condition, lest my victory be deemed unearned. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, casting disdainful glances. Xiao Fan, revel in your arrogance. Just don't return crying to your mentor Han later. Laughter erupted, dripping with mockery. Brother, give it your all and defeat him. Xiao Shixi, press on and claim the top spot, encouraged by the likes of the portly figure and Yoshi. Many junior class students rallied to cheer for Xiao Fan. They were now united. Xiao Fan represented the junior class, and should he claim victory, their pride would soar alongside his. More and more junior class students flocked over, their astonishment turning into excitement as they witnessed Xiao Fan secure a place among the top 3, erupting into cheers. Xiao Shixi is invincible. Xiao Shixi is invincible. Xiao Fan felt deeply moved, regardless of their sincerity. This was the first time since his rebirth that so many had rallied behind him. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint. I will secure the championship for the junior class. Upon uttering this, the junior class students erupted into fervent cheers, raising their right hands in unison. The intermediate class students also organized themselves, beginning to rally for Lin Jiang. The IT can commence. Unleash your attacks. Lin Jiang stood, his energy restored to its zenith. I shall only execute 3 moves. If you can withstand them, I shall concede on the spot. With that, Xiao Fan drew forth the god-slaying sword, raising it high. First style of slaughter, slay the mortal. The elevated sword descended with ferocity, casting a colossal shadow akin to autumn winds sweeping away leaves. The sword energy swirling through the air. Arrogant, Lin Jiang shouted, mirroring the action with his own sword. Boom, the 2 strikes collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward, sending dust and debris flying, obscuring the light of sun and moon. As the arena trembled beneath them. To Xiao Fan's expectation, the contest remained evenly matched. Yet, within Lin Jiang's heart, a tempest brewed. Xiao Fan's strength had surpassed his expectations. Second move, watch closely. Xiao Fan sheathed the god-slaying sword, channeling the energy of the chaotic realm into his right arm, his veins bulging. Great evolution fist. As his voice resonated, a tangible fist imprint shot forth, stirring a tempest, the intent of the punch spiraling around him. Lin Jiang's expression grew grave. It seemed as if Xiao Fan had an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Such martial techniques were beyond the capability of a typical body refinement stage practitioner. Continuous blade. With a command, Lin Jiang wielded his long sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes. In an instant, shadows of blades surged forth, relentlessly assaulting Xiao Fan's fist imprint. Puff, puff, puff. The blade shadows multiplied, causing Xiao Fan's fist imprint to wane, ultimately being thwarted by Lin Jiang. Xiao Fan silently marveled. Lin Jiang was indeed stronger than Lin Zhou, yet the true test lay in whether he could withstand the third move. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless by the display of Xiao Fan's might, their perceptions of him evolving. Third move, be cautious. I may not be able to control my strength. Xiao Fan was determined to astonish, having already demonstrated immense prowess in the first 2 moves. And he still had a third, even more formidable move. Come forth. Today, I, Lin Jiang, shall engage you in earnest. Lin Jiang was no ordinary foe. He too was ready to unleash his hidden cards. Second style of slaughter. Soul Slay. Without further ado, Xiao Fan released a torrent of chaotic energy, the god-slaying sword vibrating with anticipation. With a mighty swing, Xiao Fan unleashed the sword, conjuring a fierce gale, the enormous sword shadow hurtling forward, locking onto Lin Jiang, sending shivers through his very soul, extinguishing any will to resist. What is happening? Lin Jiang gasped in shock, sensing his very essence tremble, unable to muster the slightest resistance. Lin Jiang, resist. He appeared to shudder, utterly perplexed by the extraordinary sword technique. Lin Jiang finally roared, regaining clarity, but it was too late. The massive sword shadow loomed near. Should Xiao Fan fail to rein it in, his demise was imminent. Lin Jiang was acutely aware of this. His eyes dimming, he closed them, awaiting the arrival of death in silence. The crowd watched in anxious anticipation. At that moment, many covered their eyes or turned away, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. A fierce gale swept through, stinging Lin Jiang's face. The sword shadow drew nearer, and all held their breath. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed, and Lin Jiang opened his eyes. The sword shadow had vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to him, his back was drenched in sweat. In that fleeting moment, he had traversed life and death. Xiao Fan reigned in his attack. This second style of slaughter had reached maturity. It was his first time executing it in practice, previously only theorized in the Sea of Souls. Xiao Fan, I thank you for sparing my life. Lin Jiang clasped his hands in gratitude, slowly descending from the arena. Yay! Xiao Shixi is invincible. Xiao Shixi is invincible. The junior class students erupted into genuine cheers, their admiration for Xiao Fan palpable. Xiao Fan had transcended class boundaries to claim victory. Such an achievement was unprecedented and would undoubtedly be etched in history. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Zhao Su's expression resembled that of a man bereaved. In stark contrast, Elder Xing wore an expression of elation. Elder Zhao Su, the results can now be announced. Elder Xing grinned at Zhao Su. Barely suppressing his laughter, Zhao Su, suppressing his fury, began to announce the rankings. First place on the intermediate class genius list, Xiao Fan. Second place, Lin Jiang. Having declared the results, Zhao Su turned to leave. Not only had Xiao Fan survived, but he had also emerged victorious. Such a blow was unbearable for him. Xiao Fan, you shall meet your end. As Zhao Su walked away, he cast a venomous glance over his shoulder, uttering a curse. The enemy responsible for his son's death remained unpunished, robbing him of peace. The top 20 each received a clear blood pill, leaving the others envious, their eyes wide with longing. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao Fan found it was already dusk. The news of his championship victory spread throughout the academy with remarkable swiftness. In a courtyard within the senior class region, upon hearing the news, Li Junyue unleashed a tempestuous aura, shattering the tea table before him. His anger simmered, unyielding. He had orchestrated schemes time and again, only for Xiao Fan to counter them each time, and now he had ascended to such heights. Junbai, take my young master token and arrange for assistance. I do not wish to see Xiao Fan at the 100 Clans Exchange Conference. Li Junyue gestured dismissively, urging Li Junbai to hurry back. The matter of eliminating Xiao Fan could no longer be delayed. Brother, await my good news, Li Junbai exclaimed excitedly. With this young master token, he could finally summon the experts of the Li family. As for Xiao Fan, after a period of meditation, he retrieved the Qian Kuan Ding from the chaotic realm. Upon noticing the small crack, Xiao Fan felt a pang of regret. He needed to devise a way to repair it. Something feels amiss. Xiao Fan tapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had yet to recognize it as his own by blood. Before that, he needed to ascertain whether the Qian Kuan Ding was indeed unclaimed. With this thought, Xiao Fan's consciousness slowly penetrated, only to retreat swiftly, a sharp pain jolting through his sea of souls. Sure enough, an unfamiliar and powerful will lingered. Fortunately, he had withdrawn quickly, lest he fall into madness. Xiao Fan shook his head, remembering the will he had encountered. He still felt apprehensive. What to do? With his current strength, he could not possibly eradicate that will. After much contemplation, he found no solution, deciding instead to cast it into the chaotic realm. Perhaps the origin tree could assist. Xiao Fan's thoughts once again entered the chaotic realm, where he recounted the events to the origin tree. As anticipated, a root of the origin tree suddenly extended forth, directly penetrating the Qian Kuan Ding, shattering that will. This moment, in a distant palace, a middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was piercing, sweeping across countless miles, yet he ultimately shook his head. The Qian Kuan Ding has been acquired by someone, he murmured, as if speaking to himself or to someone else, his body gradually merging into the void. On Xiao Fan's side, he meticulously inspected the Qian Kuan Ding, confirming the disappearance of that will. Subsequently, he took it out again, pricked his fingertip, and let his blood drip down. Buzz! The Qian Kuan Ding emitted an unusual sound, but soon fell silent. Xiao Fan established a connection with it. A sensation of mental communion surged within him. It worked, Xiao Fan exclaimed, and with a mere thought, the Qian Kuan Ding swiftly shrank to the size of a palm, landing in his hand. Master, please treat me well from now on. Suddenly, a sweet, childlike voice echoed within his soul sea, catching Xiao Fan off guard, though he quickly regained his composure. You are the spirit of the vessel? Indeed. I am still quite weak at the moment. If my master can find the other 8 Ding, we can merge into my strongest form. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan was utterly astonished, realizing that the legendary 9 Ding truly existed, and that the spirits of the 9 Ding could merge into one. I will do my best. After all, I am still quite feeble. You have a name? Xiao Fan inquired. It seems I do not, since you are the spirit of the 9 Ding. How about I call you Xiao Jiu? Yay! It eagerly agreed, bouncing excitedly in the palm of Xiao Fan's hand. After placing the Qian Kuan Ding into the chaotic realm, Xiao Fan felt elated as for the quest for the other 8 ding. It was not something he could contemplate at present. However, with Xiao Jiu by his side, they could sense each other, significantly increasing his chances of finding the other 8 ding. Xiao Fan took a moment to center himself and began to enter a state of cultivation. It was not until the following morning that he opened his eyes, finding himself just a step away from the 6th level of body refinement. It is time to visit the scripture hall. Xiao Fan muttered as he stepped outside. Chapter 75, The Scripture Hall. Before long, Xiao Fan arrived at the scripture hall, which was a towering edifice of 9 stories, resembling a pagoda. The students referred to it as the 9-storied pagoda due to its appearance. This truly is a 9-storied pagoda. With his keen insight, Xiao Fan saw through its nature at a glance, and upon beholding this structure, he felt a sense of astonishment. Could it be the dean's spiritual artifact? Xiao Fan mused to himself, shaking his head as he entered. Stop, state your name. An elderly man reclined in a rocking chair, casually calling out while holding a pot of tea. Xiao Fan, upon hearing this name. The elder sat up, scrutinizing Xiao Fan as though seeking to see through him. You may ascend to the 6th floor, but do not attempt to enter the 7th. Remember, you may only transcribe 1 scripture. After finishing his words, the elder reclined back, taking a sip from the pot. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. The elder's words piqued his curiosity as it was his first time in the scripture hall, and he was unfamiliar with its rules. Why can I not enter the 7th floor? Xiao Fan inquired. The elder lazily glanced at him, pointing a finger at the rules affixed to the wall. Following his gesture, Xiao Fan finally spotted the regulations posted on the wall. A look of embarrassment crossing his face. It turned out that junior class students were not qualified to enter the scripture hall, with exceptions for particularly outstanding individuals who could only access the 1st to 3rd floors. Intermediate students could access the 1st to 6th floors, but each person was allowed entry only once every 6 months. Advanced students could access the 1st to 8th floors, with each person permitted to enter once a month. All students were prohibited from staying in the scripture hall for more than 1 day. While the regulations regarding the 9th floor were unspecified, Senior, may I enter a higher floor? Xiao Fan asked again, pondering that the higher the floor, the more formidable the scriptures within. It was merely a question. Whether or not it was permitted mattered little. You wish to enter a higher floor. Do you possess such ability? The elder remained silent, but a mocking voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, Xiao Fan almost burst into laughter upon seeing Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, did you get promoted? The moment these words left his lips, Lin Zhou's expression changed dramatically, his anger surging, yet he dared not act out, for fighting was prohibited here. Xiao Fan, so it is you. Lin Zhou finally recognized him, having initially thought he was just an ignorant junior class student. Indeed, it is I. Did you get promoted? Xiao Fan replied with a smile, occasionally glancing at Lin Zhou's lower half. Merely curious as to whether he had succeeded. Lin Zhou's face flushed with rage, and as he became agitated, a sudden sharp pain shot through him below. You, a junior class student, lack the qualifications to enter the scripture hall. Begone. Lin Zhou had been recuperating in the pharmacy hall for some time, and was unaware that Xiao Fan had participated in the competition beyond his level and emerged as champion. Having finally achieved promotion, he did not dare to provoke Xiao Fan further, at least not now. Whether I am qualified or not is not for you to decide. The elder has yet to speak. So what are you so agitated about? Xiao Fan retorted, glancing at the elder in the rocking chair. The elder seemed intrigued. Since Xiao Fan wished to enter a higher floor, he might as well let him proceed. If you have the ability, I will not oppose you even if you ascend to the 9th floor. Go ahead, the elder concluded, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Ability? What sort of ability is required to ascend? Xiao Fan pondered this in confusion, glancing back at Lin Zhou before boldly striding inside. What is happening? Lin Zhou was momentarily stunned. Seeing that the elder did not stop him, he followed suit. Upon entering the 1st floor, a sudden wave of pressure struck him, causing his feet to sink. He was astonished for a moment, finally understanding what the elder meant by ability. However, he quickly acclimated. Xiao Fan continued onward, a fragrant aroma of books enveloping him, intoxicating his senses. Before him stood rows upon rows of bookshelves, filled to the brim with countless volumes. Xiao Fan selected several intriguing books and began to read. In his previous life, he possessed the ability to read rapidly and retain everything he encountered, a skill that remained intact. With an entire day at his disposal, he felt no urgency. The more books he could peruse, the more beneficial it would be for him. 2 hours later, he ascended to the 2nd floor, where an even more formidable pressure awaited him. Xiao Fan merely smiled, unperturbed, and quickly adapted. The second floor had relatively fewer individuals, and while the number of books was less than on the first floor, they were considerably more ancient. He refrained from disturbing others, quietly reading and flipping through various texts on martial skills and techniques. That not Xiao Fan. What is he searching for? He is far too greedy. In the end, he will acquire nothing. Those martial skills cannot simply be memorized. Some intermediate class students recognized Xiao Fan and began to murmur amongst themselves. Their words held truth. A single martial skills commentary could take an ordinary person an entire day to memorize. And even then, retention was not guaranteed. Many could only manage in 2 sessions, and for intermediate students, a year would pass without them being allowed to transcribe. Xiao Fan paid no heed to their discussions. Continuing to browse, another 2 hours passed, and he set down the book, stepping into the 3rd floor. The pressure intensified further, yet Xiao Fan remained unaffected, continuing to read. Many intermediate students, unable to withstand the pressure, retreated to the 2nd floor. Xiao Fan, a familiar voice called from nearby. Turning his head, Xiao Fan was surprised to see Lin Jiang. He waved, acknowledging him, then buried himself back into his studies. As time passed, Xiao Fan ascended to the 6th floor, closely followed by Lin Jiang. Now this is interesting, Xiao Fan murmured, feeling the formidable pressure. This intensity finally resonated with him. His movements began to slow, yet he still refrained from utilizing his true energy. Relying solely on his physical strength to endure the pressure, if time permitted, refining his body here would have been a splendid choice. Xiao Fan lamented the lost opportunity in his heart. For now, he could only hasten his reading, for time was limited. Another 2 hours elapsed, but Xiao Fan still had not found what he sought, compelling him to continue upward. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he made his way step by step toward the entrance of the 7th floor. Shocking everyone on the 6th floor. Xiao Fan truly attempting to enter the 7th floor. He truly has no fear of death. Ignore him. It would be best if he perished. The murmurs began to circulate. Those who could enter the 6th floor were mostly advanced students, along with some top talents from the intermediate class. Lin Zhou was also present. He had previously tried to enter the 7th floor and nearly succumbed to the pressure. And since then, he had never dared to try again. The 7th floor was not a place where just anyone could venture. Some individuals simply lacked self-awareness. Chapter 76. The 7th floor. Indeed, those who achieve small successes often believe themselves invincible. Such individuals will never accomplish great things. Those individuals only grew more outrageous with each passing moment, their mockery palpable in the air. Xiao Fan, feeling a surge of indignation, merely aspired to ascend to a higher level. What fault lay in that? Yet, he found himself the target of ridicule. If I were to succeed, what would you all do? Xiao Fan inquired. Ha! The crowd erupted in laughter, gazing at Xiao Fan as though he were a fool. If you could ascend, I would. On the contrary, would you dare? Lin Zhou was the first to leap forward, pointing below, which provoked another round of laughter from the throng. The conditions were uneven. You had already failed. Xiao Fan flatly rejected Lin Zhou's challenge, recognizing the latter's desperate desire for revenge. Then I shall attempt again. Is that not permissible? No, came the retort. You have already failed. Propose different conditions. Rejected once more. Lin Zhou's fury surged, yet he felt powerless. Very well. If you can reach the 7th level, I shall strip off all my garments and run around the martial academy. If not, you shall do the same. How about that? Lin Zhou was forced to seek a compromise. Even if he could not compel Xiao Fan to fail, he at least wanted to ensure Xiao Fan could not hold his head high. What about all of you? Xiao Fan glanced at the others, contemplating that a group challenge would be more entertaining than a solitary one, a scene that would surely be eye-catching. That we shall do the same. Simply ask if you dare, one among them declared, and the others nodded in agreement, signifying their consent. Lin Jiang, however, stepped aside, abstaining from participation. He sensed an inexhaustible potential within Xiao Fan. I accept the challenge, but without witnesses. I fear you might deny your defeat. Xiao Fan articulated his concerns. Their cultivation levels were not insubstantial. Should they band together, Xiao Fan would be at a disadvantage. I can serve as your witness. Let us begin. Should anyone resort to trickery, I shall intervene personally. As the group pondered their predicament, the voice of the elder at the entrance resonated, observing their every move. Very well, it is settled. With that, Xiao Fan set forth, step by step, toward the 7th level. Even if he could not enter, he harbored no fear. At worst, he would run with his face concealed. As he drew nearer, each step grew heavier. Sweat soaking through his garments, the pressure intensifying. Soon, he found himself at the threshold between the 6th and 7th levels, the steps leading directly to the 7th level. Dozens of eyes fixated on him. Holding their breath with a tension that seemed to surpass his OWNAS, Xiao Fan hesitated. They resumed their taunts. Give up, Xiao Fan. You stand no chance that it is not too late to surrender now. Later, if you are injured, your mentor Han will surely lament. Haha, Xiao Fan remained unfazed, inhaling deeply before laboriously lifting his right foot to step forward. Crack. As his foot made contact, a sound akin to bones being compressed echoed from his body. Xiao Fan's expression turned grave, yet he refrained from utilizing his true energy. This opportunity was one to temper his physical form. Haha, he is nearing his limit. His bones are about to shatter. Just a mere brute. Hardly worth concern, the crowd resumed their mockery, utterly disbelieving that Xiao Fan could prevail. Roar. Xiao Fan suddenly let out a tremendous roar, his left foot leaving the ground, propelling him into the 7th level. Impossible. It cannot be. Could it be that the pressure of the 7th level had dissipated? Let me try. One individual ventured forward, only to be instantly repelled, suffering several broken bones. Hiss. How did Xiao Fan manage that? I refuse to believe it. He must have cheated. Perhaps an elder from the scripture hall assisted him. Indeed, that must be the case. The crowd exchanged accusations, finally settling on an explanation. Meanwhile, the elder at the entrance was equally astonished. He sensed Xiao Fan's entry into the 7th level. Xiao Fan has entered the 7th level. You all need to leave immediately and run without your clothing. The elder's voice echoed from the 6th level, causing the students' faces to pale. Elder, did you not permit him entry? Indeed. Otherwise, how could Xiao Fan have succeeded? We refuse to accept this. Yes, we demand an explanation. A torrent of protests assailed the elder, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. Your inability does not negate another's potential. There are realms beyond your comprehension, individuals beyond your reckoning. Do you not grasp this fundamental truth? The elder's voice carried a hint of ire, intending to enlighten the students. Yet it only served to belittle them. Elder, your actions are unjust. Why can we not enter while the mere body refinement realm Xiao Fan can? Precisely, provide us with an explanation. Upon hearing their outcries, the elder abruptly rose, his face trembling with rage. You are truly obstinate. All of you, get out. With a sweeping gesture, the elder expelled the group from the 6th level, before they could comprehend the situation. Another wave of his hand summoned a tornado among them. My clothing. Curse this tornado. Cease at once. In an instant, chaos erupted as garments flew through the air. Students from the scripture hall paused, bewildered by the commotion. Once the whirlwind subsided, dozens of bare figures emerged before the crowd. Rogues. Several female students shrieked, hastily covering their eyes while leaving a small gap to sneak glances. The male students erupted in laughter. Such an outrageous scene was a rare spectacle indeed. Run, or I shall cast you all into the valley of death. The elder's voice boomed, prompting the naked figures to hastily flee, too frightened to utter another word. After entering the 7th level, Xiao Fan remained stationary, his body continuously creaking under the immense pressure, pushing the limits of his physical endurance. A full quarter-hour elapsed before he began to advance, perusing the text around him. The 7th level was sparsely populated, with only a handful of advanced class students, each possessing formidable strength. They were not there to read. Instead, they sat cross-legged, engaged in their own physical tempering. Upon noticing Xiao Fan's approach, incredulous expressions spread across their faces, many rubbing their eyes in disbelief. These individuals had never seen Xiao Fan, only heard whispers of his name. The few who had witnessed him at the ancient well were merely a fraction of the advanced class. Most had yet to lay eyes on him. 5th level of body refinement. How can this be? They marveled. This boy still wears the attire of the beginner class. Who allowed him entry? Xiao Fan ignored their chatter, his body gradually acclimating to the oppressive atmosphere, leaving him with little energy to respond. Frustration mounted among the spectators as they realized Xiao Fan remained silent. I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? Boy, quickly produce that treasure for us to see. If it proves useful, I, Wang Wei, shall purchase it. Xiao Fan had intended to delve into more texts, but the incessant inquiries made it impossible for him to concentrate. I possess no treasures. Please refrain from disturbing me. Xiao Fan replied coolly, taking a few steps forward to distance himself from them. Oh, the boy has quite the backbone. If you refuse to show it, I shall take it by force, Wang Wei declared, pursuing Xiao Fan. The pressure he faced equally daunting, yet he relied on his true energy to sustain him. Wang Wei swiftly closed the distance, reaching out to seize Xiao Fan with a sinister grin. Xiao Fan turned to glare at him, his expression icy, and struck downward with a swift knife hand. Wang Wei's reflexes were sharp. He withdrew his hand just in time to evade Xiao Fan's attack. Impudent. You dare to retaliate. Wang Wei's face flushed with anger, and he launched a vicious punch toward Xiao Fan's head. Faced with Wang Wei's unreasonable aggression, Xiao Fan had no option but to respond in kind. Throwing a punch of his own. Thud. Their fists collided, sending Xiao Fan staggering back several steps, his bones nearly shattering from the impact. Wang Wei, too, stumbled back, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Xiao Fan. How is this possible? Who are you? Wang Wei ceased his assault, now inquiring about Xiao Fan's identity. You need not know. Simply do not disturb me, Xiao Fan replied, wishing to avoid further entanglement, should Wang Wei dare to strike again. Xiao Fan would not hesitate to employ his true energy. Against a second-level blood condensation expert, he might not emerge victorious, but he would not allow himself to be bullied. If you refuse to speak, I shall beat you until you do. Wang Wei's temper flared. How could he endure being treated so disdainfully by someone at the 5th level of body refinement? He stepped forward once more, preparing to unleash another punch upon Xiao Fan. You have gone too far. Do you think me an easy target? Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy as the true energy surged forth from the chaotic realm, instantly alleviating the burden on his body. With a swift kick, he demonstrated the principle that even a small advantage can yield significant strength, sending Wang Wei staggering backward. Humph, you are utterly ignorant of power. Wang Wei retorted, his anger flaring as he charged forward again, launching a flurry of punches, far more formidable than before. Unfazed, Xiao Fan summoned all his strength and countered with a single punch. The impact sent both of them hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall, books scattering around them. Hiss. Who is this young man? He can hold his own against Wang Wei, the onlookers murmured, speculating that he might be a relative of some formidable figure from the martial academy, suggesting it best not to interfere. Amidst the whispers of astonishment regarding Xiao Fan's prowess, Wang Wei, seething with rage, rose to his feet, disregarding the rules of the scripture hall, drawing his sword from his waist. He lunged at Xiao Fan. Yet, Xiao Fan would not simply await his fate. Wielding the Godslayer's sword, he prepared to retaliate. Stand down. Just as tension escalated, the voice of an elder pierced through the air, halting the impending clash. Wang Wei, leave this place at once. You are barred from entering the scripture hall for a year. The elder's command resonated once more, and Wang Wei was abruptly expelled, restoring tranquility to the 7th floor. The crowd exchanged glances, choosing not to pursue Xiao Fan further, yet their attention remained fixed on him. Satisfied with the elder's intervention, Xiao Fan resumed his perusal of the texts, focusing on martial techniques, committing them to memory.as for cultivation methods. He had already attained the chaotic opening technique, rendering others beneath his notice. Young man, heed my advice. Choose a single martial technique or cultivation method. Greed will yield nothing. One of the students, unable to bear the sight, offered a well-meaning warning. Xiao Fan merely nodded. He continued to study, even accelerating his pace. This is infuriating. The student turned away, no longer wishing to observe Xiao Fan. Time passed swiftly, and after several hours on the 7th floor, Xiao Fan finally completed his review of all the martial technique texts. Still no satisfactory technique, he muttered, calculating that less than an hour remained in the day. He glanced at the entrance to the 8th floor, resolved to approach it step by step. What? He intends to enter the 8th floor. Is he out of his mind? The crowd scoffed at Xiao Fan's audacity. None had succeeded in entering the 8th floor from the 2nd level of blood condensation. Some overconfident individuals had even suffered broken bones. Ignoring their jeers, Xiao Fan steadily advanced to the entrance of the 8th floor. Taking a deep breath, the true energy from the chaotic realm erupted forth as he stepped through with his right foot. That a tremendous pressure enveloped him, nearly stealing his breath away. The intensity of the pressure in the 8th floor escalated sharply, far surpassing that of the 7th. His right leg buckled, almost forcing him to kneel, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, Xiao Fan steadied himself, lifting his left foot and finally entering the 8th floor. He's not human. He's a monster. Those on the 7th floor were left speechless, mouths agape in disbelief at Xiao Fan's audacity to enter the 8th floor as a 5th-level body refinement practitioner. At that moment, the elder at the entrance rose abruptly. Spilling his tea, he actually made it to the 8th floor. What a remarkable young man. After uttering this, the elder reclined again, his curiosity about Xiao Fan deepening. Upon entering the 8th floor, Xiao Fan immediately coughed up blood. The sound of bones being crushed echoed within him as his knees buckled under the immense pressure. Gritting his teeth, Impurities began seeping from his body. At that moment, both flesh and bone were unleashing their utmost energy. Xiao Fan's aura surged, his physique strengthening exponentially. Suddenly, the barrier of the 6th level of body refinement shattered, and his power continued to escalate. With a mighty roar, Xiao Fan straightened his bent legs. A formidable aura radiating around him that he relaxed, taking steady steps forward, his body adapting to the pressure of the 8th floor. "Who is this wild brat?" someone exclaimed, as others turned Elder Xing, upon observing that Xiao Fan harbored no objections. Turned away to depart. Meanwhile, the announcement of Xiao Fan's exceptional promotion to a senior class student was affixed to the public notice board of the Martial Academy, instantly inciting a flurry of excitement. This news rapidly circulated throughout the entire academy and even the Imperial City, with Xiao Fan's legend astonishing the younger generation of the realm, while the title of senior class student sounded prestigious. Xiao Fan, at that moment, wore a frown of concern. Was it not sufficient to be promoted to the intermediate class? Why the direct elevation to the senior class? Xiao Fan pondered, aware that the senior class was filled with formidable individuals. And with his current strength, it would be quite challenging to secure his footing. Nevertheless, he decided to move to his new residence first. After voicing his thoughts, he summoned Fatty and Yoshi to assist in the relocation. An hour later, they finally arrived at the entrance of their new abode. Here in District 9 of Area B, it was indeed the right place. Once Xiao Fan confirmed its accuracy, he produced his identification token and affixed it to the gate. With a creaking sound, the gate slowly swung open. Upon witnessing the interior, they were momentarily stunned into silence. "Brother, this place is enormous," Fatty exclaimed, both thrilled and disbelieving, rubbing his eyes vigorously. The premises boasted pavilions, bridges, and flowing water. Everything one could desire, and notably, the spiritual energy was significantly denser than that of the intermediate class area. "Let us go inside. We shall reside here from now on," Xiao Fan declared, waving his hand as he strode confidently into the premises. "Stop! Who allowed you to enter?" A familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Turning around, Xiao Fan saw none other than Tian Shu. "Xiao Fan." Tian Shu paused momentarily upon recognizing him, but quickly donned a knowing smile. "What brings you here?" Xiao Fan inquired. "You dare to intrude into the residence of senior class students without permission. Do you not fear for your life?" Tian Shu intentionally raised his voice, drawing the attention of nearby senior class students who began to converge towards them. He was well aware of Xiao Fan's promotion and merely sought to embarrass him. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Fan's heart was filled with cold amusement, though he maintained a composed exterior. "This residence is vacant. What harm is there in my occupying it? Is there a problem?" After stating this, Xiao Fan disregarded Tian Shu, gesturing to close the gate behind him. Tian Shu, who was moved in, the onlookers finally arrived. Their faces alight with curiosity. "Just a novice from the intermediate class. We should inform the academy that someone has trespassed on his territory." Upon hearing Tian Shu's words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Hastening towards the training rooms. Chapter 79. Initial mastery of the Void Sky Palm. Xiao Fan circled the premises, thoroughly satisfied with his new abode, which included a living room, meditation chamber, and reception hall, among other amenities. Particularly impressive was the backyard, featuring a vast expanse of grassland, ample enough for him to practice various martial arts. Quite good, Xiao Fan mused to himself as he settled down cross-legged in the backyard. Retrieving the copied palm technique to study in earnest. An hour later, Xiao Fan exhaled deeply, his face awash with astonishment. What a powerful palm technique! Even though the Void Sky Palm was incomplete, he could sense its immense strength. Just a single reading set his soul trembling. Moreover, it was a growth-type martial art, exceedingly precious. Xiao Fan murmured in satisfaction at the prospect of completing the Void Sky Palm, envisioning it as a formidable trump card. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, delving into his soul sea, repeatedly attempting to deduce the incomplete technique. Another hour passed without any progress. Perhaps the Void Sky Palm was too profound, or perhaps his method was flawed. "I refuse to believe this. I'll try again." Undeterred, Xiao Fan floated dozens of palm techniques within his soul sea, all noted during his time in the scripture hall. The various techniques began to spin. As Xiao Fan engaged in comprehension, selection, and evolution, the essence of the Void Sky Palm also began to float, weaving through the other techniques, gradually becoming more complete. This process was exceedingly lengthy, and it wasn't until the afternoon that Xiao Fan finally paused. "I did it." Wiping the perspiration from his brow, a genuine smile broke across his face. The complete essence of the Void Sky Palm now shimmered within his soul sea, radiating a potent pressure. I indeed underestimated your power, Xiao Fan murmured as he began to contemplate the technique. Time was of the essence. The senior class was teeming with experts, and he needed to elevate his strength as swiftly as possible. As dust descended, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from the backyard, startling Fatty and Yoshi, who rushed over to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both were left in shock, their faces pale with fear. Dozens of palm imprints marred the ground, each appearing as though they had descended from the heavens, each imprint half a zhang deep, utterly terrifying. Xiao Fan stood still, his back to them, breathing heavily. Brother, what happened? Fatty and Yoshi hastened towards him, fearing an enemy assault. Nothing serious, merely practicing a palm technique, Xiao Fan replied with a smile, reaching to his waist to retrieve several Yuanling Dan, swallowing 2 of them. The Void Sky Palm was only at the minor completion stage, and executing it had drained much of his true energy, yet it was undeniably the most formidable martial art he possessed to date. Brother, are you saying this commotion was caused by you? Fatty rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he surveyed the ground littered with imprints. Just a small disturbance, no need to panic, Xiao Fan reassured them before heading inside to bathe and settle into his new home. Fatty and Yoshi remained, examining the palm imprints, their astonishment lingering. Especially Yoshi, who had initially followed Xiao Fan merely for self-preservation, now found herself genuinely invested, reluctant to leave his side. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the front gate, causing Xiao Fan's eyes to narrow with cold intensity as he led Fatty and Yoshi towards the commotion. Who is inside? Come out at once. The voice from outside boomed again, igniting Xiao Fan's fury as he quickened his pace. Another thunderous crash resounded, and the gate shattered, splintered wood scattered across the ground. Xiao Fan finally reached the front courtyard, confronted by the destroyed gate. A wave of murderous intent surged forth, his heart set on vengeance. The intruder was a burly young man, at the second level of the blood condensation realm, a scar marring his face, exuding an air of menace. Behind him stood 4 students, all at the first level of the blood condensation realm. With Tian Shu among them, I shall give you 1 chance. Apologize and repair the gate, or face death, Xiao Fan declared coldly, drawing his God-Slayer's sword, ever ready for combat. Laughter erupted from the crowd, utterly dismissing Xiao Fan. How amusing. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Xiao Fan, who do you think you are to speak so brazenly to a senior student of the academy? You truly are unaware of your own insignificance. After their laughter subsided, they resumed their mockery, growing increasingly audacious. You are Xiao Fan, the senior student inquired. You need not know. I grant you 3 breaths to apologize. Xiao Fan had no desire to engage in futile conversation. Merely at the second level of the blood condensation realm, he was eager to test his own strength. Arrogant fool, this is my territory. Even if I have moved to Area B, the courtyard I once inhabited is not yours to encroach upon. The senior student shouted, feeling the need to educate Xiao Fan on the rules of the senior class. The residences of the senior class were divided into 3 areas, A, B, and C, with Area A being the finest, and Area C, the least desirable. The stronger the individual, the greater their qualification to reside in better accommodations, and the senior student was one of them. 3. Xiao Fan began to count down, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. 2. Go die. As the final word fell, he unleashed the slaughter technique, a colossal sword shadow sweeping forth, causing the onlookers to recoil in terror. Humph, a mere firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. The senior student casually swung his sword, disdain etched on his face. Clang. As their attacks collided, he instantly regretted his arrogance, realizing too late the peril he faced, and began to retreat, but it was too late. Ah! A cry of agony erupted as a long gash appeared across the senior student's chest, blood gushing forth. Though fortunately, it was not too deep. Great shift fist. Xiao Fan did not relent, his fist crashing forth. A tempestuous gale surging, the force palpable. Who are you? The senior student, now stripped of his earlier bravado, faced Xiao Fan with a grave expression. Behold, I shall show you what true power is. The senior student brandished his long sword, thrusting it forward. Unity sword, he shouted, a massive sword shadow lunging directly towards Xiao Fan's fist imprint. Boom, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending the onlookers staggering backward, the entire gatehouse reduced to rubble. How terrifying. This Xiao Fan is a monster. Good heavens, is he truly at the 6th level of body refinement? The crowd retreated to a considerable distance, their hearts still tumultuous from the shock that lingered. The commotion was so great that numerous advanced students hastened to the scene, and the gathering swelled in size. At that moment, Tian Shu was engulfed in panic. Just a few days prior, he had managed to hold his own against Xiao Fan in the trading market. Yet, in such a brief span, Xiao Fan had ascended to a level he could only admire from afar. As the dust settled, the two were surprisingly evenly matched in their confrontation. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and swiftly consumed 2 Yuanling pills. Preparing for the next round of assault, Du Min, gripping his long sword, scrutinized Xiao Fan without uttering a word. Wasn't that Xiao Fan? Just recently promoted to the advanced class, and now he was stirring up trouble. Quite audacious indeed. Chapter 80. Overwhelming power with Han Jiangxue backing him. The young dandy was growing increasingly confident. Many recognized Xiao Fan and began to jeer at him. Ignoring their taunts, Xiao Fan stepped forward, his true energy having restored significantly. Void Sky Palm. As the words left his lips, he chanted incantations, then unleashed a powerful strike. Whoosh! Instantly, a gust of palm wind surged forth, and the surrounding air seemed to be siphoned away, creating an invisible vortex in the sky. The palm of Xiao Fan radiated a blinding light, which flickered in an instant, as if a unique energy was transferring into that vortex above. Suddenly, the invisible vortex unleashed dozens of palm imprints. Akin to flaming orbs, swiftly striking towards Du Min, the spectators recoiled in horror, their eyes glued to the descending palm imprints, their astonishment reaching unprecedented heights, with some trembling uncontrollably. Upon witnessing such a terrifying technique, a wave of dread surged within Du Min. Evasion was impossible. The attack range of the Void Sky Palm was too vast, and its speed was blindingly swift. He cried out, propelling himself upward with his legs. Executing his strongest move, boom, the palm imprint descended, and Du Min watched in despair as his mightiest strike was shattered by a single blow, an overwhelming pressure crashing down upon him. Fear gripped him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Don't, Du Min shouted, closing his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of palm imprints struck down in succession, stirring up clouds of dust and causing the ground to tremble. Du Min was instantly buried beneath the earth, his cries silenced, lost to the realm of the living. Yet the Void Sky Palm continued its relentless assault, producing a deafening roar, a terror unparalleled. Impossible. This could not possibly be the work of a mere body refinement realm practitioner. Indeed, there must be a powerful figure at play. Look, there seems to be a vortex in the sky. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, unable to fathom that this was the handiwork of Xiao Fan. Yet they found themselves devoid of evidence to the contrary. Give me a blast, Xiao Fan shouted, the remaining palm imprints descending rapidly. Enough, a sudden voice rang out, followed by a large hand that appeared. Blocking all the palm imprints, the palm wind dissipated. Normalcy returned, albeit with a heavy scent of blood lingering in the air. An elderly figure emerged before the crowd, and Xiao Fan recognized him from the time of sealing the ancient well. He was undoubtedly one of the top 10 elders, Elder Hongze. He had intervened. It was said that he had one foot firmly planted in a higher realm, possessing unfathomable strength. As the crowd beheld the newcomer, they resumed their chatter, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Whoosh! Another sound of slicing air heralded the arrival of Elder Xing, who stood beside Elder Hongze. Upon seeing Elder Xing, Xiao Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hastily swallowing 2 Yuanling pills, his complexion regaining some color, the two elders surveyed the collapsed area in the distance, their brows furrowed in disbelief. They struggled to accept that such chaos had arisen from Xiao Fan. Help me! A faint cry for help emerged from beneath the ground, prompting the two elders to rush forward, discovering Du Min nearly buried in dirt. Get a few people to lift him out, Elder Xing commanded, and a few students nearby sprang into action, quickly extracting Du Min. Hiss! How gruesome! Goodness, this fellow is practically drooling. As the crowd observed Du Min's pitiful state, discussions erupted, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Take him to the medicine hall, quickly, Elder Xing called out, and the students bearing Du Min vanished from view. At that moment, the elderly figure from the scripture hall gazed towards the advanced class area, his eyes gleaming with astonishment that had yet to subside. What a remarkable youth, to have perfected the Void Sky Palm in such a short time, achieving minor completion. Muttering to himself, he glanced towards the depths of the Martial Institute and said, Little Han, nurture him well. He may possess great potential. Yes, ancestor. Han Shu from the depths of the Martial Institute nodded, equally astonished by Xiao Fan's execution of the Void Sky Palm. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan stood silently, his true energy having recovered significantly. Xiao Fan, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Elder Hungzhou inquired. At this, Xiao Fan felt a chuckle bubbling within. Even if there were inquiries to be made, they should come from Elder Xing, the head of the law enforcement hall, while Hungzhou was merely an overseer. What right did he have to question him? I refuse to answer your question, Xiao Fan retorted coldly, not out of disrespect but owing to the indiscriminate nature of the inquiry, which he chose to ignore. Impudent. You have no right to refuse, Elder Hungzhou emphasized, stepping forward as if to seize Xiao Fan. Impudent. Why not ask him why he was present at my residence, so eager to condemn me? Aren't you? Xiao Fan's fury ignited as he found Hungzhou's unreasonable behavior infuriating. Bold, still daring to argue. Once I capture you, let us see if you can maintain your defiance, Elder Hungzhou declared, preparing to act. Only to be halted by Elder Xing. Elder Hungzhou, calm yourself. This matter has yet to be investigated thoroughly, and the law enforcement hall has no authority to detain anyone. Upon hearing Elder Xing's words, Hungzhou's face flushed crimson, his white beard quivering in agitation. Humph. Then you investigate. If I do not receive an explanation for this matter, do not expect it to be settled, Hungzhou spat, flinging his sleeves in a huff as he stormed off. Elder Xing exhaled in relief, dispersing the onlookers among the students. Thank you, Elder Xing, for your timely intervention. Xiao Fan clasped his hands in gratitude. Let us discuss this further inside. With that, they all entered Xiao Fan's residence. The rotund figure and Yoshi had already left to summon the craftsmen, for the entire entrance and courtyard required reconstruction. Once seated, Elder Xing inquired, Xiao Fan, do you know why Hungzhou is targeting you? Xiao Fan shook his head, puzzled. By all accounts, figures of the Elder S rank should not behave so irrationally. I am unaware. Please enlighten me, Elder Xing. Elder Xing nodded, explaining. Hungzhou is the adoptive father of Zhao Su and also Du Min's mentor. Does that clarify things for you? Finally comprehending the connection, Xiao Fan expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the information, and bowed again, his mind already formulating a strategy. I have one more piece of bad news to share. Your old rival has been promoted to the core class. Elder Xing observed Xiao Fan's reaction quietly. Old rival. Xiao Fan momentarily paused, regarding Elder Xing with newfound intensity. He mused that Elder Xing seemed to know everything. Truly the head of the law enforcement hall. Expected. Nothing to be overly concerned about, Xiao Fan stated, a wave of murderous intent emanating from him as his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 81. New mission. Seeing Xiao Fan's fervor, Elder Xing felt a surge of satisfaction. All right. Focus on your training. He gently patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder, offering his final advice before departing. Xiao Fan settled into a meditative posture, channeling his energy until he regained his peak state. Then rose and ventured outside. Before long, he arrived at the mission hall, spending a hefty sum of 100,000 points to exchange for various formation materials and an assortment of miscellaneous items. As he was about to leave, he was called back by Elder Xing Yin. Elder Xing Yin, what is it? Xiao Fan inquired. Elder Xing Yin peered cautiously around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before revealing his. The Martial Institute has just issued a mission, which I have yet to announce. Would you like to take a look? Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment, considering that Elder Xing Yin would not lead him astray, and nodded affirmatively. Elder Xing Yin slowly produced the mission token, placing it before Xiao Fan. Retrieve an ice flame herb from the Ice Palace and return to the Martial Institute. Successful completion yields a reward of 80,000 points. Upon reading the task, Xiao Fan felt a surge of excitement and promptly asked, Elder Xing Yin, are you certain this is attainable? Elder Xing Yin blinked innocently, smiling as he replied, do not concern yourself with the specifics. As long as you can procure the ice flame herb, the reward is yours. That makes sense. Alas, the Ice Palace is quite far, and I fear it may interfere with my participation in the 100-sect exchange conference. Xiao Fan lamented silently. This 80,000 points was a substantial reward, yet the timing posed a conflict. Otherwise, he would have eagerly accepted the mission. Fear not, the sect has anticipated this and has prepared a flying vessel for you. No. For the students taking on the mission, the round trip will take no more than 2 days. After Xing Yin finished speaking, he took out a small flying boat from his storage bag. Playfully toying with it in his hands, exuding an air of affection, Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could hardly believe that the Martial Academy possessed such a treasure, which left him utterly astonished. All right, I accept. With that, he swiftly snatched the flying boat and the mission token, turning on his heel and departing in haste. Wait, I haven't taught you how to operate the flying boat, Xing Yin called out. Hastily pursuing him. I can manage on my own. No need to worry, Xiao Fan replied, prompting a half-hearted belief from Xing Yin, who ultimately halted his pursuit. Xiao Fan made his way to a secluded spot, disguised himself, and hurriedly exited the Martial Academy, heading towards the West Town Marca residence. An hour later, he finally returned to the Marquis estate, where he encountered Aunt Feng and the amiable steward among others, Luo Sun and Du Gu Jian. Along with 6 other recently joined Peak Blood Condensation Realm members, had successfully broken through to the first level of the Washing Marrow Realm, while others also exhibited remarkable advancements, significantly boosting the estate's strength. Has the Marquis residence been facing any insurmountable issues lately? Xiao Fan inquired. The group exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, until their eyes settled on Aunt Feng. Feel free to share, Xiao Fan encouraged, signaling her not to hold back and to express any encountered problems. Well, recently the Marquis properties have faced repeated targeting, and we are unaware of the instigator behind it, particularly with the horse ranch and the tavern. Aunt Feng recounted all that had transpired during this period, detailing how the horse ranch had been vandalized, leading to the poisoning of numerous horses. The tavern frequently encountered troublesome guests, not due to the food or drinks, but rather due to premeditated grievances. This had resulted in a sharp decline in the Marquis income, nearing a critical point of financial shortfall. After listening, Xiao Fan felt overwhelmed, realizing that these underhanded tactics were indeed difficult to guard against. We must find a way to uncover the mastermind behind this. I intend to make them pay in kind, he stated coldly. Though he could already surmise the culprit without investigation, his current strength simply rendered him powerless to act. As for the financial shortfall, I will devise a solution. You all just need to hold on for a while. With that, Xiao Fan retreated to the seclusion chamber to begin refining elixirs. It wasn't until the lamps were lit that he ceased his alchemical endeavors and summoned Aunt Feng. He handed her 50 clear blood pills, 100 strengthening pills, and 200 yuan spirit pills, and set up a protective formation for the estate before taking his leave. Aunt Feng gazed at the table piled high with elixirs, her mind in a state of bewilderment. If these elixirs were distributed, even if the Marca residents could not afford monthly stipends, none would wish to depart. Under the cover of night, Xiao Fan produced the flying boat and, relying on his memories from his past life, began to manipulate it. With a whoosh, the flying boat instantly enlarged, floating in the air. Satisfied, Xiao Fan nodded at the vessel that was just large enough to accommodate one person. He propelled himself upward, feeling a sudden sensation of weightlessness. Steady. It took him some time to acclimatize. It had been far too long since he had last used a boat, and even in his past life, he had only done so in his weaker days. Let's go. After confirming his direction, the flying boat shot forth, vanishing into the vast night. This is exhilarating. At this speed, I could truly reach my destination in a day and return in 2. Xiao Fan mused, as the boat continued its swift course, consuming minimal vital energy, allowing him to sustain himself all the way to the ice palace. Only when the sun rose did Xiao Fan descend to the ground and stow away the flying boat. He examined the map and noted he had already traversed nearly half the distance. Beyond the city ahead lay the northern territories of the Great Ing Kingdom. Boundary City? As Xiao Fan scrutinized the map, he decided to venture inside. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Boundary City, where its level of prosperity rivaled that of the imperial capital, perhaps even surpassing it. This could be attributed to its strategic geographical position as a trade hub along the north-south divide, making it a bustling center of commerce, albeit a place rife with both opportunities and dangers. The temperature here had noticeably dropped, a chill sweeping over him, invigorating Xiao Fan and dispelling his fatigue. What a splendid place, he sighed, gradually strolling forward while admiring the scenery along the streets. Black Market. As he walked, he unexpectedly encountered the bold letters Black Market at the edge of the street. Peering inside, he indeed saw a trading bazaar that seemed endless. How audacious. The Black Market operates so brazenly, Xiao Fan muttered to himself, intrigued, and resolved to explore further. Before long, he found himself within the so-called Black Market, bustling with activity and excitement. Don't miss out on this. Freshly unearthed antiques, come and get them. A Snow Clan maiden from the extreme north, 18 years old, gentle as water, priced at merely 10,000 gold coins. Xiao Fan's shock deepened with every word he heard, and his anger swelled as he realized these vendors were brazenly selling human beings. Some grave robbers even brought along coffins, the skeletal remains on display, proclaiming their wares as being fair and honest. While he could understand the nature of such transactions, when he witnessed someone attempting to sell a child, he could no longer contain himself. Master, there's treasure within that coffin at the stall on the right, came Xiao Jiu's urgent voice, breaking through his tumultuous thoughts. Xiao Fan immediately turned and approached, peeking inside to find only a skeleton and a brown dagger of unknown material. "Master, it's that dagger." Xiao Jiao urged once more, prompting Xiao Fan to swiftly seize the dagger. "Put it down. I want that dagger," he stated firmly. Chapter 82. Like slaughtering pigs and dogs before Xiao Fan could examine it closely. An unfriendly voice interrupted him from the side. He turned to see a young man in splendid attire glaring coldly at him, flanked by a stunning young woman and 2 guards. Xiao Fan chose silence. Redirecting his gaze to the vendor and inquiring, "How much for that dagger?" The vendor's eyes darted around, extending a single finger. 1 gold coin. Xiao Fan saw no point in guessing. He tossed a gold coin, quickly stowing the dagger in his storage bag and turning to leave. "Hey, are you treating me like a beggar? I said it's 10,000 gold coins." The vendor suddenly grabbed Xiao Fan's arm. Raising a finger in the air, Xiao Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a brazen demand from the vendor. "Haha, if you're poor, you shouldn't embarrass yourself out here. Hand over that dagger." The young man mocked, blocking Xiao Fan's path. Hearing this, Xiao Fan remained unfazed. He retrieved the dagger from his storage bag, returned it to its original spot, and reclaimed the gold coin. "Since you wish to be the fool, I shall oblige," Xiao Fan remarked, stepping aside with a smile. The commotion attracted a crowd, all drawn to the unfolding spectacle. The young man glared at Xiao Fan, but refrained from purchasing the dagger. The vendor was in a state of distress. He had hoped to make a fortune, yet now found no buyers. "Young Master Shiman, I want that dagger. Will you buy it for me?" the young woman implored, tugging at the young man's arm, her alluring form pressing against him. "Ruyan, we shouldn't buy items touched by the dead. I'll get you something else, all right?" Young Master Shiman attempted to defuse the tension with a plausible excuse. "No, I want that dagger." Ruyan stamped her foot, pouting, resolute in her desire for the dagger. Young Master Shiman now regretted his earlier actions, lamenting why he had interfered with Xiao Fan, forcing him to spend 10,000 gold coins on a dagger of unknown material. It was utterly absurd. He believed it was worth at most 10 gold coins. "Hey, give me a discount, did you hear?" Young Master Shiman shouted at the vendor, inciting laughter from the surrounding crowd. "What are you laughing at? Wanna die?" he bellowed again, causing the onlookers to hush in fear. The vendor was caught in a dilemma, stammering and unable to articulate a complete thought. "How about this? I'll offer 100 gold coins." "How does that sound?" Xiao Fan interjected, pulling out 100 gold coins and waving them in front of the vendor. "Deal." The vendor's face lit up with joy as he eagerly accepted the coins and handed the dagger to Xiao Fan, fearful that he might change his mind. Seeing this, young Master Shiman's expression turned enigmatic. "How bold. You dare to buy something my fiancé has set her eyes on. Hand it over," he declared, extending his hand toward Xiao Fan's waist storage bag. Xiao Fan's inner self scoffed. He swiftly struck out his hand. With a resounding slap, young Master Shiman was sent flying, a few teeth flying from his mouth. He actually dared to strike young Master Shiman. He might not make it out of Boundary City. By his attire, it was evident he hailed from outside, perhaps unaware of young Master Shiman's identity. How could one not know? He is the son of the city lord of Boundary City. Everyone in several surrounding cities knows him. The crowd buzzed with conversation, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. "Ah!" Young Master Shiman, upon seeing his teeth scattered on the ground, howled in agony, his eyes were bloodshot, and although his speech was slightly slurred, he managed to articulate his thoughts completely. The onlookers felt an urge to laugh but stifled it. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. "Is that so? The last person who uttered such words to me has long since become fertilizer for the earth." Xiao Fan showed no fear. He was utterly unconcerned about the young master of the city lord's mansion. "Arrogance, bring it on." With a grand gesture, young Master Shiman commanded his 2 guards to swiftly draw their swords and attack Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan scoffed coldly, swinging his killing god sword with force, its blade humming ominously. The clash of metal rang out sharply, sparks flying as the sword's aura swirled around. 2 broken swords flew through the air, landing on the ground with a crisp metallic sound. How could this be? The 2 guards stared wide-eyed. Incredulity etched across their faces as they gazed at the broken swords in their hands. Xiao Fan paid no heed to their astonishment, swinging the killing god sword once more, resulting in 2 heads rolling, blood gushing. Just 2 mere peak body refinement cultivators dared to act so brazenly before him. They were courting death. A stunning woman screamed in terror, clutching young Master Shiman, her complexion as pale as a sheet. She had never witnessed such a bloody scene. At this moment, the onlookers stood agape, utterly shocked. How did he accomplish this, with merely the 6th level of body refinement? He killed 2 peak cultivators with a single stroke? Impossible. It must be an illusion. Young Master Shiman squinted his eyes. The sight of the 2 severed heads only fueled his rage. Get lost, useless trash. He shoved the beautiful woman aside, drawing his sword and charging forward. Xiao Fan sneered. Merely at the first level of blood condensation, daring to prance about before him? Death. As his voice fell, a killing technique was unleashed. Tangible sword shadows sweeping through like autumn winds scattering leaves, the sword aura flying everywhere. The spectators hastily retreated, fearing for their own safety. Such formidable swordsmanship was a first for them, evoking both fear and excitement. Surrounding stalls were overturned, goods scattered across the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Poochie. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed, as the crowd covered their mouths, their eyes fixated on the battlefield. They saw young Master Shiman, who had charged out, suddenly halt, maintaining his forward charge posture, blood streaming incessantly from his mouth. What is happening? What has happened to young Master Shiman? Who knows? Why don't you ask? The onlookers were baffled. Xiao Fan's sword was too swift for them to discern the specifics of the battle. The beautiful woman rushed forward, attempting to catch young Master Shiman. As she reached out her hands, the body before her suddenly split in two. A piercing scream escaped her lips, and she fainted on the spot. Following that, the crowd erupted in frantic retching. The scene was too horrific, and no one dared to glance again. Hurry and notify the city lord's mansion. Young Master Shiman has been cleaved in half. Someone shouted, prompting many to rush towards the city lord's mansion, their shock lingering long after. Chapter 83. North Ice City. Xiao Fan felt no psychological burden as he dusted off his hands, ready to depart the black market. It was him, a sudden voice called out, and Xiao Fan turned to see over a dozen armored individuals striding towards him, all at the peak of body refinement. People from the city lord's mansion? Xiao Fan speculated, halting his steps and preparing for battle. Upon seeing the 2 halves of young Master Shiman's body, the group drew their weapons, their eyes filled with rage. Capture him, the leader shouted, and the crowd surged towards Xiao Fan. The clanking of armor echoing. Seeking death, Xiao Fan shouted in a low voice, advancing rather than retreating, wielding the killing god sword as he plunged into the throng. Poochie, Poochie, wherever the killing god sword passed. Heads flew, blood splattering, screams ringing out. How could this be? Even the city guards were no match for him. This is terrifying. Who is he? The onlookers murmured among themselves, Xiao Fan's prowess shattering their previous understanding. Such a massacre across levels was unprecedented. The visual and psychological shock left an indelible mark on their minds. In merely a few breaths, over a dozen heads fell, the bloody scene resembling a hellish nightmare. Xiao Fan stood with his sword, drenched in blood, yet not a drop was his. The surroundings fell silent, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Whoosh! 2 piercing sounds cut through the air as newcomers swiftly landed among the pile of corpses. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, observing them, his grip on the sword tightening. 2 peak, first-level blood condensation cultivators? Yet another wave arrives, he thought to himself, his expression disturbingly calm. But I care not who you are. Those who dare to kill from the city lord's mansion must be prepared to face death. One of the blood condensation cultivators coldly stated, stepping forward with his sword drawn. Xiao Fan retreated a few steps. To the onlookers, it appeared he was afraid and preparing to flee. This must be resolved swiftly. Xiao Fan mused. The true chi from the chaotic world surged forth, void sky palm. As the words fell, an endless gale of palm wind erupted. The surrounding air instantly vacuumed, dozens of palm prints descending from the sky. Impossible. The 2 blood condensation cultivators glanced upward, their breaths quickening as the terrifying pressure bore down upon them relentlessly. Block it! Both struck upward with their fists, but it was futile. The fist prints were obliterated in an instant. Boom! 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 Dozens of palm prints rapidly descended, shaking the ground, causing nearby buildings to collapse, dust billowing ominously. The onlookers had retreated far, witnessing such a terrifying scene, their legs trembling. Many dropped to the ground, hands clutched over their heads, shivering uncontrollably. As the dust settled, calm returned, revealing a massive crater in the ground. Inside the crater, the 2 blood condensation cultivators had been reduced to mere remnants, indistinguishable from the soil around them. Hiss! Did this truly happen? Someone slapped me. I must be dreaming. The spectators finally snapped back to reality, numbly unable to distinguish between the real and the illusory. Who killed my son? Come forth and pay with your life. A hoarse voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of rushing air and boundless fury. Not good. A peak body cleansing cultivator. Xiao Fan realized the danger and swiftly executed a movement technique, vanishing from the spectator's sight. Where do you think you're going? The voice echoed again as a figure rapidly pursued him. Hot on Xiao Fan's heels. Thief, return my son's life. The cry for vengeance rang out, and Xiao Fan turned to see a middle-aged man clad in brocade. Tell your son to be more cautious in his next life. Farewell, Xiao Fan retorted, producing a flying vessel and vanishing into the horizon. You infuriate me. No matter who you are, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I shall devour you. The middle-aged man halted, veins popping in his forehead, leaving a fierce threat before swiftly returning to the black market. Soon after, the entire realm city was put on lockdown, with guards patrolling everywhere, preventing entry or exit. A throng hurriedly exited the North City gate, heading northward, a dark mass. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan sped ahead, the wind howling past his ears. Xiaojiu, what is so special about that dagger? Xiao Fan inquired. I'm not sure, but I sense it can mend the cracks in my cauldron. It can mend the cracks? Then it's worth it, Xiao Fan murmured, formulating a plan in his mind to help Xiaojiu repair it when the time was right. Master, actually, there is more than one crack. The interior walls of the cauldron are riddled with wounds, Xiaojiu's sorrowful voice echoed, and Xiao Fan paused, realizing he had overlooked the internal damage. A wave of guilt washed over him. However, it could only be repaired gradually. Xiaojiu, I will help you mend it slowly. Don't worry, Xiao Fan reassured. Falling silent thereafter, as night fell, Xiao Fan finally landed, large flakes of snow drifting down, the frost already forming on his eyelashes. He opened the map, noting that beyond the North Ice City lay the Ice Palace. Stepping forth, he traversed the deep snow and entered North Ice City. It's so cold. He exhaled warm breath, rubbing his hands together before proceeding. Countless ice lanterns illuminated both sides of the street, making North Ice City as bright as day, creating a striking visual. The city bustled with activity. Perhaps the inhabitants had grown accustomed to the chill. As prosperity unfolded before his eyes, wontons, steaming hot wontons, the enticing call rang out, prompting Xiao Fan to enter and order a bowl. As he settled down, he noticed that the establishment was filled entirely with young women, all gazing at him intently. Their attire was identical, each adorned with the insignia of the Ice Palace on their chests. In this scene, Xiao Fan couldn't help but run his fingers through his flowing hair. So vain. I wager he is here to participate in the Ice Palace's servant-disciple examination as well. Not to mention, he is rather handsome. Upon hearing the word handsome, Xiao Fan puffed out his chest, his chiseled features eliciting a chorus of gasps from the women. Excuse me, where can I purchase ice flame grass? Xiao Fan politely clasped his hands towards a nearby woman and inquired as soon as he spoke. The other women unexpectedly stifled their laughter, leaving Xiao Fan perplexed about their intentions. You still wish to purchase ice flame grass? That is indeed a rare commodity, while we at the Ice Palace possess it. We neither sell nor deliver it. It is far too precious. Finally, Xiao Fan comprehended that acquiring ice flame grass through conventional means was futile. Thank you for the information. When does the Ice Palace recruit servant disciples? Xiao Fan asked again. Tomorrow, remember to arrive early, as the slots for servant disciples are limited. One of the women replied, winking at Xiao Fan, as if she were about to pounce on him. Chapter 84. Entering the wolf's den, Xiao Fan hurriedly finished a bowl of wontons, tossed a gold coin aside, and departed. The woman's gaze was too intimidating, as if she intended to devour him whole. He sought refuge in a secluded area, boarded his flying vessel, and vanished into the night sky. Nearly a quarter of an hour later, Xiao Fan found himself hovering above the Ice Palace. He dared not venture too deeply and casually landed atop a building. Crack, as he retracted his flying vessel. The glazed tiles beneath him emitted a strange sound. His heart raced, prompting him to hastily shift his feet, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, he plummeted down, tiles and all. Another splash echoed. A warm current enveloped him, as though he had fallen into a warm pool. A rogue. Quickly, capture the rogue. In an instant, screams erupted, startling Xiao Fan into an upright position as he surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, his blood surged, and his heart raced. All he could see were numerous pairs of white limbs swaying about, drowning out all other sounds. However, the pleasant scene was short-lived, as the female disciples swiftly wrapped themselves in bathrobes, encircling him tightly. Wiping away a trickle of blood from his nose, Xiao Fan raised his hands in surrender, relinquishing any notion of resistance. He acknowledged his wrongdoing, accepting whatever punishment awaited him, reasoning that it would not lead to his demise. I did not intend to intrude. Do you believe me? Xiao Fan said, quietly observing their reactions, anxiety bubbling within him. Who would believe you, rogue? Indeed. Seize him and deliver him to the Ice Palace for judgment. Xiao Fan felt tears welling in his eyes. Why did he have to land on someone else's bathhouse roof? Now, not only did he lose his chance at Ice Flame Grass, but he was also being treated like a rogue. Before long, he was dragged away by the women, a sign reading rogue affixed to his person, his body scraped against the ground. Yet fortunately, his tough skin and the thick layer of snow cushioned the discomfort. An increasing number of Ice Palace disciples rushed over to witness the commotion, all of whom were young and vibrant women. How brazen! Why couldn't they be a bit more discreet? Why not secretly visit my dwelling instead? You must be dreaming. Look at his handsome face. He's definitely my type. The women chattered animatedly, their words growing more audacious and explicit. Suddenly, Xiao Fan felt something tug at him, and his clothes were instantly torn apart, revealing his muscular physique. Wow! Someone gasped, and all eyes turned to Xiao Fan. That moment, he could hear the rapid beating of their hearts and their quickened breaths. Cough, cough. He awkwardly cleared his throat, bringing them back to reality. Ah, filthy rogue! Filthy rogue! As the women regained their senses, another wave of shrill screams erupted, leaving Xiao Fan bewildered. Stop screaming. I've already been exposed. Shouldn't you hurry and provide me some clothes? Xiao Fan shouted in exasperation. Effectively silencing them, the surroundings fell quiet, bringing him some relief from their incessant chatter. What a manly aura. I absolutely adore it. You step aside. Don't compete with me. Upon hearing such discussions, Xiao Fan felt like crying. His eyes dimmed, and he sighed skyward. He was unsure how long he had been dragged about or how many times his chest and abs had been fondled, until he was finally brought into a palace. Elder Yuehua, this rogue trespassed into the Ice Palace and invaded our bathing area to spy on us. Please, punish him. One of the female disciples slightly bowed, recounting Xiao Fan's transgressions. Such a bizarre occurrence. The one named Yuehua stood up and slowly approached, scrutinizing Xiao Fan with keen eyes. 6th stage of body refinement. Rather mediocre. Speak. How did you silently infiltrate the Ice Palace? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan sat up, his expression placid. That I came to participate in the assessment for servant disciples. Honestly, I do not even know how I got in here. Do you believe me? As he uttered these words, Xiao Fan nearly chuckled, but managed to restrain himself. Yuehua fixed her gaze upon him, unable to discern whether he was lying. For now, I shall take your word for it. But why did you attempt to spy on them while they bathed? Yuehua's face turned frosty. Should Xiao Fan fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, she would not hesitate to strike him down. I truly did not mean to. If you do not believe me, no explanation will suffice. Xiao Fan spread his hands, opting not to elaborate further, knowing that such matters could only worsen with more detail. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Upon finishing her statement, Yuehua released her formidable aura, raising her right hand, poised to strike. Xiao Fan remained silent, watching as that ominous hand drew closer. If it landed, he would surely be gravely injured or worse. Seeing Xiao Fan's lack of reaction, Yuehua suddenly halted, her hand suspended in midair. Very well. I shall punish you to repair the bathing room overnight and clear the accumulated snow from the entire Ice Palace. Off you go. With that, several female disciples loosened his bindings, unperturbed by the prospect of him escaping. Xiao Fan contemplated the situation. This indeed aligned with his intentions. He could gradually clear the snow while primarily investigating the whereabouts of Ice Flame Grass. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. He donned a new set of clothes, bowed to Yuehua, and then departed. The female disciples raised no objections. After all, they had merely been seen, and it would not cost them anything significant. As night deepened and the snowfall intensified, Xiao Fan spent half an hour repairing the bathing room. With the cold air outside cut off, the bathing room became warm again, the hot springs bubbling melodiously. Splash! Xiao Fan shed his garments and leapt into the bathing pool, relishing the experience. Wow, how delightful! He could not help but exclaim in joy, closing his eyes to savor this rare moment of tranquility. Creak! Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking opened startled Xiao Fan, causing his previously relaxed body to tense once more. Elder Yuehua? Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Fan instinctively recoiled, hastily covering his vital areas with his hands. What are you doing? I have seen far grander spectacles. Yuehua's face was marked with disdain, even a hint of disgust. No, Elder Yuehua, is there something you need? Xiao Fan felt as though he had entered a den of wolves, with the threat of being devoured looming over him. Speak. Who brought you in? What is your purpose for coming to the Ice Palace? Yuehua's eyes turned icy, her aura enveloping him, making even breathing a challenge for Xiao Fan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Fan sensed several formidable presences outside the bathing room. He hastily got up, dressed, dried himself off, and bowed to My name is Xiao Fan, a student from the deer-chasing martial academy. I have come to the Ice Palace solely to procure a stalk of ice flame grass. Xiao Fan revealed his true intentions, gauging her reaction before planning his next move. Chapter 85. Encountering the snow person. Xiao Fan paused, then handed over his identity token. 6th stage of body refinement, advanced class. It seems the martial academy is deteriorating. Yuehua examined his identity information, her brows furrowing. Though the token was indeed authentic, Xiao Fan felt speechless. He had no desire to be in the advanced class. It was an exception granted by the academy. May I ask, Elder Yuehua, can the Ice Palace sell me a stalk of ice flame grass? Xiao Fan chose not to dwell on her remarks, eager to obtain the ice flame grass as soon as possible. Yuehua shook her head, a fleeting glimmer of sorrow crossing her gaze. Ice flame grass is exceedingly precious. The Ice Palace does not sell it. If there are no other matters, you may clear the snow and then depart. With that, Yuehua returned the identity token and exited the bathing room. Xiao Fan sighed, formulating a plan in his mind. Having come this far, he would not leave empty-handed as for clearing the snow. He was not in a hurry. The Ice Palace was vast, and it continued to snow, meaning the accumulation would never cease. In the dead of night, with the frigid air, he decided to find a place to rest first. Rubbing his hands together for warmth, Xiao Fan ventured outside, wandering nearby. The Ice Palace was built against a mountain. The higher he climbed, the colder it became. After reaching the halfway point, he finally discovered an unoccupied woodshed. Although lacking a door, it was certainly preferable to being exposed to the wind. Xiao Fan exhaled a puff of warm air and squeezed inside, feeling considerably warmer. Suddenly, a white figure darted out, vanishing outside the door. What was that? As Xiao Fan had just taken his seat, he was startled into a sudden stand, employing his agility to chase after the fleeting figure. However, upon stepping outside, that ethereal white silhouette had vanished without a trace. With a slight furrow of his brow, Xiao Fan commenced a thorough search of the surroundings. He couldn't shake the feeling that this white apparition was somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the Yeti he had encountered in the small world of the Hengduan Mountains, albeit smaller, roughly the size of an adult monkey. Could it be that Yetis also roamed this area? Xiao Fan muttered softly, his heart tightening as he intensified his search. He expanded his search radius, losing track of time, yet still found no clues. Ahead, rows of courtyards emerged, their flickering lights suggesting they were likely the abodes of the disciples of the Ice Palace. Casting a glance, he turned to leave, eager to avoid further misunderstandings. Suddenly, he heard a faint cry for help behind him. What was happening? Xiao Fan pondered, turning towards the source of the voice, which emanated from a neighboring courtyard. Without a second thought, he activated his agility and rushed over at breakneck speed. Within mere moments, he arrived at the open doorway, drawing forth his god-slaying sword. As he entered, a cacophony of chewing sounds assaulted his ears, sending chills racing down his spine. It was a sound he recognized all too well, the sound of a Yeti devouring a heart. Realizing this, he bolted into the room. With a rush, a white figure darted out through the window, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Damn it! It truly was a Yeti. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan pursued. Nowhere to run, he shouted, swinging his sword with a fierce determination. The Yeti let out a roar, plunging into the snow, narrowly evading Xiao Fan's strike. How cunning, Xiao Fan muttered as he rushed forward, but the Yeti had completely vanished. The entrance now obscured by freshly fallen snow. Curse that Yeti, I want to let you escape. Xiao Fan cursed vehemently, preparing to leave when he suddenly heard a whoosh behind him. Bold heart thief, prepare to meet your end. Before he could react, a metallic net, spanning over a yard in diameter, descended upon him. Who goes there? Xiao Fan shouted, and with a swift swing of his sword, sparks flew as the net shattered into pieces. At that moment, the assailant appeared before him, surveying the bloodstains on the ground and the remnants of the net, her fury palpable. Damn heart thief, you shall die. With that, she swung her longsword, unleashing a flurry of ice shards towards Xiao Fan. What madness is this? I am no heart thief, Xiao Fan exclaimed, parrying the incoming ice shards with a horizontal strike of his sword, shattering them instantly. Still daring to defend yourself? Prepare to die, she retorted, her sword slicing through the air once more, sending a barrage of ice shards hurtling towards him. You are truly stubborn, Xiao Fan remarked, sheathing his god-slaying sword and delivering a powerful punch. The fierce wind from his blow obliterated the remaining ice shards. The woman's expression shifted to one of gravity. Despite his apparent cultivation being at the 6th level of body refinement, he had effortlessly deflected her assault. At this juncture, numerous disciples from the Ice Palace, drawn by the sounds of the skirmish, began to converge. Senior Sister Exine. Who is he? One of the female disciples inquired. He is the heart thief. Everyone, let us strike him down to avenge our fallen sister. Exine declared, preparing to attack again. Wait, please clarify the situation before you act. Xiao Fan interjected urgently. Feeling a twinge of discomfort at being wrongfully accused of being a heart-thief. Do not listen to his deceitful claims. Let us unite and kill him. Exine shouted, losing her composure as she lunged at Xiao Fan. The others, too, drew their weapons, surrounding Xiao Fan in a swift motion. Most were at the body refinement stage, with a few at the lower blood condensation realm. Should it come to a fight for survival, Xiao Fan was unafraid. A bunch of fools. Xiao Fan's irritation flared. He was prepared for a battle, ready to eliminate them, and then escape. Stand down. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, the voice of Yuhua rang out, interrupting their advance. Yuhua positioned herself beside Exine, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Xiao Fan. What is happening here? Why do you not question her? Truly, good intentions go unrewarded, Xiao Fan retorted coldly, his anger still simmering. Mother, he is the heart thief. He has just taken Xiao Fang's heart. Exine cried, her voice thick with sorrow, causing Xiao Fan's anger to dissipate. Yuhua gently patted her back, her expression softening, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Enough of the tears, my dear. Mother understands. With that, she turned her attention back to Xiao Fan. You have an opportunity to explain yourself. There is nothing to explain. There is no heart thief, only the Yeti that consumes hearts. Upon hearing this, the disciples were left in doubt. Yet Yuhua appeared taken aback for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Disperse. He is not a heart-thief. To Xiao Fan's astonishment, Yuhua waved her hand, dismissing the disciples, which led him to believe he had grasped some underlying truths. Mother, you. Exine, stay. Yuhua interrupted, insisting that she remain. At that moment, Xiao Fan finally beheld Exine clearly. She was indeed a beauty of unparalleled grace, albeit somewhat lacking in intellect. Chapter 86. Matters not to exceed 3. Xiao Fan, have you seen the Yeti? Yuhua inquired. Yes, it vanished right here. Xiao Fan pointed to the snow beneath him, where remnants of dark red blood were still evident. You lie. How do you know it was a Yeti? Exine suddenly interjected, her disbelief evident. You are aware of the events in the Hungduan Mountains? Yes, there were Yetis there, far more ferocious than this one. Xiao Fan had no desire to explain, but seeing her tear-stained eyes softened his heart. Exine shook her head, oblivious to the Hungduan Mountains and disinterested in learning more. However, Yuhua was aware. Although she had not been there, she had heard of the happenings afterward. Speak to me about this Yeti. Let us discuss it another time. I have matters to attend to, Xiao Fan replied, rubbing his hands together before turning to leave towards the woodshed. Yuhua made no attempt to stop him, allowing him to depart, her thoughts a mystery. Mother, who is he? Why have I never seen him before? Exine queried. Let us discuss this as we walk. The two women began to depart slowly. After they had moved some distance away, a white figure emerged from the snow, vanishing into the night. Upon returning to the woodshed, Xiao Fan gathered some dry wood and ignited a fire, causing the temperature in the room to rise gradually, bringing him a sense of comfort. After inspecting the woodshed for any clues and finding none, he settled down to meditate. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiao Fan was awakened by the clamor outside. Have you heard? Another incident occurred last night. I heard from my partner that a girl named Xiao Fang was also attacked and had her heart taken. The discussions outside grew louder, piquing Xiao Fan's curiosity. Men? Are there men in the Ice Palace? He murmured, stepping outside to find a number of young men passing by, all elegantly dressed and radiating vitality, seemingly heading to some gathering, all moving in one direction. Curiously, they were not clad in the garb of the Ice Palace, yet they appeared to thrive within its confines. Excuse me, Scram. You lowly servant disciple are not worthy of speaking to me. Before he could inquire further, one of them rebuked him harshly. He could only shake his head and refrain from questioning further, realizing they regarded him as merely a servant disciple. Soon after, the area below the mountain became bustling with activity, the air thick with voices, indicating the time for servant-disciple evaluations had arrived. Xiao Fan chose not to watch, but instead wandered around the mountain, ultimately finding no trace of the ice flame grass and retreated back to the woodshed for warmth. Unbeknownst to him, his visage had been sketched by Xian and posted on the notice board of the Ice Palace, marked with the words Peeping Tom, suspected heart thief, which incited a flurry of discussion among the disciples. Hey, why does this face look so familiar? I remember now. He is that servant disciple, someone shouted, and many recalled having seen him briefly at the woodshed's entrance. Let us go. We must capture him, fueled by righteous indignation. A throng of individuals surged towards the woodshed. Among them, Xian also led a group of female disciples in pursuit. Before long, they arrived outside the woodshed, a crowd of over 100, effectively sealing off the entrance. As there was no door, they quickly spotted Xiao Fan sitting cross-legged within, and he saw them too. Get out here. You heart thief. How dare you remain here? You are utterly brazen, a young man shouted, pointing at Xiao Fan from the crowd. Xiao Fan frowned. Upon noticing Xian among them, everything clicked into place. He stood up, maintaining a calm demeanor that revealed neither joy nor sorrow. Who are you? What do you seek from me? Xiao Fan inquired, genuinely curious whether these men were disciples of the Cold Ice Palace, for their attire differed significantly. We are the sons-in-law of the Ice Palace. As for scoundrels like you, we can only swiftly eliminate you. One of the men declared, launching a punch towards Xiao Fan's face. Xiao Fan refrained from retaliating, merely sidestepping the attack. The man, having missed, was instantly humiliated and became enraged, kicking out once more. Xiao Fan evaded again. Not out of fear, but with the prudent mindset of avoiding unnecessary conflict, as he had yet to acquire the ice flame grass. Humph. If you possess courage, do not dodge. The man, visibly infuriated, could not fathom how a mere 6th-level body tempering practitioner could elude him. A peak body tempering master. Fool, Xiao Fan coldly remarked, a statement that completely incited the man's wrath. You dare, he bellowed, drawing a sword from his waist and aiming a direct strike at Xiao Fan. With a swish, Xiao Fan executed a graceful maneuver, evading yet again. This will not occur a third time. Should you strike again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted into laughter. Dismissing him entirely. It was indeed ludicrous. How could a mere 6th-level body tempering practitioner dare to speak so boldly? Insect-like beings, unaware of their own mortality, the air was thick with derision, yet Xiao Fan remained unperturbed. Simply shaking his head. Perish. The man lunged again, thrusting his sword towards Xiao Fan's abdomen with malicious intent. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed, retreating a step to evade the blade. In response, he delivered a precise kick to the man's abdomen. Ah! The man cried out in agony, staggering backward, only to realize that the true energy from his dantian was leaking, having been ruptured. You have rendered me incapacitated? He shrieked, rolling about the ground like a madman. Utterly stripped of his earlier bravado. How could this be? How did he accomplish this? It was a sneak attack. He must have ambushed me. Let us strike together and avenge our fallen sister, as shock coursed through the crowd. They brandished their weapons and began to close in. Most were merely advanced body tempering practitioners, while a few blood-condensing realm masters stood aloof, too disdainful to intervene. I have stated, I am not a heart thief. All of you, leave. As Xiao Fan spoke, rather than retreating, they surged forward, intent on overwhelming him with sheer force. Kill him. Kill him. They shouted in unison, a flurry of fists aimed at Xiao Fan's body. Get away from me. Xiao Fan's fury ignited, and with a swing of the god-slaying sword, a sweeping shadow of the blade shot forth like a tempest. Puff, puff, puff. Those who had charged were instantly sent flying, howling in pain. Blood spraying forth. How is this possible? A single sword stroke had felled over a dozen of them. Who on earth was he? Those yet to make a move were stunned, retreating several paces in disbelief. Who else dares? Xiao Fan bellowed, surveying the crowd with the god-slaying sword in hand. Arrogant. Allow me to teach you a lesson. At that moment, a man emerged, a 1st-level blood-condensing practitioner. You are inadequate. Choose another. Xiao Fan replied, shaking his right index finger before him. Ha! Utterly ridiculous. A mere 6th-level body tempering practitioner dares to boast so brazenly. I shall shatter your insolent mouth, the man declared, but before he could finish, Xiao Fan had already launched an assault, executing the wind shadow technique to its fullest, propelling him backward with a single punch. Bang! The man crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Impossible. This must be an illusion. It was a sneak attack, merely a matter of speed, nothing more. The crowd began to murmur, unanimously convinced that Xiao Fan had seized the advantage through subterfuge. You dare to injure me, prepare to die. The man rose, wiping the blood from his lips, drawing his sword once more as he charged. Slap! A crisp sound rang out as the man was sent flying again before he could react. Hiss. What kind of movement technique is this? It's too swift. I couldn't even see how he struck. This time, they refrained from accusing Xiao Fan of ambushing, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the wind shadow technique. Many displaying avarice in their gazes that I must possess this technique. A lowly servant disciple does not deserve such a formidable skill. Indeed, some could no longer restrain themselves, as a peak first-level blood-condensing practitioner stepped forward. It SGE. This servant disciple is as good as dead. Curiously, he was not clad in the attire of a servant disciple. Could he be from the Ice Palace? Is it possible? Or would a servant disciple acquire 6th-level body-tempering prowess? At last, some began to discern the anomaly, speculating on Xiao Fan's identity, their curiosity mounting. Are you certain you wish to engage? Xiao Fan's icy gaze fell upon Ji Yi, a murderous intent emanating from him. I shall grant you an opportunity. Transcribe your movement technique for me. Kneel, and address me as grandfather. And I may spare you. Ji Yi regarded Xiao Fan with contempt. Stepping closer, the man from earlier, now at a distance, glared with bloodshot eyes, ready to spring at any moment. Xiao Fan perceived it all, a cold smile creeping upon his face. Oh, let us see if you possess the ability. Xiao Fan felt no anger, even suppressing a laugh. Then allow me to demonstrate what true power entails, that Ji Yi declared, accelerating towards Xiao Fan. Throwing a punch. Are we to clash with our physical forms? Very well, I shall indulge you. Xiao Fan mused, responding with a punch of his own, both relying solely on pure physical strength. Puff. Their fists collided, devoid of elaborate maneuvers, both men stepping back several paces. This raw physical confrontation ended in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand that he dares to contest Ji Yi in physical prowess. How audacious! The crowd buzzed with conversation, praising Ji Yi's might and mocking Xiao Fan's overreach. You managed to endure half of my strength. Not bad, but that's all, Ji Yi proclaimed, lunging forward once more, this time channeling 70% of his power into a punch aimed at Xiao Fan's chest. Xiao Fan did not evade, meeting force with force, augmenting his own power. Puff. Xiao Fan retreated 2 steps while Ji Yi staggered back 5 or 6. How can this be? Ji Yi thought incredulously, staring at Xiao Fan in disbelief. He had exerted 70% of his physical strength, yet was still outmatched. He could not accept such a reality. You know nothing of strength, Xiao Fan retorted, blowing on his formidable fist. Humph, you should have given it your all. Now, you may perish. With that, Ji Yi's veins bulged, a palpable killing intent emanating from him as he unleashed a full-force punch. Come forth. Xiao Fan summoned all his strength, concentrating it into his right hand, his fist cracking ominously. Let it strike. Upon the sound's conclusion, his fist soared forth, colliding with Ji Yi's. Crack. Instantly, Ji Yi's scream mingled with the sound of shattering bones as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground. Am I dreaming? This cannot be. How could Ji Yi lose? I refuse to believe it. What is happening? Was he not merely a 6th-level body-tempering practitioner? Why is he so powerful? The crowd's eyes widened in shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions surging within them. Just then, a man who had been lurking nearby seized the opportunity, charging forth with a sword drawn, attempting to ambush Xiao Fan from behind. I have awaited you for a long time. Xiao Fan swiftly dodged the incoming blade, tightening his fists as he surged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air. The man left dazed by the relentless assault. Xiao Fan's fists rained down like a torrential storm, each strike more ferocious than the last. Stop. I concede, the man finally cried out, desperation eclipsing any concern for his pride in the face of imminent death. Too late. Xiao Fan denied him the chance to surrender, continuing until he was satisfied. The man lay silent, his body swollen and resembling that of a pig, merely retaining a faint breath. This scene horrified the onlookers, who retreated further, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Who else dares? Xiao Fan called out once more. Yet this time no one dared to advance, even avoiding his penetrating gaze. Noticing the absence of challengers, he turned his attention toward Ji Yi, approaching him step by step. Kneel before me, Xiao Fan commanded, a terrifying aura enveloping him, causing Ji Yi to retreat in fear. Impossible. Do you know who I am? Although Ji Yi faced defeat, he remained haughty, completely disregarding Xiao Fan. I care not who you are. Kneel before me, or face death. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Fan unleashed a torrent of true energy from the chaotic realm, gradually raising his right hand. A terrifying pressure descended from above, the void heaven palm poised to strike at any moment. Ji Yi, feeling the weight of that pressure, was genuinely frightened, his lips trembling. My mother is the supreme elder of the ice palace. You cannot kill me. Yet, it seemed Xiao Fan was deaf to his pleas. As he slowly brought his hand down, causing the surrounding air to freeze instantly, with a thud, Ji Ye's legs buckled, and he knelt down. Observing this, Xiao Fan swiftly retracted his palm, and the oppressive force gradually dissipated. What martial technique does he intend to employ? Merely that pressure is already so terrifying. He is no mere mortal. He is a demon, utterly fearsome. Chapter 88. Call me Grandpa. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, numbed by the repeated shattering of their perceptions and the overturning of their imaginations by Xiao Fan. To witness someone at the 6th level of body refinement overpowering a 1st level blood condensation practitioner without any means to retaliate was a sensation they had never encountered before. Xiao Fan stood silently, coldly regarding the kneeling Ji Yi, and commanded, "Call me Grandpa." "No, I refuse. My mother will not let you off." Ji Yi once again invoked his mother, but Xiao Fan remained unmoved. "Call me Grandpa." He emphasized his demand, raising his hand as if to strike Ji Yi on the crown of his head. "Grandpa." Ji Yi's spirit trembled, and he uttered the words, bowing his proud head. "Begone." Upon hearing this, Ji Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him as he stumbled to his feet, his back drenched with sweat. Xiao Fan then turned his gaze toward a woman named Xine not far away, only to find her frozen in place, her complexion pale. "Your mother made her stance quite clear last night. Why persist in this foolishness? Do you believe me to be an easy target?" Xiao Fan's words left her at a loss. Initially, she had only intended to humiliate Xiao Fan, never anticipating that the situation would escalate to such proportions. I was merely being playful. I did not foresee it would come to this. Xine's heart raced as she beheld the injured individuals, unsure of how to respond. Playful. Is it permissible to toy with the reputation or even the lives of others? Xiao Fan's voice rang out like a sharp blade, piercing Xine's heart and causing her to tremble. "I was wrong. I shall never dare again," she sobbed, her tears flowing freely. Suddenly, several piercing sounds of air slicing through filled the air as several middle-aged women appeared before Xiao Fan, among whom only Yue Hua was familiar to him. "Mother, please kill him for me. He has humiliated me." Ji Yi, who had not strayed far, returned in a rush, accusing Xiao Fan before his mother. Upon witnessing her son's pitiful state, Ji Yi's mother's expression grew increasingly cold. "You useless wretch, you cannot even defeat someone at the 6th level of body refinement, and yet you have the audacity to show your face." As these words left her mouth, Ji Yi's hatred for Xiao Fan intensified. Had looks been lethal, Xiao Fan would have perished dozens of times over. "Mother, he employs despicable means. I suspect he is an evil cultivator." Ji Yi continued, casting furtive glances at the injured. "Indeed, Elder Jiju. This boy employs cruel tactics and dark techniques. I too suspect he is an evil cultivator. Elder Jiju, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. Please take action to eliminate him." In that moment, the accusations against Xiao Fan swelled, each voice growing more outrageous than the last. "No, Xiao Fan is not an evil cultivator. Do not besmirch his name." Xine stepped forward, defending Xiao Fan. She could no longer remain silent, having erred once. She could not afford to err again. Xine, how can you protect an outsider?" Ji Yi was perplexed, as it was she who had posted the notice. "Surely, they should be allies. I am not shielding an outsider. Xiao Fan is no evil cultivator. He is a student of the Deer Hunting Martial Academy." Xine finally revealed Xiao Fan's identity, causing an uproar among the crowd. Even if he is a student of the academy, he might still be an evil cultivator. Does the academy harbor no villains? Ji's words found favor among the crowd, many nodding in agreement and casting scornful glances at Xiao Fan. "Then I shall rid the world of this scourge," Jiju declared, releasing the aura of a peak marrow cleansing practitioner, directing her pressure toward Xiao Fan, intent on humiliating him before delivering the fatal blow. As a mother, she felt it her duty to restore her son's honor. Upon witnessing her scheme succeed, Ji revealed a sinister smile. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, the true energy of the chaotic realm erupting forth, fortifying his body against Jiju's oppressive aura. Is it true that the elder of the Ice Palace is blind to justice?" Xiao Fan shouted, his bones cracking as he stood resolutely. "Ridiculous. Evil cultivators deserve to be exterminated. I could kill you 100 times over and still find it sufficient." Jiju sneered, gradually intensifying her aura. "Mother, please help Xiao Fan. I beg you." Xine's face flushed crimson with anxiety. She now regretted her actions, realizing that her momentary amusement had caused injury to so many, and might even lead to Xiao Fan's demise. Despite his playful nature, he had never taken a life. Should Xiao Fan perish, she would be haunted by guilt for eternity. Do not fret, Xinxin. Since this matter originated with you, I shall not stand idly by, Yuehua declared, sweeping her hand to push Jiju's pressure back. Yuehua, what do you mean by this? Jiju's countenance darkened with anger, unable to comprehend why Yuehua would oppose her for the sake of an outsider. You cannot kill him, Yuehua replied coldly. He is an evil cultivator, and he deserves to be eradicated. Jiju was resolute in her desire for revenge for her son, deeming the question of Xiao Fan's guilt irrelevant. Your son lost. As a mother, rather than seeking the cause, you choose to support his wrongdoings. Is that appropriate? Yuehua retorted, anger rising within her. The truth of whether Xiao Fan was an evil cultivator was evident, requiring no further examination. You infuriate me, Jiju exclaimed, slamming her hand down forcefully, prepared to strike. Once I kill Xiao Fan and label him an evil cultivator, the Academy will not dare to intervene. Do you dare? Yuehua's heart raced as she sought to intervene but realized too late that Jiju was fiercely protective of her son. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. While he could evade using the wind manipulation technique, how many times could he do so? Escape. It appeared he had little choice. Without further thought, he swiftly produced a flying vessel, vanishing with a whoosh from the crowd's view. Damn it. Jiju's hand struck empty air. By the time she realized, Xiao Fan had already made his escape. How could he possess a flying vessel? She was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixated on the direction in which Xiao Fan had vanished, trembling with rage. Let us go. Jiju, seeing her attempt to kill fail, hoisted Ji Yi and departed the scene. At that moment, all present stood with mouths agape, eyes wide, staring blankly in the direction Xiao Fan had fled. He can actually fly. It was not that he could fly, but rather that the vessel beneath his feet could soar through the skies. As the crowd emerged from their astonishment, discussions erupted, envy evident in their voices. Seeing Xiao Fan unharmed, Xin's heart finally eased, and she threw herself into her mother's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all right. Xin, do not cry. Learn from this experience. Yuehua gently patted her back, and soon afterward, they departed. Others gradually dispersed, and the scene returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet, the name Xiao Fan and his deeds spread like wildfire throughout the Ice Palace and even the entirety of Northern Ice City, prompting many to investigate his past. Once Xiao Fan escaped, he landed upon a snow-capped mountain, burrowing into a snow cave. Chapter 89. Unexpected joy. Fortunately, he possessed a flying vessel. Otherwise, escape would have been exceedingly difficult. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, reflecting that weakness is indeed an original sin. Otherwise, Jiju would not dare to slander him in front of a crowd. After a moment's contemplation, he set up a simple illusion array at the cave entrance and swallowed 2 strengthening pills in quick succession. Although the effects of the medicine were not as pronounced as during his first ingestion, they still provided a commendable enhancement to his physique. Xiao Fan began to channel the burgeoning energy, relentlessly surging through every inch of his body. Simultaneously, he activated the chaos opening technique, allowing both internal and external cultivation systems to continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As the energy liquid accumulated from the origin tree grew increasingly abundant. Just as the potency of the strengthening pills was on the verge of depletion, the liquid cascaded down upon him. With a resounding boom, the energy liquid surged into his meridians, fiercely coursing through him. While the small and large circulatory systems operated in harmonious rhythm, creating a cycle of yin and yang within him. Xiao Fan's aura soared steadily, and with a crack, the barrier of the 7th level of body tempering was shattered. This breakthrough did not come as a surprise. In the past, he would have restrained himself, but with the upcoming 100 Clans Exchange Conference drawing nearer and his footing in the advanced class still unstable, there was no longer a need for such restraint. 2 hours later, his cultivation stabilized at the 7th level of body tempering, with his internal cultivation system perpetually refining itself, accumulating energy liquid for him. As long as there was an ample supply of energy liquid, he could continue to advance without encountering any bottlenecks, a privilege afforded to his reborn self, while his cultivation advanced seamlessly. His physical body required relentless honing and tempering to attain true strength. With this thought in mind, Xiao Fan retrieved the ancient ice marrow, its chilling essence less pronounced in the frozen landscape. Yet, the frigid aura was not something an ordinary person could readily endure. He certainly did not dare to hold it for an extended period. It was not yet time for its refinement. Xiao Fan remained fixated on it, for its benefits were substantial. Not only could it enhance his cultivation, but it also served as an excellent medium for body tempering and even weapon forging. However, the energy contained within was immense. Refining even a small fragment was commendable, as further attempts would yield diminishing returns. With a calculated resolve, he soon returned the ancient ice marrow to the chaos world. "Let us venture outside," Xiao Fan declared, retracting the illusion array and stepping out of the cave. He directed his gaze towards the direction of the ice palace. A bold idea blossoming in his mind, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "What is that?" A sudden flash of white in the distance caught his attention. Xiao Fan murmured, employing his agility to pursue it. After navigating a slope, he finally glimpsed the white figure once more at a snowman. Its size bore a striking resemblance to what he had encountered the previous night, though he could not ascertain if it was indeed the same one. As he followed, he observed that the snowman was heading towards the ice palace. Could it be intent on wreaking havoc upon the disciples of the palace? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. If it were not for the snowman, he would not have been misunderstood, and he could now search for the ice flame grass without a hint of suspicion within the ice palace. He quickened his pace, yet the snowman was swifter, leaving him to struggle to keep up without losing sight of it. After a full half-hour, Xiao Fan halted, for before him loomed a thick wall of snow. He had lost track of the snowman here. Beyond this wall lay the ice palace. "Never mind, let us go in and take a look."